I clearly possess the bloodline of a fierce beast that surpasses 3S ranks, yet I have reincarnated as an ant at the bottom of the food chain. Surprisingly, I'm not sad but rather happy, feeling incredibly lucky because this world is about to experience a resurgence of spiritual energy. All plants are beginning to evolve wildly. The ordinary grass grows over a meter tall in just a few days, and towering trees hundreds of meters high are everywhere. The evolution of wildlife is even more unimaginable. The world has now entered an era of calamity, which I eagerly anticipate, as I have awakened the ability to devour and evolve. By hunting and devouring creatures, I can gain energy points and awaken even more mutated abilities until I dominate. 1. I've become an ant. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Zhang, confused, got up from the ground and blurted out a series of quality 3 questions. After inspecting for a while, Zhang finally felt something was off. He then looked down and was so startled that he flipped over and fell again. Who would have thought that one day I would actually become an ant? Zhang lay quietly on a rock basking in the sun. The sunlight was warm, but his mood was exactly the opposite. That's right, he has transformed. Originally, as a promising young man of the new era, Zhang spent his days eating, drinking, and gaming. But after an all-nighter, just as he came out of an internet cafe, he was run over by a truck and disappeared in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself here. Are you kidding me? Can it get any more bizarre? Zhang lay on the rock in despair. At least if I were attached to a snake, I could work hard to become a dragon. But an ant? What the hell? Time passed gradually, the rock began to heat up, and Zhang started to feel uncomfortable because it was burning his feet. Suffocating his frustration, he quickly found a spot to jump behind the rock into the shade. Zhang had no choice but to accept this reality, standing still and pondering what to do next. People who come over are all waste, yet they can rise up and show off. Why am I not even a waste? Zhang expressed his desire to also be a waste. Others have golden fingers when they come over. Do I have one too? He then thought of the novels he usually read, where the protagonists always had golden fingers, and he wanted to try whether he had a system or something similar. Ding, system activated. Binding host. Zhang heard a voice in his mind and couldn't help but smile foolishly for a while. But as an ant, he had no way to express his feelings other than shaking his antennae wildly. Host, Zhang. Race, ant. Level, none. Bloodline progress, none. Upon seeing his character panel, Zhang was puzzled. What does bloodline progress mean? I didn't expect that this world could actually cultivate. Does that mean I have a chance to return to Earth? Thinking of Earth, Zhang felt somewhat dejected. Honestly, there wasn't much he missed there. His parents had been arguing since he was little, and even the school fees were sponsored by others. His classmates looked down on him, and sometimes he thought to himself, let it all just end. I'm tired. Coming to this world was like giving him a new lease on life. Here, no one knows him or recognizes him. If he could seize the opportunity, even if he couldn't reach the pinnacle, at least he could drop his burdens and truly live for himself. Since I'm here, I might as well relax. In my last life, I lived poorly. If I can't make a name for myself this time, then dying would be the way to go. Zhang secretly vowed in his heart. But speaking of which, I'm a bit hungry. I need to hurry and find something to eat. Zhang felt the hunger in his body and then refocused on reality, starting to look around for food. What do ants eat? Zhang pondered what he should eat, then suddenly realized, it seems ants can eat anything? With this thought, Zhang casually looked for a piece of grass and went to the roots. Looking up at the little grass as tall as a skyscraper, Zhang felt a bit moved. When I was a kid, I wondered what the perspective of an ant was like. Now it's actually happening. I didn't expect them to see these things as so huge. Feeling sentimental, but food still needed to be eaten, Zhang cautiously approached the grass roots, glancing around to make sure no giant creatures would suddenly appear and kick him while he was eating. After observing for a while, Zhang finally felt safe enough to start eating. The juice of the grass flowed into his mouth, mixed with the taste of dirt. To be honest, it's quite tasty, Zhang nodded. No wonder it's all natural. Ding, bloodline progress increased by 0.01%. The sudden appearance of the system notification sound startled Zhang, who was chewing on the grass roots, making him stop eating immediately and look around. Has bloodline progress increased? Is it because I ate grass? Zhang frowned at his non-existent eyebrows, hesitated for a moment, and then took another bite. Ding, bloodline progress increased by 0.009%. It really did. But why did it decrease? Zhang was naturally very surprised, but the increase of bloodline progress had decreased. Could it be because building a resistance after eating? Does this thing even have resistance? Forget it, I won't dwell on bloodline progress anymore. Let us fill my stomach first and talk later. Zhang stopped worrying about bloodline progress and began digging into his food. Ants have an astonishingly small appetite, and soon Zhang felt full, so he stopped eating and took another look at the panel, finding that his bloodline progress had risen to 0.055%. That's quite impressive. This is just from one blade of grass. If I eat some other mystical items, maybe it can increase as well? Zhang pondered, but even if he wanted to give it a try, he currently had no stomach left for more food. Now that he was well fed, it was time to exercise. Moving around would quickly consume energy points, allowing him to eat again. There's really very little an ant can do, mainly just using its mandibles to move a few small dirt clods. Before long, Zhang felt hungry again, and his mandibles started to ache. Tui. Zhang quickly spat out the dirt in his mouth and found a blade of grass he hadn't eaten before, taking a bite. Ding, bloodline progress increased by 0.01%. Sure enough, just by eating, I can boost my bloodline progress. Zhang was overjoyed. This small patch of woodland was definitely a vast forest for an ant. It meant that if he could consume all the creatures in this woodland, he could surely push his bloodline progress to 100%. I just wonder what benefits come from reaching 100% bloodline progress. Zhang thought. Zhang wanted to continue exercising to consume energy points, but the aching of his mandibles made him give that idea up, opting instead to crawl. He then spotted a small ant scurrying around a little stone, shaking its head and swaying. By the time he felt hungry again, the sun was already close to setting. Wow, I'm so tired. Didn't they say ants can work for long periods without getting tired? What a joke! Zhang complained as he found another unfamiliar blade of grass. Host, Zheng. Race, ant. Level, none. Bloodline progress 0.165%. Looking at his panel, Zhang felt a bit dejected. A day's effort had only raised his progress by 1,000th. This is too hard. How long until I reach 100%? It's taking forever. The sun had disappeared, night had fallen, and Zhang, hiding under a little stone he had hastily built, still felt no fatigue. Should I go out and look around again? I didn't see any other creatures during the day. Maybe there will be more at night? Thinking this, Zhang quietly crawled out from under the little stone, peering around cautiously. Suddenly, a hazy glow shone from afar, instantly capturing Zhang's attention. What is that? Zhang hurriedly crawled towards the source of the glow. Although the actual distance was only a few meters, it still felt a bit far for an ant. After a while, Zhang arrived at the place where the glow emanated. He saw a plant with pale blue flowers elegantly standing on the ground, and the glow was radiating from those pale blue blossoms. What is this? Zhang curiously looked up from beneath the plant. Ding, discovered herbs consumables. Herbs consumables? What is that? Can I eat it? Zhang asked with a triple whammy of questions. Ding, herbs consumables, low-rank herbs consumables, possess faint energy points. It has faint energy points? Zhang was thrilled. The 3 blades of grass he had eaten earlier were the most common wild grasses because this world was rich in energy points. They had almost negligible energy points, yet still provided Zhang with 1,000th of bloodline progress. If I eat this herb's consumables, I wonder how much bloodline progress it could increase. Zhang carefully crawled up to the flower-s stamen from the base of the herb's consumables. As soon as he entered the stamen, he was greeted by a fragrant aroma, and unable to resist, he took a big bite. However, the expected system notification didn't sound instead. A tremendous energy points burst forth from his abdomen, nearly ripping Zhang apart. Zhang immediately collapsed in pain within the stamen of the herb's consumables, rolling around in agony. Fortunately, he hadn't consumed too much, just about equivalent to a lick. Otherwise, Zhang would have burst open right away, never having the chance to feel pain. At this point, Zhang was on the verge of fainting, his small body curled into a ball, quietly lying in the stamen, though a few twitching legs occasionally showed that he was still enduring immense pain. At midnight, the moon hung high in the sky, and as moonlight bathed the stamen, it suddenly emitted a cool energy points, which was absorbed by the only living being inside the ant. Herb's consumables emitted energy points that lasted for a quarter of an hour before disappearing, while Zhang, lying in the flower bud, had already stopped curling up and was now stretching his body, resting quietly. The next day, Zhang woke up from the flower bud, recalling what had happened the night before, and broke into a cold sweat, though of course, ants don't sweat. That was close. Thankfully, I only licked it once, or my path to dominance would have ended before it even began. Zhang slowly stood up from the flower bud, reflecting on the events of last night. Last night, I remember an energy point surge appeared just as I was about to faint. It seems that this energy point saved me. But where did this energy points come from? Thinking of this, Zhang hurriedly opened his panel to check his information. Host, Zhang. Species, Anti-Evolvable Plus. Level, None. Bloodline progress 10.3%. Evolvable? What does that mean? Can I turn into another species? Zhang exclaimed in astonishment. And there's bloodline progress. Just licking one herb's consumables gave me such a massive energy points, filling up the previous one completely. Zhang hesitated for a moment before clicking the plus sign next to evolvable. In an instant, a vast network flashed into Zhang's mind, and the sudden influx of enormous information made his head spin for a short while. Once he recovered, he began to carefully observe the network in his mind. What is this? Is this the initial form? Is the ant the initial form? It seems a bit unscientific, but also very fantastical. Zhang looked around the network nodes from the initial point. This branch is for red ants, this one for black ants, and this one for yellow ants. Why are they all ants? Doesn't that mean they lack fighting power? How can I dominate like that? Zhang felt troubled. Let's see what the final evolutionary directions are for these species. Zhang began to focus on the evolutionary directions of each branch. Logic suggests that in terms of survival capability, the time-space path is the strongest. If something goes wrong, hiding in another space would be very safe, so in this case, I should choose. They all work? Zhang was speechless at the system's filtering results. There must be something different. I need to look more closely. Zhang followed the pathway downward and indeed found differences. Several branches ultimately remain in beast form, but only one ends up in human form. I knew there had to be something different. Of course I should choose human form, otherwise how will I leave descendants? My excellent genes must be passed on. Zhang thought this and clicked on the nodes for bullet ant, void ant, terror ant, as this branch would ultimately evolve into human form. After clicking on the bullet ant, void ant, terror ant node, Zhang suddenly felt darkness engulf him. His body went limp, and numerous small blood threads appeared, wrapping around Zhang and eventually forming a blood-colored egg that quietly settled in the flower bud of the herb's consumables. 2. Entering a human town. The evolution did not last long. About an hour, the blood-colored eggshell began to slowly soften, transforming into blood threads that retracted into Zhang's body, and a small figure emerged from the egg. Phew, the feeling of evolution is quite nice, like entering a hot spring, very comfortable. Bullet ant, void ant, terror ants measure 3 centimeters on Earth, but in this world, they exaggeratedly reach 10 centimeters in length. Zhang looked at his strong body and felt the power in his mandibles, nodding in satisfaction. The only flaw is that I don't have wings. If only I had wings, Zhang sighed. At that moment, the flower bud of the herb's consumables could no longer support Zhang's weight, and the stem bent, throwing Zhang to the ground. After being thrown down, Zhang quickly stood up, looked up at the herb's consumables, and drool had already begun to drip from his mouth. Although you saved me, I'm still going to eat you. It's really the fault of the heavens. Zhang went to the root of the herb's consumables and took a bite, severing it from the root, causing it to fall to the ground, and then he took a taste. Ding, bloodline progress increased by 7%. Ha! So much? Zheng paused for a moment, somewhat astonished. He had expected around 5%, which would have been great, but this herb's consumables gave him such a huge surprise. Being 10 centimeters long naturally increased the required energy points. According to Zheng's speculation, he might have just felt full after finishing the herb's consumables. By the way, I haven't checked the panel since the evolution was complete, Zheng thought, quickly taking a big bite while chewing and opening the panel. Host, Zheng. Race, Bullet Ant, Void Ant, Terror Ant. Level, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 4 Beasts. Bloodline progress 46%. I didn't expect such a big change just from a few bites. If I eat the flower nectar, I might be able to evolve again, Zheng thought, and bit down on the stem of the herb's consumables again. Soon, the stem was finished, leaving only the pale blue flower. At this point, the bloodline progress had already reached 59%, and Zhang was troubled by the last flower. Now he felt a noticeable sense of fullness and could no longer eat. I need to exercise a bit first and then eat it, Zhang said as he put down the remaining flower, turned around, and found a reasonably sized stone to lift with his jaws, then gently bit into it, splitting it in two. Zhang was startled by his terrifying biting power. Wow! How can it be so strong? Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 4 beasts are already this brutal? It seems the laws of this world are somewhat weak. Zhang instantly noticed something was off. According to typical rule strengths, even a 10 centimeter bullet ant, void ant, terror ant, wound tea have such strong biting power. This indicates that the rules of this world are very weak, and any casual move from those strong beings could cause a huge disaster. Of course, it's still too early to say, but Zhang had already guessed it to say the least. His intuition was quite right. After discovering this, Zhang started testing the limits of his abilities. With his jaws, Zhang could easily come in and out of ordinary stones, and even some better quality stones could be crushed with a bit of effort. Up to this point, almost everything in this forest could no longer withstand his jaws. It's hard to imagine, if I accidentally provoke those big shots later, won't I be done for? Zhang felt quite frustrated, initially thinking he could pass through this weaker phase safely, but facts told him that even a casual strike from them could crush him to dust. No, I must evolve quickly. I absolutely cannot die at their hands because of my realm issues. With this thought, Zhang worked harder to train his physique. Can I eat stones? It seems those stones might also contain energy points, Zhang pondered and then approached a pile of stone dust to eat a small pinch. Ding, conditions met, activating the physical panel. Zhang heard the system prompt and opened the panel, noticing a new line saying Constitution under the level. Host, Zheng. Race, Bullet Ant, Void Ant, Terror Ant. Level, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 4 Beasts. Physique, Stone, Iron, Bronze, Emerald, rank 0.001%. Bloodline progress 59%. I can actually eat it? Then I'll feast as much as possible, and once I've eaten everything edible here, I'll leave to look for prey, Zhang exclaimed happily, feeling a surge of ambition. As long as my constitution is sufficient, standing still while they hit me won't scare me. This time, Zhang's condition was surprisingly good, and he had been running around the forest for nearly half a day, exhausting both his physical strength and energy points. Finally, Zhang felt hungry again and came before the remaining flowers. At this moment, the pale blue flowers had begun to wilt, and the energy points contained within had already diminished, which made Zhang feel heartbroken as he hastily gulped them down. Even with the loss of some energy points, the remaining ones were still enough for Zhang to digest for a while. After eating the remaining flowers, Zhang found a stone, dug a hole beneath it, and quietly digested the lunar flower. Time passed quietly, the sun set behind the mountains, the moon hung back on the branches, and the bright moonlight spilled over the forest, revealing a chilly atmosphere. Zhang woke up again at night, shook his head, crawled out from the stone, and while stretching his body, he felt the turbulent waves of energy points within him. He knew the bloodline progress had reached 100% again, which meant he could evolve once more. Host, Zheng. Race, Bullet Ant, Void Ant, Terror Ant, Evolvable Plus. Level, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 4 Beasts. Constitution, Stone, Iron, Bronze, Emerald, rank 0.001%. Bloodline progress 0%. After Zhang clicked the plus sign, he saw the network diagram again, but this time it was initiated with Bullet Ant Void Ant Terror Ant as the starting node, expanding outward. After Bullet Ant Void Ant Terror Ant is? Bullet Ant Void Ant Terror Ant Wings? Zhang covered his shiny black forehead with his leg, speechless, but it's alright, this also solves the problem I've been pondering over. Crawling is ultimately not as fast as flying, and being able to fly is precisely what Zhang desires. After clicking the node, Zhang once again crawled into the hole, as the blood vessels on his body slowly began to surface, marking the start of his evolution. This was the third day since Zhang arrived in this world. He woke up early and crawled out of the hole. At this time, the sun had not yet risen, and the grass blades were adorned with glistening dew, sparkling beautifully. Zhang stood on a rock and stretched his wings that had grown out from his back. Having wings suddenly felt unusual for anyone, and Zhang was no exception. It was quite a new experience, and he was having a lot of fun. However, the novelty quickly wore off. Zhang immersed himself in the activities of a new day. With his wings, he had a notably increased appetite. By now, Zhang had tried all the edible foods in this area of the forest, even consuming some stones to enhance his constitution. Host, Zhang. Race, Bullet Ant Void Ant Terror Ant Wings. Level, Tier 1 Tier 2 Tier 4 Beasts. Constitution Stone Iron Bronze Emerald Rank 3.5%. Bloodline Progress 5%. Looking at his panel, Zhang contemplated for a long time before making the decision to go out and explore. There is nothing left in this forest that can enhance my strength. Although my power isn't very strong yet, it's time to go out and take a look. Zhang gazed at the sky outside, and with a flap of his wings, he began to ascend slowly into the air. Once he flew up into the sky, he realized that the place he had been in for the past 2 days was on the outskirts of a forest. In the distance, dense woods loomed, and the tranquil forest resembled a giant beast that devours life. Inside, numerous powerful presences emanated, and Zhang couldn't help but feel fortunate that no ferocious beasts had rampaged through the outskirts. Out there is a human city, while deep inside is the forest. With wolves in front and tigers behind, where should I go? Zhang was in a dilemma. However, considering his size advantage, Zhang decided to enter the human city. After all, humans lack the keen sense of smell that beasts possess. Having made up his mind, Zhang gently descended to the ground, dug a hole, and crawled in the direction of the Thunderblade settlement, only needing to stick his head out occasionally to check his bearings. Though the human city wasn't too far from the forest, progressing through the soil was still too slow. It was only at sunset that Zhang reached the outskirts of the city. Emerging from the ground, Zhang shook off the dirt covering his body. He observed the steady stream of humans in their carriages at the city gate and seized an opportunity to fly low and swiftly underneath a donkey cart that was still dripping blood, creating a hole to crawl inside. What a strong smell of blood! It seems that this person has made quite a haul. After entering the cart's shelter, the overwhelming scent of blood made Zhang cover his mouth and nose. Ding, Tier 1 Tier 2 Tier 4 Beast detected, porcupine. It's still alive? Zhang cautiously inspected the large carcass before him, realizing that the porcupine still had weak breath. A deep knife wound had nearly cut it in half, and after simple bandaging, he brought it back. This is the first time encountering a Tier 1 Tier 2 Tier 4 beast. Let me taste its flavor. Zhang carefully restrained his aura and crawled to the bleeding wound of the porcupine, taking a bite of its blood. Ding, bloodline progress increased by 1%. Why is it only 1%? Zhang was a bit puzzled, so he took another bite of blood. Ding, bloodline progress increased by 1%. This time, it also increased by 1%. It seems that each sip of blood can provide bloodline progress. Zhang discovered that the second sip of blood provided another 1%, so he was elated and quickly devoured the blood and flesh chunks left behind by the porcupine. Having progressed through the ground without eating, Zhang was actually very hungry. Now, with the good fortune of finding ready food, if he didn't seize the opportunity to eat, he would have to hunt for himself to eat again. This time, Zhang's appetite was enormous, even shocking himself. He was so caught up in eating that he nearly crawled inside the porcupine to feast. Because there was a foreign object moving around inside, the porcupine reacted strongly. Fortunately, the hunter who caught it was not curious about other matters, merely stunning the porcupine and ignoring the commotion inside the cart. Zhang was already drenched in cold sweat inside the porcupine, thinking, fortunately, he didn't inspect closely, otherwise, it could have been dangerous. The porcupine had only the severe knife wound that nearly severed it. The person who could inflict such a wound on the tough-skinned porcupine was certainly formidable. With Zhang's strength, he might have been killed with just one strike. Ding, discovered stone iron bronze emerald rank ores crystals. Just as Zhang bit into a part of the porcupine he didn't even know, he was interrupted by a system notification. Stone iron bronze emerald rank? Is it a rank above stone iron bronze emerald? Zhang was taken aback, then saw a small, thumb-sized oval red stone in the area he had bitten, which radiated a significant wave of energy points. What are these? Ores crystals? Zhang carefully pried the ores crystals from the body of the porcupine and then tried to bite them with his powerful jaws. Unexpectedly, he found that his strong bite failed to break the ores crystals but only scraped off a layer of powder, which he swallowed. Ding, constitution increased by 5%. Ding, bloodline progress increased by 1.5%. The constitution was influenced by that bit of powder, while the bloodline progress increased from the flesh and blood that remained on the ores crystals. Being so close to the ores crystals, the energy points reaction was stronger. I struck gold. I need to get out of here. Zhang immediately thought of leaving upon seeing the hardness of the ores crystals. Although he didn't know where this porcupine would be sent, he was certain it would be harder to escape later. Thinking of this, Zhang bit down hard on the ores crystals with his two enormous jaws, crawled back to the cave he entered earlier, and with a gentle flap of his wings, flew away from the cart and into a corner of a narrow alley. 3. Bullet Ant Void Ant Terror Ant. Upon reaching the corner, Zhang made a hole about an arm's width and squeezed himself and the ores crystals into it. Sigh, with my lack of power, I can only survive like this. When will I be able to come out and cause a massacre? Zhang sighed, then happily began to gnaw on the ores crystals. As night fell, the lanterns in the city lit up, and the night market was bustling with people. Zhang quickly finished eating the ores crystals, and his constitution reached 98%, just a step away from achieving stone iron bronze emerald rank flesh. I can take the opportunity to wander around the night market in the cover of darkness. Although I can't understand their language, I can secretly look for some herbs, consumables, or stones to eat. Zhang crawled out of the hole and was about to fly out when he was interrupted by a wave of energy points fluctuation behind him. Turning around, Zhang saw a bleeding figure, a small man with a twisted face, fear evident in his eyes, clutching a package tightly in his hands and collapsing weakly in the corner. The man appeared suddenly, otherwise, with the alertness of animals, Zhang would have noticed his arrival. Yet, he unexpectedly appeared in the corner. What does this mean? Revenge? A thief? Zhang hid himself in the shadows and quietly observed the man. Soon, the man could no longer hold on and began to cough up blood, the color of which had turned black, clearly a sign of severe poisoning, indicating he would not live much longer. Before long, the small man finally succumbed, taking his last breath. Even in death, he still tightly grasped the very bag that emitted a chilling wave of energy points, which might have caused his death. Seeing the man finally dead, Zhang slowly crawled out of the shadows and approached the man's side. With his jaws, he bit off the hand that was clutching the bag and devoured it. What's wrong with eating a person? As long as it's useful. And I'm not human right now. Ding, bloodline progress increased by 5%. As expected, this person also has a level. His sudden appearance may mean he ran out of energy points to continue hiding. I wonder what level he is. However, just one hand provided 5% of my bloodline progress, which is acceptable. Zhang thought for a moment before setting the man down and returning to the hole he had previously made. This person should be treated as food. I need to eat him quickly, or otherwise, I'll have to compete with those maggots for meals. Zhang widened the hole, wanting to place the man's corpse inside to preserve it. The ordinary stone path was as soft as tofu under Zhang's jaws, effortlessly creating a cave to pull the man's body inside. He then dragged in some rags and clothing to cover the hole. Tonight's plans have been interrupted, so I'll have to pass on the good stuff at the night market for now. Zhang mumbled as he crawled into the underground cavity, clutching an arm and beginning to eat. This man's constitution is still decent. It's a bit tough to chew, but at least he has the flesh of stone iron bronze emerald rank. Zhang felt the strength of the man's body but didn't stop chewing. After eating for a while, Zhang suddenly remembered he hadn't checked what was in the bag, so he put down the food in front of him and tore open the bag. What came into view were several colorful stones and a few yellow flowers. Ding! Discovered stone iron bronze emerald rank or ores crystals. Discovered stone iron bronze emerald rank or ores crystals. Discovered stone iron bronze emerald rank or ores crystals. Discovered stone iron bronze emerald rank or ores crystals. Ding! Discovered tier 1 tier 2 tier 4 herbs consumables. What the heck? I've hit the jackpot. No wonder that man held on to these things until death. They must be incredibly valuable. Zhang was so excited that his body trembled. Let me try some of this ores crystals first. Zhang ground a bit of powder from the ores crystals and brought it to his mouth. Ding! Constitution increased by 2%. Ding! Constitution reached 100%. The physical body evolves into stone iron bronze emerald rank 0%. As soon as the system's prompt sound faded, Zhang felt a surge of powerful energy points emerging from within him, washing over his body continuously. Gradually, a metallic sheen appeared on his body, and strange patterns emerged on his wings, making them even sharper. It seems that the energy points contained in the ores crystals are not as abundant as those of the ores crystals, otherwise, the increase wouldn't just be 2%. Zhang pondered, right now, the priority is to raise the bloodline progress to 100%. After evolving into tier 1, tier 2, tier 4, my size will probably increase a bit more. By then, I might not be able to hide in the city anymore. Just as the short man was hiding in a corner, Zhang could distinctly feel several exceptionally strong waves of energy points erupting from within the city, and these could very well just be the patrol team responsible for searching for him. If the patrol team can unleash such powerful energy points, he couldn't even imagine how strong the members of the prominent families must be. Zhang could only quicken his eating speed, consuming the man along with the ores crystals and herbs consumables, before hurriedly making his escape. In a secluded alley, faint sounds of chewing began to emerge. Host, Zhang. Species, Bullet Ant, Void Ant, Terror Ant, Wings Evolvable Plus. Level, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 4 Beasts. Constitution Stone Iron Bronze Emerald Rank 0%. Bloodline Progress 0%. The next evolutionary creature is? Bullet Ant, Void Ant, Terror Ant. Zhang looked at the evolution network and chose the direction for his next evolution. Then, blood threads emerged from Zhang's body, slowly wrapping around him and transforming him into an egg. In the early morning, Zhang was awakened by a voice coming from beside him. Seeing the rat gnawing on the man's corpse, Zhang instantly felt furious, and he quickly got up and used his pincers to cut the rat in half. Yes, pincers. After Zhang completed his evolution last night and became a Bullet Ant, Void Ant, Terror Ant, his body had undergone significant changes. First was his forelimbs. Unlike other ant species, the Bullet Ant, Void Ant, Terror Ant has forelimbs equipped with pincer-like weapons, granting him great offensiveness and intimidation. Next were his jaws, which had begun to show signs of degeneration. They were no longer massive but served as auxiliary tools to help cut food. Following that were the wings, which, unlike those of ordinary birds or insects, were very sharp and elongated, adorned with even more intricate and mysterious patterns. Just a glance from Zhang would leave him feeling slightly dizzy. Of course, the biggest change was his size. The Bullet Ant, Void Ant, Terror Ant, being a species known for its aggression, had already reached a terrifying length of 1.5 meters, with wings that span 3 meters when fully extended. After completing his evolution last night, Zhang tried to stretch his body and realized that the cave had become too small. Fortunately, after completing his evolution, Zhang learned to control his size, which deterred him from making the risky decision to venture outside the city under the cover of night. If he had ventured out last night, he might have already become a corpse. At this moment, Zhang's body was only 10 centimeters of his original size, which wasn't even his smallest state. If he wanted to, he could shrink to less than 1 centimeter, just like when he was an ant. Of course, with different sizes came different energy points. Consumption. Shrinking would reduce energy points expenditure, while growing larger required him to eat more. After killing the rat that was stealing his food, Zheng enlarged his body and swallowed it whole, before also consuming the remaining corpse of the man. Ding, consuming the brain, activating auto-translate skill. The system's prompt brought great joy to Zhang. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle, and how could he play if he couldn't understand what others were saying? Activating the auto-translate skill was undeniably a blessing for Zhang, meaning he could now obtain the information he wanted. This way, I can sneak out to learn about this world, but it seems ordinary families don't have literature introducing this world. It might only be available in those prominent families. Zheng thought with a furrowed brow, in that case, I'll have to delay for a while longer. I should finish what I have on hand before heading out. Zheng grabbed some ores crystals and herbs consumables from beside him and quickly swallowed a piece of herbs consumables whole. Ding, bloodline progress increased by 2%. It seems that the effects of Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 4 herbs consumables on me are diminishing. I hope these ores crystals will be useful. Zheng tossed the remaining herbs consumables into his mouth and chewed them a couple of times before swallowing. After consuming the herbs consumables, Zheng turned his attention to the remaining ores crystals. This time, he could easily sever these ores crystals with his front limbs instead of just grinding them into powder. The stone, iron, bronze, emerald rank ores crystals weren't much help to Zhang. Their impact was neither large nor small, placing him in an awkward situation. After gulping down all the ores crystals, his constitution reached 45% at stone, iron, bronze, emerald rank. To continue getting stronger, I need to consume higher level items. I should go out and see if I can check out the treasure houses of those big families. Zheng thought to himself, and after shrinking his body, he crawled out of the hole and onto the street. No one would pay attention to something the size of an ant, not even those with levels. Zheng found an opportunity to attach himself to a young man dressed in luxury, then did his best to conceal his presence to avoid detection by the guards around the man. The young man walked straight into a lavishly decorated restaurant, where he met up with a group of rowdy friends, and they began to indulge extravagantly. From their conversations, Zheng learned some things. First, he learned the name of the city, Lin City, and some general information about the distribution of power within the city. Their talks only vaguely mentioned the factions. More of it revolved around who was who and what they did, and which brothel received certain ladies. The man Zhang was attached to was referred to as Young Master Li by others. From the way they constantly praised him, it seemed that the Li family was a relatively strong family in Lin City. Though most of the information was useless, this group of wealthy young men still provided Zhang with one very useful piece of information. There would be a hunting event in Lin City in 2 days, where various families would send people into the forest for a hunting competition to determine the resource allocation for the following year based on the number of hunted prey. However, that was merely the extent of the information he got. One couldn't expect a group of young louts to have anything too important in their conversations. Their families weren't foolish either. They knew what should and shouldn't be shared. In addition to learning about the hunting event, he also gained a rough understanding of the initial training levels in this world: Tier 1 body refinement, and above that, Tier 2 energy refinement. After understanding all this, Zheng realized what kind of world he was in. So it's a cultivation world. This is terrifying. I must be cautious, or I might end up being captured and treated as a battle pet. As they were toasting and drinking, Zheng seized the opportunity to detach from young Master Li and quickly flew to the street, heading towards the market. The day after tomorrow is their hunting event. Most of them should be outside Lin City to observe. That means I'll have a chance to sneak into their family's treasure house, Zheng thought, salivating at the thought of freely rummaging through their treasure house. But for now, I need to go to the market and see if I can steal some herbs, consumables, or ores crystals while they're not paying attention. What a bonus that would be. Soon, Zheng arrived at the market. He had wasted a lot of time among those young louts previously trying to glean some information, but thankfully, it paid off. Otherwise, Zheng would really be at a loss. It was nearly noon, and most of the people in the market were housewives out to buy ingredients for cooking. They picked through the stalls, giving Zheng more opportunities. There were so many people, one wouldn't suspect that an ant might steal something. 4. Teleportation. Zheng flew above the market, carefully sensing the fluctuations of energy points. Ever since he evolved into a bullet ant, void ant, terror ant, aside from learning to change his size, he also gained the ability to sense the fluctuations of energy points, which essentially meant he had a treasure hunting ability. However, this ability is still not very refined, and the impact on sensing is quite significant. With Zhang's current strength at Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 4 beasts, he can barely cover a quarter of the marketplace, and much of the area has inaccurate sensing, even only able to detect direction. This feeling is not very perfected and needs further enhancement, but how can one train this? Zhang floated slowly in the air, overlooking the people in the marketplace. Suddenly, a vague feeling surged into Zhang's mind, a multitude of intense greed, making Zhang feel as if he would do anything to acquire it, even if it meant death. What is this? Why does it have such a feeling? Zhang became unsteady and fell from the sky, landing on the ground. Once he regained his composure, he quickly dodged the stomping of those people, swiftly taking off towards the direction from which the feeling originated. It's far, but I can still sense it. Zhang went full throttle. This is a throb in the bloodline, something I can't control, an item that has a vast effect on the bullet ant, void ant, terror ant bloodlines. The marketplace is located at the northeast corner of the town, but that feeling is coming from outside the town. Zhang arrived at the city wall and instantly locked onto a middle-aged man looking like a farmer who was queuing at the city gate. It's him? How is that possible? Zhang discovered that the man was just an ordinary farmer who had just returned from the fields, leaving him filled with confusion. Nevertheless, although he was puzzled, Zhang did not rashly make a judgment. Instead, he observed the farmer intently, hoping to discern some clues. Disappointingly, no matter how Zhang observed, the farmer remained just that, an ordinary farmer, not some hidden powerhouse. Zhang's instinct regarding the bloodline made him ponder for a long time, ultimately deciding to follow the farmer to see what could possibly stir the bloodlines of the bullet ant, void ant, terror ant. Once the farmer entered the city, Zhang quickly approached him and clung to his pocket. Upon entering his pocket, Zhang instantly understood the source of the sensation: a stone. An unremarkable stone, only the size of a thumb, utterly ordinary, even still bearing some fresh soil. The texture of the stone isn't even classified, but it was this very stone that made Zhang ecstatic. Ding, discovered a stone iron bronze emerald rank associated ores crystals of stone iron bronze emerald rank ores crystals. Ding, ores crystals, stone iron bronze emerald rank ores crystals, associated ores crystals, possesses faint spatial energy points. It actually contains spatial energy points? Zhang crouched motionless in the pocket, afraid that a single inadvertent movement would disturb the farmer. No, I must hurry. After the initial shock, Zhang quickly came to his senses, suppressing the urge to swallow it whole, grabbing hold of the ores crystals and swiftly flew out of the farmer's pocket, quickly finding a shaded corner to burrow into. Zhang's actions were certainly correct. At the city gate, the soldiers guarding the area were all ordinary people, with their perception of energy points being absolutely minimal. However, further inside the city, there were important figures who had strong sensitivity to energy points. Zhang couldn't afford to be careless. If those individuals sensed the fluctuations of spatial energy points coming from a farmer, not only would Zhang fail to obtain the ores crystals, but the farmer could also face dire consequences. I basically just saved you. As payment, I'll take this. Zhang murmured to himself, carefully burrowing into the cave. Upon entering the cave, Zhang sighed in relief. Since arriving in this other world, he had felt quite insecure, especially upon entering human towns. The anxiety intensified. The only solace now came from these caves, which, while not particularly useful, at least provided a place to rest. Even the accompanying ores are stone iron bronze emerald rank. Just how significant must the energy points be for stone iron bronze emerald rank? Zhang exclaimed, then looked at the ores crystals, preparing to taste them. The hardness of stone iron bronze emerald rank ores crystals was quite good. Zhang had to expend some effort to chop them into bits the size of mung beans. This should be fine now. Zhang picked up a piece of ores crystals and tossed it into his mouth. Ding, constitution increased by 9%. Ding, spatial energy points detected. Please activate your internal space, host. The system's notification sound echoed in Zhang's ears, while a mysterious energy point surged in his abdomen. Zhang quickly devoured several pieces of ores crystals, then closed his eyes to focus on the changes occurring within him. The system prompts me to open my internal space myself. What does this mean? Is this my storage space? Zhang carefully searched within himself for the energy points that formed after devouring the ores crystals, controlling various parts of his body to absorb the spatial energy points drifting within him with the energy points hidden within his flesh. Whenever he felt that the spatial energy points were insufficient, he would consume another piece, and only after absorbing all the available spatial energy points would Zhang hear the system's notification sound. Ding, the host has opened internal space. The size of the space is 10 cubic meters. Ding, Law Mastery Panel activated. Ding, Talent Tree activated. Zhang heard the activation of other functions, opened the panel, and began to check. Host, Zhang. Race, Bullet Ant, Void Ant, Terror Ant. Level, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 4 Beasts. Constitution Stone, Iron, Bronze, Emerald. Rank 8-9%. Bloodline Progress 5-6%. Law Mastery, Space 0.001%. 0.001% is still acceptable, but the energy points in this ores crystals is really low. It would be better if there were more ores crystals. Zhang muttered to himself. Did that farmer discover it in his farmland? Right. How did I not think of this sooner? Since it's an accompanying mine, then there must be more ores crystals there, and possibly even more ores crystals existing. Zhang excitedly stood up and quickly flew into the sky, searching for the silhouette of that farmer. However, a long time had passed, and the scent left by the farmer had long dissipated. Unable to find the farmer, Zhang was very frustrated and could only angrily return to the ground. Now that I have internal space, does it mean I can sneak into the treasure houses of those major families and steal some items? The day after tomorrow is the Lin City hunting event, when various families will come out to compete. Most of the elites within the families might be dispatched, making it the best time to invade their treasure houses. If I can seize the opportunity to plunder the things I need, then I won't have to go out looking for cultivation resources for a long time. But for now, I still need to find something to eat. My presence in the city isn't appropriate at the moment. I can only hunt in the forest. To avoid trouble when stealing the next day, Zhang chose to find prey in the forest outside the city. I haven't eaten anything today. I'm a bit hungry. I need to hurry and grab something to eat. After all, I still haven't reached the point where I can live off energy points alone. Zhang flew quickly in the sky, rushing straight towards the forest. Since consuming the ores crystals, Zhang's wings had completely transformed into a semi-transparent form, radiating a silvery sheen. The pair of wings was sharp like scissors, capable of flying and delivering strikes. They were covered in numerous silver patterns, forming a strange design. His body also transformed into a streamlined shape, likely to facilitate better movement. As he sped forward, with energy points flowing into his wings, the silver patterns gradually brightened. A wave of energy radiated from his wings, and suddenly, undulating patterns appeared before Zhang. His body surged forward into the rippling waves, and a similar wave appeared in the distance, from which Zhang re-emerged. The sudden flashing startled Zhang as he quickly halted. Looking at his wings, he realized he had sensed something unusual during his flight, which he hadn't paid much attention to. However, after discovering his ability to blink, he was immediately filled with ecstatic joy. This is the power of space. I can traverse space over short distances. Zhang looked at the strange patterns on his wings in delight. Let us try again. He recontrolled the energy points to cover his wings, slowly filling the silver patterns. After completely saturating the pattern, Zhang's figure disappeared once more, and when he reappeared, he was already on the outskirts of the forest. It really works? Zhang let out a laugh. Zhang had been considering how to sneak into their treasure house, but now the problem was solved. He could just walk right in. As long as they don't open the treasure house, they'll never know what they went through. In a great mood, Zhang quickly entered the forest, restoring his original form. As soon as he stepped inside, Zhang felt several auras. By comparing through energy points, he estimated that their strength levels corresponded to around Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 4 beasts. These creatures are too weak. Although they're useful to me, the effect is ultimately not good enough. I should go further in. Zhang swiftly crossed the forest's outskirts, flying deeper inside. Just as Zhang was cautiously examining his surroundings, a giant python suddenly sprang from the treetops, lunging at him. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 4? Zhang exclaimed, instantly twisting his body and barely dodging the python's bite, although he was still grazed by its scales and momentarily lost his balance, landing on the treetop of another tree. After stabilizing himself, Zhang began to observe the giant python before him. The creature was coiled around the tree, its light green scales giving it a significant advantage in the dense forest. The giant python was at least 20 meters long and as thick as a water barrel, with sharp fangs gleaming menacingly and secreting venom that dripped down onto the leaves, turning them a wilted yellow. So poisonous? That was really close just now. Seeing the python's venom, Zhang couldn't help but feel a rush of gratitude. This should be my first battle since coming to this world, Zhang thought, as the python charged at him. This giant python was the dominant creature in the surrounding forest, invincible at the edge of the woods thanks to its poisonous fangs and armor like scales. No creature dared to provoke it, but now there was something of an unknown species flying right over its head without a care, pushing the already agitated python to launch an attack. Seeing the python rush at him, Zhang's eyes narrowed, and he instantly took off from the treetop, brushing against the python's scales to evade its strike, then thrusting his front limbs down fiercely, sparking a flurry of sparks. Although the python's scales were quite tough, they still couldn't withstand Zhang's strike, and with a reverse hook of his hand, several shining scales were torn off. The pain drove the long-time dominant python into a frenzy, as it quickly turned around, attempting to bite Zhang, who was once again soaring in the air, while also spitting out a burst of purple venom. Despite Zhang's quick reflexes, he was still grazed by the venom, causing him to suddenly lose sensation in one leg. Noticing he was injured, Zhang felt a surge of anger. I only planned to toy with you, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Today's meal will be you. Zhang put aside his thoughts of honing his combat skills, fixating his gaze on the rampaging python, as his energy points began to surge. The giant python immediately sensed Zhang's change, even catching a hint of a dangerous aura from him, but its long reign as the dominant creature made it disregard this sense of danger, instead rising up in defiance towards Zhang. In the moment the python stood upright, Zhang struck. His energy points surged into the patterns on his wings, causing him to suddenly vanish and then reappear behind the python, which had completely relaxed its defenses. Zhang's pincers shimmered with silver light, piercing through the tough scales and aiming for the python's vital spot. When the python was caught off guard at its vital point, its body stiffened for a moment, and it was during that brief instant that Zhang seized the opportunity. At the moment of success, Zhang shrank down his body and dove inside the giant python, starting to wreak havoc on its internal organs. The python naturally realized that the creature had entered its body, and it crashed down to the ground, rolling wildly and smashing into nearby thick tree trunks in an attempt to crush Zhang. However, with a body ranked as stone iron bronze emerald, Zhang certainly wouldn't be easily dislodged by mere crashes. His pincers and mandibles carved pathways inside the python, as some organs were sliced off and swallowed into his internal space. Driven mad by immense pain, the python writhed in agony, smashing itself against boulders, leaving it bloodied and battered, yet it proved to be of no use. Finally, Zhang reached the python's head, and in the creature's terrified eyes, he instantly enlarged, breaking its skull and ending its life. 5. Talent Tree. Emerging from the python's head, Zhang shook off the chunks of flesh on his body, not bothering to deal with the python's corpse just yet, but rather swiftly soared above the forest, scanning the area. The aura released by the battle between two Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 4 creatures drove many nearby creatures to flee the area. Even other Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 4 creatures chose to leave, knowing well how formidable this python could be. After a period of time and not noticing any unusual activity, Zhang finally leisurely descended to the ground and began to sort through his spoils. What concerned Zhang was whether the python's scales would provide bloodline progress or constitution. So, after landing, he grabbed a few scales and quickly swallowed them. Ding, bloodline progress increased by 2%. Ding, constitution increased by 1%. The result was clear, both increased. Not bad, surprisingly good. I managed to replenish both aspects, though the taste isn't very appealing. Zhang tore off a large chunk of flesh and tossed it into his mouth. Ding, bloodline progress increased by 2%. Acceptable, the boosts from devouring creatures of the same level are quite significant. Zhang nodded, feeling an intense hunger, deciding not to savor the taste any longer and began to eat voraciously. Even a giant python 20 meters long only lingered in Zhang's mouth for a few minutes. After finishing off the entire python, Zhang cleaned up his tools, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, but the two bright plus signs on the panel halted his actions. Host, Zhang. Race, Bullet and Void and Terror Anti-Volvable Plus. Level, Tier 1 Tier 2 Tier 4 Beasts. Constitution Stone Iron Bronze Emerald Rank 0%. Bloodline Progress 3%. Law Mastery, Space 0.001%. Talent Tree Plus. After devouring the python's scales and fangs, it was only natural for Constitution to enter Stone Iron Bronze Emerald rank. Now Zhang's body glimmered with a bronze sheen, the patterns on his wings remained silver, but the translucent parts also reflected a bronze luster. Talent Tree? Zhang had long noticed the system prompt after consuming ores crystals, but the conditions hadn't been met yet to activate the Talent Tree feature. Now, with Bloodline Progress maxed out, both it and the evolution options were activated simultaneously. If I hunt a few more things to fill my internal space, I can head back. Zhang flew back into the sky again, starting to search for the creatures that had fled the area during the battle. In the evening, Zhang leisurely slipped under a cart and entered the city, returning to his cave. After resting for a while, Zhang finally opened the panel and clicked on the plus sign next to Talent Tree. A vast network appeared in Zhang's mind, although this time the network was slightly different from the evolution network. A giant network in red, blue, and green tones spread from a central point, covering his entire consciousness. Wait a minute? How is this any different from those browser games? Zhang had been looking forward to this but nearly cursed upon closer inspection. Forget it, browser games also have some rather blunt talent point allocations. You don't have to think too much about it, just simply distribute evenly. Zhang quickly accepted this reality after feeling disappointed. After all, as a university student in the new era, his ability to adapt to new things was quite strong. The modified network is essentially the talent tree, where the common points represent bloodline progress. Each 1% of bloodline progress grants 1 point, and points can accumulate. The bloodline points needed for enhancements vary depending on the situation. Red represents combat type talents, blue seems a bit different, it looks like it pertains to mental cultivation talents, and green pertains to inherent bodily talents. Zhang looked carefully and found that it wasn't too different from what he had imagined. This type of talent tree is straightforward and easy to understand, and when you think about it, the benefits might even outweigh those more obscure descriptive methods. The most apparent feature of this type of talent tree is its simplicity and directness. It is what it is, and anything added is directly reflected, unlike those vague methods of enhancing talents. Of course, this simple talent tree has one downside: it has very few growth-type talents, which cannot compare to those obscure talent enhancement models. However, this is based on general experience, and it doesn't rule out the possibility of some special talent trees being just as clear-cut while still featuring growth-type talents, and this time, Zhang's talent tree is one of those. Fortunately, there are growth-type talents otherwise, it could be troublesome later on. Zhang saw that growth-type talents appeared at the initial levels of the talent tree, which relieved him. Let's see what talents I can enhance first. Zhang knew he couldn't change much for now and decided to let things develop naturally, not wanting to complain any further. The most important thing now was to enhance his own strength. Only with strength could he have the ability to do what he truly wanted. At this point, Zhang had 103 bloodline points, and the talent tree had the 3 basic talents of different colors with plus signs, indicating that they could be activated. Of course, 103 bloodline points could activate more than just these 3 talents, but he could only activate subsequent talents after lighting up 3 talents connected to the origin. Strength increased by 1%, mental power increased by 1%, recovery speed increased by 1%. Zhang activated the 3 talents one by one. An inexplicable feeling resonated within him, but it disappeared after a moment. Ding, talent activated, strength increased by 1%, mental power increased by 1%, recovery speed increased by 1%, costing 30 bloodline points. The changes aren't very obvious after all, it's just a 1% increase. Given my current base of strength, the enhancement isn't significant. Zhang felt the changes that had just occurred. After lighting up 3 basic talents, the subsequent talents connected to them also showed plus signs and could be activated. There are still 73 bloodline points left. I can light up some more, but the question is what to choose, so I need to think carefully. Soon, Zhang made a choice: balanced development. I'll activate all I can, focusing first on the root talents. Ding, talent activated, speed increased by 1%, bloodlust passive, intelligence increased by 1%, soul defense increased by 1%, digestion speed increased by 1%, costing 70 bloodline points. Bloodlust passive combat power increases in proportion to the level of damage sustained, while healing speeds up. Activating it requires 30 bloodline points. This is a versatile combat talent that can be used anytime and anywhere. It automatically activates whenever damage is taken, but the energy points consumed will also increase. The increases provided by these talents are all percentages. The increase in the early stages won't be very high, but later, when strength is more powerful, even a 1% improvement can be the last straw in a struggle, and every little boost can affect the outcome of a battle. A warm current surged through Zhang's body, making him involuntarily let out a moan. Ever since coming to this world, he had hardly seen the sun to save his own life, and now feeling this warm flow was unimaginable. After finishing with the talent tree, Zhang clicked on another plus sign, and another massive network diagram appeared, lighting up the options behind Bullet Ant, Void Ant, Terror Ant. The ones behind are Bullet Ant, Void Ant, Terror Ant? Zhang frowned, looking at the biological names given on the network diagram. Are they still ants? Although confused, Zhang still clicked on it. We'll know once the evolution is completed. With blood veins covering his body, Zhang gradually revealed his true size, making the already cramped cave feel even more so. As the moon rose high, the lanterns in Ling City had long been lit, and the night market began to bustle with activity. The shouts of vendors and the bargaining voices of customers echoed through the sky. Meanwhile, in a corner of the city that almost no one noticed, the stone-paved ground slowly began to bulge. Early in the morning, Zhang was awakened by the noisy sounds. Gritting his teeth, he simply covered his ears with his hands, wanting to go back to sleep, but the noise only grew louder. Oh! Are you all annoying or what? Zhang, unable to sleep any longer, angrily stood up and decided to leave the cave to see what could possibly stir the residents so much. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he was instantly dazed. In front of him was a crowd of people, pointing and whispering at him, but why have they shrunk? Zhang stared wide-eyed at the crowd in front of him, and then, as if not believing his own eyes, rubbed them and looked again. I didn't see. Have they really become smaller? Zhang's small head was filled with big doubts, then he seemed to recall something. Wait. It's me who has grown. Realizing this, Zhang looked around and found he was surrounded by many city guards. Seeing him awake, they immediately drew their swords, glaring at him. How did I get so big? Zhang compared his current size and found he was actually as large as a house. Being observed for the first time like this, Zhang was flustered and didn't know how to handle the situation, so he could only stay put, overwhelmed. Soon, the congested crowd was pushed aside, and a well-dressed young man, flanked by a throng of people, leisurely approached Zhang. That's the second son of the city guard. Be careful, don't provoke him. I heard he has been studying abroad, seems to be at the Adept faction Dawn faction. No kidding, he's said to be highly regarded by the immortals there and is about to be taken as a disciple. Doesn't that mean he will be an immortal in the future? Yeah. Lord Wang of the city guard really did give birth to a good son. Hearing the conversations of the onlookers outside, Zhang understood the background of the arrogant-looking man before him. The second son of the city guard, named Wang, had been training in some Adept faction Dawn faction since childhood and was favored by the immortals, about to be taken as a disciple. In human society, such a background could be considered quite powerful. Generally, those without strength rarely provoke such people, and those with strength tend to avoid offending them. However, for Zhang, this was of no use. What immortals? Nonsense. Just because they can cast spells, they dare to call themselves immortals? How laughable. Better not to provoke me, or I'll tear down your so-called cave. Zhang mocked inwardly, but as someone who couldn't speak, he could only give Wang a disdainful look. Wang's mood had been pretty good during this time a while ago. He was called back by his family from the Adept faction Dawn faction to participate in a hunting event. For some unknown reason, his family's knowledge of his affairs in the adept faction Dawn faction led to a flood of compliments that made him seem larger than life. Then, his old friends began to come around to flatter him, gifting items, selling meat, and even the goddess who previously ignored him suddenly expressed her acceptance. His father's status, of course, soared as well, and he would often boast, "My son Wang is gifted with extraordinary talent." Never having experienced anything like this before, Wang was already in high spirits, thinking that the title of young immortal meant he was already an immortal himself. His constant flattery and sycophancy had made him quite arrogant recently. Anyone who saw him had to call out, "Little Wang." Seeing this strange creature he had never encountered before, Wang was very excited. If he could successfully tame this creature as his pet, it would definitely solidify his reputation. Under such temptation, Wang mobilized his people to surround this bizarre creature. Looks like an ant, but this size is definitely beyond any ant's reach. Could it be a new species? Wang murmured to himself, continuously inspecting Zhang. What to do? This person looks really strong. Can I beat him? What if I can't? Should I run? Can I outrun him? Zhang thought frantically as he watched the man examining him. Maybe I should run? I should be able to escape, right? I should still be able to shrink, shouldn't I? Is my teleportation ability still there? Zhang was wildly brainstorming escape routes, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. In the end, he made a decision: run. Where should I run to? Outside the city, it seems my strength isn't enough to teleport directly out. Inside the city doesn't seem safe either. Should I hide on someone's body in the chaos? Yes. Hide on someone. Zhang looked around, searching for an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye, and he was instantly overjoyed. Energy points surged into his wings, and as he vanished, his form shrank and slipped into that person's pocket. 6. Harvest. A creature the size of a room suddenly vanished, and even Wang, who had seen his fair share in the Adept and Dawn factions, was taken aback. Not to mention the unworldly residents who, upon seeing Zhang suddenly disappear, all screamed in panic and fled, fearing he might come after them. Quick! Go find it! I must get it! Seeing Zhang suddenly vanish, Wang, recalling the strange tales he knew, immediately realized this bizarre creature possessed incredible powers. If he could capture it as a battle pet, it would surely be unmatched in strength. The city guards immediately spread out, starting to search the city for clues, turning the place into a chaotic mess. The moment Zhang saw the farmer, he recognized him immediately, as he had provided Zhang with ores and crystals, making it hard to forget. At that moment, Zhang hid in the farmer's pocket, being carried out of the city. Finding an opportunity, Zhang flew out of the pocket and landed on the ground. At this point, Zhang finally had time to observe himself. Host, Zhang. Race, Bullet Ant, Void Ant, Terror Ant. Level, 5th Tier Beast. Constitution Stone, Iron, Bronze, Emerald, Rank 0%. Bloodline Progress 3%. Law Mastery, Space 0.001%. Talent Tree. Bullet Ant, Void Ant, Terror Ant? I've never heard of such things. Zhang inspected his body, noticing that the biggest change was in his forelimbs, which transformed from pincher-like appendages to claws that could bend like human hands. He was also covered in something resembling scales, emitting a bronzed luster. Zhang tapped his claws on his scaled armor, which made a clanging sound, indicating its hardness. Of course, the change in size couldn't be overlooked, as it was precisely this large size that attracted onlookers. Zhang was now nearly 15 meters long and about 8 or 9 meters wide. Combined with his sharp claws and fearsome mandibles, he certainly looked formidable. I do look quite fierce. I wonder if my combat ability is equally impressive. Zhang muttered as he flew into the sky. Only one day left until the hunting event. I need to quickly gather the ores and crystals and enhance my understanding of spatial laws. Following closely behind the farmer, Zhang arrived in the fields. The moment he stepped onto the farmland, he felt the greed from his bloodline once again. Over there! Zhang instantly maximized his speed, crossing space to arrive at the spot indicated by his bloodline. Below. With both claws swiftly waving, he dug a small hole in the ground, diving straight underground. The soil was easy to dig through in just a moment. Zhang had dug down several meters. The signal is getting stronger, but it's still quite far. It seems to be deep underground. Ha! If it's underground, how did that person get it? Zhang murmured as he dug diligently. It wasn't until over 10 minutes later that Zhang finally dug up a piece of ores crystals. He had no idea how deep he'd gone by now, but he didn't care. As long as he could find the ores crystals mine, he was satisfied. Zhang's figure suddenly appeared in a massive underground cave, and towering stalactites were covered with numerous ores crystals, and the space fluctuations were intense. Who finally found some? Ha ha! There are indeed quite a few ores crystals here, at least it looks like dozens of pounds. If I calculate it, it should provide 1% of the spatial law, right? Zhang happily took a sip while holding a piece of ores crystals. But it's a pity that this ores crystals mine is too small. It's said that spatial rifts occasionally appear near ores crystals. This little mine might have been transported from somewhere else. Zhang was a bit disappointed for not finding more ores crystals, but having gotten so many ores crystals, I should be satisfied. Zhang directly grabbed a piece of ores crystals and tossed it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he felt the surge of energy points in his internal space, and at the same time, the patterns on his wings began to glow, gradually spreading from his wings to his entire body. Ding, spatial law mastery increased by 0.001%. Ding, internal space expanded. Not bad. With so many ores crystals, it's definitely enough for me to comprehend an increase of 0.01%. Zhang was overjoyed, then transformed his body back to his original form and began to devour the food. Eating a piece of ores crystals here, while taking some food from his internal space to shove into his mouth there, the sound of munching echoed in the depths of the underground, while Zhang's constitution and bloodline progress continually increased. Dozens of pounds of ores crystals cannot be finished in a single sitting. Since time is unknown underground, Zhang made space in his internal area for the remaining ores crystals, then powered up and flew towards the surface following the previously dug tunnel. After emerging from the underground cave, it was already afternoon. The farmer had long since returned, and the vast expanse of farmland unfolded before Zhang's eyes. Magnificent! The farmland stretches endlessly. The soil in this world also contains energy points, and the crops grown here are infused with energy points. No wonder most people in Lin City remain healthy and vibrant, even without practicing their skills. Lin City must have already imposed martial law. Tomorrow will be the announcement of the results of the hunting event, and after what happened to me, those major families will surely be eager to gather information about me. After all, they have never seen a creature like me, and they might even mistake me for a target of this hunting event. Since they want to find me, let them. Zheng thought of a brilliant plan. If it works, entering the treasure vault of the major families will be much more pleasant and straightforward. Let's do it. Zhang was plotting to himself, hiding in the farmland, and took out ores crystals to start consuming them. Host, Zheng. Race, Bullet Ant, Void Ant, Terror Ant. Level, 5th tier beast. Constitution Stone, Iron, Bronze, Emerald, rank 30%. Bloodline progress 23%. Law mastery, space 0.023%. Talent tree plus. Looking at his panel, Zhang nodded in satisfaction. Although not finding any ores crystals was a regret, it wasn't a loss. At least, after reaching 0.01% in spatial law mastery, strange patterns covered his body, ultimately hiding within his flesh and disappearing. I now have 23 bloodline points again, which means I can invest in my talents. Zhang happily picked at his teeth with a wooden stick and opened the talent tree. Ding, activating the talent energy points surges, consuming 20 bloodline points. Energy points surging after consuming 30% of energy points. The energy points splash generated with each attack will increase. This ability is simply a bug, it doesn't consume excess energy points at all. It feels more like a rule-based ability, it's truly overpowered. Zhang clicked his tongue while looking at the talent introduction. Time to find something to eat again. Sigh, the only downside to being powerful is that I always feel a bit hungry. Zhang pulled himself out of the ground and flew into the forest. When Zhang arrived near the forest, he saw some city guards' outfits searching the perimeter of the forest. Zhang immediately realized they were looking for him, thanks to that Wang. Perfect. Otherwise, I'd have to worry about how to let you know about this matter. Zhang sneered, teleported past those people into the forest, then enlarged his body, standing on the ground and howling to the sky. After unintentionally letting them catch a glimpse of his figure, he shrank down again and headed deeper into the forest to forage. Those who caught a glimpse of Zhang's appearance rushed into the woods like crazed individuals. Some smart ones directly ran to the city guard to inform Wang about this matter. What? Are you sure? It really appeared in the forest? Wang, who was frustrated about losing Zhang, was instantly overjoyed upon hearing this news. This is wonderful. Tomorrow is the hunting event. I can enter the forest under the pretext of searching for that creature. Wang at this point was already fantasizing about capturing Zhang. The forest at night is far more dangerous than during the day. Predators that hunt at night are much tougher. Zhang knew how troublesome they could be, but after all, he was also a tier 5 powerhouse. Besides, he could fly. If he can't defeat them, can't he at least escape? That'd be a waste of all the time spent learning spatial laws. Of course, being a tier 5 powerhouse makes him an absolute dominator in the outer regions. Wherever Zhang goes, the creatures there dare not retaliate. They know he effortlessly took down that gigantic python. Who would be foolish enough to provoke him? Without anyone bothering him, Zhang enjoyed his peace. After finishing his meal, he casually found a tree, dug a hole, and burrowed inside, waiting for a new day to arrive. Before dawn on the second day, Zhang woke up, crawled out of his tree hole, stretched his body, and then flew towards Lin City. Today marks the beginning of the hunting event in Lin City, as well as his harvest day. Although the sun hadn't risen yet, the city gates were already open, and people were coming out one after another, going about their business. Zhang stealthily entered the city, first flying towards the Li family's large courtyard. Upon reaching the wall, he discovered that many people were gathered in the Li family's training field. Most of them exuded a formidable presence, with each having a strength of around tier 1 body refinement at 6 or 7 levels, while a few at the front had even reached tier 1 body refinement at 8 levels. This noble family really is a noble family. It's rare to see so many powerful individuals gathered here. It's no wonder they are a prominent clan. Zhang quietly observed them from a distance while comparing their strength to that of the gigantic python. Hey! It doesn't seem all that different. The strongest ones are only about comparable to that long worm, right? Is there some mistake? Is a tier 1, tier 2, tier 4 beast equivalent to a human's tier 1 body refinement park? Zhang frowned and thought, perhaps the initial training tiers for the beast tribe aren't so strict after all. It wouldn't be impossible for tier 1, tier 2, tier 4 to be used interchangeably. Taking advantage of the Li family's head speaking, Zhang flew up into the sky, searching for the location of the treasure vault within the Li family's territory. Found it! Zhang's treasure hunting ability proved quite useful. As long as he could sense the fluctuations of energy points, he could locate a treasure vault. He. Li family, prepare for pain. Zhang cheekily activated his spatial abilities, and in an instant, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in the Li family's treasure vault. As he emerged from the spatial realm, a wave of fragrant air greeted him. Looking at the vault filled with porcelain bottles and weapons, Zhang felt as though he had entered paradise. Ding, discovered tier 1, tier 2, tier 4 herbs, consumables, Haitzon flower. Ding, discovered stone, iron, bronze, emerald, rancors, crystals, cold iron ore. The system's prompt sounds were relentless, leaving Zhang stunned and speechless. This is definitely paradise. Having always adhered to the philosophy of survival at all costs, Zhang relaxed and enlarged his body, throwing porcelain bottles into his internal space, occasionally munching on some ores crystals. As a prominent family in Lin City, the Li family indeed had substantial wealth, but compared to the size of Zhang's internal space at this moment, it seemed insufficient. After consuming ores crystals, Zhang's internal space had almost geometrically expanded and was now several hundred cubic meters. Fitting the contents of the Li family's vault inside was no real challenge. After quickly emptying the Li family's treasure vault, Zheng hurriedly teleported away and flew towards another affluent family. Outside Lin City, many groups were heading towards the forest, and the hunting event was officially starting. For a complete half-day, Zheng traversed the vaults of several major families, gathering so many treasures that even his internal space struggled to accommodate them. Hence, he decided to halt his unscrupulous plundering. I am Zhang. I used to be an ant, of course, I still am, but someday I won't be. You can kill me now, but one day, you won't even be able to touch me because I genuinely don't know how to lose. I want you humans to kill me. Thanks. With several weapons, or crystals clinging to his claws, he occasionally took a bite and flew leisurely, joyfully out of Lin City, heading towards that underground cave beneath the farmlands. Once I come out, I'm not afraid of you anymore. 7. The canyon outside the cave. Upon arriving at the underground cave, Zheng casually found a spot to rest for a moment before pulling out the spoils of the day from his internal space. Instantly, the cave was stirred by these low-grade yet numerous spiritual items, creating a wave of energy points. Whoosh! As the energy points flowed in the cave, sounds of wind came from an unknown source. Is there actually wind? Zheng looked astonished. Wind meant that this cave connected to the outside world, which indicated that it wasn't particularly safe here. Sure enough, the presence of the energy points attracted some unknown entity from within the cave, enveloping the entire area in a buzzing sound in an instant. Zheng tightly covered his ears. Although this sound was not very loud, it could affect one's mind. A moment of carelessness could lead to mental injury. As a Tier 5 beast, and being an ant of that race, Zheng had developed a degree of night vision. At that moment, he was continuously observing his surroundings, trying to locate the source of the sound. Soon, as the sound grew louder, a group of dark shadows flew in from one segment of the cave, grand and imposing. What is that? Zheng sensed their strength and realized that, although they had a powerful aura when united, individually, they were merely Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 4 at most. As the figures approached, Zheng discovered they were bats. I should have anticipated this. There's no other creature capable of producing such sound wave attacks besides bats. However, although this group of bats wasn't very strong, their motives were definitely not easy for Zheng to accept. They were drawn by the fluctuations of the energy points to snatch the spiritual items in Zheng's possession, but by the time Zheng heard their sound waves, he had already stored all the spiritual items and had finished eating those he hadn't collected. Hey! Just when I was worried about having nothing to eat, you guys showed up at my door? Zheng grinned wide, then suddenly enlarged his body and activated a teleportation ability, diving into the swarm of bats. He opened his giant mouth and directly gulped down a small group of bats that hadn't reacted in time. The formation of the bats was disrupted, their sound waves could no longer converge, and some even cancelled each other out. Zheng locked onto the bats tightly, preventing them from breaking free and regrouping. To be fair, the power of the sound waves generated when they gathered together was quite formidable. Even Zheng, with his 5th tier strength, dared not face it head-on lightly. Soon, this group of bats was almost completely slaughtered by Zheng. The few that remained were bloodied, some even maimed, and on the verge of collapsing. They're not bad. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 4 bats still have their merits in speed. Although their larger size makes movement less convenient, they are rather slippery. Zheng shrank his body down to roughly the size of a bat and then proceeded to kill the remaining survivors. These bats can barely fill my belly, but I still need to go out hunting tomorrow. Zheng gathered the bat corpses together and then consumed them. Host, Zheng. Race, Bullet Ant, Void Ant, Terror Ant. Level, 5th tier beast. Constitution Stone, Iron, Bronze, Emerald. Rank 36%. Bloodline progress 43%. Law Mastery, space 0.023%. Talent tree 23. Now with 23 bloodline points, I can allocate another talent. Zheng opened the talent tree. Since balanced development is key, green is essential. Ding, talent resilience lights up, increasing by 1%, costing 20 bloodline points. The role of resilience in battle goes without saying. It's definitely one of the key factors in determining the outcome. Zheng's decision to unlock this talent was well thought out. Considering the current situation, it's likely he'll be living in the forest for a long time. The cycle of hunting and being hunted will continue. In this scenario, green talents are particularly important. Recovery and resilience are definitely the most valuable talents. I can skip going out today, let us deal with these things first. Zheng took out the previously stored items slowly this time, being careful not to take out too many at once. While Zheng enjoyed his spoils, many families in Lin City had already reached a boiling point. They had invested a huge number of elite personnel to capture that mysterious creature during the hunting event, but due to the excessive killings in the forest, they angered a certain overlord in the inner area. As a result, nearly half of those who entered the forest suffered losses. Then, when they tried to bring back the surviving individuals for treatment, they found the treasury had already been completely looted, leaving a mess behind, with not even a strip of satin remaining. Even the treasury of the so-called most secure Lord's mansion did not escape the plundering, being stripped bare. This made all major forces in the city incredibly furious. Overnight, Lin City changed dramatically. The entire city was under curfew, and soldiers armed with weapons were everywhere. Almost every suspicious place was searched. This made things tough for those with criminal records. During such a massive search operation, almost all pending cases were handled violently, causing widespread panic in Lin City. Of course, this had no effect on Zhang. That bug-s doing, what does it have to do with me, Zhang? For the next 3 days, Zhang didn't go outside again. Even when he was hungry, he just barely managed to stave off hunger by consuming herbs consumables. The efforts of the last 3 days paid off remarkably. Zhang had already reached the 7th tier, and his physical body had also broken through to the golden level. After being promoted to the 7th tier, Zhang experienced the most significant evolution since arriving in this other world. He shed his ant identity and evolved into a scorpion. Host, Zheng. Race, Celestial Scorpion. Level, 7th tier beast. Constitution, gold rank 12%. Bloodline progress 9%. Law mastery, space 0.023%. Talent tree 192. At this point, Zheng's original form returned to half a meter in size, but the energy points contained within were incredibly terrifying, a world apart from his 5th tier. 2 golden clawed pincers glimmered as they danced through the air, and the poison stinger on his tail was intimidating. Silver patterns covered his entire body, forming a strange symbol on his forehead. Unlike ordinary scorpions, Zheng's tail could extend and retract at will, pulling back into his body when not in use. Moreover, a pair of wings sprouted from his back. While they might not be aesthetically pleasing, Zhang liked them. Crawling creatures were generally wary of flying creatures, so having wings made Zhang feel very secure. Although he might not need them as much at higher levels, having a pair of wings in the early stages still proved essential. 192 bloodline points. I need to study how to spend them carefully. Zhang opened the talent tree. Currently, there are only 3 green talents. I should invest in more. The blue talents are also scarce. Balanced development is crucial to avoid neglecting any one aspect. Ding, talent life transformation lights up, increasing strength by 1%, speed by 1%, recovery speed by 1%, mental strength by 1%, wisdom by 1%, and life stealing, costing 190 bloodline points. Life transformation. The food consumed can be transformed into life force and stored within the body, allowing for rapid recovery of life force when necessary. Life drain, an ability that allows one to recover health with each attack, with the recovery amount dependent on the attack's intensity. It's hard to even think about dying now. Life transformation and life drain are just too overwhelming, Zheng chuckled foolishly. Gurgle. Caught up in the excitement of completing his evolution, Zheng suddenly froze, his smile turning stiff. I'm hungry. Zhang rubbed his belly, the feeling of hunger dissipating his joy. I need to hurry outside and take a look. Zhang flew towards the direction the bats had come from 3 days ago. Nearly half an hour later, Zhang finally spotted a glimmer of light in the distance, reigniting his interest despite his impatience. As he approached the cave entrance, a spider web blocked his path, a bluish-green spider the size of a millstone glaring at him, drooling on the ground and making a hiss-hiss corrosive sound. Pretty impressive. No wonder those bats looked so weak. It seems this spider has been blocking the way to devour them. Zhang finally realized why the bats appeared so feeble. The culprit was right here. Strong enough, but if I had encountered you before my evolution, I would have fought fiercely. Now, I can only say you're quite unfortunate. Zhang felt too hungry to want to tangle with the spider for long. Zhang crossed his pincers, energy points surged in, dangerous glints flashing across his pincers, then he swung his arms, sending 2 crossed energy points blades flying towards the spider. Hiss! Upon seeing Zhang launch an attack, the spider felt the fluctuations of energy points and let out a terrified hiss, jumping away with all its legs. However, Zhang's attack was so sudden that even with the spider's quick reflexes, its lower body was severed and fell to the ground, gruesome green fluid splattering everywhere. Zhang swiftly followed up with a pincer strike, shattering its head before storing it in his spatial dimension and swallowing it directly. This was a new ability Zhang discovered, used in conjunction with the life transformation talent, allowing him to swallow things directly within his spatial dimension, eliminating the need to take food out. Ding! Bloodline progress increased by 0.1%. At this point, the bloodline progress provided by beings weaker than Zhang was negligible. To enhance his bloodline progress, he either needed to consume a large number of low-tier creatures or engage in battle with creatures of equal or greater strength. After devouring the spider's corpse, his hunger intensified rather than diminished, so Zhang dashed out of the cave and into the open. What came into view was a massive canyon, spanning like a chasm between 2 peaks, with creatures constantly revealing their forms within the canyon. Each one was enormous, radiating strong fluctuations of energy points, the weakest among them being of 5th-tier strength. This place? It should be deep within the forest. I've never seen those sky-ripping apes here before, and now I spotted 2 in such a short time. That deer must have a strength of at least 9th tier, and its hoof is the size of a millstone. Zhang was shocked as he observed the powerful beings in the canyon, spotting numerous formidable presences in just moments. It seems that this place is even more dangerous. I must proceed with caution. This cave could serve as a decent stronghold. After observing, Zhang retreated into the cave, his fiery enthusiasm extinguished by the scene before him. I thought I could do whatever I wanted after my breakthrough, but here I am instead. Sigh. After feeling dejected, he knew he still had to act. The earlier food was merely an appetizer, and he needed to hunt for the main course. With a soft sigh, Zhang dragged his hungry body outside, beginning his new life. 8. Wang wins. Not long after stepping out of the cave, Zhang was spotted by an eagle of 8th tier strength, which screeched and swooped down to attack him. Just as Zhang readied himself for the impending battle, a blood-red tongue shot out from the distant vines, wrapping around the giant eagle and pulling it straight into a massive jaws. That was a toad 2 stories high, whose gaping mouth could swallow a car whole, exuding an immense power from its crimson eyes. Gulp! Zhang swallowed nervously. If that toad's target had been him, he would have likely been devoured in an instant. After it had slowly left following the capture of a winged giant lizard, the toad leaped away and soared over the mountain, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Once he calmed down, Zhang cautiously ventured out again, stepping carefully to avoid falling into any traps and being swallowed whole. Soon, Zhang found a suitable meal, a tiger, about the size of a car, moving with an air of dominance, its sharp teeth and claws glinting coldly, an inexplicable aura radiating from its brow. With its strength at 7th tier, it matches mine. I must finish this quickly, otherwise, I might attract stronger foes. Zhang carefully observed the tiger, searching for an opportunity to strike decisively. Very quickly, Zhang discovered a clue. The back leg of this fierce tiger seemed to be injured and not fully healed. It would occasionally twitch while walking, which was Zhang's opportunity. The poison needle infused with venom sent energy points surging into the wings. The mark activated instantly, appearing behind the tiger at the moment its back leg twitched. The poison needle broke through its skin, piercing into its spine, and after injecting the poison, Zhang swiftly retreated. Caught off guard, the tiger could actually react, but the twitching of its hind leg left it unable to evade this assassination attempt, forcing it to watch Zhang's poison needle enter its body with a roar of rage. The venom rapidly spread into the spine, flowing into the bloodstream in an instant. Although the tiger was unwilling, it was powerless to resist. Creatures that use poison are like this. If poison isn't used, the outcome is unpredictable. Once poison is involved, death is almost certain. Among creatures of the same level, when it comes to ruthlessness, poison is definitely one of the most terrifying. No matter how the tiger struggled, the fact that the poison entered its body without being expelled immediately indicated that its life was in danger. All it could do was stare with bulging eyes, coughing up black blood, before ultimately collapsing on the ground as a corpse. Zhang did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he watched from a distance. After a long while without any sign of movement, he finally confirmed that it was truly dead, and then approached to consume it into his internal space. Ding, bloodline progress increased by 2%. Still not enough. I barely managed to quell my hunger just now. It seems I'll have to stay out here for a long time today, Zhang sighed, speaking frankly. If it weren't necessary, he really didn't want to linger in the perilous canyon for too long, but the creatures from the forest's outskirts digested almost instantly in his belly and turned into vitality, leaving him unsatisfied. To fill his stomach, he would have to find suitable prey here. After nearly a day of hunting, Zhang finally filled his belly, and his vitality storage reached its limit. Most importantly, his internal space was once again full. Host, Zhang. Race, Celestial Scorpion. Level, 7th tier beast. Constitution, Gold rank 12%. Bloodline progress 34%. Law mastery, space 0.023%. Talent tree 34. After a busy day, Zhang returned to his cave, sorting through the day's bounty. Due to the large size of high-level creatures in the canyon, his internal space filled up quickly. Coupled with the stored vitality after conversion, Zhang could generally go a week without needing to eat again unless there was a fierce battle. The talent tree can be updated again. Ding! Activate the talent, energy points storage limit increased by 1%, soul defense increased by 1%, consuming 30 bloodline points. Zhang quietly lingered in the cave, contemplating for a long time before making a decision. He wanted to go to Lin City and take away all the spiritual items left behind that he hadn't had time to loot. Returning to the hole he opened when he entered the cave, Zhang climbed up through the opening. The change in strength significantly increased Zhang's speed. When he first entered the cave, it took him nearly 20 minutes just to dig. This time, he reached the surface in just a few minutes. The improvement in speed really saved him a lot of time, though Zhang wasn't in a hurry. Once he reached the surface, the sky had already begun to darken. The farmers in the fields were packing up their tools and preparing to go home. Zhang quietly peeked out of the ground and saw a farmer he recognized, quickly burrowing out and flying into his pocket. For the past 3 days, Lin City has been tense, with conflicts escalating between the major families. Some of these families still hadn't been robbed, leading some to suspect that the thief was in league with these families. Accused unjustly, those families were not to be trifled with, so they banded together to retaliate. Various forces in the city began gathering their manpower, and a trend towards war was already forming. The scrutiny at the city gates became stricter. Any residents who slightly opposed their wishes were subjected to a beating. Families with means had mostly left the city to avoid the upcoming war, while those without the means had no choice but to endure silently within, living in fear of the impending conflict. Zhang stayed quietly in the pocket, doing everything he could to avoid being discovered, fearing it would disrupt his next actions. After a rigorous search, Zhang burst out in cold sweat as he flew out of the farmer's pocket. That had been close. He almost got caught by the soldiers. Fortunately, he had bitten a hole in the pocket, avoiding their fingers. Returning to the small burrow he had previously stayed in, it was thoroughly searched, not a single hair left behind. Even so, several soldiers were specifically assigned to guard this area. Judging by their energy points, they were all at Tier 1 body refinement level 3, which counted as pretty strong within the city guard. So persistent? They're actually waiting for me here? Zhang was at a loss for words seeing their determination. It seemed that Wang had survived that hunting event 3 days ago. That makes sense, after all. They are also high-level experts at Tier 1 body refinement level 8 or 9, capable of dealing with ordinary Tier 4 or 5 beasts. It seems that creature that came out that day wasn't capable of wiping them out completely. Until they were still lurking, returning to this cave was definitely out of the question. So, Zhang casually found another dark corner and dug another hole. Let's not go out tonight, we'll check their treasure vault tomorrow. They probably haven't dared to put anything in the warehouse these past few days. The sun had just risen when Wang appeared at the hole where Zhang had been before. 3 days ago, he had wanted to find this strange creature during the hunting event but accidentally provoked a 5th tier fire lizard. During the fight, they attracted a 5th tier cloud eagle, leading to nearly total annihilation of the teams participating in the hunting event. It took tremendous effort, even revealing his trump card, to slay the fire lizard and drive off the cloud eagle. However, he was seriously injured. Fortunately, he had a healing potion from his master, allowing him to recover within just 3 days. Most people would take at least a month to recover. Today, he rushed to this cave as soon as he had recovered, eager to inquire about the progress. However, to his disappointment, ever since that creature appeared the day before the hunting event, it had not shown its face again. This left Wang quite angry, having spent so much manpower and resources, even nearly losing his life. He ended up with nothing. Let us keep looking. If we still can't find it in a few days, then forget it, Wang sighed and turned back to the city guard manor. Speaking of the city lord's manor, it was also one of Zhang's targets during the last raid. However, by the time Zhang reached the treasury of the city guard, there was hardly anything left. He could only pick up a few small, valuable items. Thus, despite Wang's family repeatedly explaining that their treasury had also been robbed, other families still suspected the Wang family, putting them in a very unfavorable position. This time, Zhang set his sights on the Wang family to help them strengthen their position and become actual victims. He was keeping an eye on that treasure trove full of porcelain vases and weapons. Although his understanding of spatial laws hadn't changed, his increase in strength allowed Zhang to teleport further. Standing at a distance, he suddenly vanished and reappeared in the Wang family's treasury. However, things were a bit different from what he had imagined. Emerging from the shadows, he collided directly with a figure. Zhang struggled to get up from the ground, only to see a middle-aged man glaring furiously at him. He recognized this man. It was the city guard Wang Shang. I suspected for a while that this wasn't the work of a human. I've been waiting here these past few days, and unexpectedly, this beast dares to come. Wang Shang sneered as he raised his long knife and swung it down at Zhang. Damn! Caught red-handed. Zhang was momentarily stunned. How had his stealth operation been discovered? But awkwardness aside, a fight was still a must. Sidestepping Wang Shang's incoming blade, Zhang's poison needles appeared instantly, blocking Wang Shang's next strike and sparking showers of sparks. Meanwhile, his pincers were busy attacking Wang Shang's lower body. Wang Shang was quite strong in Zhang's view. He wouldn't come off worse when clashing with a 6th-tier beast. However, he encountered Zhang, so even after unleashing a flurry of knife strikes, he couldn't break through Zhang's defenses. Hitting Zhang's back only left a faint white mark that faded away moments later, failing to penetrate his defense. Gulp. Realizing he couldn't breach the defenses of this creature, Wang Shang broke out in a sweat. He initially thought that this beast merely had a special skill allowing it to infiltrate various families' vaults, but to his surprise, its strength was so formidable. As someone at the 3rd level of Qi refinement and the 2nd strongest in the city, I can't even break its defenses. This creature is truly troublesome. Wang Shang was alarmed, having narrowly dodged a strike from below, only to be met by another poison needle attacking him. It must be said, Wang Shang truly had the strength to become the 2nd strongest in the city. His knife skills were nearly flawless. Zhang's attacks were almost all deflected by him. Of course, Zhang was relying solely on his physical body, without using energy points. If he had infused energy points into his pincers, Wang Shang wouldn't have lasted more than 2 moves. Since Wang Shang had no intention of calling for help, Zhang gladly engaged in a spar with him, and the two began to exchange blows. Wang Shang could certainly feel Zhang's killing intent dissipating, and oddly enough, his techniques also shifted from deadly to more focused on honing skill. Zhang also retracted the poison he had gathered on the tail needle. The two communicated silently this way. Half an hour later, Wang Shang was drenched in sweat, bracing himself against his knife to avoid collapsing. In contrast, Zhang, being a beast, had much greater stamina than a human. Coupled with the effects of his life transformation, he was now calm and composed. He contemplated whether or not to eliminate Wang Shang. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from the scorpion-like demon beast in front of him, Wang Shang forced a bitter smile and shook his head, then closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. However, after a long time, Wang Shang still didn't feel those terrifying pincers tearing into his body, so he opened his eyes and found that the demon beast had vanished. Looking around and checking, he found that nothing had been lost in the warehouse. Wang Sheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then he spotted a line of text on the ground. "I'll come again tomorrow." Wang Sheng was startled by this line of text, then frowned as he thought for a moment, sighed, and walked out of the treasury. 9. Secret Talks. After coming out of the Wang family's treasury, Zhang wanted to give himself a few slaps. Why couldn't I just harden my heart? If I had just killed Wang Sheng just now, who would have known about it? Zhang leisurely dug in the underground, feeling extremely frustrated. If he had killed Wang Sheng just now, his skills would have increased bloodline progress, and he could have taken all the spiritual items from the Wang family's treasury. It would have been a perfect deal, but it was all delayed by the sudden surge of compassion that he had just now. Damn it! I'm so angry. I regret that I don't know if it's too late now. Zhang thought for a long time, but in the end, he still dismissed the idea of going back. I'll just not go back, I need to have some principles. Zhang sighed and continued on his way. But what I didn't get from the Wang family, I have to get from someone else's place. I definitely can't come out this time without gaining anything. Half a day later, the families united in Lin City whose treasures hadn't been stolen let out roars one after another, and the strong aura in several major families' territories persisted, indicating a looming fierce battle. However, after a period of time, that aura gradually diminished. Then, a message came out: several major families had also been robbed. The situation in Lin City instantly turned chaotic, and the two major factions not only did not stand together, but instead began to suspect each other. The previously robbed families suspected that this was their plot, when in fact, they had not been robbed today, it was all fabricated, while those families that were robbed today suspected it was done by another family since they didn't want only their family to be stolen from, thus sending people to empty out the storages of families that hadn't been robbed. The two sides argued back and forth, but no one could clarify who was actually behind it, because they all knew that the treasury is one of the most important places in a family, and no family in Lin City had the capability to empty another family's treasury without being noticed. If there were such a person, why would they wait until now to take action? They all understood this, but without being able to find the culprit, their anger could only be contained. Thus, they dragged out families with past grievances to criticize them and vent their frustrations. But venting was one thing, preparing for battle was another. The major families wouldn't actually engage in a real fight, as that would be counterproductive. Even if they could wipe out those rival families, their own family would suffer tremendous losses and be picked off by other families, so they all exercised restraint. Although there were minor skirmishes, they wouldn't resort to serious conflict. While such events were rare in the past, there were still keen observers who connected Zhang's sudden appearance and disappearance with these two theft incidents, and they spread their speculations. Several major families thought it could be possible Zhang's sudden appearance in Lin City, and then his sudden disappearance in full view of everyone, was very close to the behavior of a thief, both arriving and leaving without a trace. However, soon another piece of news changed their judgment: the Wang family had not been robbed this time. When the first theft was discovered, the Wang family had only lost some relatively valuable spiritual items, incurring losses but nothing severe, while this time, the Wang family hadn't lost even a single stone or blade of grass. This made the Wang family the prime target of blame, and the major forces began to speculate that Zhang might have a connection with the Wang family, linking the two parties together. However, someone from the Wang family quickly came out to declare, the Wang family has no relationship with that strange creature. Wang even directly stated, whoever can provide me with information about that demon beast, I can take him to the Adept faction Dawn faction as an errand boy. The Adept faction Dawn faction, as the only cultivation holy place with a complete training system within 100 miles, has a reputation that resonates throughout the area. People are eager to enter it even as mere errand boys, as they can observe the methods of those legendary beings, perhaps even leading to enlightenment one day. Wang, as a disciple of the Adept faction Dawn faction, can bring some family servants in to serve him, and now openly offering this shows how much he craves that demon beast. Wang Sheng is currently very anxious. He doesn't know how to deal with that demon beast. It is obvious that the scorpion-like demon beast is the main culprit, but it is very different from the one Wang is looking for. That one is ant-like. He never doubted Wang's discernment, especially since he had also seen that ant-like demon beast, and all the major families in the city suspect that it was that ant-like demon beast that did it. According to Wang's description, the abilities of the two demon beasts are very similar, both suddenly appearing and disappearing. Wang Sheng is also suspicious that the two demon beasts are related, but he still cannot be sure, so he can only leave the doubts until tomorrow. After taking the spiritual items, Zhang flew into the forest, hiding in a tree hole while counting today's harvest. He didn't loot Wang's treasure vault. In fact, this time, the harvest wasn't that much because after most families experience thefts, they took away the valuable items from their vaults. The remaining spiritual items just weren't as good as before. Ultimately, Zhang's harvest this time couldn't even support his breakthrough to the 8th rank. I was reckless. I don't know what kind of person Wang Sheng is. It really shouldn't have been done so rashly, but I'm lacking knowledge about this world and I dare not cross too far a distance easily. This is what Zhang has long wanted to know. Even now, he doesn't know what this world is called, how the levels of cultivation are divided, or even where the cities, besides Lin City, are located and what they are named. All he knows is that there is some adept faction, Dawn faction, 100 miles away, and that the first step in cultivation is Tier 1 body refinement. He knows the major powers in Lin City, and beyond that, he is utterly ignorant. He urgently needs to understand this world. I'll take a gamble anyway, they can't catch me. If Wang Sheng can be trusted, then I will have a legitimate identity when I enter the human world and won't have to do it sneakily anymore. After all, Zhang possesses a human soul. His state of mind hasn't reached that level yet. If he really had to live in the forest for a long time, he wouldn't be able to hold on, so it is very necessary to enter the human world. Once I can take shape, it will be fine. I won't have to worry so much anymore, Zhang comforted himself. The evolution direction he chose ultimately all end up transforming into a human form, showing his obsession. Then Zhang stopped thinking too much and closed his eyes, beginning to control the energy points in his body to consume and assimilate those spiritual items. Even if a 7th rank creature doesn't release its aura, ordinary creatures wouldn't dare to easily provoke it. Just relying on the residual aura when it moves can drive those annoying hunters of the night away. Therefore, Zhang is completely unworried about being disturbed while immersed in cultivation, as this is just the outer edge of the forest. Those 8th and 9th rank demon beasts really don't have the time to stroll around the outskirts. After devouring the spiritual items within the space, Zhang opened the panel. Host, Zhen. Race, Celestial Scorpion. Level, 7th tier beast. Constitution, Gold rank 21%. Bloodline progress 86%. Law Mastery, space 0.023%. Talent tree 56. Ding, the speed of energy points operation increases by 1%, physical attack resistance increases by 1%, energy points attack resistance increases by 1%, speed increases by 1%, consuming 50 bloodline points. Speed is the most important for survival. If I can't outrun them, what's the point? Since Zhang needs to go to Wang's house to communicate with Wang Sheng tomorrow, he cautiously activated the speed talent again. His speed has now increased by 3%. While it may not be obvious at first glance, even the slightest change in battle can make a significant difference. Closing the panel, Zhang quietly laid in the tree hole, slowly digesting the demon beast carcasses in his internal space, gradually falling into a deep sleep. The sun had just risen when Wang Sheng entered the treasury with a worried heart, under the puzzled gazes of the family members. Why has the family head been spending so much time in the treasury lately? Are you stupid? Of course, he's afraid the demon beast is coming here to steal things. Why do you think the demon beast hasn't come to steal from our Wang family's treasure vault? Of course, it's because it's afraid. Many of the servants who witnessed the scene gathered together and whispered, and all of this was seen by Zhang, hovering in the air. After a night of consideration, Zhang decided to take a gamble. He is mainly afraid that there are items here that can seal off space, which would force him to just endure their siege and try to break through. This is something Zhang doesn't want to face. However, the second strongest person in Lin City can only fight him without using energy points, so Zhang thinks there is a high chance they don't have anything to restrain him. Of course, even if he is surrounded, Zhang isn't afraid. But ultimately, he would still get hurt. Avoiding injury is certainly better. After continuing to observe in the sky for a while, Zhang used teleportation to arrive inside Wang's treasure vault. As he emerged from the space, what came into view was a table with a cup of hot tea on it, and Wang Sheng was sitting cross-legged opposite, closing his eyes to rest. Sensing an aura added beside him, Wang Sheng knew that the scorpion-type demon beast had arrived. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and looked at Zhang, who was across the table. "This demon beast, sir." Wang Sheng really didn't know how to address those intelligent demon beasts and could only awkwardly call out such a title. Zhang shivered when he heard Wang Sheng calling himself that, quickly waving his hands to stop Wang Sheng from continuing. He then climbed onto the table and awkwardly wrote the 3 large characters Zhang with his tongs. Seeing Zhang's actions, Wang Sheng was taken aback, thinking Zhang intended to harm him. But before he could do anything, Zhang's writing caught his attention. "Zhang? Is that your name, my lord?" Wang Sheng asked in astonishment, looking at the characters on the table. Zhang nodded and gently picked up the teacup on the table with the tongs, taking a sip of tea. Ding, bloodline progress increased by 0.2%. Zhang was surprised for a moment but did not show it. Seeing this, Wang Sheng was completely certain that Zhang was definitely a demon beast with fully awakened intelligence. From his knowledge, those demon beasts capable of fully awakening their intelligence at this stage were absolutely the top tier or royal beasts, with incredibly pure bloodlines. It is said that the offspring of true demon emperors are born with fully awakened intelligence, possessing wisdom and perception surpassing that of ordinary people. This scorpion-type demon beast may not have awakened its intelligence for long, but it definitely has a significant amount of time. Achieving such intelligence at this stage implies that its bloodline is also exceptionally pure, and it cannot be offended. Wang Sheng thought to himself. "In that case, I will dare to call you Brother Zhang," Wang Sheng said with a smile, cupping his hands and lifting the tea in front of Zhang. "This is spirit tea cultivated by the adept faction Dawn faction. Drinking it will help with cultivation." After drinking the tea, Wang Sheng cautiously asked, "Mr. Zhang, what brings you here?" Zhang wrote some crooked characters on the table in response, "Looking for cultivation resources, and your library." Mr. Zhang is joking, right? The library is one of the forbidden places no family would open their library to others. I don't need martial arts techniques, I only want history books or miscellaneous records. The man and the beast spent nearly half a day communicating in the Wang family's treasury, and it wasn't until noon that Wang Sheng came out, his face beaming with joy. It's unclear what Zhang and he discussed in the treasury, but at that moment, there was a golden scorpion quietly resting on Wang Sheng's shoulder. 10. A terrifying world. After leaving the treasury, Zhang quietly perched on Wang Sheng's shoulder, following him into Wang Sheng's room. "I can agree to your request, but I hope you can protect Tang. Wang Sheng said very seriously, looking at Zhang. "Don't worry, if anything happens, he will definitely be fine." Zhang certainly wouldn't want to have too much to do with Wang Sheng, as it would affect his actions. "In that case, Tang will return to the adept faction Dawn faction in 3 days. You can follow him, but you must not change the conditions you promised me. If needed, you must hurry back." "No problem, after all, that's also part of the resources." No one knew what the two talked about, but it was clear that Zhang's mood had improved significantly, and under Wang Sheng's lead, they entered the library. For the next 2 days, Zhang did not step outside the library, as the demon beast corpses stored in his inner space, along with the life force from his life transformation talent, were enough to support his activities. 2 days later, Zhang exited the library, feeling a bit dazed. He had read some general knowledge books during those days, but it was only a glimpse into this world. This world is divided into 4 major domains, with the 4 domains of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow dividing this world among themselves, where numerous races coexist. This place is located in the Feng Kingdom within the Xian domain. In this world, there are not many forces that can be referred to as dominant, as most countries have terrifying entities guarding them, ensuring the peace of the nation. However, the human race is not the only ruler of this realm. There are countless powerful existences among the demon beasts, and the ocean tribes have more than enough strong individuals. When those powerful beings appear, it can spell disaster, and sometimes even exerting all their strength cannot stop one. The land of a nation is vast, and remote areas rarely see strong experts stationed there lacking sufficient strength. Those areas are often ruled by demon beasts, and if something displeasing happens, it's often a slaughter. Lin City, as the first line of defense confronting the endless forest for the Feng Kingdom, has quite a number of Wang clan branches, such as the Li and Wang families. They station elite guards here, and the city lord possesses remarkable strength, having personally resolved several demon beast sieges easily. At the same time, the levels of cultivators have finally become clear. The human cultivator system is meticulously divided, starting from the initial Tier 1 body refinement up to 10 levels, with 10 levels of chi refinement, spirit gathering, and then the even more powerful alchemy and canalization stages. The classification of demon beasts is vague at the beginning, with only 10 tiers of wild beasts and 10 levels of spirit beasts, followed by the alchemy stage, where the demon beasts can transform and walk among human settlements. Among the recorded strong ones, when they speak, it's as if they are unleashing a storm. When they get angry, splitting mountains and tearing the sky apart is an easy feat. Those beast kings and monster emperors are even more terrifying, as they can simply suck in an entire city with a single gulp, and with a gentle tremor, the earth splits open. With Zhang's current strength, a mere glance from them could make him burst open and die on the spot. And this is just a part of what has been documented. The true taboos will definitely not appear in the records. Those are tasks related to the activation of stone, iron, bronze, and emerald ranks that exist in ancient legends. Although they remain hidden from the world, there are still inheritors active on Earth, spreading their teachings. This is too terrifying. Zhang was drenched in cold sweat. After arriving in this world, he had been cautious for the first few days. However, he soon began to act recklessly, even stealing from the Wang clan. Luckily, he didn't focus on the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, if the lord made a move, he would have no escape. No, I can't go on like this. I have to be practical. I must survive, and absolutely cannot act recklessly like before. My life is the most important thing. Zheng muttered as he flew out of the Wang house and headed towards the endless forest. He had eaten all the food he had caught a few days ago and needed to replenish his supplies quickly, as the Wang family would return to the Adept faction Dawn faction tomorrow, and he needed to enhance his strength as much as possible. Just in time, Zheng's bloodline progress reached 96%. It would definitely be a good choice to evolve again before leaving. Host, Zheng. Race, Scorpion can evolve. Level, 7th tier beast. Constitution, gold rank 23%. Bloodline progress 2%. Law mastery, space 0.023%. Talent tree 22. In the evening, Zhang returned to the temporary city with a space full of prey, landing in a corner. He was uneasy evolving at the Wang house. It seemed like the two had a good conversation. Who knew if they had ulterior motives? Being cautious never hurts. It's fine to return after completing the evolution. There is no need to provide any explanations to Wang Sheng. He clicked the plus sign, and the evolution network unfolded again as Zheng selected the next node. Blood threads enveloped Zheng, transforming him into a blood-colored egg. Ding, Talent Combat Intuition activated, consuming 20 bloodline points. Combat Intuition enhanced sensitivity to attacks during battle. Host, Zheng. Race, Golden Line Scorpion. Level, Tier 8 Beast. Constitution, gold rank 23%. Bloodline progress 2%. Law mastery, space 0.023%. Talent tree 2. The Golden Line Scorpion is a race Zheng hasn't heard of before. It is slightly larger than the regular scorpion, measuring nearly 2 meters in length, but its body isn't bulky at all. In fact, it looks much more elegant than the scorpion, as if shedding a heavy outer shell. However, it is still covered in an exoskeleton, and its slender body enhances its speed. The golden lines on its body emit a royal aura. After completing his evolution, Zheng quickly flew toward the Wang house, tapping on his talents as he entered the library and began studying those miscellaneous notes. As a branch of the Wang clan, the library was quite extensive, covering almost every aspect. To be honest, after reviewing these notes and anecdotes, Zheng might gain some insights. While his realm might not improve, it could enhance his comprehension within his current realm, indirectly boosting his combat power. The next morning, after Zheng awoke, he was atop Wang Sheng's roof, absorbing the morning spiritual energy. As the saying goes, the plan for the day is made in the morning. Many people rise at dawn to practice their skills, as that's when spiritual energy starts to surge. Practicing at this time can slightly speed up the absorption of that energy. Wang Sheng also woke up early, standing in the courtyard practicing his swordplay. Although his movements were slow, they resonated with certain rhythms, and spiritual energy surged with each action. Refining chi means purging the impure energy born within oneself, allowing one to absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. In the chi refining stage, everyone has varying gaps between them. Some people are born lucky, having been continuously washed with spiritual medicines during their fetal period, removing impurities and damp energy. Therefore, after birth, they quickly transition past Tier 1 body refinement and the chi refining stage to enter the focused state. On the other hand, those with lesser conditions need time to purify themselves. By the time the sun fully rose, both Wang Shang and Zhang stopped absorbing spiritual energy. Zhang flew down from the roof and landed on Wang Shang's shoulder. Today is the day Tanger leaves. Although we and the Li family are both part of the Wang clan of Feng Nation, we still have competition. I suspect they might send someone to ambush Tanger, so I hope you can help. Wang Shang whispered, trying not to draw attention to his unusual demeanor. Zhang nodded, and Wang Shang stopped speaking. After breakfast, Wang took his belongings and a group of family retainers who were leaving with him to the door. His mother, Mrs. Zhang, tightly embraced him, expressing her concerns. After Mrs. Zhang tearfully released Wang's hand, Wang Shang stepped forward, gave him a hug, offered a few words of advice, and slipped him a note, telling him to open it if he encountered difficulties. Taking advantage of the moment when the father and son were embracing, Zhang jumped into Wang's package. He knew what the note Wang Shang gave him said. It was nothing more than asking for help in times of trouble, and because of their agreement, Zhang was more than happy to assist him. Watching Zhang enter the package, Wang Shang let out a sigh of relief. After hugging once more, Wang left with his convoy from Wang Manor. Once they could barely see Wang's figure, Wang Shang led the sobbing Zhang family and a group of servants back to Wang Manor, closing the main gate behind them. In the distance, after seeing Wang leave, several figures emerged from the shadows, jumping a few times before disappearing from sight. This time, Wang returned to the Adept faction Dawn faction with quite a few people, so he had a lot of supplies to transport, necessitating the convoy. The horned rhino, a creature of moderate size and speed but great strength, has long been used by people to transport heavier goods. Although its speed doesn't match that of those swift steeds, it far exceeds them in carrying capacity, making it a widely used domestic animal. Because their speed was not very fast, Wang and his companions had only traveled about 10 miles in half a day. It was now noon, and the group took a brief rest under the shade of the trees to regain some strength. Zhang climbed out of the package and flew up to a tree to observe his surroundings. Soon, he spotted a hidden area within the forest where shadows flickered. I didn't expect those people to be so slow, only catching up after traveling a dozen miles, Zhang said with a smirk, choosing not to act immediately, instead soaking up the sparse sunlight on a branch. Before long, a few people from the dense forest stealthily approached. One of them took out a formation plate and activated the formation. Instantly, runes swept across a radius of several dozen meters, sealing Wang and his companions within the formation. Suddenly surrounded by the formation, the group was somewhat flustered. However, being well trained, they quickly regained their composure after the initial panic and kept a watchful eye in the direction they were responsible for. 9 figures emerged from the dense forest, their laughter echoing in Wang's ears. Hearing the laughter, Wang's expression suddenly fell. He recognized the voice. It was Li Feng, the 4th elder of the Li family, who had once bullied his grandson in public. He didn't expect that Li Feng would come to attack him this time as well. The strength of someone at the first level of chi refinement is definitely beyond what we can handle. What should we do? Upon seeing Li Feng appear, Wang immediately sensed trouble. Though typically he was mindless and extremely arrogant, when it came to his life being at stake, his brain still functioned well enough to know that he couldn't force a confrontation. Seeing Wang's expression change several times in just a moment, Li Feng laughed with satisfaction, his face full of mockery. Without waiting for Wang to say anything, he directly waved his hand to let the remaining 8 people charge into Wang's group. The Wang family members were equally unwilling to back down and charged forward with furious shouts. The two sides clashed instantly, and screams also rang out. The 8 people that Li Feng brought along were all experts at the 8th and 9th levels of Tier 1 body refinement, while Wang's group only had 5 people of similar strength to protect themselves. Even though they tried their best to fend off the breakthrough of the 8, they were still unable to hold their ground, and casualties quickly started to appear. However, Li Feng was still dissatisfied with the battle situation. Despite having 3 more powerful fighters than the opponent, they failed to quickly subdue Wang's people, which infuriated him. Thus, he personally joined the battlefield and punched one of Wang's Tier 1 body refinement experts at the 9th level. That person was sent flying instantly, crashing through 2 giant trees, blood spraying everywhere, and it was evident he wouldn't survive. Li Feng's joining made Wang even more desperate. In his panic, he remembered the note his father had given him, which was in his jacket pocket. He hurriedly dug it out and opened it, and upon reading the words, his face lit up with joy. He then shouted, "Senior, save me!" Zhang had been watching the fight cheerfully from the tree but sighed when he saw Wang pull out that note. He then flew down from the tree. Under Wang's gaze, Zhang flew in front of him, his body instantly expanding, nearly 2 meters tall. This sudden size captured everyone's attention in the skirmish. Li Feng also quickly exited the fray, looking suspiciously at the scorpion-shaped creature before him, which emitted a huge sense of threat. "What is this?" 11. Slaying the Rock. After Zhang landed on the ground, he stared at Li Feng without making any move. However, what Li Feng saw was that Zhang didn't expose any weaknesses, which made Li Feng hesitate to act recklessly. Seeing that Li Feng was reluctant to attack, Zhang didn't want to waste any more time and charged directly at Li Feng, his pincers glinting coldly, aiming to eliminate him immediately. When Li Feng saw Zhang take the initiative, his expression changed drastically. He could sense that this scorpion-shaped creature was significantly stronger than him, and he would find it difficult to withstand its lethal grasp. Therefore, he hurriedly manipulated the array plate, trying to close the ceiling formation. However, Zhang absolutely would not let them escape. Seeing Li Feng take out the formation disk, he instantly communicated with the hidden patterns within his body, activated his teleportation, and appeared directly in front of Li Feng. The poisonous needle at his tail struck at the formation disk, and with just one hit, the disk shattered, scattering the runes within into the heavens and earth. Zhang's sudden appearance startled Li Feng, who hurriedly tossed aside the broken formation disk and retreated several steps to avoid Zhang's follow-up attack. That was a quick reaction. Zhang paused slightly upon witnessing Li Feng's movement, not expecting him to abandon the formation disk so quickly and choose to prioritize his life. "But it's still not enough. I can only treat you as my meal now," Zhang immediately followed up, his pincers gathering energy points as he moved to strike again. This time, Li Feng was not so lucky. He was directly caught by Zhang and had his body twisted in half, blood gushing out. The others, seeing even Elder C being slain by such a terrifying beast, instantly lost their fighting spirit, realizing that under this beast's pursuit, they would surely not escape and could only kneel on the ground begging Zhang for forgiveness. Zhang certainly would not let them off the hook. Just these few people would not even be worth the cost of a single strike from him. So no matter how they explained or pleaded for mercy, in the end, they were still slain by Zhang and absorbed into his internal space. Wang and the others, seeing this suddenly appearing beast effortlessly deal with Li Feng and the others, were filled with a new sense of fear, not knowing how their fate would unravel after this and how they would be dealt with by the beast. Their thoughts were, of course, superfluous after dealing with Li Feng and the others. Zhang shrank again and returned to the package where Wang was storing the spiritual items. Wang and his companions looked at each other, unsure of what to do, but ultimately Wang gave the order for the group to hit the road again, leaving one person behind to report back to the Wang family. However, during the journey that followed, the group was filled with unease, being very cautious, fearing that they might anger Zhang and be slain. Wang even directly handed over the spiritual items he had collected to Zhang, under the pretext of expressing filial piety. Wang was quite clever and knew that Zhang was significantly stronger than himself. If he wanted to practice in the Adept faction Dawn faction in the future, he would inevitably have to compete for resources with others. With Zhang's presence, his safety while contending with others outside without his master's protection was assured. Zhang also understood Wang's thoughts. This was part of the agreement between him and Wang Chang. Even if Wang did not give Zhang any spiritual items, he would still seize the opportunity to act, and of course, if there were resources to collect, Zhang would be more than happy. After nearly 100 miles of travel, it took the group almost 6 days to arrive, and only by the evening of the 6th day did Wang and the others finally reach the Adept faction Dawn faction. The Adept faction Dawn faction is located in the Rising Sun mountain range, which connects to the Endless Forest, home to countless beasts, and rich deposits of herbs, consumables, ores, crystals. However, only those from the Adept faction Dawn faction can enter. Ordinary people who try to enter will only end up losing their lives for nothing. The Adept faction Dawn faction is shrouded in a massive formation, and only those holding tokens can enter and exit freely. After being checked by the gatekeeping disciples, Wang and his companions were finally allowed inside. Because Zheng had the ability to traverse space, he had already informed Wang and left the convoy before entering the Rising Sun mountain range, passing through the formation into the mountains. The spiritual energy here is truly much stronger compared to other places. It's not only richer but also very pure. The creatures here should also be quite powerful. I hope they don't let me down. Zheng strolled through the Rising Sun mountain range, feeling the changes in the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, and eventually chose a cave as his temporary abode. Of course, the 6th level Cloudwing Tiger in the cave was not very pleased, and thus it became Zheng's meal. After dealing with the Cloudwing Tiger, Zheng took out the bedding he had brought from the Wang family. Although he was a beast in this life, who would want to sleep on rocks when they could lie on a soft bed? Once everything was settled, Zheng lay down to sleep right away. As for investigating the Rising Sun mountain range, he would tackle that tomorrow. The night was very quiet, which was certainly due to the presence of that Cloudwing Tiger, whose long-term residence had left its scent in the area. Ordinary creatures wouldn't dare come and provoke it, so Zheng enjoyed a sound sleep. The next day, Zheng crawled out from under the blanket, feeling a bit dazed for a moment before getting out of bed. Today, he intended to get to know the overlords of the Rising Sun mountain range, or let them get to know him. For his first target, he chose a giant rock. This annoying creature, relying on its ability to fly, had been quite arrogant, soaring over the cave several times last night, which greatly irritated Zheng. This grand rock still carries the bloodline of the golden-winged rock. Although it has long been heavily mixed, it still brings a significant boost to its capabilities. Perhaps it has its own opportunities, awakening the bloodline of the golden-winged rock, with both wings now adorned with a layer of golden feathers. Coupled with its 8th level strength, it thrives in the Sunrise mountain range, and those at the 9th and 10th levels rarely provoke it. Having grown arrogant, it disregards the dominant entities in the Sunrise mountain range. Just yesterday, when it flew past the cave entrance, it sensed the aura of a Cloudwing Tiger fading. Another presence emanated from within the cave, and in its reckless bravado, it tried to lure the creatures inside out, thereby irritating Zheng. Damn it! Scruffy bird! I'm going to skin you and grill you today. You came at me 3 times last night, and if I weren't so tired, you wouldn't even see the sun today. Zheng angrily soared in midair, searching for the rock's silhouette. Soon, Zheng spotted the scruffy bird in a cave atop a cliff. It had been wandering too late last night and was now sleeping in its nest. Ha! So you can sleep after being so arrogant? Zheng felt irritated. Is this how you welcome your guests? Zheng didn't approach the nest, but from a distance, he activated his energy points, which surged wildly into his pincers. Suddenly, silver light burst forth from the 2 pincers, and 2 nearly solid energy points blades gradually formed. Upon sensing the distant fluctuations of energy points, the Grand Rock instantly awoke. Of course, it wasn't worried for itself, it was eager to see the commotion. However, when it felt a certain aura locking onto it from afar, it became alarmed. It struggled to emerge from its nest, but it was too late. Just as it flew out of its nest, Zheng had already appeared right in front of it. A piercing cry of the bird rang out as a piece of meat weighing dozens of pounds fell down the cliff. Yet, the Grand Rock narrowly escaped Zheng's lethal strike. It's really fast. No wonder it possesses the bloodline of the golden-winged rock. Quite strong. Zheng's eyes narrowed in the blink of an eye. His attack had nearly struck the scruffy bird, but unexpectedly, it suddenly accelerated, turning into a shadow to evade the imminent death. Ha! Keep dodging. Zheng poured on the power, closely tailing the scruffy bird, occasionally launching an attack that forced the rock to change direction. The distance between the 2 beasts continued to close. The rock had already sustained considerable injuries and was at a disadvantage. It knew very well it couldn't face the scorpion behind it head-on, so it had no choice but to flee. Of course, the rock wouldn't simply resign itself to fate. It let out continuous cries as it fled, as if calling for something. But Zhang would not give it another chance to escape. Attacking from behind, Zhang unleashed another energy points blade that sliced past the rock's wing, toppling giant trees on the distant ground. Then he activated his teleportation, appearing right in front of the rock and directly crashing into it. Zhang, of course, had nothing to worry about, but the average 8 or 9-star beasts possessed merely a stone iron bronze emerald rank body. Zhang was an exception since arriving in this world. He had been continuously building his constitution, vowing even in death to crush their teeth. Unfortunately for the rock, it too had a stone iron bronze emerald rank body. After all, avian beasts seldom trained their physical bodies. Its achievement of this rank could only be credited to its golden winged rock bloodline, otherwise, it might have remained simply at the stone iron bronze emerald rank. When the two beasts crashed together, Zhang only staggered back a meter before stopping, while the rock's wings were shattered, spiraling downwards to the ground. On the ground, countless beasts were waiting for them to injure each other severely and then benefit from the aftermath. Zhang would not allow them a share, instantly teleporting to catch the plummeting rock, and with a powerful pincer, severed its long neck, subsequently storing it in his inner space. Within a simple pavilion in the territory of the adept faction Dawn faction, an old man in a golden robe opened his eyes, from which boundless sword chi surged forth, instantly reducing the pavilion to dust. The old man in the golden robe snorted coldly, taking out a life token covered in countless fissures, which then shattered into pieces. How dare a beast kill my pet? What audacity! When the old man spoke, his voice thundered like a bell, faintly echoing like distant thunder. Come here! As soon as the old man finished speaking, several figures appeared before him, kneeling on the ground, waiting for his orders. Go to the Sunrise Mountain range and look for the whereabouts of the Golden Rock. If those beasts dare to obstruct you, kill them without hesitation. If you discover nothing, humph. The old man huffed coldly, a trace of his aura pressing down on the group, making them almost collapse to the ground. Take this. Go! Casually tossing the already shattered life token to the group, the old man turned his back to them, urging them to leave. Yes, Elder. After a brief response, the figures flashed and vanished from sight. After they left, the old man in the golden robe stood still for a moment before vanishing from sight. After killing the Pang bird, Zhang quickly descended to the ground. The recent battle had drained him significantly, and he had been teleporting continuously using his energy points. Even though his constitution far surpassed that of ordinary beasts, it was starting to take its toll. After recovering for a moment on the ground, Zhang, feeling re-energized, flew back into the sky, searching for his hunting target. The food in his internal space had already been mostly consumed on the way from Lin City to the adept faction Dawn faction, and he felt insecure as long as his internal space wasn't full. However, without confirming his next course of action, Zhang sensed several strong presences charging toward him from a distance. 12. Ninth Order Spirit-Eating Scorpion. The destination of the people in the forest was clearly Zhang. Those few individuals moved quickly, leaping through the forest, and soon they appeared before Zhang. Ha! Since when did the Sun Mountain Range have such a powerful scorpion? One of them noticed Zhang hanging in mid-air as soon as he landed, signaling the others to look. Upon seeing them, Zhang sensed trouble. Judging by their aura, each of these 5 had the strength of Qi refinement at levels 7 or 8, all above Zhang. The swords at their waists and their sharp demeanor made it clear they were all sword cultivators. The most praised aspect of sword cultivators is their unmatched attacking power compared to other practitioners. For anyone wielding a sword, their attacking strength is undeniably formidable, and at the same level, sword cultivators generally won't fare poorly in battle. Oh no! Could that scruffy bird I just saw have called this group of people? Zhang carefully observed the 5 individuals in mid-air. After all, should a fight break out shortly, if these 5 aren't too incompetent, he might struggle to win. It's very likely that this scorpion killed the Elder's prized possession. Should we catch it and investigate? Asked a man dressed in black. You can't investigate a soul without reaching the spirit cultivation stage. Don't you know basic common sense? I have secret methods that can achieve that. Then let's catch it. Even if it's not the killer, it could still be a witness, said the leader, a man in white robes. He then immediately attacked. The sword case on his back suddenly opened, and a shimmering spiritual sword flew out, striking towards Zheng under his control. Are you attacking right away? Zheng dodged the attack from the man in white with a quick movement, and then launched a counterattack. Even though I might not be able to defeat you, isn't it a bit rude to attack without saying a word? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? 2 energy points blade shot out but missed as the 5 managed to evade, leaving 2 deep gashes on the ground. Quite powerful. It could really be the one that killed that rock. The man in black was astonished after witnessing Zhang's attack and didn't hesitate to strike. The others quickly summoned their own spiritual swords. Although they were not life and death bonded like their master swords, they had still put considerable effort into them. Only upon reaching the spirit cultivation stage can sword cultivators nurture their prized swords within their dantians, sustaining them daily with mental energy. Seeing the remaining 4 join the fight, Zheng coldly scoffed, then activated his teleportation to escape the battle, leaving behind a few energy points blades as a parting gift. He ran away? Suddenly disappeared? The man in white dodged an attack and was about to strike again when he realized Zhang had vanished, prompting him to stop and retract his spiritual sword, staying alert to his surroundings. What should we do? Should we search? After a long while, the 5 confirmed that Zhang was gone, and the man in black asked as they retrieved their spiritual swords. That rock is the Elder's prized possession with a trace of golden-winged rock blood awakened. The Elder himself typically won't use it lightly. This incident is significant, and if we can't find the culprit, the Elder will surely hold us accountable when we report back, said the man in white, frowning. Just thinking of the methods of the golden-robed Elder made all 5 shiver in unison. They certainly did not want to face punishment from him. We must find that scorpion. I suspect it might be the culprit. But what I don't understand is, when did the Sunrise Mountain Range get a dominating scorpion? One of the muscular women wondered aloud. Came from outside? That shouldn't be likely. If there were any flaws in the Adept faction or Dawn faction's formations, the Elders would definitely know. It's probably a lucky scorpion that found some opportunity, the man in white dismissed his own thought. Let's split up to search. It suddenly vanished. It likely has invisibility or some kind of ability, or perhaps it has a treasure. However, it shouldn't have gone far. Upon discovery, let us avoid rash action and wait for everyone to gather before we act. We absolutely can't let it escape again. Good. While the 5 were in distress, Zheng had already returned to the cave. Damn! That guy in the white robe is so fierce, he broke through my defenses with just 1 sword. Zheng grimaced. During that brief encounter, the blow from the man in white had struck straight through Zhang's armor. Although it didn't cause any injury to his flesh, it was merely a hair's breadth away. I need to quickly raise my power, otherwise, they'll definitely find me sooner or later. Thanks to the life transformation talent, the scars on his armor had already vanished and returned to normal. However, just relying on life transformation wouldn't be enough to deal with those 5. His remaining life energy wasn't enough to withstand their attacks. If he ran out of life force midway, it would be disastrous. After putting away the bedding, Zheng transformed into the size of an ant, casually dug a small hole, and burrowed in to start consuming the corpses of the beasts in the space. Host, Zheng. Race, spirit-eating scorpion. Level, Tier 9 beast. Constitution, gold rank 56%. Bloodline progress 0%. Law mastery, space 0.023%. Talent tree 100. 1 day later, Zheng had consumed everything usable in the space, and the bloodline progress only reached 83%. So he took advantage of the cover of night to hunt magical beasts in the endless forest all night long. He didn't store them in space but directly consumed them. With his extremely powerful venom and endurance, Zheng persisted in hunting non-stop throughout the night, ultimately raising his bloodline progress to 100% by dawn, then continued hunting until he filled half of his internal space before reluctantly returning to the cave to undergo evolution. At this moment, Zheng was contemplating how to allocate his points in the talent tree. I will be fighting against those 5 soon, so investing in the red talent line is the best choice. For now, let's invest everything in red, and later, if more bloodline points are available, we can put some into blue and green talents. Ding, lit up talent, blood burning first stage, blood burning second stage, blood burning third stage, chi perception, consumed 100 bloodline points. Blood burning greatly increases combat power at the cost of life force. Chi energy sensing capable of sensing even the faintest chi. This time, Zhang chose to turn all his bloodlines into the red element, specifically to fight those 5 people. Currently, Zhang's strength is at level 9, allowing him to easily fend off their attacks. Plus, with the blood-fueled talent, he can unleash a full burst that can match or even slay those in the initial stage of concentration. Hee. I'll take a nap first, then we'll see if you can escape. Zhang pulled out a mattress and dove into the blanket. Luo Fei is very anxious right now, because it's been a day and they still haven't found that scorpion-shaped monster. The Elder has already inquired about this matter once and issued a final ultimatum: if they cannot find that scorpion in the next day or 2, he will replace them with someone else to handle it. After the soul searching by the man in black, they have completely confirmed that the scorpion is indeed the real culprit. After all, when Zhang and the Pang bird were chasing, many creatures witnessed it. A simple inquiry would reveal the truth. Their only problem now is knowing where that scorpion is. The Sunrise Mountain range isn't too big, yet it's not small either, covering an area of about 20 miles. They are aware of many dominant creatures within, and logically speaking, it should be easy to find the scorpion's location with the Elder's identity token to question them one by one. However, there has been no progress, and all creatures are unaware of the scorpion's whereabouts. So far, the only known fact is that the scorpion went out last night, and a shadow fox that hunts at night saw its silhouette from a distance but didn't get close. This frustrates Luo Fei, fully aware that the scorpion is somewhere in the Sunrise Mountain range, yet they cannot find it no matter what. How can elite disciples of the Adept faction Dawn faction fail to find a single scorpion in their own backyard? Just saying it would make people laugh. In his anxiety, Luo Fei wandered around, searching for the potential hiding spots of the scorpion. Of course, in doing so, he would never find Zhang, as Zhang is no ordinary scorpion who would have thought he is now peacefully snoozing on the territory of a cloud-winged tiger. But whether it is their luck or misfortune, the woman recalled the cloud-winged tiger she had seen before. During this investigation, they had yet to encounter it, so she relied solely on her memory to find her way to the cloud-winged tiger's cave. As soon as she entered the cave, she saw a bed? Why is there a bed? Yun Yan was puzzled. He had no idea when the cloud-winged tiger started using something like a bed. Who is inside? Do you not know this is the Sunrise Mountain range? Come out quickly. As Yun Yan's voice fell, the bulging blanket was pulled aside, revealing a drowsy Zhang inside. Upon seeing a scorpion-shaped monster inside, and although it was different from the one he saw yesterday that had golden stripes, his instinct still told Yun Yan that this was indeed the scorpion that had escaped. He quickly stepped back and rushed out of the cave without looking back, activating the message talisman and firmly guarding the entrance to prevent Zhang from coming out. Zhang heard the sounds outside and realized Yun Yan had already called for help. Instantly, all sleepiness vanished, and energy points surged within him. He needed to finish this quickly. He instantly teleported behind Yun Yan, the poisonous stinger on his tail aiming straight at her back. However, it was blocked by her sword sheath. Although he couldn't kill Yun Yan with one hit, her sword sheath was completely ruined, and the spiritual sword inside dimmed in luster, even showing a tiny crack. The poison stinger was blocked, which did not surprise Zhang. He waved his pincers and closely followed Yun Yan as she turned to create distance, pressing hard, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Yun Yan was the weakest among the 5, although she was also at the 7th level of chi refining. She was significantly weaker compared to the others. At this moment, Zhang was already at level 9, and after trading blows for a while, Yun Yan was struck back by Zhang, coughing up blood, her hand holding the spiritual sword trembling uncontrollably. How is this possible? Just one day? After their recent confrontation, Yun Yan was shocked. Yesterday, during their brief clash, she felt that Zhang was on par with her. They were almost equal. But in just a day's time, this scorpion's strength had completely outstripped hers. Zhang would not give her a moment to recover, relentlessly pursuing Yun Yan without granting her any respite. Terrified, Yun Yan could only swing her sword again to block Zhang's attacks. In the end, Yun Yan was unable to defend herself and was decapitated by Zhang, the spiritual sword shattered in the process, leading to her demise. At this moment, a figure hurriedly rushed from a distance. Upon seeing the body on the ground, picked up by Zhang, the figure let out an anguished roar and charged straight at Zhang. 13. Running away. Yun Tian and Yun Yan are siblings from the Yun family in the eastern city of Tianfeng, belonging to the adept faction Dan faction. Although they are not of the Wine clan, they are also a powerful family, and their dominant status in Tianfeng city has never wavered. The two are the most outstanding members of their generation in the Yun family, and the family has high hopes for them, hoping they can achieve success and, in turn, uplift the Yun family. Ideally, if they could establish themselves in the capital of the Wind Kingdom and become part of the Wang clan, that would be even better. But their dreams were crushed by Zhang before they even began, and Yun Tian's fury at Yun Yan's death made him disregard Luo Fei's orders and directly strike at Zhang. The spirit sword in the sword box rang out, clearly sensing its owner's anger and wanting to jump out and destroy the enemy. Humph. If you all attack together, I would have to think twice, but now you're actually delivering yourself to my door. Zhang quickly dodged a sword chi, then surged forward with his pincers filled with energy points, knowing that the physical strength of a sword cultivator was also weak. As long as he could close the distance, Zhang could kill Yun Tian in a very short time. Clang poof! The two clashed instantly, and due to a miscalculation of Zhang's strength, Yun Tian directly blocked Zhang's charge with his sword, but he was also knocked back by the terrifying force from the spirit sword, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhang pressed forward again, relentlessly attacking Yun Tian's lower body. Although transforming into a larger size greatly enhanced his intimidation, it also significantly reduced flexibility, putting him at a disadvantage in close combat, especially against a nimble sword cultivator. So, at this moment, Zhang controlled his size to around half a meter, using his tail needle to counter the attacks while taking the opportunity to strike at Yun Tian's legs. Yun Tian could only fight Zhang with his sword, but Zhang could attack in multiple ways. His pincers, tail needle, and mouth were all deadly weapons. Yun Tian couldn't afford to make mistakes, but Zhang could make several mistakes. He only needed to land one hit on Yun Tian to gain an advantage. Gradually, Yun Tian's legs were bleeding profusely. Although he managed to dodge Zhang's strangling attempts to avoid a leg-severing death, he still suffered abrasions. In no time, he was severely injured. Because the spirit energy had to be concentrated in the spirit sword, he couldn't spare any extra energy to recover from his leg injuries. Yun Tian only realized the extent of his defeat when he was cut down by Zhang. Unfortunately, his rage clouded his judgment, and by the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Seeing the regret and unwillingness in Yun Tian's eyes, Zhang shook his head, then crushed his skull with a claw, storing it in his space, before glancing into the dense forest beside him as a blade of energy points swept past. After easily cutting through several giant trees, the energy points blade was blocked by a beam of sword light and dissipated into the air. I didn't expect this creature to have such a sharp spiritual sense. Then I definitely can't let you live. Luo Fei rushed in from the forest in the distance, pulling out a formation disc and activating it. The formation created this time was significantly more powerful than the one brought by the Li family. Even with Zhang's current strength, being enveloped by it felt oppressive. It seems this thing is extraordinary. But since you three have come, I might as well capture you all at once, so I don't have to worry about finding you myself later. Zhang didn't know if they had used any means to notify the higher-ups of the adept faction Dan faction before triggering the formation disc, so he didn't want to continue the standoff. He couldn't take that risk. Once their higher-ups arrived, he would likely suffer a dire fate. His blood-burning talent activated instantly, unleashing endless blood energy that surged from Zhang's body, creating a towering blood glow, surrounding him like a terrifying hell scorpion. The third level of blood burning, once activated, granted a 30% overall boost, but the consumption of life force increased accordingly. By some time. He can't maintain this form for long. Wait for the elder to arrive. Luo Fei, seeing Zhang's actions, understood his intentions and quickly shouted to stop the other two from attacking. The three quickly retreated, trying to distance themselves from Zhang, controlling their spirit swords to hold him off while waiting for the elder's arrival. But how could Zhang be unaware of their thoughts? Distance was the least useful factor for him. Teleportation was initiated, and before the man in black could summon the spirit sword from his sword box, a poison needle stabbed into his arm, causing it to turn black instantly. However, the man in black was not one to hesitate after realizing he had been hit. He decisively swung his sword to sever his own arm and frantically retreated, while the remaining two coordinated well with him, controlling their spirit swords to block Zhang's continuous attack. But Zhang understood well that hurting 10 fingers is not as good as breaking one. He stubbornly endured the attacks from Luo Fei and the other two, closely following the man in black, determined to kill him in one go. Luo Fei and the others clearly did not expect Zhang to willingly withstand their attacks just to kill the man in black. Their attacks became a bit chaotic, while Zhang seized the opportunity to instantly accelerate, closing in on the man in black. Seeing that Zhang was attacking despite his injuries, the man in black was immediately thrown into disarray. He hastily controlled the spirit sword to slash at Zhang, but since most of the spirit energy was used to stop the blood from the wound on his shoulder, this attack dealt no real damage to Zhang, who then slipped in close and slit the man's neck, blood spraying into the sky like rain. After bringing his corpse into the space, Zhang charged at another person again. Among the five, the man in the white robe, Luo Fei, was the strongest, having reached the peak of the 8th level of qi refining, just one step away from the 9th. Fortunately for the other person, who was at the 7th level of qi refining, he managed to survive to the end. However, after killing him, only the man in the white robe remained. Although he was quite strong, it took just a moment for Zhang's frenzied attacks to hit him with a poison needle to the chest and abdomen. The toxin spread, draining his life force in an instant, and Zhang pierced through his chest and abdomen with a claw, resulting in his death. Luo Fei was filled with both anger and terror as the fear spread in his heart. Just moments ago, the three had discovered Zhang slaying Yin Tian in the forest, and Yin Yan had still not arrived, likely having met with misfortune. Now, this scorpion had easily killed 2 people right under his nose, leaving him as the last survivor of the 5-man team dispatched yesterday. What exactly are you? Luo Fei was unsure if he could hold out until the elder arrived, so he had to try to buy some time. I absolutely cannot engage him in battle. But whether or not to engage was not his call. Zhang saw his hesitation and retreat. Watching his spirit sword, it was clear he intended to delay him. The longer he could stall, the safer Luo Fei would be, while Zhang would also be more threatened. Luo Fei communicated with the formation plate, deactivating the ceiling formation, and quickly retreated deeper into the dense forest, hoping to use the concealed properties of the forest to hide. However, what he did not know was that this action hastened his demise. In the dense forest, no one could see anyone else. At this moment, Zhang's innate ability to sense qi became useful. Though Luo Fei was hiding beneath a pool of water, Zhang was still able to easily detect his presence. He feigned desperately searching for Luo Fei while slowly approaching the pool. Finally, taking advantage of Luo Fei's moment of relaxation, he struck suddenly, blasting him out of the pool, blood spraying everywhere. Then, without giving any chance, Zhang followed up directly, severing both Luo Fei and his spirit sword in mid-air, creating an extremely bloody scene. The strongest among them thus lasted the least time, falling without even executing a proper technique. Meanwhile, in the distance, a figure surged forward with an overwhelming aura, the boundless sword energy almost leveling the Shuri mountain range, and countless towering trees were shredded into dust by the force. Not good. Zhang was startled and quickly stashed Luo Fei's corpse away, pouring all his energy points into the markings on his body. With a flash of silver light, he vanished. Almost simultaneously, a golden-robed elder appeared at the scene, his terrifying aura pressing the ground down several meters, causing all creatures around him to tremble and lay flat on the ground. Humph! A mere beast. After sensing the surroundings for a moment, the golden-robed elder snorted heavily and then disappeared again. In the endless forest, Zhang emerged from a giant tree and took a deep breath after carefully surveying the area. That was close. I almost got caught. Thankfully, he had acted decisively, otherwise, if he had been a bit slower, he would have been captured by that person. But the haul was pretty good. Zhang pulled out 5 rings from his space. Storage rings are items that only the elite among the Adept Faction Dawn faction disciples can obtain. It seems that Luo Fei's 5 companions were also noteworthy figures within the Adept Faction Dawn faction, or they wouldn't have been sent to handle this matter. One of the raw materials used to create storage rings is ores crystals. The accompanying ores and crystals spatial laws could benefit Zheng greatly, and the other materials also had the potential to enhance his constitution. Now I've really stirred up a huge problem. 5 elite disciples from the Adept faction Dawn faction were killed in their own backyard. They definitely won't let this go easily. Zheng took out all the items from the storage ring and began to tally them up. Ah! What a sin, what a sin! As Zheng suddenly caught sight of a pile of pink objects, he immediately closed his eyes and shouted about the sin, sorting them out and tossing them onto the ground. After some counting, Zheng finally found quite a few herbs, consumables and ores crystals, which barely made up for his costs. However, there were still many useless items, like disciple tokens and technique manuals. Although they could be consumed, they didn't add much value. What should I do with these items? Zheng was in a quandary. Leaving them here was definitely a good choice, but after working hard for a fight, coming away with nothing and almost losing out? Who would do such a deal? How about I keep them for now? Then later sell them elsewhere? Sounds good. That's it. Zheng packed the technique manuals and daily necessities into a storage ring, which he then put on his tail. As for the other storage rings, Zheng simply tossed them into his mouth, chewing them a couple of times with a crunch before swallowing them. Ding, Space Law Mastery increased by 0.02%. Ding, Constitution increased by 5%. Ha! So much has increased? Zheng expressed some surprise. It seems that the ores crystals are very pure. It takes almost a dozen pounds of ores crystals mining to refine a few storage rings of such pure ores crystals. Gurgle. Just as Zheng was about to open the panel to check his data, he was interrupted by a gurgle. That's true. While blood ignition is great, it consumes too much vitality. All the ones used last night went into evolution, and today the blood ignition is drawing from the vitality stored earlier. It's no wonder I'm feeling hungry now. Zheng flapped the wings on his back and transformed into the size of a sparrow, flying into the sky to explore the terrain of the nearby forest. This should still be considered an outer area. The strongest ones are only at the 10th tier, and I haven't seen any spirit beasts around, but that's better. At least there's a food source available. Zheng grabbed a python and stuffed it into his mouth. As he opened and closed his huge jaws, blood splattered everywhere, yet not a single drop escaped. Zheng's mouth had an energy point of space, drawing everything that entered into his spatial realm without any waste. Ding, bloodline progress increased by 0.1%. At night, Zheng stood atop a treetop gazing at the full moon in the sky, the silver light pouring down into the endless forest, cloaking the mysterious woods in a silvery veil. According to the records of the Wang family, it is said that even this round moon in the sky is formed from the corpse of a terrifying demon emperor from ancient times. Though the soul has long since vanished, its body inscribed its laws, evolving in the heavens. I didn't expect that scruffy bird to have some background. That was quite a blunder, but I didn't lose too much either. Zheng thought about the events of the past few days. The person who appeared at the end must be a high-ranking member of the Adept faction Dawn faction. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He must be unhappy for not capturing me and likely has guessed that I have the ability to cross their formations. Trying to enter again would probably get me discovered. I can't go in for now. I should train more in the endless forest first. Resolving himself, Zheng's figure disappeared in an instant. The next day, Zheng arrived deep outside the endless forest, where the aura of spirit beasts was already present. The lowest strength of the monsters capable of survival here is at least 8th tier. Moreover, there is a massive lake nearby, teeming with tough characters. As soon as Zheng arrived, he experienced a different kind of welcome ceremony. A peak 10th tier blue-winged snow eagle spotted him mid-air and launched a direct attack. The two creatures immediately engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. In the end, Zheng's skills proved superior. After biting open a wound on the blue-winged snow eagle, he took the opportunity to instantly shrink in size, teleport to its wound, and directly burrowed into its body, wreaking havoc within. It can be said that as long as the opponent is still within the realm of wild beasts, this method is foolproof. The blue-winged snow eagle was on the verge of becoming a spirit beast but met its demise here. Most beings that witnessed the struggle between the two creatures realized that a new powerful individual had entered the area and smartly refrained from irritating Zheng any further. With the blue-winged snow eagle dead, its territory naturally became unowned, allowing Zhang to rightfully take charge. 14. Sneaking back to take a look. A week later, Zhang stealthily arrived at the back mountain of the Adept faction Dawn faction, teleporting into the Sunrise mountain range. Throughout that week, Zhang continuously hunted spirit beasts. By now, he had become the strongest under the spirit beasts in that area. Even a three-eyed spirit fox that had just broken through to the spirit beast level attempted to hunt him to supplement its own strength but was instead counter-killed and became Zhang's meal. In the outer regions, spirit beasts were not commonly seen. It's unclear why those high-tier terrifying existences seldom ravaged or slaughtered in the outer area, almost as if something were restraining them. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Zhang. He re-entered the Sunrise mountain range again. Host, Zhang. Species, spirit-devouring scorpion. Level, Tier 9 beast. Constitution, gold rank 73%. Bloodline progress 55%. Law mastery, space 0.043%. Talent tree 55. 7 days of relentless hunting resulted in a significant increase in Zhang's bloodline progress, reaching 55%, with bloodline points also at 55 points. The talent tree had undergone another update. Ding, unlocking the 4th level of the talent blood ignition, enhancing spirit perception by 1%, consuming 50 bloodline points. By this time, there had been noticeable changes in the Sunrise mountain range, the most significant being the increased presence of human auras within it. Zhang even felt Wang's aura. What are they doing? Searching for me? Zhang frowned as he landed on a cliff, observing the disciples of the Adept faction Dawn faction traversing through the dense forest. It should not be they Wun Ti send such capable disciples to search for me. If they did, they'd really be crazy. Even the top elite among the elites have tasted defeat at Zhang's hands. The disciples, even those who have not yet reached the qi refining stage, are just delivering food to Zhang. However, the actions of some disciples next revealed to Zhang what they were actually doing after fighting. They would take a token from their packs, apparently participating in some kind of competition. How is that kid Wang, who is only at Tier 1 body refinement level 9, able to compete with those at level 10 and even qi refinement disciples, and still not back down? Zhang thought as he watched Wang's every move from the sky. Wang had been very anxious lately because it was rumored that a great monster had appeared in the Rising Sun mountain range, having killed elite disciples like Luo Fei and Yin Tian, and even the beloved golden feathered rock of Eldergene, which angered him greatly. After some investigation, it was said that it was a scorpion that had appeared in the Rising Sun mountain range after some miraculous encounter, wreaking havoc and devouring many mountain lords. Although he heard that the scorpion did not have golden stripes, Wang still guessed its identity. It was the beast elder that had come with him to the Adept faction Dawn faction. Wang was very anxious. He was a bit scared. He feared that if the elders at the higher levels caught Zhang, they might expose him and cut off his path of cultivation. However, he felt relieved when he heard that even Elder Gene personally could not catch the scorpion, but he still dared not relax and couldn't let his guard down. This was very difficult for a young master like him. For the past week, he had been anxious, unable to focus on eating or cultivation. Today was the annual test held by the Adept faction Dawn faction, which every ordinary disciple participated in voluntarily. Each person would receive a token, and rankings would be determined by the number of tokens one could plunder. The top 10 ordinary disciples in terms of the number of plundered tokens would have the chance to advance to elite disciple status simply by defeating an elite disciple in a fair fight. Although he hadn't focused on cultivation these days, he did possess some talent, and his pinnacle strength at Tier 1 body refinement level 9 allowed him to hold his own among ordinary disciples with some followers, so he chose to participate in this competition. What worried him, however, was what to do if he encountered that elder during the competition. All he could do was hope that the elder wouldn't notice him, or it could spell disaster. Zhang followed closely behind Wang, observing his actions. He had to admit that this kid had considerable strength. Even when faced with ordinary disciples at Tier 1 body refinement level 10, he remained composed. After all, he belonged to the Wang clan's branch, and had done quite well, having some hidden techniques that made him not fear a level 10 opponent. The scariest part of this competition isn't the humans, but the beasts. Let's see how you handle it, Zheng sensed a 6th-tier wind chaser leopard silently watching Wang from behind the foliage. The wind chaser leopard excelled in speed, and its 6th-tier strength corresponded to the 1st and 2nd levels of qi refinement, making it a creature that Wang could not provoke. Let's see if you can spot it. If not, it will be quite boring. Zheng quietly watched Wang's movements. Soon, Wang sensed something was off. He stopped in his tracks, leaning against a huge tree to observe the surroundings as he felt a faint killing intent. Sensing that Wang had become alert, the wind chaser leopard slowly retracted its claws and continued waiting for the right moment. However, in the end, Wang saw a black tail appear from behind dense leaves. He immediately reacted, turning and running in the opposite direction without looking back. Seeing its prey flee, the wind chaser leopard couldn't bother hiding anymore. It leaped between branches, agilely moving through the heavily obstructed forest, quickly closing the distance to Wang. Wang realized that no matter how he ran, he wouldn't outrun the wind chaser leopard, so he simply stopped, drawing a spiritual sword to face the pursuing leopard. The prey suddenly dared to confront it, surprising the wind chaser leopard, which thought it had fallen into a trap and quickly halted, like Wang had done earlier, looking around. However, Wang's mind couldn't fathom this. He assumed his intimidation was effective and that the wind chaser leopard was afraid of him. Thus emboldened, he slowly advanced closer. Carefully sensing the atmosphere around him, he felt no human presence, causing the wind chaser leopard to relax its guard, subsequently pretending to retreat, testing the patience of the hidden person. Ultimately, the wind chaser leopard confirmed that the prey before it was indeed a phantom. Its mindset immediately shifted, and it watched Wang's performance with amusement. Watching as Wang foolishly closed in, a glint of bloodlust passive flickered in the wind chaser leopard's eyes, its claws extending once more, now gleaming coldly. Finally, Wang sensed something was off. Just as he was about to turn, a remnant shadow flashed past, and the wind chaser leopard instantly appeared in front of him, slashing him away with one claw. Puff! Wang smashed against a tree trunk, spitting blood, struggling to get up, but found that one of his legs had already broken. The intense pain kept him from standing, leaving him to lie horrified under the tree, watching the swift panther approach him with each step. No, don't come over. Go away. Wang picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the panther, constantly pushing himself backward with his remaining leg. Well, this is it. Pathetic, truly scared out of his wits, Zheng shook his head helplessly, watching Wang's disgraceful state. Then, in a flash, he appeared behind the panther, lifted it with a claw, and swiftly bit its neck, storing it away. Moments later, Wang, who had closed his eyes waiting for death, discovered he was still alive. He opened his eyes to see a scorpion flying in front of him. "Senior!" Wang exclaimed. Zheng covered his mouth with a claw to prevent him from making any more noise. Wang understood immediately, nodded, and removed Zheng's claw, whispering, "Senior." "I understand." "What the hell do you understand?" Zheng cursed silently in his heart, "I've never seen anyone so useless." Zheng directly knocked on Wang's head, a look of unstoppable disdain in his eyes. Seeing the disdain in his gaze, Wang scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Senior, I really can't fight. That panther is 6th tier, how could I possibly win? But luckily I have you, Senior. You've saved my life again." After regaining his composure, Wang began to flatter. Zheng wanted to say he couldn't talk either, but he merely rested on Wang's shoulder and pointed forward. Wang immediately understood and walked ahead. With Zheng present, his momentum instantly surged. However, he was still fragile at heart, merely bluffing. The competition lasted a week, and today was just the first day, but many had already been eliminated, with some tragically dying at the hands of the monsters. The Adept faction Dawn faction separated the Rising Sun mountain range from the Endless Forest to provide a training ground for their disciples, ensuring they wouldn't just possess levels without the corresponding strength. Therefore, the experiences of disciples in the Rising Sun mountain range generally went unmonitored by the sect. If someone died, they died, and no one would investigate who killed them. The cultivation world is harsh. Those who cannot adapt do not even get a chance to survive. By the evening of the first day, Wang, guided by Zheng, arrived at the same cave as before. Just as he was about to enter, a spiritual sword blocked his way. "Who lingers outside? Leave immediately." A figure emerged from the cave, followed by 3 others, 2 men and 2 women. Disheveled. What had happened was obvious. Despite their disheveled appearance, the 4 were strong. The 2 women were both at the 9th level of Tier 1 body refinement, while the 2 men were at the 10th level of Tier 1, just a step away from breaking into Chi refinement. Wang was just about to speak, but was interrupted by one of the women. "Whoever you are, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb our rest." The speaking woman had a flushed face despite her suggestive demeanor. Her words were crude and unrefined. Wang, raised as a young master and having seen numerous women, frowned in disdain at this overly flirtatious woman. Zhang, however, was drooling, not because of the woman's charm, but due to her body. "This smells so good it might already be marinated just right. It should taste amazing." Zhang poked Wang's head with his claw, signaling him to take action without hesitation. Wang understood Zhang's hint but was quite hesitant. Although their tone was not welcoming, he had disturbed them first. If he casually antagonized them, it would be a real loss. Seeing Wang's hesitation, Zhang instantly became furious. "They've already insulted you, are you still hesitating?" Zhang directly slapped the back of Wang's head, causing him to stagger. Feeling Zhang's anger, Wang realized who could truly help him, so he stopped hesitating and charged directly at the 4. 15. Strategic retreat. Seeing this man attack without hesitation, the woman turned pale and quickly backed away, while her male companion took action to block Wang's attack. However, due to the suddenness, he was pushed back 5 steps by Wang, momentarily paling. Although Wang was at the 9th level of Tier 1 body refinement, his foundation was solid, and his true strength could contend against the 10th level. With all his hidden powers, he could even try to compete with Chi refinement, but his mentality was lacking. He lacked the courage to face stronger opponents. "This guy is strong. Everyone, attack together." Another person, seeing his companion being knocked back with 1 blow, said in surprise, then drew a weapon to block Wang's continued assault. Zhang flew off Wang's shoulder and landed on a nearby tree, quietly observing Wang's battle. Although Wang had a bit of a playboy attitude, his talent is still quite good. He neither expends a lot of energy to support Wang nor does he exceed his control, making him the most suitable frontman. Letting Wang face these 4 alone is also a training for his combat experience, so that he won't have to personally intervene every time there's a fight. Wang's strength is considerable, but these 4 are not to be underestimated. Reaching Tier 1 body refinement with 10 layers is inherently a challenging character to deal with. After a tough battle, Wang, risking mutual destruction, defeated the last person, collected their tokens, and collapsed on the ground, leaving the 4 uncertain about their fate. Zhang flew down from the tree, took a herb's consumables from the storage ring on his tail, and stuffed it into the already unconscious Wang's mouth, then began to rummage through the things of the 4. Disciples at Tier 1 body refinement levels do not distribute storage rings. If they want one, they must bring it from their family. These 4 only had 1 storage ring among them, and its space was particularly small. After some shuffling, the storage ring was in Zhang's mouth, and the useless items were placed in the storage ring on his tail. Ding, Space Law Mastery increased by 0.004%. "It's better than nothing," Zhang said, glancing at the 4 lying on the ground, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding against consuming them. These individuals are too weak. Eating them might just cause additional trouble, a loss that isn't worth the gain. Zhang then carried Wang into the cave and dumped the 4 at the cave entrance. "Well, I have done my duty. I hope you don't come looking for trouble when you can move, otherwise, you will really be asking for it," Zhang muttered as he took out a mattress and crawled into bed. The 4 at the cave entrance woke up in the early morning, discovering they were lying outside, shocked and furious. They wanted to rush into the cave to confront the one from last night, but as they were about to draw their weapons, they found their storage rings were gone. "You are going too far." In a fit of rage, the one who lost his storage ring charged straight into the cave. "Come out. Give me back my storage ring." But before he could finish his sentence, he was snatched inside by a huge claw, followed by gut-wrenching screams, accompanied by the sound of crunching. Moments later, the screams faded away, and the cave once again fell silent. The 3 outside looked fearfully inside, the dark cave entrance appearing like a huge mouth, swallowing every person that entered. "Run!" One of the remaining men suddenly felt a sense of being targeted and quickly reminded the two women, turning to escape. However, it was too late. Several silver energy points blades slashed through, and the three were immediately torn apart. Fear filled their eyes, and before they could scream, they collapsed. A shadow abruptly appeared at the cave entrance, retrieved the three dead bodies, and returned inside. The bloodline progress they can provide is just too little even together. They barely reached the level of a 6th tier beast. Jum almost instantly digested the four. I might as well bring him up after all, he is working for me. Seeing Wang still lying on the ground sound asleep, Zheng twitched his mouth and tossed him onto the bed. At this point, Wang had already reached tier 1 body refinement at 10 layers. After a night of life and death combat, his courage was forged. With a solid foundation, his potential was stimulated. Plus, having resolved the issues regarding Zheng in the recent days, he reached the late stage of tier 1 body refinement while maintaining solid fundamentals, needing just a bit of settling to continue his cultivation. Zheng quietly lay on the bed, his eyes wide and lost. Since I arrived here, I have been striving to survive. On the surface, I have goals, but in reality, I am utterly aimless. My heart is still shackled by chains, never truly freeing myself, making me hesitant and indecisive in my actions. This is not the life I want. If this continues, I will still become the same as I was on Earth, with no changes at all. In the end, I will surely miss certain opportunities and become utterly mediocre. A glimmer of determination gradually appeared in Zhang's eyes. I want to change. I can't waste my time here. I must evolve. Zheng instantly appeared outside the cave, swinging his claws to chop down giant trees and tossing them into space, activating energy points to begin devouring. These days, Zheng has been worried about this and that, unable to let go of anything, being overly cautious even while looking for food, afraid of provoking someone too powerful. In fact, possessing such a miraculous skill as teleportation has already put him on a path to invincibility at this stage. If he can't quickly develop to a certain level, it would be completely wasting the system's heaven-defying consumption abilities. The only goal now is to eat, to devour everything in sight that carries energy points. As long as my space can hold it, I can keep swallowing. As long as I don't run out of energy points, I can go fight. Zheng thought, frantically digesting the food within his space. Such rampant destruction easily attracts the attention of the overseers, and in no time, an elite disciple arrived to assess the situation. However, before he could discern what was going on, he was suddenly bitten in half by the appearing Zhang and fell dead on the spot. As more overseers arrived to check the situation, an elder was also alerted, riding a flying sword to the scene, where he saw Zhang rampaging and killing. Is this the beast? As soon as Elder Lu arrived, he spotted the very conspicuous scorpion and immediately recalled the one that had killed Elder Jin's treasure a week ago. Elder Lu instantly drew his sword, and the sword energy surged with terrifying force towards Zhang. Sensing the fierce aura coming from afar, Zhang chose not to flee this time. He felt that the elder was really young and had just barely reached the second level of the spirit concentration. The duties in the Adept Faction Dawn faction are set this way: once one reaches the spirit concentration realm, they can take on the position of elder within the cave, receiving considerable monthly offerings. Generally, those who choose this path are aware that their hope of forming a core is slim. They know they've exhausted their potential, but they don't want to leave the Adept Faction Dawn faction easily, providing them with such an option. Another option is for those wanting to attempt a breakthrough, who can, with a recommendation letter from the Adept Faction Dawn faction, continue cultivating at a higher Adept Faction Dawn faction to step into a broader world. Elder Lu was one such individual. He had reached the spirit concentration realm 8 years ago, knowing well that forming a core was unlikely, so he chose to stay in the Adept Faction Dawn faction as an elder. As expected, 8 years have passed, and his potential was long gone. If not for finding a spirit fruit by chance 6 months ago, he wouldn't even have been able to break through to the second level of spirit concentration. Zhang sensed Elder Lu's strength, which is why he did not choose to run this time. If I activate all 4 levels of blood burning, I should be able to instantly elevate to the level of Spirit Beast Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 4, taking him by surprise and definitely able to kill him in an instant. Zheng flapped his wings to evade the incoming sword energy, then focused on gathering energy points onto his pincers, awaiting the approach of the spirit concentration male. Except for himself, no one knows Zheng's true strength. Elder Lu knew he had killed 5 elite disciples, but even the most elite are merely at the chi refinement stage. After all, he is at the second level of spirit concentration and has no problem facing a scorpion. Seeing that the scorpion did not dare to take his sword energy, he was overjoyed and thought, "This scorpion is nothing. If I can kill it, I will surely catch Elder Jin's attention, and my strength could very likely advance further." Holding the spirit sword, Elder Lu quickly charged at Zhang and shouted, "Bastard!" He slashed down with his sword, shattering the carapace on Zhang's back, causing blood to splatter everywhere. However, Zhang was not one to let such an opportunity slip by. Taking advantage of Elder Lu's moment of weakness, he suddenly activated the patterns in his body, appearing behind Elder Lu, activating all 4 levels of blood burning. His massive pincers emitted boundless blood energy, smashing against Elder Lu's back. Poof! Elder Lu clearly did not expect Zhang to suddenly appear behind him. He wanted to turn around to block the attack, but found himself powerless. He could only watch helplessly as the terrifying pincers struck him, tearing into his innards. Blood mixed with pieces of his internal organs gushed forth as he was slammed to the ground. Having succeeded in his attack, Zhang showed no hesitation, directly opening his jaw wide to bite off half of Elder Lu's body, blood gushing from the remaining half and splattering all over the ground. Elder Lu's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had not expected to be killed in just one move, unable to withstand even that. Every elder in the Adept faction Dawn faction possesses their own storage ring. Those at the spirit concentration stage have the initial ability to condense their soul, allowing them to leave their imprint on the storage ring. Others cannot easily open it unless the imprint is forcibly erased or the owner dies, causing the imprint to dissipate. After collecting the storage ring and the corpse, Zhang immediately activated his teleportation to leave the area. Almost simultaneously, a streak of sword light swept through, cutting down all the nearby trees, with sword energy still lingering in the area. The old man in the golden robe appeared again, but this time he couldn't catch up as Zhang had already fled. The continuous teleports consumed most of Zhang's energy points, and the food stored in his internal space consumed some as well. At this point, Zhang's bloodline progress had reached 82%, and he would soon be able to evolve again, with his constitution also achieving gold level 83%. Arriving in the endless forest, Zhang opened the storage ring of Elder Lu and took out the items inside. Although Elder Lu's strength wasn't remarkable, his resources were quite abundant. Zhang estimated that just by consuming his items, he could raise his bloodline progress to about 95%, and with what he already had, evolution would be a breeze. Meanwhile, the Golden Elder, who had failed to capture Zhang twice, issued an order that after the match ended, no one was allowed to enter the Rising Sun Mountain range. This time, he would personally search for Zhang within the Rising Sun Mountain range. To be able to evade 2 of his captures consecutively, this creature was certainly not an ordinary beast. Perhaps it had also awakened the bloodlines of those terrifying ancient beasts, Wang, and the Demon Emperor. If it could be captured as a pet, then that would be better than having the Pangbird. A day later, Zhang opened the panel and chose to evolve. 16. Infiltrate the treasure vault. In a pond, a blood-red giant egg lay quietly at the bottom. A silver-horned crocodile emerged from the dense forest, approached the pond's edge, and just as it wanted to drink water, it noticed the blood-red egg. Just as it intended to dive down and inspect, the egg suddenly shattered, its shell covered in cracks, and then fragmented into blood-colored threads that returned to the creature inside the egg. Feeling the aura emitted by the creature inadvertently, the silver-horned crocodile was instantly filled with terror and tried to flee, but a sudden claw crushed its head, and then dragged its remains back into the pond. Host, Zhen. Race, Sky-Eating Scorpion. Level, Tier 10 Beast. Constitution, Gold rank 86%. Bloodline progress 3%. Law Mastery, space 0.047%. Talent Tree 53. After Zheng completed his evolution, he discovered a naive and adorable silver-horned crocodile watching him from the side, and he had no choice but to eat the meat offered to him. The sky-eating scorpion is most notable for its huge blood-red mouth filled with barbs. In comparison, its pincers seem less impressive, but are still formidable weapons. The poison stinger at the end of its tail has also upgraded. Zheng figured that even a Tier 3 spirit beast might not withstand the strike from its poisonous stinger. After checking the changes brought about by his evolution, Zhang opened the talent tree. Ding! Talent power increased by 1%, endurance increased by 1%, cost 50 bloodline points. This time there weren't many bloodline points, so he couldn't unlock more talents, only simply improving his basic abilities. Emerging from the pond, Zhang flew directly into the sky, searching for all the creatures he could hunt. At this moment, the Adept faction Dawn faction had dispatched nearly all available elders to search for Zhang's traces in the endless forest. Zhang flying up into the sky was undoubtedly a sign of throwing himself into the net, and it wasn't long before someone spotted him and sent a message to gather the remaining elders from other locations. Sensing the malicious gaze upon him, Zhang looked in that direction and discovered an elder from the Adept faction Dawn faction. He. Perfect. Zhang instantly appeared before the elder, who was coldly grinning at him, emitting a terrifying suction force from his huge mouth, swallowing him along with the surrounding spiritual energy, then closing his mouth to crush the elder to death. Soon, other elders arrived at the scene, catching the scent of blood lingering in the air and realizing that someone had met with misfortune. A group became alert. The newly promoted elder who had sent the signal possessed the power of 2 levels of focus, yet there were no signs of a struggle around, indicating that the fight had ended almost instantaneously. That elder had no chance to resist. Just as they were scanning the area, Zhang, who had transformed back into an ordinary-sized scorpion, suddenly grew larger, seizing the opportunity to bite off the legs of an elder at the 5th level of focus, followed by a paw that incapacitated one of his arms. At this moment, the others finally reacted and hastily launched their attacks, but they still couldn't save that elder, who was swallowed by Zhang and had his skull crushed. With a successful strike, Zhang immediately activated his teleportation, distancing himself from the area. Swallowing 2 elders at the focus stage, there was no way he would be concerned about one at the 5th level of focus. This attack had already been a huge gain. Continuing to entangle with them would be futile. However, not attacking now didn't mean he would let them off. Zhang had sensed and marked the aura of every person's presence, and if they dare to linger in the endless forest any longer, it would lead to their demise. Having witnessed one elder at the 5th level of focus killed before their eyes, the others felt embarrassed, yet were also filled with boundless fear. Even a 5th level focus elder was no match for that scorpion. How could they, being of a lower focus stage, possibly withstand his sudden attacks? Some elders began to change their mindset. The earlier goal of capturing Zhang to gain merits had shifted. If they couldn't even protect their own lives, who would still care about the promotion from the Golden Elder? From nearly a kilometer away, Zhang emerged from the spatial realm, shrinking his size as he slowly flew in the direction he had just come from. He wanted to follow those elders. If they returned to the Adept faction Dawn faction, he would follow them in to consume the treasures in their vault. If they did not return, he would find the chance to wipe them out. In an inconspicuous place, a scorpion quietly burrowed into an elder's robe without alarming anyone. This time, after discussion, the elders decided to return to report. Hearing this news, Zhang felt a surge of joy. If they did not come back, the most he could do would be to take the spiritual items they were carrying, but if they reported back, it would create the illusion that he was still in the endless forest. This way, their focus would still be outside, paying little attention to their vault, thus giving Zhang the greatest opportunity. Once entering the Adept faction Dawn faction, Zhang slipped away from the elder and burrowed underground, following his instincts to locate the vault. The Adept faction Dawn faction had a well-established array system capable of blocking others from prying into their lair, along with arrays that could prevent the leakage of spiritual energy, which posed a significant challenge for Zhang's search. However, just as Zhang was digging, he was halted by a formidable array. After poking his head out, he realized he had arrived at the spiritual pool specifically used by the Adept faction Dawn faction to reward those disciples who had made contributions. It is said that the medicines here are brewed from various spiritual herbs, and the Adept faction Dawn faction has very little stock, just this small pool. Most of the time, the higher-ups are reluctant to let the disciples use it, only allowing them to enjoy a moment here when significant merit is accomplished. Zhang teleported directly into the pool, which still had nearly 3/4 of its volume left, enough for the Adept faction Dawn faction to use for almost 100 more years, but at this moment, it all conveniently fell into Zhang's hands. Without any hesitation, Zhang opened his mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying suction force that created a vortex in Zhang's internal space, drawing all the medicinal liquid from the pool into his internal realm. The medicinal liquid quickly ran out, and Zhang, still unsatisfied, licked a drop that had fallen near his mouth, instantly feeling refreshed. Since I've come here, this must be one of the most important places of a sect, so the vault should be nearby. Zhang burrowed underground again, running around based on his instincts, only to encounter another array, which had a foundation made of stone, iron, bronze, emerald, rancor's crystals. Such luxury, this treatment can only belong to the vault, right? Zhang activated his teleportation again and entered the building. Zhang was not mistaken, this truly was the treasure house of the Adept faction Dawn faction, where treasures from almost the entire sect were displayed in categories. Spiritual medicines, ores, crystals, spiritual weapons, etc., all shone with dazzling light, nearly blinding Zhang. At the very back of the vault, an even more terrifying array locked a small platform where a few plain items were placed. However, Zhang did not dare to underestimate them. Could simple items be placed in such a secured location protected by multiple arrays? Even if they seemed less significant compared to wild grasses or standard weapons outside, they were definitely not something ordinary people could possess. How many treasures does a sect have? Even Zhang, who has several hundred cubic meters of internal space, would not dare to say he could take everything in one go, so careful planning is essential. First, take the valuable and compact items. Those weapons can wait for now. Take all the pills and spiritual herbs, and pick some ores, crystals. We must act quickly. Zhang did not believe that the most crucial place of the sect would have no backup plans. If they discovered the items inside had been stolen, they would certainly activate the external arrays. Zhang could sense the power of these arrays. They were even greater than the threat given by that elder gene, capable of killing him instantly upon activation. Meanwhile, sitting in the sect's main hall listening to the reports from the elders, the leader of the Adept faction Dawn faction frowned. As a core formation stage practitioner, he possessed greater spiritual perception than others in the sect, and just a moment ago, he felt a sudden uneasiness, as if something precious to him was being taken away. But upon reflection, who would dare to act recklessly within the Adept faction Dawn faction? Coupled with the continuous bickering of the elders below, he did not take this matter to heart. Sun Chen has been feeling anxious lately, but he doesn't know what's causing it. His task is to guard the sect's treasure vault, allowing entry only after checking when someone arrives with a token. This kind of work is really dull, so he spends most of his time cultivating. At this point, he's already reached the 10th level of concentration and is about to break through to the vaporization stage, becoming a true high-level member of the Adept faction Dawn faction. However, in recent days, his thoughts have not been focused on cultivation, which has made him very restless, a situation he has never experienced before. I've heard there's been a scorpion running rampant in the sect recently, slaughtering quite a few disciples and even killing several elders. It has even managed to escape from Elder Gene twice, which is truly extraordinary. But what does this have to do with him? He doesn't leave the sect, spending all his time near the treasure vault, so there is no chance he would cross paths with that scorpion unless it came to the vault. How could that be? Can it just come and go as it pleases? Sun Chen smiled faintly and sank back into his cultivation. Wait. But after a moment, his anxiety increased. Maybe I should check. What if it really comes? Sun Chen communicated with the array to observe the situation in the treasure vault. The moment he looked, his face turned pale as a sheet. Almost all the valuables in the vault had disappeared, and the remaining items were worthless even to him. No. I need to quickly report this to the sect leader. Despite his fear, Sun Chen mustered the courage to inform the leader about the situation. At this moment, in the main hall of the sect, a group of people was arguing intensely about Zheng's situation. One side believed that it was the offspring of a certain overlord from the endless forest who had come out to train, unintentionally killing that bird. Although the Adept faction Dawn faction was quite competent, they were just kids in front of those overlords. If they got angered, a random one could wipe out the Adept faction Dawn faction with a wave of their hand. On the other side, however, it was believed that the true entity in the depths of the endless forest was a scorpion. This scorpion was merely someone who had obtained a mysterious legacy. If it could be captured and trained as a war beast, it would be a significant advantage. Zhong Kai was feeling quite agitated. As the leader of a sect, he shouldn't have to deal with these trivial matters, but Elder Jean insisted on pulling him into the discussion and making him make decisions. Elder Jean is the second elder of the Adept faction Dawn faction, and he brought Zone Kai into this because of the first elder, Wang Tsang. The two have never gotten along, and the first elder covets that bird. They have fought over trivial matters multiple times, and the death of the bird has pleased the first elder immensely, trying his utmost to prevent Zone Kai from searching for the scorpion. If it weren't for his interference, the last scorpion wouldn't have gotten away at all. The long-standing rivalry between the two has also led to the elders below splitting into 3 factions, with some elders being neutral and never interfering in their disputes. Zone Kai certainly knows about these matters, but he doesn't want to upset the struggle between the 2 factions. Firstly, it benefits him having the 2 elders tied up with each other prevents them from eyeing his position as the sect leader, and it enhances the competition among the disciples under his command. Why wouldn't he want that? However, the constant bickering during meetings has indeed made him somewhat irritated, and coupled with the inexplicable anxiety from earlier, it has made him increasingly impatient. Silence. The main hall of the sect is not a mundane market. What sort of decorum is this arguing? The noise in the hall immediately ceased, and the elders exchanged glances. Elder Jean snorted coldly and turned his head away. But soon, a voice from outside the hall caught everyone's attention. Sect leader. It's bad. Something serious has happened. 17, Feng City. Hearing the voice, the formerly quiet hall erupted into a new wave of noise. Sun Chen rushed to the entrance of the hall and said to Zone Kai, who was seated at the head, Sect leader. The treasure vault has been robbed. What? The treasure vault has been robbed. Instantly, the noise fell silent. All of Zone Kai's presence bore down upon the hall, and those lower-level elders turned pale, while those a bit higher level were trembling slightly, feeling extremely uneasy. What did you say? Say it again. Zone Kai's face was filled with disbelief. He thought he had misheard. Gulp. Under the oppressive atmosphere, Sun Chen's face drained of color. He forced himself to swallow his fear and said again, the treasure vault has been robbed. The imposing aura within the main hall suddenly dissipated. After confirming this, Zone Kai withdrew his own power, fearing that if he wasn't careful, he could directly shock some of the weaker elders to death. At this moment, the hall was deathly quiet, with only Sun Chen's heavy breathing breaking the silence. After discovering that the treasure vault had been robbed, Sun Chen had rushed here to report it with all his might, using every ounce of strength to get here. Now he could finally catch his breath. Zone Kai was currently in a state of furious rage, the spiritual energy within him surging, ready to strike at any moment. However, without a target to vent his anger on, he could only suppress it little by little. Meeting adjourned. All elders, check your respective areas for any other items that may have also been stolen. Elder Sun, quickly gather the remaining treasures. Elder Jean, you stay behind. Zone Kai waved his hand directly, dispersing the elders to check for losses, while tossing a storage ring to Sun Chen. Master, this must have been done by that scorpion. It's suspected to have the ability to traverse space. Many people saw it suddenly appear and then just as suddenly disappear. Are you sure there's no scorpion-type Wang in the endless forest? Zone Kai asked a seemingly irrelevant question. None of the old Wang have a scorpion as their main body, but we can't rule out the possibility of a new Wang sending their offspring to the human world, Elder Jean replied. But the scorpion's form is changeable. According to reports, it was initially surrounded by golden lines, but not long after it reappeared, it had taken on another appearance. Now, based on what the elders who participated in the hunt in the endless forest are saying, it has changed again. This time, its mouth looks exceptionally terrifying, able to swallow blades and split swords without breaking a sweat. The spiritual weapons are simply underestimated in front of it. Zone Kai furrowed his brows, pondering Elder Jin's words. Having the confidence to establish a sect at the outskirts of the endless forest means he is backing his family can provide significant support. From what he understands, none of the old Wang have a scorpion as their main body, and his family even has good relations with one of them. The status of a Wang is not so easily shaken. If there really were new beast Wang, he wouldn't possibly be unaware. Therefore, that scorpion likely isn't from there, it might just be an ordinary monster that stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity. Moreover, those offspring from deep within the monster territory would be warned and wouldn't easily step into the realms of human sex, let alone cause slaughter within. Let me think about it some more. Elder Jean, avoid making any moves against it for now and wait until the timing is right to decide. Zhong Kai planned to have his family contact the Beast Wang within the depths of the endless forest that was on friendly terms with them to see if a Beast Wang had indeed risen suddenly. If not, he could take action against that scorpion. In the endless forest, on a cliffside, Zhang's figure appeared, clinging to the rock and surveying the precipice. After exiting from the treasure vault of the adept faction Dawn faction, Zhang dared not let his guard down. He had used teleportation countless times, nearly exhausting the vitality he had stored up, before arriving at the edge of this cliff. It was hard to determine just how far the Rising Sun mountain range was from here, but it was definitely in a central area, home to many large monsters, each with impressive strength. In the few minutes Zhang observed, at least 10 spirit beasts had appeared in his line of sight, including 2 sky eagles with wingspans of nearly 40 meters, snatching a giant elephant that was running on the ground and flying into the sky, showering blood from above. It's a bit dangerous here, but there's plenty of life. The ecosystem here has hardly been damaged. If I can live here for a while, my strength should grow significantly. Zhang thought for a long time before ultimately deciding to carve out a nest on the cliff. A month later. In the endless forest, a winged lizard launched itself from the cliff, its massive mouth opened wide, a terrifying suction pulling a flying green-tailed sparrow into its gullet. After licking its tongue, the massive lizard turned its gaze elsewhere. Zhang had been here for a month. After a month of constant battles, he had evolved rapidly, now reaching the 8th rank spiritual beast. His constitution had also reached stone iron bronze emerald rank, making him the unchallenged king of this area. All creatures were his food. Originally, there was a 9th rank titan python that shared equal footing with him. Zhang often fought it, but neither could manage to overcome the other. However, as Zhang's strength grew, he eventually surpassed that giant python. In their last battle, Zhang directly tore its body into segments and swallowed them whole. Afterwards, he directly claimed dominion over the realm of that python, turning even his own territory into a hunting ground. From a 10th rank beast down to an 8th rank spiritual beast, totaling 850 bloodline points, Zhang raised all of his innate talents by 1 level. His bloodline power rose to the 7th layer, increasing strength and speed by 5%, and his combat intuition rose to the 2nd layer, while all his other talents also upgraded to 3%. Compared to before, even a slight increase in power is enough to influence the outcome of a battle, especially when it's a 3% increase. While it may not show in everyday life, this minor enhancement becomes crucial in a fight against the Titan Python. Several times, Zhang was able to evade the serpent-esque constriction precisely because of this slight speed advantage, thus avoiding serious injury. In the endless forest, being injured means extreme danger, let alone being seriously injured. A 3% increase in recovery speed allows him to engage in prolonged battles. In the last fight, Zhang managed to wear the Titan Python down, ultimately turning it into his meal. Has it been a month already? Time flies, Zhang sighed, looking at the rising sun, breathing in the fresh air brimming with vitality. In the spiritual beast period, humans refine their souls, while demon beasts awaken their intelligence. Although breathing in and out spiritual energy is unrelated to that, it still accelerates their cultivation and is greatly beneficial for all living beings. This place has no more use for me, it's time to leave, Zhang murmured. After evolving into a spiritual beast, he gained the ability to speak human language, but he still hadn't taken on a physical form. Demon beasts could only take shape after reaching the core formation stage. I wonder if the Adept Faction Dawn faction members still remember me. I stole almost all their treasures, and if they could forget, they wouldn't be them, Zhang smiled, before leaping into the sky, turning into a small black dot flying towards the outskirts of the endless forest. Zhang Kai had received news from his family half a month ago, confirming that the Beast King deep in the endless forest had not been replaced. There were no new Beast Kings emerging, meaning that the scorpion must have obtained some fortune. Zhang Kai has already given orders now. Nearly all cities and villages within the Adept Faction Dawn faction territories have received the message, instructing them to search for a strange scorpion. However, due to its strong power, upon discovery, they are advised not to attempt capture but merely report it to the adept faction Dawn faction to earn handsome rewards. Everyone is flocking to the task, exerting every effort to search for the scorpion-like demon beast. Constantly, claims of sightings arise, but the members of the adept faction Dawn faction shake their heads after investigation, stating it isn't what they're looking for. Because too many people were fabricating falsehoods to gain the generous rewards from the adept faction Dawn faction, they issued another order: if the reports are too far from the truth, there will be penalties. Once this order was announced, the number of people noticeably decreased, but some were still willing to take the risk, which ultimately cost them dearly. Half a month had passed since the order was given, and the initial enthusiasm had gradually waned, with many no longer paying attention to the matter, except for those with ulterior motives. After exiting the endless forest, Zheng saw a city. It might not compare to a large city like Lin City, but it was still not to be underestimated. Looking at the gilded characters above the city gate, Zheng realized where he was. Feng City is situated about 200 miles away from Lin City and serves as a portal facing the endless forest, but it is not as important as Lin City. Here, demon beasts rarely emerge from the forest to disturb the city's residents, and their strength pales in comparison to the demon beasts outside Lin City. However, as a portal, formations are necessary. As Zheng approached Feng City, he was stopped by a formation, and alarms sounded. The city guards quickly snapped to attention and prepared for action. A powerful aura emanated from the Lord's residence, rapidly approaching the city gate where Zheng stood, with an obvious target: Zheng. What dares to offend Feng City? A loud shout resonated from within the city, the voice booming like a tolling bell, instilling fear. However, for Zheng, it had no effect. This person, being the Lord of Feng City, possessed considerable strength at the 7th level of focus, a status that places him among the noteworthy elders within the adept faction Dawn faction. He appeared youthful, seemingly no more than 30 or 40 years old. Upon seeing Zheng, the man shouted, "A mere lizard dares to rampage in my Feng City?" Before Zheng could respond, he drew his blade and sword into the air, launching an attack on Zheng. Some individuals at the concentration stage can glide for a short distance due to their techniques. This man probably belongs to one of the prominent families, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to glide such a distance at the 7th level of focus, Zheng thought, recalling documents he had seen in the Wang family's library about such situations, and remained completely calm. Evading the Lord's strike, Zheng said, "I mean no harm. I'm merely passing through." The man was taken aback. He thought Zheng was just a wild beast relying on its wings to cause trouble. But upon hearing Zheng speak, his expression changed dramatically. If it were an ordinary beast, showing its face here would have easily earned it a small reward. However, this time it turned out to be a spirit beast. If it's stronger than him, he could very well be in life-threatening danger. The man landed on the ground, his expression constantly shifting. After a moment of thought, he made a decision: first, stabilize the spirit beast, then consider the next steps. So it's a spirit beast. Since we can communicate, that makes things easier, Li Su said, standing with his blade drawn, looking up at Zheng, who was flying in the sky. Since you're just passing through, why did you activate the city's protective formation? It was unintentional. I simply wanted to confirm the name of this city and inadvertently got a bit closer. I didn't expect the city's formation to be so sensitive, Zheng replied, noticing the gleam in Li Su's eyes. He smirked but didn't expose him. Instead, he went along with what Li Su said. If it was unintentional, then it would be discourteous of me to nitpick. Since you're here, why not come into the city for a look and take a short break? Li Su saw Zheng follow up and his eyes glimmered with more excitement. If I can trick him into the city, with the help of the formation inside, capturing him would be a piece of cake. At that time, I could tame him as a pet, and that would be another great force to reckon with. Since the city lord personally invites me, I certainly can't refuse. I will enter the city and take a short rest, if you don't mind, Zheng thought to himself. Although Feng City was not as good as Ling City, the collections of those big families should be comparable. If he could get his hands on them, that would be another wave of resources. With their own ulterior motives, the two entered Feng City together. 18. The Wang family's request for help. Both human and beast harbored their own secrets, with impure intentions. "What should I call you?" Li Su asked while walking ahead. Zhang replied, showing no concern that Li Su knew his name. With his current strength, he could easily massacre Feng City directly, making any trickery useless against absolute power. "So it's Taoist Zhang. May I ask what brings you here?" "I'm heading to the Adept faction Dawn faction, but I seem to be slightly off track," Zhang said nonchalantly. But upon hearing the residents of Feng City pointing him out, his expression darkened. "From their conversation, it seems the Adept faction Dawn faction is searching for me? But I'm currently under a different guise. As long as I don't reveal myself, no one will know I'm the Sawtooth Lizard now." After following Li Su to the city lord's mansion, Li Su gave a brief instruction before leaving Zhang to rest in a guest room. Feeling Li Su's presence gradually fading, Zhang revealed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. "Since you attacked first, don't blame me. I'll be taking your treasures now." Zhang quickly shrank in size, then vanished from the room. After Zhang disappeared, a figure appeared in the room, shocked as he looked around, then hurriedly left to find Li Su to report the situation. "What? You say it suddenly disappeared?" Li Su was currently inspecting the formation at the city lord's mansion to prevent any issues during the battle, and now he discovered Zhang was gone. "Yes, it vanished suddenly, without any warning," the person replied, kneeling on the ground. Li Su frowned. Zhang's sudden disappearance put him in a tough spot. He had originally planned to capture Zhang and hand him over to the family for taming, which would provide a significant boost to his family's power, raising his status within the family. However, Zhang's disappearance shattered that fantasy. Li Su's face twitched as he said, "I understand now. Send people to search the city. The formation will be checked soon, and once it's powered up, as long as he is still in the city, no matter where he hides, we can flush him out." Of course, Zhang wouldn't run away. Instead, he went to the city lord's treasury and emptied it of all its spiritual treasures. Then he flew into the sky, following the aura to a decent family within Feng City, where he commenced his old trade. Although the formation's repair was quick, due to a long period of disuse, it still took nearly half an hour to complete. Li Su waited anxiously on the side, afraid that Zhang might have already left Feng City. However, he clearly worried too much. Zhang was currently ransacking another family, completely unconcerned about Li Su finding him. With this, I won't have to worry about resources for the next few days. Although these items are a bit lacking in quality, the spiritual energy inside isn't abundant, so the boost to me won't be significant, but it's still better than nothing, Zhang thought, shaking his head as he sensed the spiritual items in his spatial storage, a hint of regret in his tone. Suddenly, a mysterious wave enveloped the entire Feng City, directly locking onto Zhang, nearly instantly giving him the feeling of being crushed under a massive stone. Is this the formation of Feng City? Impressive. Zhang was surprised for a moment, but then a jade green glow erupted from his body, instantly dissipating the terrifying pressure weighing down on him. What is the concept of the constitution at stone iron bronze emerald rank? Simply put, if Zhang were to unleash all his physical strength, he could almost instantly slay a cultivator at the condensation realm. The beast kings deep within the endless forest are hardly more than the physical beings of stone iron bronze emerald rank. Found you. Li Su, sitting cross-legged within the formation, flashed with a gleam in his eyes and a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly stood up and quickly rushed towards Zhang's location. The city's defensive formation, which had not been activated in many years, was used today, prompting many to speculate about what had happened. In their memory, the last time the formation was activated was during a beast-tide assault over 20 years ago, and to their surprise, it was activated again after more than 20 years. Of course, they would never have thought that the reason for activating the formation this time was to capture a spiritual beast. After withstanding the pressure from the formation, Zhang made no moves. He just quietly waited for Li Su to arrive, compressing energy points in his mouth, ready to deliver a fatal strike. Soon, a figure appeared along the street, leading a group of people, charging directly towards Zhang. "Zhang, my friend? Why are you here? Weren't you at the Lord's residence?" Li Su asked, surprised, as he approached Zhang. I received news that a spiritual beast appeared in the city, so I hurried over with people to drive it away, but to my shock, it turns out to be you, Zhang. This is truly a transgression. Li Su feigned an apology, but in his hands, the spiritual weapon swung down decisively towards the prone Zhang. However, Zhang had long prepared a lethal move, expecting Li Su's arrival. He never imagined that Li Su would be so arrogant, believing a single formation could trap Zhang. As the blade's light approached, Zhang suddenly vanished, activated his teleportation, and appeared 3 meters away. The compressed energy points in his mouth instantly erupted, releasing a terrifying beam of energy points that pierced through Li Su's chest, leaving him no time to dodge. Zhang then turned and charged at others, the energy points beam following suit, and within moments, Li Su's retinue suffered heavy casualties. Li Su stood rigidly, mouth agape but unable to utter a sound, terror-filled eyes wide open. A clear hole in his chest had nearly destroyed all his internal organs, and horrifying heat had ignited half of his body. Can't waste it, it's all food. Zhang hurriedly stored the bodies of Li Su and the others into his internal space, then paid no attention to the remaining people, lightly flapping his wings, soaring into the sky. Humph. Who would have thought that I wouldn't provoke you, and you'd still dare to come over seeking death? Zhang scoffed with disdain, then confirmed his direction and quickly flew toward the adept faction Dawn faction. Wang was now very anxious because his father, Wang Shang, had sent him a letter for Zhang to open. But Zhang had been missing for a month. Wang had originally hoped to find him in the Rising Sun Mountains, but after the competition ended, the sect's higher-ups directly sealed off the mountains, preventing anyone from entering, and he had no way to search for Zhang. A week ago, the letter sent by Wang Shang explained the situation. The conflict between the Wang and Li families had intensified again. Both families wanted to occupy a vein of ores crystals and neither wanted to back down, leading to several minor frictions. Because of Zhang, most families in Lin City leaned towards the Li family. After all, they were all victims. Zhang's suspected ties to the Wang family were enough for them to put aside some differences and stand together. Additionally, the chips offered by the Li family were not much different from those of the Wang family, making the sides very clear. Just a week ago, a conflict arose due to some friction between the direct descendants of both sides, but this time it was not easily resolvable, as neither side wanted to compromise. The situation escalated from a quarrel between 2 young wastrels to a confrontation between 2 factions. With battle imminent, the 2 sides clashed instantly. However, due to the Wang family's weakness, they suffered small losses in every fight and became the weaker side after multiple encounters. Some families switched their allegiance to the Li family to assist them in dealing with the Wang family, further burdening the Wang family. Just yesterday, Wang Sheng sent another letter indicating that someone within the Wang family wanted to rebel and had contacted some people from the Li family to try and push Wang Sheng out of his position as head of the family. The situation had already gone beyond Wang Sheng's control, so he urgently needed Zhang's help, otherwise, the Wang family would be finished. Wang certainly wanted to return to participate in the battle with the Li family, but the adept faction Dawn faction had rules that prohibited disciples from involving themselves in the struggles of the mundane world. This left him eager to participate yet powerless to act. Where on earth has Senior gone? If I can't find him soon, the Wang family is done for. Wang was anxious, yet unable to intervene, merely feeling frustrated. You're looking for me? Zhang had just teleported into Wang's abode when he heard Wang's murmurs and called out. Senior. Wang perked up with joy upon hearing the voice, hurriedly handing a letter to Zhang, even forgetting to acknowledge Zhang's true form. Senior. This is a letter from my father for you. Please, you must help us. Wang earnestly pleaded with Zhang, knowing that Zhang's power was formidable. If anyone could assist the Wang family, it would undoubtedly be him. After reading the letter, Zhang understood the situation. Once he stored the letter in his spatial inner realm, he left without uttering a word. After Zhang left, Wang finally realized, it seems Senior's true form isn't a scorpion this time. Just as he thought about it, Wang shook his head vigorously. How could I doubt Senior? If he wanted to harm us, he wouldn't need to use any tricks. I should focus on my training. Wang immediately sat cross-legged, redirecting his thoughts to cultivation. Half a day later, Zhang appeared outside the gate of Lin City, and this time, the city's defensive array sounded an alarm. How can they sense me again this time? Zhang was slightly surprised. Could it be that only spirit beast level monsters can trigger the array? After the alarm sounded, a figure quickly arrived atop the city wall. It was Wang Shang, but his face did not look good, showing clear signs of fatigue. Before Wang Shang could speak, Zhang took the lead, saying, "It's been a while, Wang brother. You still have your charm." Upon hearing the words from the giant lizard flying above, Wang Shang was taken aback at first, but moments later, his face lit up with joy and a sense of relief. "Brother Zhang! You finally made it. Come in quickly." Wang Shang hurriedly instructed the soldiers defending the city to open the gates and welcomed Zhang inside. Wang family, meeting hall. Zhang leaned back in his seat, listening to Wang Shang's endless chatter, his lips twitching slightly. Since the war began, many troubles the Wang family faced were borne solely by Wang Shang, leaving him utterly exhausted. Now, Zhang's appearance seemed like a breath of fresh air, revitalizing Wang Shang as he incessantly lamented about the Li family alliance. "So, you want me to deal with their high-level combatants?" As Wang Shang paused to take a sip of water and continued talking, Zhang quickly interrupted. "Yes. Thanks to their alliance, the Li family's Tier 1 body refinement experts above the 9th level have almost increased fivefold. Although our Wang family is the #1 family in Lin City, we still don't have nearly as many strong fighters as they do after their union. Since the battle began, we've been retreating in defeat, with many suffering serious injuries." Worry was evident on Wang Shang's face. These fighters were cultivated from their own resources, and losing even one would cause them great pain, let alone those who were gravely injured or killed. "That is fine, whenever the fight breaks out, just call me. For those Tier 1 body refinement experts above the 9th level, one will die for each that comes. Don't worry, none will escape." Zhang spoke calmly, making it hard to gauge his depth. "What is Brother Zhang's level?" Wang Shang asked. "In your human terms, it's equivalent to gathering essence." Upon hearing this, Wang Shang's eyes widened, his expression excited, as he never expected Zhang to reach such a level in such a short time. "I'll go arrange some guest rooms," Wang Shang announced. "No need, I can go directly to the library," Zhang said, and with a flash, he vanished. 19. Night Raid. Night fell quickly, and just as Zhang was huddled in the library reading, the array around the library suddenly activated, and Zhang felt several figures approaching with ill intent. Unfortunately for them, their luck was not on their side. They could not have anticipated that a spirit beast was stationed within, leading to their tragedy. With a few sudden and chilling screams, Zhang stepped out from the library, glanced at the chaos loud with shouts from the Wang family, and after sensing Wang Shang's position, he flew away with a flap of his wings. At that moment, Wang Shang had no leisure to seek Zhang's help, as he was already entangled with 3 second-level qi refinement experts. In order to avoid harming innocents, Wang Shang was fighting and retreating. The four had already moved beyond Lin City. Upon sensing Wang Shang's location, Zhang chose not to pursue further. Wang Shang's objective was evidently to entrust the complete defense of the Wang family to him, asking for support. Of course, Zhang was quite willing. Although these people were not particularly strong, their numbers were substantial. It wouldn't be much of a hassle to take them down, so why not? The people of the Wang family had a very distinct mark. They all had a pattern embroidered on their shoulders, while the attackers did not, making it easy to distinguish between them. Zhang transformed back to his original size, nearly 20 meters long, instantly clearing a wide area. A sweep of his tail sent several people flying. By today, nearly everyone knew about Zhang speaking human language outside of Lin City, including the Li family. Therefore, they were fully prepared. Even the usually non-participating Lord of Lin City aligned himself with the Li family to target Zhang. After Zhang revealed himself, a figure quickly burst from the crowd and charged at him. The Lord of Lin City was from another branch of the Wang family. Even within the Wang clan, infighting was inevitable. The family to which the Lord belonged had always been at odds with Wang Shang's Wang family, so they would always target the Wang family. This time, they even participated directly in the night raid. This person's strength was indeed impressive, being at the 10th level of spirit concentration, coupled with a prominent family background. His foundation was solid enough to battle against someone at the 1st level of spirit formation. However, thinking he could stop Zhang with just that was quite an overstatement. Seeing the newcomer, Zhang welcomed him with a claw, meeting his fiery fist. Noticing that Zhang didn't dodge at all, the man smirked and increased his strength, and the two engaged instantly. However, his smile froze moments later. Zhang's physical body was already at stone iron bronze emerald rank, letting him hit without any defense wouldn't cause significant damage. Especially not when facing Zhang's incredibly tough claws. As soon as they clashed, Zhang tore off the man's arm, delivering a devastating blow. All of this man's strength was concentrated in his fist. Losing an arm would reduce his power by more than half. At that moment, Wang Fan looked at Zhang with terror, unable to believe that this giant lizard was actually so powerful. Since he had gained the advantage, Zhang aimed to amplify it indefinitely. He didn't care about Wang Fan's state at that moment. He raised his claws again and struck down at the fallen Wang Fan. Originally, Wang Fan wanted to communicate with Zhang to spare him, but upon sensing Zhang's murderous intent, he abandoned that unrealistic idea and quickly rolled away, channeling his internal energy to cover the severed arm to prevent excessive blood loss. Missing his strike, Zhang wasn't surprised after all. Wang Fan was at the 10th level of spirit concentration. Having been stationed in Lin City for many years, he had plenty of combat experience. If a mere strike could kill him, that would indeed be miraculous. No! I cannot fight this beast here. Its physical body is too strong, Wang Fan exclaimed as he dodged the attack and immediately got up, running towards the outskirts of the Wang family. I must return to the Lord's residence. Only by using formations can we eliminate it. Watching the flicker in Wang Fan's eyes, Zhang had no idea what scheme he was concocting. However, regardless of Wang Fan's intentions, as long as he was blocked here and killed, nothing else would go awry. The patterns within him activated in an instant, and Zhang appeared right in front of Wang Fan, expelling compressed energy points, directing a column of energy points towards Wang Fan. Wang Fan was quick to react. As soon as he saw Zhang, he rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding Zhang's deadly attack, although his other arm turned to ashes. Losing both arms left Wang Fan unsteady and unable to get back up quickly. After rolling twice to evade Zhang's feet, he ultimately gave Zhang the opportunity to crush him underfoot, scattering his flesh across the wall. He was utterly dead. Poor Wang Fan was on the verge of entering the spirit formation stage, but because he picked the wrong side, he encountered Zhang and met his demise. After dealing with Wang Fan, Zhang quickly stashed away the storage ring he had taken from him and then dived into the fray, charging into the battle. Due to his massive size, in order to avoid accidentally harming the people of the Wang family, Zhang shrank down to 2 meters, continuously weaving through the battlefield. Every strike he made could take down an enemy. No one could withstand even one of his attacks. With Zhang's involvement, the Wang family's originally crumbling defenses began to organize a counterattack. Meanwhile, the attackers had already lost more than half their number to Zhang and were now incapable of mounting an effective offense. Many of them had been surrounded by the Wang family, waiting for Zhang to come and reap the harvest. The battle took place at midnight. Due to Zhang's influence, the Wang family quickly concluded the fight, leaving behind a ground littered with corpses, as Zhang swiftly followed the trace of Wang Shang's aura outside the city. At this point, Wang Shang's battle against the four had reached a fever pitch. Aside from Wang Shang being at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, the other 3 were all at the 2nd level. If it weren't for the injuries he sustained from an earlier sneak attack, they wouldn't have had the ability to hold him off for almost an hour. Wang Shang, caught in the siege, looked very anxious as he worried about the Wang family. It had already been an hour, yet Zhang still hadn't arrived to help, which made him extremely worried. However, after sensing the terrifying aura coming from the sky, Wang Shang let out a sigh of relief. Finally here. The other 3 changed their expressions drastically upon seeing Zhang appear. The head of the Li family even trembled slightly as he held his weapon. Zhang's appearance meant that Wang Fan had failed. The 3 exchanged fearful glances and then directly abandoned Wang Shang, fleeing in different directions. Running away held no meaning in front of Zhang, who had teleportation abilities. Clearly, they were unaware of this, otherwise, they would have been even more desperate. As 3 terrified screams echoed in his ears, Wang Shang collapsed to the ground and took out a pill, slowly recovering. Soon, Zhang appeared beside Wang Shang and asked, "Do you need to go back immediately?" Wang Shang shook his head. "No need. You go back and rest, thank you. I'll be fine soon. By the time Zhang returned to the Wang family, they were busy clearing the bodies and tallying their losses. However, when Zhang tried to take away the bodies, an elder-like figure blocked him. Stop! What are you doing? Zhang turned around in surprise, looking at the arrogant old man. Seeing Zhang turn his head, the man sneered coldly and continued, "These people were all killed with great effort by our Wang family. They are our spoils of war, and you actually want to hoard the spoils for yourself?" Zhang found it amusing but ignored the old man, continuing to collect the bodies. Seeing that Zhang completely disregarded him, the elder felt humiliated, unable to maintain his pride. Someone! Capture this beast! How dare a mere battle beast touch the things of my Wang family? However, after the elder finished speaking, no one came forward. They even kept their distance, looking at him with pity. Upon hearing battle beast, Zhang turned around and slapped the elder dead, collecting him into his storage. Is he crazy? Trying to show off superiority in front of me? Doesn't he know? Zhang found it somewhat funny. An ant at Tier 1 body refinement was making bold statements in front of him. Initially, he didn't want to bother with him, but the elder insisted on provoking him to the point where he had to kill him to make him quiet. Zhang had never encountered such a novel request and could only oblige. Seeing the elder's gruesome death, none of the Wang family's members dared to speak up to defend him against Zhang. Of course, this was entirely normal unless they wanted to court death. Why would they provoke such a terrifying beast? They would want to avoid him at all costs. Who is this person? Do you all know? Zhang asked the jittery crowd who didn't dare to speak. Upon hearing Zhang's question, everyone shook their heads, indicating they didn't recognize the person. Don't know? Then let us wait for Wang Sheng to come back to discuss this. With Zhang around, he just needed to collect everything delivered to him into his storage space. After all, with the system's help, he could digest anything. A few minutes later, Wang Sheng returned. After Zhang told him about the elder, Wang Sheng was not surprised. That was the second elder. He is a traitor of the Wang family. I actually knew he wanted to rebel against the Wang family, but because of his past contributions, I couldn't bring myself to deal with him. I didn't expect him to show no remorse and collude with the Li family, leading to a heavy loss for our Wang family during this night raid. Wang Sheng regretted his previous mercy, not realizing it would bring such a huge loss to the Wang family. Since there is nothing wrong now, I'll go back to rest. Tomorrow we can launch a full-scale attack. After tomorrow, the Lin city will be under your Wang Sheng's control. After saying this, Zhang returned to the library. After all, it was easier to fall asleep when lying on the books. Knowing it was noon the next day, Zhang was awakened by Wang Sheng. Because they were defeated badly in yesterday's battle, almost all the elites were caught by us, so their alliance has completely collapsed. This morning, their families all brought heavy gifts to apologize. Wang Sheng was very excited. Oh, is that it? So they are saying they won't fight anymore? Zhang replied nonchalantly. I came for those gifts. My intention is to take 90% for myself, as the Wang family has suffered a major disaster and needs some items to replenish. You can take the remaining 90% for yourself, Wang Sheng said cautiously. He couldn't afford to be careless. Last night he heard his subordinates report. Upon learning that Zhang had killed Wang Fan, he was shocked. He knew Zhang was strong, but he never expected him to be able to slay a formidable opponent like Wang Fan, who was just one step away from breaking through to the dance stage. Although Zhang seemed amiable, who could tell if he might annihilate the Wang family over ownership of these gifts? He had even killed the city lord. Would he be afraid of a mere Wang family? Sure, just send it directly to the library. At that moment, Zhang had quite a few items in his space. If he devoured them all, it would significantly boost his bloodline progress, bringing him closer to the dance stage. Thus, Zhang stayed in the Wang family's library for 2 days without stepping outside, and Wang Sheng wisely refrained from disturbing him. However, 2 days later, Wang Sheng arrived at the library with a grim expression and found Zhang. Brother Zhang, we have big trouble, Wang Sheng said seriously. It seemed the issue was quite significant, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered Zhang. 2 days ago, you killed Wang Fan, and his soul plate shattered. The Wang family will send someone to the city today for an inquiry. At that time. Don't worry. As long as the visitors aren't from the late dance stage, they won't stir up much trouble, Zhang replied calmly. This was not mere arrogance, it was based on his solid strength. Currently, Zhang's power was at the 8th tier spirit beast level, with a frightening constitution ranked at stone, iron, bronze, emerald, plus his burning blood at the 7th layer and life transformation. Even if he had to exhaust himself, he could wear down early or even mid-dance stage experts. Their people are arriving this afternoon. I hope you can handle it then, Wang Sheng said. But it's best not to kill the visitors. Their lineage is close to the imperial city of the Sealed Kingdom, and their power is considerable. It's said their strongest member has reached the transformation stage, so it's better to be cautious. Understood, Zhang replied. Taking a day off. Today is Qingming Festival, and I need to return to my hometown with my family to burn paper. Since it's far and exhausting, I won't be updating. 2 chapters will be provided tomorrow. Thank you. Starting from a single ant to dominate, taking a day off. Currently being typed, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest updates. Starting with domination from an ant. Novel site text update, remember the website. Starting from a single ant to dominate, taking a day off. Currently being typed, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest updates. Starting with domination from an ant. Novel site text update, remember the website. 20, Heishui City Wang family. In the evening, Zhang, on the top of the library tower, finally awaited the Wang family's arrival from Heishui City. 5 individuals formed a group, all at the 8th or 9th tier of concentration. They exuded an overwhelming aura, their gazes fierce and arrogant. Although the Wang family currently managed Lin City, there would always be some underlings with rebellious hearts. Soon, the 5 received word that Wang Fan's death was linked to the Wang family of Lin City. The recent battle couldn't be hidden, anyone with sense could see the reshuffling of forces within the city. Thus, it wasn't surprising that the 5 from Heishui City were able to track down the Wang family. However, their speed this time was unusually fast, indicating someone must have tipped them off. At this moment, the 5 were accompanied by Wang Sheng to the Wang family's conference hall, interrogating Wang Sheng about the events. Wang Sheng obviously couldn't tell the truth. Not only were the 2 families usually at odds, but even in cordial relations, he wouldn't lay out all the details. After a verbal clash, the 5 realized that Wang Sheng clearly had no intention of being straightforward with them. Therefore, a younger man among them scoffed and acted first. Wang Sheng clearly hadn't expected them to actually dare to strike. He rolled aside clumsily, barely dodging the attack. To think that his concentration stage strength would allow a weak cultivator in the chi stage to evade seeing the mocking expressions on his companions' faces, the young man felt embarrassed and raised his arms again, channeling a more powerful energy towards Wang Sheng, who had just stood up. However, this time Wang Sheng didn't evade, for a figure radiating immense malevolence appeared in front of him. Zhang immediately teleported to this spot after sensing the young man's attack, but he didn't rush to intervene. He observed from the sidelines and only entered once they initiated their attack, blocking the young man's second strike. Seeing a demon beast suddenly appear to protect Wang Sheng, the 5 also realized that Wang Fan's death might have been caused by this beast, so they stood up and looked at Zhang with fierce gazes. Is this the beast in question? Someone told us it was a serrated lizard, and it seems to be you. An elder leading the group fixed his gaze on Zhang, his eyes nearly bursting with flames as his aura surged. Wang, if you want to fight after what I've done, take it outside. But if you're here to talk, stay put and don't threaten anyone with brute strength. Zhang unleashed a mental pressure on the man who had acted aggressively and on the elderly man who was about to do the same, causing both of them to falter and back away instantly. You dare to attack us? One of the women, who was not targeted, saw Zhang displaying no sign of strength, and witnessing the 2 men being intimidated to retreat by Zhang's alternate means, she instantly yelled in reproach. Without waiting for the elder to stop her, she struck down on Zhang with her sword. No! The elder, forced back by Zhang's mental pressure, was stunned when he suddenly saw the woman attacking. He called out urgently, trying to stop her, but it was already too late. Zhang didn't even move, letting her strike hit him directly, sparking a shower of sparks and producing a ringing sound like hammering metal. The woman realized that this ferocious beast withstood her attack without a scratch, and instantly felt a wave of terror. She knew she had acted rashly, as the two on her side were directly forced back and unable to fight, placing herself in a perilous position. Zhang withstood the sword's blow, glared coldly at the woman, unleashed a mental shock, and then swiftly swiped with his claws, severing her arm. He used his tongue to retract the detached limb into the space, while the woman promptly fainted from the dual impact of mental shock and pain. You! The elder, witnessing Zhang's actions, felt a surge of anger and shock, but he did not dare to act recklessly, and could only set the unconscious woman aside. I don't intend to argue with you. I believe you're not foolish, so let us talk calmly. If we can't talk, just say so early to avoid wasting my time here with you all, Zhang said, looking at the elder. We can talk. We can talk. We won't attack again, the elder hurriedly responded. There is still some interest to collect. Zhang struck out in an instant, severing the arm of the previously aggressive man, and under their furious stares, he calmly flew outside. Soon, the five emerged from Wang's family's conference hall, burning with rage, and when they saw Zhang resting on the waterside pavilion, they said nothing and walked away, with that woman even too terrified to glance at Zhang. Wang Sheng came out, and upon seeing Zhang, said grimly, they won't compromise easily. Today, their strength falls short compared to yours, but tomorrow they might call upon their elders. How did the talks go? Instead of responding, Zhang asked about the outcome of the negotiations. They are currently showing weakness. They agreed to all my demands. But that's what worries me more, Wang Shang replied, visibly anxious. The Wang family from Blackwater City is quite powerful among many clans, and their strongest members may be at the stage of opening their orifices. While your strength is immense, it's still too precarious against an opponent at that level. Don't worry, those at the opening orifices stage 1T concern themselves with an already dead clan member. Furthermore, Wang Fan's strength isn't that extraordinary. At most, they might just send an elder over, Zhang reassured. I have staked the entire fate of the Wang family on you. Previously, it was a mutually beneficial relationship, but since your return, I've had a change of heart. You are remarkable and seem to have a secret to rapidly increasing your strength. I don't care what it is, I just hope you will look after the Wang family after becoming strong. Wang Sheng's tone was sincere, carrying the weight of a family head's responsibility. Rest assured, I won't let you or your family fall into danger, especially since you haven't taken advantage of me when I was weak. I still have some morals. Zheng shot a serious glance at Wang Sheng and waved his claw. Then I will send someone to Blackwater City to inquire about their next moves, hoping to prepare in advance. Just as Wang Sheng was about to turn to leave, he suddenly seemed to remember something, turning back to ask, did you see that wanted poster up on the city? A wanted poster? Whose? Mine? Zhang looked puzzled, genuinely having not seen any wanted poster. It was issued by the Adept Faction Dawn Faction. They have people personally deliver and post them in every town and even in villages, showing your previous appearance on it. Yeah, I understand. Bringing this up now is a bit late. The Li family's people probably already reported this. But it's not a huge issue. Even if their elder comes, they likely won't return alive. My biggest concern is if they join forces with the Blackwater City Wang family and attack simultaneously. That would be quite troublesome. Zhang furrowed his brows thoughtfully. He was currently an 8th level spirit beast, and the elders in the Adept Faction Dawn faction were generally slightly lower than that level, with only a few powerful ones having such strength. The key figure was Zhong Kai, who possessed the strength of the 3rd level of Dan condensation. If he attacked, Zhang would indeed not be able to handle him temporarily. Currently, my strength is still inadequate. The resources in this space are just enough to raise me to the 9th level. It seems I need more resources. Perhaps it's time to visit the Adept Faction Dawn faction again. With this thought, Zhang said a word to Wang Sheng and then teleported away. Zhong Kai is now very concerned about that beast causing chaos among them. Just yesterday, someone came to the foot of the mountain claiming they had spotted the beast in one of the Adept faction Dawn faction's subordinate cities, Lin City. However, after investigation, they learned that these were actually two different creatures. One was a scorpion and the other a saw-toothed lizard, which are even different species, so how could they be the same? Nevertheless, the person from Lin City reported the news with great conviction, even swearing an oath, which made him somewhat suspicious. Upon inquiry, Zone Kai learned that the scorpion could change its shape and species, but their speculation was based on what they had seen. The true nature of the beast likely only the beast itself knows. This is one of the most reliable pieces of information they have received since releasing the wanted order, so Zone Kai doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Besides, they were going to send someone anyway, and if they could confirm it this time, it would definitely be worth it. They say that beast has already evolved into a spirit beast. Sending disciples won't do. It seems Elder Jean has to make a trip instead. Just as Zone Kai was mulling over this matter, Elder Jean happened to come looking for him. After a brief conversation, Elder Jean set off towards Lin City with several capable elders. Zhang reappeared through a teleportation at a relay station, but sensed several figures in the distance rapidly approaching his direction. With such power, why are they in such a hurry? Zhang casually found a patch of grass to hide in, waiting for the arrival of those few people. Elder Jean was very excited after learning about the beast. He found Zone Kai and requested to check the situation himself. When he learned that the beast was already a spirit beast, he became even more thrilled. In just 1 month, that beast had advanced from a wild animal to a spirit beast. Its innate talent is evident. If he could capture it and gain something from it, his level would definitely advance further, achieving a successful foundation building. It's him. Zhang was shocked upon seeing the leader's face. He must have seen Elder Jean before, so seeing him now was even more surprising. Is he really that idle? He actually came to check on Lin City personally? Zhang waited patiently by the side, only emerging from the grass after Elder Jean and the others passed. Judging by that old man's strength, he's at the 10th level of spirit cultivation. If I ambush him, I could probably take him out in one blow. The others are not worth worrying about. Let's do it like this. Zhang began to gather energy points in his mouth, constantly sensing the positions of those people, waiting for a deadly strike. Elder Jean suddenly halted during his advance, surveying the surroundings. Just a moment ago, he sensed a feeling of being watched. Stop moving for now and check the surroundings. The group immediately scattered in all directions. They scattered? Did they sense something? Is that old man's mental strength really that formidable? Zhang was slightly surprised. He had not expected the previous spying to be noticed. But it doesn't matter. It will be easier to take them down one by one now that they've split up. When the energy points had fully gathered, Zhang instantly vanished and then reappeared behind Elder Jean, unleashing the energy points in a burst. A beam of light charged menacingly towards Elder Jean's back. What? Elder Jean leapt up immediately upon sensing someone behind him, narrowly dodging Zhang's lethal strike with a sideways leap. What's this? It's him. Elder Jean turned to face his attacker and recognized Zhang's figure, exclaiming in surprise. Old man! Didn't I just kill one of your pets? Is it really necessary to hunt me down to the end? Zhang asked. Indeed, you have become a spirit beast. Elder Jean frowned upon hearing Zhang's words. After a moment of thought, he replied, Humph. If you had only killed that rock, we wouldn't have had to apprehend you. But you've touched our sect's foundations, which is absolutely unforgivable. Sect foundations? I haven't touched anything. I've been living in the endless forest for nearly a month. When would I have time to mess with your stuff? Zhang's eyes glinted as he lied. Whether you did or not, I came to Lin City with these few people to capture you. Now that you've delivered yourself, don't blame me. After finishing his sentence, Elder Jean immediately summoned a spirit sword from his dantian, and several swordlights shot towards Zhang. 21. Elder Jin's death. Seeing the previously scattered elders return, having sensed the disturbances in surrounding Zhang, Elder Jean hesitated not for a moment. He directly swung his spirit sword, releasing a wave of sword energy, and charged towards the surrounded Zhang. Zhang also noticed the elders return but felt no panic. Even if Zhang stood still and allowed them to hit him, he would not be harmed. Easily deflecting the sword energy with a claw, Zhang quickly turned around and cleaved through a 6th-level spirit cultivation elder who attempted a sneak attack from behind, crushing his skull with a kick, while his tail flicked out, using its sharpened tip to block Elder Jin's spirit sword. In an instant, they lost a member in the scuffle, causing Elder Jin to feel somewhat disgraced. Moreover, he was unable to accept being blocked by a mere tail. Beast! You will not escape today. Elder Jin pulled out a formation disc from somewhere and activated it, instantly casting runes everywhere, sealing the area. In just a short while, Zhang killed another person, and now there were only 8 left, including Elder Jin. After activating the formation, Elder Jin no longer looked down on Zhang. Zhang's strength was almost on par with his own, and in just a moment, he had slain 2 formidable elders. If he didn't use his real strength soon, he really would end up killing everyone. The spiritual energy on his body surged, wildly pouring into his spiritual sword. Under the influence of this energy, the sword's aura erupted, and its might began to rise. When the momentum peaked, Elder Jin clasped his hands together and then instantly separated them. As he did so, several identical spiritual swords materialized above the original sword. Elder Jin waved his hands, and over a dozen spiritual swords suddenly shot towards Zhang, who was entangled by the other elders. The sound of ding-ding rang out continuously. Although Elder Jin's swords were sharp, they were still blocked by Zhang's back armor, creating showers of sparks. Elder Jin's attack proved ineffective, and his face grew even darker. This technique was considered one of his more powerful killing moves, yet it still couldn't trouble Zhang, not even breaking through his defenses. The elders surrounding him were suppressed by Zhang's terrifying physical presence. With the emergence of some flaws, Zhang seized the opportunity, expanded instantly, and his claws swept around, tearing apart the bodies of 3 elders nearby, with blood splattering onto the ground. You! With the loss of 3 more comrades, Elder Jin felt helpless. If looks could kill, Zhang would have been dead countless times. In real combat, there is no need for prolonged encounters. Seizing one opportunity can put you in someone else's rhythm. If the gap in strength is too vast, there's no way to achieve a turning point in a dire situation. Zhang had concealed his strength while fighting with them, even without igniting his blood. What's the point? He was merely playing around and honing his combat skills. Due to the constant changes in his race, Zhang rarely studied his combat techniques thoroughly. He usually just crushed opponents directly with his might, and he would never engage in a life or death struggle without confidence. Stop him! Elder Jin shouted again, and then once more infused spiritual energy into the spiritual sword. Hearing Elder Jin's command, the remaining 4 elders unleashed their full power, their faces reddening. They had burned their internal spiritual energy, risking serious injuries for a temporary surge. This time, Elder Jin's spiritual sword didn't just create over a dozen swords but instead coalesced into one massive sword, radiating terrifying energy points as it swung down towards Zhang. This time, Zhang didn't ignore it again. Judging by the fluctuations emanating from that giant sword, it already hinted at the power of the foundation establishment stage. Zhang could indeed withstand this blow, but he would definitely incur some injuries. Sensing that Elder Jin had locked onto him, Zhang showed him the respect he deserved and prepared to face the giant sword strike. At that moment, a jade-green glow enveloped him, and a surge of energy points had already attached itself to his back, waiting for the giant sword to strike. If this sword doesn't work, it's over. Elder Jin was extremely serious now, channeling almost all his spiritual energy into the spiritual sword. The enormous energy had also caused cracks to form along the sword that was intertwined with his life. Finally, unable to control the spiritual sword any longer, Elder Jin used up his last bit of strength to bring the giant sword down. Boom! With a deafening sound, the ground even collapsed, causing the formation to shatter unimpeded. The terrifying intensity of the attack cleaved the ground open, tearing a massive fissure that split the entire postal road. Is he dead? The group stared intently into the crack, feeling the energy inside. A series of coughing sounds shattered their illusions as Zhang flew out from the fissure, a white mark on his back, which disappeared after a moment. What? Elder Jin's spiritual sword shattered. Now he was barely hanging on, wanting to know the final outcome, but after hearing Zhang's voice, his strength dissipated instantly, leaving him in despair. After coughing up blood, Elder Jean finally couldn't hold on any longer. His vision darkened, and he fell into a coma. At this point, his spiritual sword had broken into pieces, turning into a pile of dust. For sword cultivators, their fate is closely linked to their spiritual swords. Although the shattering of the spiritual sword wouldn't result in immediate death for the cultivator, it would definitely cause severe injury, causing a significant drop in level and, in serious cases, complete loss of level, rendering them forever unable to cultivate. Seeing Elder Jean, their pillar, collapse, the remaining 4 elders felt a surge of despair. However, they did not lose their fighting spirit. Instead, they attacked Zhang even more ferociously. The power gap was vast, and soon, Zhang eliminated them one by one, killing them all. Approaching Elder Jean, Zhang found that he had already breathed his last. Shaking his head, Zhang still collected him into his space. Elder Jin's strength was formidable. In the realm of spiritual quietude, there were few who could rival him, of course, excluding Zhang and those lower beings. If we're being honest, Zhang's survival is entirely due to his monstrous constitution. It's rare for humans to focus on refining their physical bodies, most concentrate on offensive techniques, which is why many talented individuals fall during their growth. In contrast, the cultivations of demon beasts predominantly focus on physical training. Although they may not excel in offense, their physical bodies serve as their weapons, and they seldom perish prematurely on their path of growth unless absolutely necessary. Zhang let out a sigh, realizing through this battle just how crucial constitution is. The earlier fight was practically a complete domination with an invincible body. He didn't even need to dodge their attacks and just stood firm, eliminating them all. It seems I need to quickly enhance my constitution. It truly is a bug-like presence, Zhang chuckled foolishly, tidying up the contents in their storage ring before heading back. He originally planned to sneak into the Adept faction Dawn faction for some development, but now, after slaying Elder Jean and his colleagues, their life tokens must have shattered, which they would undoubtedly notice. Going back now would be akin to walking into a tiger's den, especially since Zhong Kai's strength is at the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. Even if he activated his blood essence, it would be difficult to defeat him. Who knows if the Adept faction Dawn faction has some terrifying formations? There's no need to take unnecessary risks. Their collection seems impressive, especially Elder Jin's belongings, which seem to be stored in the storage ring. Zhang took off the storage ring he'd retracted after the battle and replaced it with Elder Jin's, then put it back on his tail. It's better to head back. These items will last until the Wang family from Blackwater City returns. For the next few days, I can just eat quietly, Zhang mumbled, activating his teleportation toward Lin City. Today, Lin Yi was in charge of cleaning the Life Token Hall, a task with little challenge since the Adept faction Dawn faction rarely has anyone wandering outside. The most they would do was search for some herbs or ores in the Sunrise Mountain range, and conflicts are almost non-existent. Therefore, those who usually clean the Life Token Hall have it quite easy. However, today Lin Yi suddenly felt an ominous premonition, filling him with anxiety. Yet, after reflecting, he realized he hadn't done anything morally wrong, so even if a disaster were to strike, it shouldn't happen to him. Thus, he opened the door to the Life Token Hall and was greeted by the sight of densely packed life tokens, each representing an individual from the Adept faction Dawn faction. Another person has died today. Lin Yi heard from a friend that the Adept faction Dawn faction had been quite unstable over the past month, with frequent deaths, and today 3 disciples had met their demise. Lin Yi walked around the hall and, after finding no more shattered life tokens, picked up his tools to start cleaning. However, when he approached the location of the Elder's life tokens, the sight before him caused his legs to go weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his face pale with extreme fear, mouth agape but unable to speak. He lay there for almost 10 minutes, feeling weak on the ground until he managed to push down his fear, trembling as he stood up and walked toward the exit of the Life Token Hall. At the spot where the Elder's life tokens were placed, 9 tokens lay shattered on the ground, one of them on the main seat. Zhong Kai had been waiting for Elder Jin's triumphant return but instead received the devastating news from Lin Yi. Are you saying all the tokens for Elder Jin and the other 8 elders have shattered? Zhong Kai exclaimed in shock and anger. Yes. Lord, they are all shattered. Lin Yi replied, trembling in fear. Impossible? Elder Gene is at the 10th level of concentration. How could he be killed within half a day of setting out? No way. Zhong Kai clearly did not believe this outcome. As the second elder of the Adept faction Dawn faction, although he often opposed the Grand Elder, his loyalty to the faction was beyond question. How could he lose his life so easily on a simple outing? Could it be that demon beast? If so, I must take action personally. If I continue to let it be, the Adept faction Dawn faction will eventually be consumed by it. Zhong Kai instantly thought of Zhang since Elder Gene had gone out to verify whether the claims made by the people in Lin City were true. Are the fragments of Elder Jin's life token still here? Yes. I found them but didn't dare to touch them. I came directly to report to you, Linny said. Alright, I understand. You can go now, don't discuss this with anyone else. Just continue cleaning the life token hall. Yes. 22. Need to evolve further. Zhong Kai and Linny went together to the life token hall and retrieved the shattered life token of Elder Gene. There are still soul fragments present, not yet dissipated, which means Elder Jin's death isn't long ago. But they had just set off. How could they have encountered that demon beast here? Zhong Kai frowned as he sensed the life token. Linny was absent-mindedly sweeping the ground with a tool in hand, her gaze constantly darting towards Zhong Kai, wanting to know what decision he would make. Could it be a coincidence that he ran into an enemy? Elder Gene rarely shows up. How could he have such a formidable foe? Moreover, 9 people have already been killed. I should go take a look myself, it's not too far. If I hurry, I might find the bodies of Elder Gene and his companions to bring back for burial. With a flash, Zhong Kai disappeared from the nameplate hall, leaving Linny behind. Half an hour later, a figure rushed in from afar and stopped above a massive crack. Is this Elder Jin's giant sword strike? Even after using this move, he couldn't kill the enemy? Zhong Kai stood still, filled with doubt as he sensed the residual energy points in the air. But why are there no bodies? If it was a personal vendetta, they shouldn't have taken the bodies away, right? Even assassins typically just take the head as proof. Could it really be a monster? When did spirit beasts get the freedom to enter and exit the endless forest at will? Things were getting more and more confusing, and no matter the guess, there was no solid evidence. Now it seemed the likelihood of it being a monster was greatest, as no bodies were left behind. Speaking of monsters, Zhang was certainly the prime suspect, but why did both sides meet here, and how could that monster even kill after Elder Gene unleashed the giant sword strike? Zhong Kai thought for a moment and ultimately decided to head back first, though he regretted not retrieving their storage rings. In the Wind Nation's territory, sects were numerous, but resources were limited, so the human race wasn't as united as imagined. Among all races, the infighting within the human race was the most severe, which is why other races looked down on them. The Adept faction Dawn faction may not be strong, but they do have enemies. If their movements are leaked to the enemy, they might shamelessly gather a lot of people to ambush him. As long as they can severely injure or kill him, the Adept faction Dawn faction will collapse without a fight. After lingering here for a moment, Zhong Kai turned and rushed towards the direction of the Adept faction Dawn faction. At this point, Zhang had returned to the Wang family's library, quietly channeling the energy points from within to slowly consume the items inside. Host, Zheng. Race, serrated lizard. Level, 8 tier spirit beast. Constitution stone iron bronze emerald rank 12%. Bloodline progress 86%. Law mastery, space 0.2%. Talent tree 36. Zheng looked at his panel, lost in thought. Initially, he thought that the so-called evolution by the system was just a gradual unlocking of his genetic locks, but he found through the usage that it was not that simple. What connection do ants and scorpions have? They are fundamentally different. How much commonality is there in genes? Very little. Yet the system can directly evolve him from an ant to a scorpion. Though he doesn't know how it's done, it doesn't stop him from being suspicious. Currently, he hasn't reached the Dan formation stage and wonders if he will be able to take on a human form in the future. If he can, that would be fantastic, but if not, he needs to study this system. What could have brought him from Earth to here, and what caused the system to bind with him? These questions have never left Zhang's mind, as he has always wanted to know. However, in the early stages, his strength was too weak to ensure his survival, which is why he repressed his speculations. Of course, he is still quite weak now, but at least he has the ability to protect himself. Zhang had read quite a few novels and knew that some powerful figures would use weak people to engage in schemes. Is he also being forced to participate, becoming a pawn? Forget it, there's no use thinking about it now, even if I knew, it wouldn't help. Zhang shook his head, dismissing his doubts and focused on consuming. I'll wait until I've used all these items before selecting talents. 36 bloodline points really aren't enough at most. I can activate 2 talents, which is quite unsatisfactory. 3 days later, Zhang finally consumed all the items in his space and underwent another evolution, becoming a spike-tail lizard, and his strength reached the 9th tier, bringing him closer to the transformation stage. Host, Zhang. Race, spiked-tail lizard. Level, 9th ranked spiritual beast. Constitution stone iron bronze emerald rank 20%. Bloodline progress 13%. Law mastery, space 0.25%. Talent tree 63. The bloodline points aren't many, but they can still increase some basic attributes, better than nothing. Ding, activated talent bloodlust passive level 2, chi sensation level 2, consuming 60 bloodline points. It's time to go out looking for food again. Zhang opened his eyes, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his crimson gaze, exuding a hint of intimidation. This system is great in many ways, but it consumes too many resources. While he can continue evolving as long as he can eat, the consumption is just too high. To cultivate, he needs resources, and the low-tier resources can no longer help Zhang improve even a little. It's essentially useless. Only stronger treasures are of any value. But the biggest problem is where to find these stronger treasures. He can't keep stealing from others, right? In the future, if he gains fame, won't his previous actions be exposed, turning him into a pariah? Looks like I'll need to check out the endless forest, but for now, I should hold back. If someone from the Wang family of Blackwater City arrives and I'm not around, that would be disastrous. Zhang stood up and walked out of the library. Having nothing to feed on afterward, Zhang had to budget his energy points carefully. Teleportation was definitely too wasteful, so this time Zhang didn't even fly, just took a leisurely walk in the Wang family's courtyard. Everyone along the way bowed to greet Zhang, showing great respect, because it was thanks to him that the Wang family had survived the night raid the other day, preventing them from becoming homeless. As soon as Zhang came out of the library, Wang Sheng knew, so he stepped out of the training room to greet him, and the two made their way to the meeting hall together. Yesterday our informants from Heishui City reported back that the Wang family from Heishui City has already set off. This time their numbers are quite large, led by their fourth elder, Wang Chengjun. How many have come? What is their strength? Zhang asked. This could be a windfall if he could catch them all at once. At least he wouldn't have to worry about training resources for the next couple of days. Wang Chengjuan's strength is at the 5th level of the condensation stage, and there are about 10 people of similar strength accompanying him. According to our reports, they are roughly around 10 people because the distance was too far at the time, and it was already evening, so they couldn't see clearly. 5th level of the condensation stage? When are they coming? Zhang furrowed his brows tightly. Dealing with someone at the 5th level with his current strength would be quite difficult. Even if he activated his blood burning, he could barely contend with someone at the 4th level, relying on his physical strength to hold out. If he encountered someone at the 5th level, it was very likely that he would be overwhelmed. They don't seem to be in a hurry. They look more like they're on a tour, completely disregarding us, so their pace is slow. They're likely to arrive here the day after tomorrow, Wang Sheng said. There's still time. For these next couple of days, you tell everyone in the Wang family to avoid walking outside, to prevent from being caught by those who want to curry favor with Heishui City. I'll make a trip to the Endless Forest and will be back no later than the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Zheng didn't wait for Wang Sheng to respond. He directly activated teleportation and vanished from the meeting hall. In 2 days, all restraints lifted. I should be able to evolve again. Whether I can succeed depends on this time. The central region of the Endless Forest experienced a significant upheaval today, as a winged lizard roamed in search of spirit beasts to slaughter. If it couldn't find any, it would recklessly devour the giant trees. Several spirit beasts have already fallen victim to its cruel grip. One level 10 spirit beast attempted to reason with it but was smacked to the ground by a claw and then brutally devoured. This infuriated some of the condensation stage Wang practitioners in the central region. Such rampant destruction was severely affecting the ecosystem. If this continued, it would likely take a long time for the area to recover. As a result, numerous spirit beasts under their command swarmed in, closely surrounding Zhang in an open space. "We are ordered to maintain order in the endless forest. You'd best not think about resisting, or the result may not be something you can accept," a three-eyed lion said to Zhang, its power very strong, just one step away from the transformation of the condensation stage. The lion radiated a powerful aura as it bore down on Zhang, attempting to force him to submit. Most of the spirit beasts in the arena were at the 9th or 10th tiers, and as a pack their overwhelming presence pressed down on one person, causing the ground beneath Zhang's feet to collapse. Zhang frantically activated the energy points within him to withstand the pressure from the dozens of powerful spirit beasts, his body shimmering with a jade-green radiance. Seeing Zhang actually manage to maintain his stance without collapsing under such terrifying pressure, the three-eyed lion's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Even it would never be able to stand in such an immense force, yet Zhang achieved it, and at the 9th tier no less. This triggered a sense of crisis within it. No creature likes to see another succeed, and it was no exception. Other spirit beasts felt the same, all except for a few that lacked ambition, whose eyes were also filled with killing intent. Most of this killing intent was directed at Zhang, but a small portion was aimed at other spirit beasts. Having lived in the endless forest for years, many spirit beasts held grudges against each other, but out of respect for the orders above, they kept their impulses in check, rarely having the opportunity to strike. However, this time, the battle surrounding Zhang opened up an opportunity for them. Amid such chaos, it wouldn't be surprising for one or two spirit beasts to die. As long as they handled the bodies properly or devoured them directly, no one would know what happened. Thinking of this, some cunning spirit beasts had already begun to exchange glances. Zhang found himself surrounded and observed their expressions closely. Upon discovering their intentions of secretly plotting against each other, a smile appeared on his lips. "Very good, this way I don't even have to lift a finger. You all can muddle the waters on your own. Have you made up your mind? Will you surrender or continue to resist?" The three-eyed lion was among the strongest of these spirit beasts, hence it was essentially leading the group. "You are being too careless." Zhang had no intention of engaging them in a verbal sparring match. He instantly teleported behind a 9th tier spirit beast on the outskirts, raking his claw down its back and leaving a massive gash, blood spurting out immediately. The intense pain caused the spirit beast to turn around and kick at Zhang, but he once again swung his claw, severing one of its hind legs. However, the screeching sound awakened the front row spirit beasts, including the three-eyed lion, who had been momentarily stunned by Zhang's sudden disappearance. The encirclement instantly dissolved, and the three-eyed lion charged directly toward Zhang, ready to attack. 23. The young ones are driven out, and the old ones remain. Seeing the three-eyed lion charging in, Zhang showed no signs of weakness. He directly abandoned the heavily injured spirit beast and fought alongside the three-eyed lion. The three-eyed lion shimmered with a golden glow, indicating that it had a golden tier physique. Although not as powerful as Zhang's stone iron bronze emerald rank body, it was still remarkably formidable. Zhang could enhance his constitution by swallowing ores crystals, but the three-eyed lion could only cultivate step by step. Although it was unclear what methods it used, its progress was still extraordinary. However, after a while of fighting, the three-eyed lion noticed something was wrong. It had exchanged dozens of blows with Zhang but couldn't even break through his defenses. On the contrary, Zhang's sharp claws shimmered with a cold light, leaving bloody marks on contact. "This won't do. I can't keep going like this." The three-eyed lion felt a sense of panic. If this continued, it would become the next victim. "Let's all attack together. He is too brutal. There's no need to fight him one-on-one." A charming fox, seeing the predicament of the three-eyed lion, immediately shouted. Hearing the charming fox's call, the many spirit beasts stopped watching and charged toward Zhang with fierce roars. The scene instantly turned chaotic. This chaos gave the more cunning spirit beasts an opportunity, as well as Zhang. Moving swiftly through the crowd, Zhang ignored most of the attacks. His stone iron bronze emerald rank physique played a significant role in such large-scale battles. Several trivial attacks were inconsequential, leaving no marks at all. With such a powerful physique, if he couldn't seize this opportunity, Zheng might as well be done for. Soon, Zheng managed to slay 4 spirit beasts in quick succession and stored them in his space. Just as he intended to continue his slaughter, the charming fox who had spoken appeared before him. "I don't mean to fight you." The charming fox saw Zhang make a swift move without hesitation and quickly spoke up. His claw stopped just an inch away from her forehead. If he had been any slower, Zhang's claw would have pierced her skull. "I am a trusted confidant of the 3-tailed spirit fox lord from another region. I'm not here to capture you," said the charming fox. However, seeing Zhang's indifferent gaze, she knew her words weren't registering. "Our spirit fox lord has never gotten along with the master of this region, the 3-eyed lion. The 2 lords have been in conflict for a long time. This time, upon hearing about your rampant killing within the 3-eyed lion's territory, the spirit fox lord sent me with some people to protect you." At this point, Zheng finally understood her meaning. His slaughtering had actually pleased the 3-tailed spirit fox, prompting her to send help upon hearing he was about to be ambushed, in essence, to irritate the 3-eyed lion even further. "The 3-eyed lion? Is this smaller one its offspring?" Zheng asked, looking at the 3-eyed lion who was being blocked by 2 other spirit beasts. "Yes, this is its only offspring, and its bloodline is very pure, even stronger than its father. That lord has invested significant resources to awaken the bloodline of the 3-eyed divine lion, enhancing its combat power further," said the charming fox with a cold gleam in her eyes. With a successor in the 3-eyed lion's territory, the 3-tailed spirit fox lacked promising subordinates to nurture. Once this offspring matures and its bloodline evolves, even the 3-tailed spirit fox wouldn't be able to compete with it. The 3-tailed spirit fox certainly considered eliminating it, but that old lion kept a tight watch, rarely letting it out of his sight, making it impossible to strike. This time, perhaps the old lion was losing his wits. He actually dispatched it to deal with Zheng's affairs, likely hoping to establish its authority in advance for future plans. This allowed the 3-tailed spirit fox an opportunity. It directly sent the charming fox along with a dozen stronger spirit beasts to support the old lion's forces while waiting for a chance to personally intercept the old lion. "I understand I won't harm your people," Zheng nodded, symbolically exchanged a move with the charming fox, and then sprang away to continue slaughtering the spirit beasts in the old lion's territory. It was easy to tell apart spirit beasts from different territories. They all had distinct scents, and through the senses of the spirit beasts, it was easy to differentiate. At this point, the scene had completely descended into chaos. The 3-eyed lion, seeing the 2 spirit beasts blocking its path, was filled with rage. These 2 spirit beasts were nearly identical and coordinated remarkably. Each time it attempted to unleash a lethal attack, one of them would ensnare it, preventing any kills. Meanwhile, Zheng had long disappeared from sight. The sound of wailing echoed from all directions, reaching the ears of the 3-eyed lion and making it even more anxious. The old lion entrusted it with the task of capturing Zheng, or if that failed, then killing him. However, at that moment, it couldn't find any trace of Zheng. With a roar, the 3-eyed lion panicked. Energy points surged wildly into the 3rd eye on its forehead, and a primeval aura emerged in the arena. Though it was faint and almost imperceptible, all the spirit beasts trembled upon sensing it, halting their movements. The herbivorous spirit beasts nearly collapsed to the ground from weakness. Zheng also felt that terrifying pressure that seemed to originate from ancient times, but he did not feel intimidated. His movements just slightly slowed down. Seeing the 3-eyed lion directly resort to its strongest tactic, the charming fox was taken aback, instantly rushing in front of the 2 spirit beasts facing its 3rd eye, energy points surging within her as a purple figure emerged behind her. As that figure appeared, the might of the 3-eyed lion instantly dissipated, condensing all its power onto the purple figure behind the charming fox. There is a reason why the charming fox can be cultivated as a trusted confidant of the 3-tailed spirit fox. The charming fox also awakened the bloodline of the ancient ancestors, and the purple figure behind her is one of the many powerful beings from ancient times, the charming fairy fox. In ancient times, the reputation of the charming fairy fox was like thunder, a terrifying demon emperor who absolutely dominated a vast area during the age of powerful beings. The charming fairy fox could even enchant immortals, showcasing the horror of its strength. The third eye of the three-eyed lion radiated golden light, within which a golden giant lion faintly emerged. The third eye on its forehead was strikingly clear, exuding an immense authority. Meanwhile, the purple figure behind the charming fox was gradually taking shape, revealing a purple spirit fox, adorned with strange yet enchanting patterns that amplified its allure infinitely. Both sides activated the thin trace of their bloodline power, summoning the might of their ancestors, confronting each other head-on. As their auras gradually soared to their peaks, a great battle was about to erupt. Zheng quietly resisted the pressure and moved to the back of the three-eyed lion, giving the charming fox a knowing glance. The charming fox understood and didn't hesitate to attack. The purple figure behind her instantaneously merged into her body, causing her strength to surge. Moments later, she reached the power equivalent to the second layer of concentration and charged toward the three-eyed lion. Seeing the charming fox rush in, the three-eyed lion felt flustered. He didn't expect her to strike while still not fully recovered. The terrifying golden divine lion returned to the third eye, and his aura began to rise. However, before he could reach his peak strength, the charming fox's attack was already upon him, forcing him to hurriedly defend against it. After the confrontation, the three-eyed lion was pushed back several steps by the charming fox's abrupt attack, and those few steps directly led to its demise. Zhang looked at the three-eyed lion, which was within reach. Its previously smaller form suddenly grew larger, the rage in its blood igniting, pushing its power to the fourth layer of concentration. Its claws, charged with terrifying energy points, sliced through the back of the three-eyed lion, causing blood to splatter and leaving a deep gash that nearly split its back in two. Roar! The three-eyed lion realized something was wrong as it was pushed back. The killing intent coming from behind sent it into a cold sweat. Turning around, it saw Zheng's figure. The five eyes met, and the killing intent swept across the entire arena like a tangible force. However, the three-eyed lion did not recklessly engage Zheng again. It quickly retreated. Its condition was too poor. If it did not address the wound on its back, it would severely affect its battle capability. But one must hit the snake without leaving three parts alive, and letting the tiger return home will only bring harm to oneself. Since it had attacked, it could not allow the three-eyed lion to return alive. The charming fox instantly followed, tightly entangling the three-eyed lion, while Zhang was preparing a powerful attack. The three-eyed lion and the charming fox exchanged furious blows. In their wake, the grass on the ground was reduced to powder by the energy points released, and the surface itself was plowed away. The remaining spirit beasts watched them from a distance, fearful of being caught in the aftermath of their clash. Their powers were at the third layer of concentration, and even the residual energy could seriously injure ordinary spirit beasts. Zhang was exceedingly close to the fourth layer of concentration, and with his robust physique, he could completely ignore their aftermath. He locked onto the three-eyed lion, expelling energy points and waiting for the perfect moment. Soon, after a clash with the three-eyed lion, the charming fox swiftly distanced herself. A purple light flickered in her eyes as she launched a soul attack at the three-eyed lion. In a moment of carelessness, the three-eyed lion briefly hesitated, and that tiny delay allowed Zheng's eyes to light up as he followed up with the most devastating soul impact, stunning the three-eyed lion for a moment. Energy points erupted from his mouth, forming a massive beam of light that shot straight towards the stationary three-eyed lion. As the energy points beam swept through, the dazed three-eyed lion couldn't even let out a scream before being vaporized. Its remains collapsed to the ground, blood and internal fragments splattering everywhere. After the strike, all the spirit beasts stopped moving, their eyes wide with fear as they stared at the fallen body and Zhang standing nearby. The charming fox was also stunned into silence. After standing there for a long time, she finally commanded, "Leave no survivors." The three-eyed lion brought over 30 spirit beasts, but after a fierce battle, 9 had fallen, leaving the remaining ones dejected and losing their will to fight upon seeing the three-eyed lion's death. It was only after the enchanting fox gave the order that they scattered in flight. However, it was already too late. After Zhang stored the remaining corpse of the three-eyed lion, he immediately struck, severing the 2 or 3 spirit beasts closest to him. In just a minute, Zhang utilized his teleportation ability to chase down and kill all the fleeing spirit beasts. At this point, only 10 spirit beasts from the enchanting fox's side remained standing, some of which had been overwhelmed and killed in the earlier battle. Just as they were about to leave in a hurry, an enraged roar echoed from the distant mountains and forests. Almost simultaneously, two figures appeared in the arena, instantly imposing a nearly tangible pressure that crushed the weakest spirit beast to pieces. However, the latter figure also exerted pressure, neutralizing the previous force. The numerous spirit beasts immediately breathed a sigh of relief because had the latter not acted, they would have been trampled to a bloody pulp by the enraged three-eyed lion Wang. Who did this? Who killed my son? The towering figure spoke, and as he did, a gust of foul wind erupted from his mouth, the overwhelming killing intent seemingly plunging one into a sea of corpses and blood. Humph! Old lion, there are no corpses of your son here, said the three-tailed spirit fox, transforming into human form, her graceful silhouette accompanied by a clear voice. I sent him to deal with that crazy spike-tail lizard, and instead, he met his end directly. The three-eyed lion Wang also transformed into a very robust man, standing 2 meters tall, his muscles exceptionally defined, and his eyes filled with authority as he fixed his gaze on Zhang. If your skills aren't up to par, what is there to say? The esteemed one has explicitly ordered us not to attack spirit beasts. What? Do you want to break the rules? The woman casually reminded the lion Wang, and although her tone was calm, the lion Wang still trembled. He doesn't count as one of us, you know that. He appeared out of nowhere, the lion Wang said, suppressing his anger. He felt a deep fear when speaking of the esteemed one, who must be at least a demon king at the transformation stage, and extremely powerful among those at that level. Oh? How do you know that? You don't need to perform here, old hag. Your people are also involved in my son's death. Once I take care of him, I will settle accounts with you, the burly man said before launching a punch at Zhang. 24. The terrifying impact of energy points. The burly man struck like lightning, aiming to kill Zhang outright, with his fist the size of a grinding disc glowing with terrifying energy points. With this punch, not only is Zhang finding it hard to defend, but those spirit fox subordinates around him are also unable to escape the fate of death. Old lion! How dare you! The woman exclaimed sharply, a hint of urgency flashing in her beautiful eyes, and in an instant, she sprang into action, wrapping a white silk around the burly man's arm, pulling him in. However, it is clear that Zhang is not a good person. How could he just take a hit without retaliating? Seeing that Lion Wang was blocked, Zhang narrowed his eyes, made a bold decision, and instantly activated his bloodline at level 7. This time he unleashed his full power, and his life force rapidly drained away. At the current level of life force in Zhang's body, he probably wouldn't last 10 minutes. I must end this quickly. Zhang knew that after killing the three-eyed lion, Lion Wang would definitely not let him off the hook. Even now, though he had managed to escape with the help of the spirit fox, he would still be closely watched by this old lion in the days to come. If he was discovered, it would be hard to be as lucky as he was today. Since that's the case, he might as well take advantage of the spirit fox's presence to eliminate the root of the problem and kill Lion Wang as well. If he could devour the body, his bloodline progress might soar directly to 70% or so, and with the spirit beasts he had hunted in the past 2 days, he could probably evolve again before returning. Energy points flowed in and out of his mouth, and the blood energy from his body surged forth, consolidating into a crimson aura that enveloped him. What? An ant dares to resist? Lion Wang sneered as he saw that Zhang still had the intention to counterattack. He instantly broke free from the white silk and punched Zhang again. At this moment, the alluring fox and other spirit beasts had already hidden far away. Except for the three-tailed spirit fox, there was hardly anyone present who could withstand Lion Wang's furious punch. Perhaps Zhang could, but he would certainly be injured badly. Even though the burly man's fist had already locked onto him, one major ability of spatial rules is unpredictability. Even if locked on, as long as the surrounding space wasn't disrupted, he could activate teleportation at any moment to dodge the attack. At the moment the fist light was about to strike him, Zhang activated the patterns within his body, vanishing in an instant and appearing behind the burly man. Energy points that had been compressed in his mouth immediately burst forth toward the man's back. Lion Wang sensed something was wrong the moment Zhang disappeared. After throwing a punch, he quickly turned to one side, feeling an overwhelming aura behind him that even he found frightening. In a critical moment, Lion Wang suddenly leaped up high into the air, hoping to avoid Zhang's energy points attack, but Zheng closely followed his movements, turning his head as the energy points clung tightly to Lion Wang, burning his legs beyond recognition. Roar! Although Lion Wang was somewhat prepared, he was still injured by Zheng's attack. His spiritual energy could not withstand Zheng's impact and was directly shattered. When he landed, there was still a burnt smell coming from Lion Wang's legs. This time, he ceased to underestimate Zheng. This tail-stabbing lizard indeed had the ability to hurt him. The woman watched Zheng's movements from the side, her eyes shining brightly. The intensity of Zheng's attack surprised her as well. It's worth noting that the three-eyed Lion Wang's level is at the 7th layer of Dan condensation, with all his strength in his physical body and his third eye. Now, surprisingly, one burst of energy points had broken through his protective spiritual energy. This tail-stabbing lizard is astonishingly powerful. Originally, the woman thought that the alluring fox had brought people to kill the three-eyed lion, and she had prepared herself to fight Lion Wang to the death. But now it seems her thinking was a bit too simplistic. With the power Zhang has displayed, even if her people didn't come, he alone could easily wipe out all of Lion Wang's men. However, despite her surprise, she still needed to help. It was exactly what she wanted to see, someone capable of causing considerable trouble for Lion Wang. Seeing that Lion Wang had his back to her, a cold glint flashed in the woman's eyes. The white silk coiled around her arm shot out instantly, transforming into a spiritual sword, aiming straight for the back of Lion Wang. Seeing the woman also take action, Zhang felt a surge of joy in his heart, but he didn't forget to draw his attention. He unleashed a soul shock, forcing Lion Wang's movements to momentarily halt, turning slightly slower, which resulted in the woman's spiritual sword wounding his arm, leaving a deep cut visible to the bone in front of everyone. You bitch! Lion Wang had actually been wary of the woman attacking for a long time, but Zhang's soul shock was unexpected to him. Such a fierce attack, with a soul strength that was quite strong, did not resemble an ordinary spirit beast still in the awakening stage. He had felt something was wrong today. The three-tailed spirit fox had suddenly come to him, wanting to team up to hunt that crazed tail-stabbing lizard. Although he sensed something was amiss, he still agreed to her proposal. To show sincerity, he sent his own kin, while the spirit fox sent its strongest minion, the alluring fox, along with several strong spirit beasts. However, when the three-eyed lion activated the power of its third eye, he felt an impending sense of doom. Wanting to check the situation, he was stopped by the spirit fox, adhering to the rule against harming spirit beasts. After the presence of the three-eyed lion faded, he ignored the spirit fox's obstruction and arrived at the scene, only to find that the three-eyed lion had vanished. Seeing that the remaining individuals were all from the spirit fox's side, he finally understood he had been played. He wanted to retaliate, but the spirit fox intercepted him. In a furious rage, he desired to crush them all, yet he dared not breach the ruler's rules unless he no longer valued his life. With no choice but to give up, he never expected that Zhang would dare to strike at him. According to the regulations, a lord could not attack a spirit beast without cause, but this was sufficient reason to defy authority. He was caught off guard by the spirit fox's sudden assault. Initially, he thought the spirit fox was only targeting his son, but the moment she struck, he realized that this cunning fox had bigger ambitions. He roared angrily and swung a fist to send the spirit fox flying, but then he was ambushed from behind by Zhang. Although Zhang's attack lacked the power to inflict immediate, grievous harm, being assaulted and harassed by him, along with the equally matched spirit fox, could very likely result in him being worn down to death. Wishing to deal with Zhang, he realized that because of Zhang's teleportation ability, killing him was actually harder than dealing with the spirit fox. If he focused solely on eliminating the spirit fox, Zhang's attacks would eventually grind him to dust. You two, colluding together. Shameless. You brought this on yourself. Lion Wang roared, transforming into his true form. The third eye that was usually closed in the center of his forehead suddenly opened wide, causing all present to momentarily freeze. As Lion Wang continually channeled spiritual energy into his vertical eye, a majestic figure gradually solidified. Compared to the little three-eyed lion, although Lion Wang's bloodline was not as awakened, the difference in strength and understanding of magical abilities made his manifestations all the more terrifying. The three-eyed divine lion summoned by Lion Wang exuded even greater authority, and its strength was undeniably more formidable, as even its mere presence instilled overwhelming pressure. The three-eyed divine lion represented the path of slaughter in ancient times, with the vertical eye in its forehead possessing the terrifying ability to turn individuals to ashes instantly. Even those who survived by chance would be subjected to subsequent calamities that would eventually wear them down to their last breath. In ancient times, no one would be foolish enough to provoke the three-eyed divine lion. Even those from the Wang clan and royal families were wary of this lineage. Zhang's expression turned grave as the spirit fox also sensed a serious threat. Others might not know the extent of Lion Wan's abilities, but she was well aware. As a long-standing rival, she knew precisely what magical powers Lion Wang wielded, which is why she was so cautious. The old lion was originally at the 7th level of foundational refinement, and with the enhancement of the third eye, he possessed combat strength at the 9th level or even higher. No one dared to underestimate him. It was precisely because of his vertical eye that he could become a lord and rule over a territory. Of course, the spirit fox was no pushover either. Upon seeing Lion Wang take the lead in using his magic, she quickly transformed into her true form, condensing her aura. After her original 3 tails, an illusory 4th tail emerged, and her aura surged, reaching the 9th level of foundational refinement. Zhang found himself sidelined. The clash of the 2 Lord-level Beast Kings created a force that toppled all the trees around them, leaving only Zhang able to stand, while even the charming fox trembled and lay prostrate on the ground. No choice, the 3-tailed spirit fox was stronger than her, and being of the same fox lineage, its pressure exceeded that of the charming fox. Moreover, the bloodline of the 3-tailed spirit fox was on par with that of the charming fox. The 9-tailed spirit fox had also been a terrifying powerhouse in ancient times. Although Zhang was becoming less noticeable, he was not idle. To achieve a killing blow, he had already integrated his stored vitality into the energy points he was compressing in his mouth. What had originally been solid energy points suddenly became extremely bizarre. A mysterious aura emanated from Zhang's mouth, but the 2 individuals focused on each other failed to notice. This time, I really plan to give you something big. Soon enough, with the spirit fox striking first, the 2 began to battle, skipping the probing phase and diving straight into a heated conflict. As longtime adversaries for over 10 years, although they had never resorted to their final moves, they could basically guess each other's strategies. In this battle, they countered each other's moves perfectly, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, after exchanging blows, the 2 retreated. Lion Wang turned his back to Zhang, but the spirit fox noticed the glint in his eyes, and a hint of surprise flickered in her beautiful gaze. She never expected that this little guy still had the courage to strike again. "Let me assist you from over there, hoping you can still surprise me." The spirit fox abruptly halted her retreat and charged once more, causing Lion Wang to step back again, bringing him even closer to Zhang. At this distance, if Zhang struck with thunder, Lion Wang, in a retreating state, would certainly have to pay a price. It would be impossible for luck to save him from merely sustaining injuries to his legs again. Initially, Lion Wang was puzzled as to why the spirit fox would risk injury to release force and strike again. However, upon sensing the fluctuations of energy points behind him, he suddenly understood and was utterly shocked. In his impression, the merely residual waves produced by a clash between 2 9th-level foundational refinement powerhouses were not something a single spirit beast could endure, so after engaging in battle with the spirit fox, he ceased to focus on Zhang. But he was wrong. Zhang was completely unaffected, biding his time, waiting for the moment to deliver a fatal blow. The intensity of this energy point's impact was terrifying, and even the Lion Wang could feel a life and death threat emanating from it. "I must dodge." Lion Wang knew that if he were hit this time, his battle with the spirit fox would be utterly hopeless. He could certainly escape, but he would never reclaim his territory. In a flash, Lion Wang spat out a mouthful of blood to force himself to stop while frantically covering his back with his spiritual energy, hoping to block Zhang's attack. However, this was merely a psychological effect. Even without compressing it to the extreme, he couldn't withstand the impact of the energy points, let alone this time when Zhang even infused his life force into it. If he could block it with just his spiritual energy shield, that would truly be a problem. The imminent blow of the energy points came on, and even from the perspective of a condensed Dan 9th layer, this was an attack powerful enough to instantly heavily injure anyone in the condensed Dan stage. His prideful spiritual energy shield and golden constitution were meaningless against this impact, almost instantly being completely obliterated. The terrifying energy points slammed into Lian Wang's back. All the areas swept through were as if they had no defenses at all, turning into ash, and one of Lian Wang's legs disappeared in an instant. This blow nearly paralyzed Lian Wang's hind half. With one back leg gone, Lian Wang was hindered in movement, while the spirit fox was incredibly agile, her erratic form constantly draining Lian Wang's remaining life force. Before long, weakened from fatigue, Lian Wang wanted to withdraw from the battle and leave the area. However, he was firmly blocked by the spirit fox and couldn't break free from her entanglement. Good opportunity. This old lion is done for. Zhang's eyes flashed with fierce light as he prepared to unleash another energy point strike. After several times of compressing the energy points, his own reserves were running low too. If this attack didn't finish Lian Wang off, there was a strong likelihood he would escape. The three-tailed spirit fox also noticed this and, seeing Zhang once again concentrating energy points, her heart trembled. She initially thought the last attack was Zhang's ultimate move, but she was mistaken. Though a 3% increase in the energy points storage limit is not much, the gap became clear after the level up. If not for this additional bit, Zhang might not have had the ability to attack again, but because of it, he was given another opportunity. If you don't die this time, then you truly have immense luck, Zhang said quietly, unleashing the energy point strike once more. 25. Dragon Claw Lizard. The terrifying energy points pillar surged again towards the already exhausted Lian Wang. In this attack, Zhang even infused the energy points from within his internal patterns into it, making it clear that each of the 3 energy point strikes he had just used was progressively more terrifying and produced increasingly shocking damage. The spirit fox was already numb. She was no longer surprised. Every time Zhang attacked, he brought her excitement. At this point, she regarded him as an equal. Lian Wang looked in fear at the terrifying energy points pillar getting closer, his expression betraying his panic. The first attack injured his legs, the second reduced one of his legs to ash, and what would this one bring? I absolutely cannot be hit. Get away from me! Lian Wang roared, as cracks appeared in the third eye on his forehead, and a drop of golden blood flowed out, followed by a golden light streaking towards the energy points pillar. Desperately, Lian Wang sacrificed his third eye, using the drop of golden blood contained within it as a catalyst to forcefully activate the ancestral magical power. The light collided with the energy points pillar, and it almost instantly shattered, being devoured by the energy points pillar, which then absorbed the energy and moved towards Lian Wang. No! Lian Wang despaired as he watched his attack was crushed in an instant, then rushed towards him. All he could do was furiously leave behind his final words as the energy points pillar struck his head, turning his entire skull to ash, leading to his death. The massive corpse fell from the air with a thud, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Seeing that Lian Wang was dead, the spirit fox also reigned in her power, her spiritual energy gradually calming. At this moment, Mei Fox and her companions dared to peek out from a distance to assess the situation in the arena. Upon seeing the massive corpse in the arena that was emitting terrifying energy points, their heads buzzed in disbelief. What is this? The seductive fox's body went weak, nearly collapsing onto the ground again. The three-eyed Lian Wang has actually been killed. The seductive fox was in disbelief. The strength of the three-eyed Lian Wang was on par with that of the three-tailed spirit fox, and neither could truly best the other. Without outside intervention, they could have battled for a whole day and night. Looking at Zhang, who was still standing in the arena, the seductive fox seemed to understand something. A hint of fear flashed in her agile eyes. Even a lord-level powerhouse like Lian Wang had been slain, so at least in the central area of the endless forest, there was nothing left that could pose a threat to him. At least we didn't make an enemy of him, otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to face such terrifying power, thought the seductive fox, feeling more at ease. Killing someone who could be considered a powerhouse at the core condensation stage while in the spirit awakening stage, what would his strength be like after reaching the core condensation stage? He might even be capable of killing those at the transformation stage. Such a person is best left unprovoked. If you do provoke them, you must do everything in your power to eliminate them and ensure they don't have time to grow stronger, or else what awaits you is utter ruin. Staring at the giant corpse on the ground, Zhang took a deep breath and then suddenly dropped to the ground, frantically urging the energy points within his spatial realm to absorb the corpse and replenish his energy points. At that moment, he truly couldn't squeeze out even a bit of energy points. The three-tailed spirit fox quietly watched Zheng from the side. She knew he had run out of energy points. Just now, he had displayed an extraordinarily terrifying ability to overdraw his life force, but now he seemed to have merely exhausted himself. What a truly mysterious little guy, the spirit fox said, a smile touching her lips as she looked at Zheng on the ground, feeling very pleased. The death of Lion Wang meant she could directly annex his territory, she just needed to report it, and the benefits were immense. Soon, Zheng's strength recovered a bit, and he stood up. Looking at the woman beside him, he asked, "Is it okay if I take Lion Wang's body? I don't need the demon core, but I hope to take the corpse with me." The spirit fox was taken aback by Zheng's words and then smiled. "You don't need to ask me. The rule of the endless forest is that whoever kills it owns it. No one dares to go against that. Since you killed it, you can take it without worry." "Thank you, Senior," Zhang said gratefully and walked to Lion Wang's corpse, collecting it into his space. "I want to thank you too. If it weren't for you, I couldn't have defeated this old lion," the spirit fox chuckled. "Senior is being too modest. My achievement here is just a matter of luck. If it weren't for your assistance, I might have been killed by him with a single punch. Being able to kill him shows your strength. You don't need to be modest, nor call yourself junior. We are peers and can interact as such." The spirit fox gave Zheng the respect he deserved. At the spirit awakening stage, having such strength meant that if this creature didn't die, it would definitely be very powerful in the future. If she could form a good relationship with him while he was still weak, it might yield great rewards later on. "In that case, I'll call you sister." "My name is Zheng," he nodded, feeling the kindness the three-tailed spirit fox was showing him. "Does my little brother want to stay with me for a couple of days?" "No thanks, I'm in a bit of a hurry. I have to take care of some matters in the human world in a couple of days." Zheng shook his head, rejecting the spirit fox's invitation. "I've been saving this area for you, so feel free to come whenever you want. I'll be leaving now after being away for so long. I wonder if the other lords have made any moves," the spirit fox called out before leaving with the seductive fox and other spirit beasts, leaving Zheng alone. By now, it was approaching dusk, and the nocturnal predators were becoming active, allowing Zheng to replenish his energy. "First, I'll consume Lion Wang's corpse. What a pity that drop of golden blood is lost somewhere. I can't find it no matter how hard I search," Zheng lamented, shaking his head, then continued in a specific direction to search for prey. The news of the three-eyed Lion Wang's death spread like wildfire through the surrounding dozen regions overnight, leaving many lords in disbelief. It's not surprising. After all, no one would believe that a spirit beast that hadn't even reached the core condensation stage could kill a lord, even with the assistance of another lord. However, the three-tailed spirit fox had clearly stated that she was only responsible for holding Lion Wang back, and nearly all the killing moves were executed by that spirit beast. Now, even if they doubted, they knew that spirit beast was definitely not to be trifled with. Honestly asking themselves, would even a hindrance allow a spirit beast to kill a lord? They couldn't even withstand the aftermath of the battle. As a result, some lords had started to regulate their spirit beasts, strictly instructing them not to provoke any prickly-tailed lizards that looked very formidable. After a night, Zheng's space had filled up by about half. After devouring the corpses of the three-eyed lion father and son, his bloodline progress had surprisingly surged to 83%. The third eye of the three-eyed lion, who possessed and awakened the ancestral bloodline, had not been used by him. Even as it died, it couldn't even unleash its most powerful attack before its death. Of course, even if it had, it would have succumbed to its fate. However, this drop of golden blood gave Zheng nearly a 30% boost, while the energy points contained in Lion Wang's corpse also provided him with a 20% increase. In addition, a few spiritual beasts with barely their ancestral bloodline combined only offered 20%, highlighting the terrifying nature of the three-eyed divine lion's bloodline. With just one more day left, I hope to raise my bloodline progress to 100%. Zheng looked at the rising sun and stretched, starting a new day. Yesterday's battle revealed a new world to him. First, the simplest energy points impact, then after adding vitality, the power soared sharply. The final attack combining vitality and the laws of space was simply apocalyptic. Encountering it meant death, at least for those in the essence formation stage without exception. The power is great, but it seems a bit slow, and it requires some preparation. As a true killing move, it's still somewhat lacking, it needs further improvement, Zhang muttered. I estimate those people from Heishui City will arrive tomorrow, bringing another batch of supplies. That's great, hee hee. Host, Zhang. Species, spiked-tailed lizard can evolve plus. Level, 9th ranked spiritual beast. Constitution stone iron bronze emerald rank 46%. Bloodline progress 2%. Law mastery, space 0.28%. Talent tree 92. Looking at his panel, Zhang nodded in satisfaction and clicked the plus sign. After a whole day, it seemed like those spiritual beasts had received some news. They all disappeared, except for a few silly ones still wandering around outside. Zhang wasn't able to find many, so he reluctantly activated his teleportation and arrived in another area nearly 10,000 miles from the Lion King's territory. Only here was he able to barely stack his bloodline progress to 100%. Using teleportation all the time is really tiring. Constantly relying on his teleportation ability put a significant strain on his body. If it weren't for his constitution at the stone iron bronze emerald rank supporting him, Zhang's physical form would have probably collapsed long ago. In the dead of night, the blood-red eggshell shattered bit by bit, revealing Zhang inside. As soon as he opened his eyes, Zhang sensed something was off. Have I grown taller? The most immediate feeling was that he seemed to have gotten taller. Zhang shook his head and looked at his body, and instantly noticed the changes. It's too obvious. At this moment, Zhang was maintaining an upright posture. Judging by appearance, he had already moved beyond the realm of reptiles. Is this a dragon? Zhang looked around in surprise, recognizing his current form, but still uncertain, so he opened his panel. Host, Zhang. Race, Dragon Claw Lizard. Level, Tier 10 Spiritual Beast. Constitution stone iron bronze emerald rank 46%. Bloodline progress 2%. Law mastery, space 0.28%. Talent tree 92. Dragon Claw Lizard? Is this a dragon claw? Zhang looked at his two claws and shook them. I must say, the claws are incredibly sharp, and when sunlight hits them, it reflects directly away in some thicker places. They can even be used as mirrors. This looks just like a winged Godzilla, Zhang said as he gestured with his claws to demonstrate his entire body. Except for the somewhat out-of-place wings, everything else looked perfect, though he was still too slim compared to Godzilla. Alright, we should head back now. Otherwise, by the time we get there, the Wang family in Lin City might have been wiped out. Zhang briefly checked and then waved his giant wings and flew into the sky. Lin City, the Wang family. I don't know how others are sleeping, but Wang Sheng can't. He has already received word that the people from the Wang family in Blackwater City will arrive in Lin City tonight. If Sheng can't make it back before dawn, the Wang family will probably be gone. However, this feeling of worry soon vanished into thin air. A gust of rancid wind blew by, and Wang Sheng seemed to sense it. He looked up at the night sky and saw a figure flash by, which circled in the air for a moment before landing on the roof of the library, its giant wings folding back to reveal its true form. Seeing Zhang return, Wang Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. With his mood relaxed, a wave of drowsiness hit him, and after yawning, he returned to his room to sleep. Inside a hotel belonging to the Li family in Lin City, several figures were in conversation. Elder Wang, my people from the Li family have been guarding the Wang family's gate day and night. Tonight, that monster has appeared again, an elder spoke up. This is the second elder of the Li family, who, due to good fortune, did not participate in the earlier night raid on the Wang family and thus escaped disaster, saving his own life. With the family head dead and the elder also fallen, the current Li family is almost under his control. Although the Li family was defeated in that battle, he still harbors unyielding thoughts and holds onto fantasies of turning the tide. Thus, the Wang family of Blackwater City became his target to ingratiate himself with. It's just a monster. Have you all been scared out of your wits? The fourth elder, Wang Chengjun, sneered, showing no concern. Today, we have traveled a long way. Let's discuss this matter tomorrow instead. Wang Chengjun issued a dismissal order. The second elder, denied entry, had nothing more to say and could only obediently leave the room, waiting for the sun to rise tomorrow. Fourth elder, I've heard that monster is very strong, shouldn't we go test it? No need, what kind of monster can come out of a tiny town? Humph. Tomorrow I'll turn the tables and suppress it. Wang Chengyuan's voice came through, filled with arrogance. 26. Slay Wang Chengjun. Early the next morning, the second elder of the Li family returned to the inn, and this time he was received by Wang Chengjun. However, he was after all here to curry favor, and being looked down upon could only be endured without showing any signs of dissatisfaction. After a brief discussion between the two sides, the second elder of the Li family, along with the Wang family from Heishui City, left the inn and headed towards the Wang family in Licheng. Ding, activated talent Burning Blood level 8, consuming 80 bloodline points. After the battle with the three-eyed lion Wang a few days ago, Zheng realized the importance of the Berserk ability, so this time he directly spent 80 bloodline points to elevate Burning Blood to level 8. With a foundational strength at the 10th level, combined with all 8 levels of Burning Blood activated, he could compete head-on against the 6th or even 7th level of Dan formation without using energy points. Almost there, I can transform soon, just thinking about it makes me a bit excited. Zhang rubbed his claws, flew out from the library, and waited quietly for those from Heishui City to arrive. If they were here to negotiate and had a good attitude, Zheng could refrain from acting, but if they came looking for trouble, Zheng would be more than welcome, considering he had almost run out of items stored in his space and needed to find some from them, otherwise, he would have to go out again. Wang Sheng was already up, and he practiced breathing techniques with Zheng in the morning sun, waiting for their arrival. Soon, a loud crash sounded from the entrance of the Wang family, and a signboard came crashing down from the sky. This was the sign of the main gate of the Wang family, and someone actually destroyed this symbolic item, indicating that they were definitely here to cause trouble. Zheng watched the sign shatter upon hitting the ground and felt a sense of delight, as he knew they were there to stir things up. He didn't want the people from Heishui City to come for negotiations. He wouldn't have a reason to act then, and now it just fulfilled his wishes. Is this the Wang family? In my Heishui City, it hardly counts as a family at all. A mocking voice came from outside. Is this even considered a branch of my Wang family? Don't you feel like you're bringing shame to the clan? Zheng scratched his ear, listening to their words with a strong sense of superiority. No matter how poorly we live, we are still better than you, Heishui City. We stand against the monsters in the endless forest, and if it weren't for the beast tide 20 years ago, would you dare to come to our Licheng and act uncontrollably? Wang Sheng showed no signs of backing down and retorted directly. 20 years ago, something terrible happened in the endless forest. A horrific beast tide struck the major cities outside the forest, even featuring terrifying beasts at the transformation stage. Although various human factions often engaged in internal conflicts and skirmishes, no one could avoid the beast tide. The truth of "if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold" was well understood by these forces. Thus, they gathered almost all their elite forces and fought desperately against the beast tide. Very few from the previous generation survived, and the same went for each family. That battle of death caused the family powers of Licheng and many surrounding cities to decline for decades, never to return to their former glory. The decline in strength also led families with past grievances or grudges to entertain different thoughts, but it was only due to an order from the Wind Nation prohibiting actions against those families that resisted the beast tide that prevented those schemes from unfolding. However, since they couldn't act overtly, they resorted to covert sabotage. Most families involved in the battle were toyed with by others due to a lack of high-end combat power, making it extremely difficult to develop again. In these 20 years, they had merely caught a breath. The Wang family of Heishui City and the Wang family of Licheng had settled old scores long ago. Their ancestors were not on good terms even when they were in the clan, and after the division of their families, the enmity only became more convoluted and widespread. Because the Wang family of Licheng once had experts at the Dan formation stage, the Wang family of Heishui City did not act excessively. However, during the battle 20 years ago, almost all the Dan formation experts from Licheng were killed, which gave the Wang family of Heishui City an opportunity. After some manipulations, Wang Fan arrived in Licheng and became its lord, occasionally embarrassing the Wang family and favoring other families, constantly targeting the Wang family. The arriving person was momentarily stunned by Wang Sheng's unhesitant retort, but then, without reason, smashed the door of the Wang family with a punch, while the guards responsible for the entrance had long since collapsed on the ground, unaware of their fate. Seeing the visitor's reckless behavior, Wang Sheng's face turned pale, his fists clenched tightly, and he remained silent. Enough, your Wang family in leeching doesn't have the strength for such ideas. Even if it falls into your hands, can you really keep it safe? We have already reported Wang Fan's death to the capital, and the Marquis has issued orders to investigate this matter thoroughly, you lot. Humph. Upon hearing the Marquis, Wang Sheng's face turned ashen, panic surged within him. The Marquis, named Wang Lai, was a member of the Wang family's main clan and had a good relationship with the Wang family of Heishui City, often colluding to engage in some shady activities. Under the protection of the fierce Marquis, Blackwater City has become extremely arrogant in recent years, angering quite a few families. Their younger generation is incredibly spoiled, and compared to them, Wang is merely a model gentleman. Due to the Marquis's power, those families who have been offended have to swallow their resentment and dare not show any dissatisfaction, but behind the scenes, they all despise the Wang family of Blackwater City, wishing they could flay them alive. Hey! Who's the Marquis? Zhang, hearing their conversation, looked confused. How come it was all stuff he didn't know about? The Marquis's name is Wang Lai. He is an exceptional young expert from our clan. He broke through to the transformation phase at only 30 years old and was recognized by the Wind Emperor, being conferred the title of Marquis, Wang Sheng explained. Oh, so impressive. Zhang said with a sarcastic tone, is being a genius at 30 really so commendable? Is the Wind Emperor's judgment that poor? Do you want to insult them a bit longer? If not, I'll just handle them directly, Zhang said, pointing at the people outside, looking at Wang Sheng. No, just handle them directly, Wang Sheng sighed, shook his head, and returned indoors. Then, there were several screams from the entrance as Zhang swiftly killed those who came to knock. Seeing Zhang act, Wang Qingjun and the others from the opposite loft of the Wang residence changed their expressions. From the sudden surge of energy just now, Zhang's strength seemed to be at the peak of spirit beasts, almost about to enter the Dan condensation phase. Elder Wang, look at this. The second elder of the Li family trembled in fear, having been truly frightened by Zhang's thunderous strike, as a moment later, he easily slaughtered several individuals at the 6th and 7th layers of Dan condensation. If that were him standing there, he wouldn't even have had the courage to stand. This creature is indeed extraordinary. If we can capture him and train him, after some time he could be useful to my Wang family ancestors. Wang Qingjun remained unflustered, even thinking about capturing Zhang for training. The last person who thought like that ended up as Zhang's nourishment. Outside the Wang family, Zhang sensed the stares and a hint of malice. He looked up at the loft across, where there was a group of individuals with significant presence, all eyes fixed on him. Is that what they call Wang Changjun? Zhang gazed at the old man sitting calmly in the main seat. He doesn't seem that impressive. He looks even weaker than Mei Hu. Wang Qingjuan's strength was said to be at the 5th layer of Dan condensation, but looking at him now, he seemed a bit shaky. Clearly, that level might have been boosted with pills. If he's using pills, wouldn't that reduce his bloodline progress? Zhang muttered, and then, to their astonished gazes, launched a blast of energy points that destroyed that level entirely. Several figures appeared in the street, clumsily dodging the building debris falling from above. Is that all? Zhang chuckled mockingly at the flustered individuals. Then, without waiting for them to respond, Zhang activated the bloodburst at the 4th layer, grabbed one person, and charged in to start fighting. There were no flashy moves or techniques in Zhang's rhythm. If they didn't step up, they were just waiting to be slaughtered by him. Of course, Wang Qingjun didn't just sit and watch. These individuals could be considered quite skilled even within the Wang family of Blackwater City. If they were easily killed like this, it would be hard for him to explain back home. Of course, whether he could go back is not up to him. Wanting to intervene, Wang Qingjun found himself unable to find an opportunity. Forcing a break in the fight would directly lead to his own people's death. With no options, he had to grit his teeth, forcibly use means to scatter the crowd, while the one attacked by Zhang was thrown back by the counterattack, spitting out blood. Zhang would certainly not miss such an opportunity, directly following up to kill him. At this moment, only Wang Qingjun remained, and his 10 men were all wiped out. You! Wang Qingjun saw Zhang collecting the bodies and immediately shouted, then pumped his energy, pulling out a staff to strike at Zhang. Under the bloodburst's boost, Zheng's strength was now completely on par with the fifth layer of Dan condensation, while Wang Chengjuan's level had concerns about being inflated. From the beginning of the fight, he had been at a disadvantage, getting pounded by Zhang. Even though his strength was inflated, Wang Chengjuan's experience allowed him to barely fend off Zhang's attacks. However, the gap in strength is not so easy to bridge. Soon, a small misstep saw Zhang capture him, launching a chain of strikes that sent him reeling back several steps, spitting out old blood onto the already shattered cobblestone street. Up until now, Wang Chengjun looked shocked. Why can a spirit beast unleash strength close to the fifth layer of Dan condensation? Even the geniuses of their Wang family clan don't have such exaggerated combat power. Zhang, having gained power, did not show mercy as he closed in on Wang Chengjun, his sharp claws aimed directly at his face. With no choice, Wang Chengjun raised his arm again in an attempt to block the impending attack. However, the fight earlier had shaken the already precarious foundation he stood on. This was the downside of forcibly using pills to elevate one's realm. Forcibly using miraculous pills to raise one's level can lead to instability in one's foundation. The most apparent consequence is the inability to sustain battle, let alone to unleash a sudden burst of power. Both situations could cause one's foundation to waver at best, reducing one's strength, and at worst, resulting in becoming useless or even leading to death. Wang Chengjun clearly realized his predicament as he transported the spiritual energy within his body. He felt a sense of helplessness this time. He couldn't swiftly shield his arm with spiritual energy, and Zhang's claw tore through one of his arms, nearly severing the other. The excruciating pain only compounded the difficulty of accessing his spiritual energy, causing his movements to falter, directly leading to Zhang's terrifying energy points impact. The most basic energy points impact surged towards Wang Chengjuan's body, instantly engulfing half of him, leaving a gaping hole in his upper body, with blood and chunks of internal organs spilling out onto the ground like it was nothing. Wang Chengjun died on the spot, his bulging eyes reflecting the terror he felt in his final moments. After collecting the corpse into his space, Zhang looked at the ravaged street, curled his lip, spread his large wings, and flew into the sky, returning to the library. Long after Zhang had left, only then did some brave souls slowly approach the scene to inspect. Those who dared to cause a scene in front of the Wang family were certainly not ones they could afford to mess with. If they didn't keep their distance and were caught in the aftermath, no one would dare to seek justice even if they died. The owner of the tower didn't dare to speak. The finely constructed building, made from high-quality materials, had been dismantled, incurring significant losses, but he absolutely couldn't voice a complaint. Who knows, they could be wiped out just as easily. Soon, a crowd gathered to gawk, pointing and gossiping without any care for the chaos. Only after the Wang family members came out to chase them away did the crowd scatter in a rush, but they didn't stop chatting as they left. 27. The mysterious man in a gray robe. After everyone left, the area in front of the Wang house gradually fell quiet. However, all that had just transpired was witnessed from a distance by a figure in a gray robe. Another promising potential beast, a suitable candidate to pull the carriage for the saint. A hoarse voice emanated from within the gray robe, carrying an unsettling chill. After the figure spoke, it slowly vanished. What had just appeared was merely a doppelganger. Back at the library, Zhang suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing he was being watched. What the hell? Why are there always people who are hard to shake off? Zhang angrily appeared in the sky, sensed around, and flew toward the direction where the gray-robed person had stood. Upon arriving, Zhang instantly felt the lingering cold aura and an incredibly foul smell. Ugh, so disgusting. What is this? Zhang covered his nose, looking around in disgust, trying to use his sense to determine the direction the previous person had taken. But to his disappointment, it seemed as though this person had simply appeared and vanished without a trace. He couldn't find any source, and the smell was only present here. Strange, what kind of creature was that? Zhang discovered that even with his second-level perception, he was unable to locate this person's position and could only return puzzled to the Wang residence. Seeing Zhang return and then leave again, Wang Shang knew things weren't as simple as they seemed, so he waited anxiously in the courtyard. What happened earlier? Why did you go out again? Wang Shang asked as Zhang came back. I don't know, I sensed someone spying on me and went out to check. I found a suspicious place. So what did you find? That's the issue, Zheng shook his head. There was indeed someone there, but it seems they disappeared suddenly, leaving no trace at all. Wang Shang fell into deep thought upon hearing Zheng's words. Someone who could suddenly disappear and leave no clues did not leave an impression in his memory. Seeing Wang Shang shake his head, Zhang did not feel disappointed. After all, he never intended to rely on him to find that person. Forget it, let's not dwell on such troublesome matters. Zhang waved his paw and returned to the library. In a canyon deep within the endless forest, a figure seated on a large stone opened its eyes and mumbled, "Have I finally found them? 100 potential condensation stage beasts have finally gathered together." The figure quickly stood up, shook off the dust from its gray robe, and vanished in a flash. Wang Chengjun and the others had access to a wealth of resources after all, they were the rulers of Blackwater City. Even the limited resources they brought in from their storage rings were beyond the reach of ordinary small families, which delighted Zhang. He spent the entire day indulging. Host, Zheng. Race, Dragon Claw Lizard. Level, Tier 10 Spiritual Beast. Constitution Stone Iron Bronze Emerald Rank 50%. Bloodline Progress 18%. Law Mastery, Space 0.32%. Talent Tree 28. What Wang Chengjun and the others carried with them was indeed extraordinary. The items in their storage rings could actually increase the bloodline progress by 16%, which was beyond Zhang's expectations. However, after using them, Zhang would have to start thinking about his resources again. This is going too fast. So many items only lasted a day, Zhang said, frustratedly tapping his head, troubled by the matter of evolution. Cultivation is impossible. I won't be able to cultivate in this lifetime. I can't even find opportunities on my own. I can only secretly take things to barely sustain a living like this. Zhang sighed, his eyes darting around as he pondered where to steal next, looking for cultivation resources. How about a trip to Blackwater City? But what if I go and accidentally draw them to Lin City? If I just directly eliminate their person in the transformation stage, wouldn't that avoid any problems? Zheng's killings had nothing to do with the Wang family of Lin City, and even if that so-called rebel marquis wanted to make a move, he definitely couldn't do it openly. This way, he could protect the Wang family while also gathering enough resources for cultivation, a win-win situation. Once he made up his mind, Zheng found Wang Shang and told him his plan. What? You're going to Blackwater City? Wang Shang looked horrified, unable to believe Zheng's words. Do you know that's basically a den of dragons and tigers? The Wang family in Blackwater City has their hands everywhere. If you enter Blackwater City, you'll be surrounded by their people in no time. Wang Shang tried desperately to stop Zheng, extinguishing his thoughts. I know, but I will definitely not be caught by them. You should know that they cannot trap me, Zheng said seriously. He understood Wang Shang was looking out for him, even though there were also considerations for his own family. Currently, the entire Wang family of Lin City relied on Zheng's protection to stay safe. If he left, how would he face those predatory During this past year, after completely taking control of Blackwater City's economic lifelines, they were certainly not idle. Taking advantage of their grand stature, the Wang family rapidly developed, making every year count as if it were 10. The benefit of such desperate development is that once one person attains success, everyone else rises alongside. Originally, the end combat strength of the Wang family in Blackwater City was not comparable to that of the Wang family in Lin City 20 years ago, but because of their good fortune and abundant medicinal resources, many members of their family successfully broke through with the help of elixirs, enhancing their strength. Thus, by rolling with the momentum to grow stronger, the Wang family of Blackwater City became too conceited and caught Zheng's attention, though they didn't intend to. However, they still needed to pay for what they owed. Zheng's compensation for mental distress and battle expenses was a good enough reason. Zheng set off at night and quickly arrived outside of Blackwater City in the early hours after using teleportation. However, he didn't approach recklessly, but rather observed the city from a distance. Blackwater City lived up to its reputation and geographical significance. As a key transportation hub that connects the four directions, Blackwater City is truly vast, nearly dozens of times larger than Lin City, with numerous families of all sizes. Such a massive city cannot lack defensive formations. Hence, to be safe, Zheng did not get too close to Blackwater City, contemplating the possibility of attempting to force his way in from a distance. Although Blackwater City is controlled by the Wang family, it is unknown whether there are any other transformation stage experts among them besides the head of the Wang family. If he forcibly attempted to breach the city and was attacked by other transformation stage individuals, it would be very dangerous. Let's take a look first. If it turns out to be a trap, that would be troublesome. Zheng decided to be more cautious. The Wang family occupies Blackwater City and will certainly exclude families that are not in their favor. The families that can stay in the city and live comfortably must be in cahoots with them, perhaps even those in the transformation phase. If that's the case, it would definitely trigger a chain reaction. As long as I keep my aura under the condensation stage, there shouldn't be a problem. Zheng discovered that he didn't need to be so cautious after some investigation. Blackwater City can already be considered a core area of Feng country. If it were attacked by beasts, there would be nothing to be wary of. This formation is mainly to prevent terrifying beasts from launching a surprise attack. Weaker ones would just be easy prey. As he teleported directly into the city, Zheng was instantly surrounded by the various auras emanating from the spiritual items. I can't believe there are so many spiritual items that can trigger a response. Zhang was shocked, but soon saliva was spilling everywhere. Following a certain direction, Zheng teleported straight into a secret chamber filled with spiritual herbs and ores crystals. However, this time luck wasn't on his side like before. The moment Zheng appeared, he was detected by the formation, which immediately reacted and launched a spirit energy attack at him. After triggering the formation, Zhang was startled at first, and just as he was about to flee, he realized that the formation only had attacking properties and didn't alert anyone outside. Realizing this, Zheng steeled his resolve and decided to withstand the attack, using his strength to neutralize the energy points fluctuations caused by the attack. The intensity of this formation's attack was indeed remarkable. Almost all cultivators at the gathering spirit stage would struggle to withstand it. However, being a beast and having a spatial ability that was akin to a cheat, Zheng simply opened his mouth and absorbed the attack into his internal space, digesting it instantly. After neutralizing this attack, everything here belonged to Zhang. The system's notification sounded continuously, indicating just how precious the items inside were. Nearly every one of them was invaluable. Zheng collected these spiritual items one by one, his heart brimming with joy. Soon, Zhang spotted a striking silver-white ore. Among the numerous ores crystals, it was an ore crystal. This is actually an ore crystal. Feeling a stir in his heart, Zheng grabbed the seemingly unremarkable piece. Since he arrived in this world, he had set his spatial manipulation as his cultivation direction, but it seemed he hadn't been very lucky, as he had never encountered a real ore crystal, and even the few times he came across ore crystals were minimal, although he had gathered quite a few in his storage ring. Am I finally going to turn my luck around? Zheng murmured with dilated pupils. Ding, space law mastery increased by 1%. After swallowing it whole, Zheng heard the system's notification sound. A 1% increase. Zheng was quite satisfied. Just before that, his mastery of spatial law was only 0.32%, a result of much effort, yet it was less than half of what a single ore crystal provided. Stealing is really addictive, Zheng sighed as he felt the improvement of the patterns within his body. Better hurry and take these things, then move on to the next place. There might be unexpected gains. Zheng sped up, quickly gathering handfuls of spiritual herbs and ores crystals into his internal space while mumbling to himself. In no time, the entire secret chamber was cleared out by him. Zhang looked around and then vanished in a flash from the chamber. 28. Transformation. When he appeared again, Zhang was already savoring the fragrant spiritual herbs, with a handful of ores crystals in his hand, occasionally tossing a few pieces into his mouth. The Wang family in Blackwater City really has quite a number of good things. It smells so good. Zhang said, his cheeks puffed up, mumbling. After the third teleportation, Zhang entered the Wang family's treasury in Blackwater City, completely submerged by spiritual items. Although it wasn't as exaggerated, it was still quite remarkable. It's hard to imagine how the Wang family could have saved so many spiritual items despite their extravagant spending. Some precious and rare medicinal herbs, as well as ores crystals, were here in abundance. If news got out, the whole Wang family would probably be The more common spiritual items were simply stored in various storage rings, labeled haphazardly and tossed into corners. Zhang roughly counted and found nearly 100 storage rings. The wealth inside them was unimaginable. The Wang family in Blackwater City is truly a great family. I didn't expect them to leave me so many things, Zhang said, overwhelmed with gratitude upon seeing all these items. After packing the Wang family's belongings into his space, there was no room left, and even a few more storage rings appeared on his tail. He simply couldn't fit anything more. I guess I won't need to go out for the next couple of days. In 2 days, I can transform. Hee, Zhang chuckled foolishly and found a corner in Blackwater City, digging a hole to hide. However, while Zhang was happy, the 3 families he had targeted were in turmoil. On the first day after Zhang hid away, the people performing routine checks at the Wang family's treasury were completely terrified upon entering the warehouse that was once full of spiritual items had vanished. Once this news broke out, all families in Blackwater City were startled. Some quick-reacting families immediately checked their own treasuries and ultimately found that only 3 families had been robbed. The Wang family, the Gongsun family, and the Zhao family each had a treasury that had been robbed, while other families remained untouched. The formations of the 3 families had all been triggered, yet no one felt anything, not even the slightest disturbance. Just like what happened in Lin City, the Wang family began to suspect the dozens of stronger families. However, unlike in Lin City, the Wang family holds absolute power in Blackwater City. If they want something done, they don't need to act personally, they just need to subtly hint at their intentions. But this time, the situation was not as simple as it seemed. Due to the Wang family's rapid development, many families' influences were affected to varying degrees. Normally, they wouldn't express any discontent, but now that it involved family secrets, they weren't going to cooperate. After discovering that one of their treasuries had been robbed, the Wang family immediately sealed off Blackwater City, stopping everyone wanting to leave the city for questioning. Simultaneously, the Wang family dispatched people to search the treasuries of various families, which was quite out of line. The Wang family has always been very dominant. Although excessive, they typically wouldn't easily cross the bottom line of each family. However, this incident had significant repercussions, and while other families might not want to provoke the Wang family, they weren't going to reveal their own fundamental issues. This situation plunged Blackwater City into a stalemate, and those wanting to leave or just passing through were also dissatisfied with the Wang family's measures, leading to some restlessness. Similar to the situation in Lin City, but now Blackwater City also had the added trouble of bystanders, which was the hardest to manage. After all, Blackwater City is a crucial transportation hub. Although it has started to develop a bad reputation since the Wang family's control, it still maintains its identity as a major trading city. There are numerous merchant convoys and cultivators arriving in Blackwater City. Apart from a few prominent families, there are very few locals left, as most are cultivators staying there, gradually leading to people settling down. At this moment, Wang Liuyun, the master of the Wang family, was in seclusion. The men below were too frightened to report this incident. Several elders banded together to hide the matter. If Wang Liuyun found out, it would lead to a bloody storm in Blackwater City, where everyone would be on edge. As a master in the transformation realm, Wang Liuyun's task is to cultivate, leaving all trivial matters to the elders below, so he was unaware of certain events that were stopped by the elders. Suspicion had already been sown among the families in Blackwater City. Among the 3 robbed families, the Zhou family, which did not have a good relationship with the Wang family, also had an expert at the transformation realm, but the 2 families ended up in conflict due to this incident, each unwilling to back down. Of course, these minor frictions were happening on a small scale. Zhou Wei wasn't aware of them either, but if this issue isn't resolved quickly, he and Wang Liuyun would eventually find out, and at that time they join forces to investigate the matter, but more likely, they would turn against each other, leading to a war between the 2 families. Zhang, of course, had no idea that his unintentional actions would cause such a significant impact at this moment. He was focused on his development. 2 days later, a figure in a gray robe appeared outside Blackwater City, but the person chose not to enter. After observing from afar, they vanished. As Zhang was underground, he became alert the moment that silhouette appeared. The double layer of energy sensing allowed him to detect a hint of the aura released after the person's appearance. That person has reappeared. Zhang felt a faint feeling of being observed, and it made him uncomfortable, as if being targeted by someone. However, he had no way to deal with that person for now and could only keep strengthening his own power, waiting until he had enough strength to face that individual. Host, Zheng. Race, Dragon Claw Lizard. Level, Tier 10 Spiritual Beast. Constitution Stone Iron Bronze Emerald Rank 86%. Bloodline Progress 88%. Law Mastery, Space 1.76%. Talent Tree 98. Glancing at his panel, the bloodline progress had already reached 88%, and he would soon be able to evolve again, entering the condensed Dan stage and taking on human form. Once he reached the condensed Dan stage, Zheng would basically have the capability to protect himself. With the means to unleash energy points, as long as he seized the opportunity, even those at the early stage of the transformation would suffer a great loss. Suddenly appearing, then suddenly disappearing, it really is that person. Zheng frowned tightly. But it seems he has no intention of entering the city. Is he waiting for me to come out? After pondering for a moment, Zheng decided not to focus on this matter anymore. However, that person became a thorn in his heart. No matter what attitude that person had towards him, just based on the fact that he had been watching him from afar multiple times, Zheng wouldn't let him off easy. Half a day passed, and at noon, Zheng clicked the plus sign on his panel and entered the evolution phase. This evolution took unusually long. It wasn't until noon the next day that the blood-red threads surrounding Zheng slowly retracted and returned to his body. A figure gradually emerged from the eggshell. This person didn't have a handsome face but rather just an ordinary face, so ordinary that you could hardly find them in a crowd. What was most impressive, however, were their lively eyes. Although not eye-catching, there was a flickering light in their eyes, and occasionally a mischievous glint. Zheng's appearance on Earth had also been very ordinary, entirely unremarkable. After this transformation, his appearance was just like it was on Earth, though there was now much more brilliance in his eyes. Ah, so comfortable. Zheng stretched lazily, and a series of cracking sounds came from within his body. However, after stretching, Zheng felt something was off. It was a bit cool under his waist. But then, with a wave of his hand, clothes made of condensed energy points materialized on him, shimmering with a hint of emerald color. Ding, host has transformed, system upgrade. Hearing the system's notification, Zheng momentarily paused. System upgrade? Such an old trick? Critiques aside, to be honest, Zheng was still quite eager. After transforming into human form, he certainly couldn't keep consuming things like before, right? With nothing to do, Zheng instantly teleported from the underground cave to a corner above ground, and after tidying up a bit, he headed to the street. Walking openly on the streets of Blackwater City, Zheng's pupils appeared somewhat unfocused. Like a new birth. Having lived on Earth for 20 years, he had never felt this way before. His entire mind was in a state of endless relaxation. It was as if he had spent over 20 years somewhat like a dead person, living in a daze, as if being controlled by someone, until today when his consciousness awakened, he truly took control of his body and became his real self again. After standing in place and basking in the sun for a long time, Zheng slowly came back to his senses. He noticed the people around him staring at him as if he were a fool. He chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head as he walked away. Walking along the street, blending into the crowd, Zheng felt quite good. However, the rumbling sound from his stomach made his expression change. I'm actually hungry? Could it be that I consumed too much energy points during my evolution? Zheng touched his stomach, intending to enter a nearby restaurant for a meal. Since coming to this world, Zheng hadn't eaten human food again. Even at the wine family in the temporary city, he had just stayed in the library, digesting the contents of his spatial body. However, when he walked inside and saw someone placing a silver coin on the table, Zheng's body halted, and his face twitched with a hint of awkwardness. A young attendant saw someone come in, dressed decently, clearly not an ordinary person. He quickly put down his work and greeted him with a smile. Welcome, sir, to our humble shop. What would you like to order? Hearing the attendant's words, Zheng's expression became slightly unnatural. However, since he was already inside, there was naturally no leaving again. Bring all the dishes you have here. Zheng waved his hand dramatically, making a grand promise. Upon hearing Zheng's words, the young attendant was overjoyed. This shop was a small business typically, people who came here were ordinary civilians, so it was rare to have a big customer. Zhang's request to bring out all the dishes was certainly a sign of a big client. "All right. Sir. Please have a seat. Please have a seat." The young attendant hurriedly invited Zhang to a clean table, wiping it with a not-so-clean towel. Zhang sat at the table, watching the bustling street outside, waiting for his meal while also anticipating the system's upgrade. The system simply told him he needed to upgrade, but when it would be completed was still unknown. This made Zhang very anxious, much like winning the lottery. You know the money is coming, but they just won't tell you when, keeping you in suspense. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, or maybe you'll be long gone by the time it arrives. While waiting, the dishes began to arrive one by one, and Zhang set aside his racing thoughts to focus on the meal before him. Regardless of money, it was most important to satisfy his appetite first. He could always give them a bit of technique when it was time to pay. Zhang touched the storage ring on his hand, a gift from Elder Jean. Ever since he killed him, Zhang had stored all the techniques and daily essentials he had collected inside it, and now it came in handy. Just as Zhang was about to finish his meal, the notification sound from the system filled him with joy. "Ding, the system upgrade is complete. Please check it yourself, host." 1. Dawn Auction House. "Ding, the system upgrade is complete. Please check it yourself, host." At that moment, feeling bored, Zhang heard the system's notification and forgot about eating, quickly opening the panel to check. Host, Zheng. Race, Dragon Blood Frog Plus. Level, First Stage of Dan Condensation 020 Plus. Constitution Stone Iron Bronze Emerald Rank 92%. Law Mastery, Space 1.78%. Talent Tree Plus. Points, 110. The host is still Zhang, that is for sure. The race has changed with this evolution, and there's a plus sign behind it. The dragon blood frog is uncommon in the Xian domain but can be found in the terrifying swamps of the Huang domain. The strongest among them is about a 9th tier beast. Some, with ample dragon blood and pure bloodlines, can reach the spirit beast level. Rarely do any advance to the Dan condensation stage, and they generally live in groups. The level section has changed. Two numbers 020 appeared after the first stage of Dan condensation, but it was unclear what they meant. Constitution and Law Mastery remain unchanged, just like before. Below the talent tree, a new item titled Points appears, displaying the number 110. What does the number after level mean? Can I add points directly? Zhang puzzled over the numbers following level. In the race category, the host can choose to spend 100 points to evolve. In the level category, the host can choose to consume an equivalent amount of points to increase level. In the talent tree, the host can consume an equivalent amount of points to light up talents. The system's voice echoed in Zhang's mind. It responded? Initially, Zhang nodded as if to say he understood. However, he was soon startled. Was the system actually responding to his questions? Ever since he'd first inhabited the little ant, Zhang had called out to the system several times, hoping for a reply, but each time, all he got was a lonely panel. However, after this system upgrade, aside from the changes on the panel, the biggest change was that the system could respond to him, which made Zhang very happy. Most of the time, Zhang silently hunted and practiced alone, with few people talking to him. Truth be told, as a person's soul, he longed for someone to chat with, but in unfamiliar territory, he dared not easily trust anyone. Yet now the system's upgrade brought him hope. If one upgrade could respond to his queries, would there be more upgrades in the future? Would the system eventually develop an independent personality, allowing for casual conversations as if they were chatting like old friends? Zhang felt great, his lips unconsciously curling into a smile. So it's still the universal points. Shouldn't I accumulate a bit more then? With the realization that he could use the current points for various items, Zhang started contemplating whether he should save some. Universal points are undoubtedly useful, but how to use them is a matter of knowledge. It is absolutely essential to save some points for emergencies, but one must not save too many at the expense of their own strength. Currently, my strength shouldn't be at too high a risk, but the improvement I feel from the talent tree seems limited. Should I add more points? The enhancements brought by the talent tree didn't seem to keep pace at this moment. Only the blood-burning technique provided a terrifying boost, and the second phase's perception was so strong that it felt like he couldn't even find himself. Ding, talent chi machine perception upgraded to 4th stage, consuming 70 points. The moment the talent lit up, Zhang suddenly caught scent of a nauseating odor, right inside Blackwater City. However, Zhang didn't act rashly. Instead, he closed his chi perception, noting that the smell from the food was just as unpleasant as what he had eaten at the withdrawal place. After Zhang cleared all the dishes in front of the frightened onlookers, he called over the little waiter. "Sir, did you call for me?" the waiter asked nervously. Having lived in Blackwater City since childhood, he had seen a fair amount of oddities, but he had never seen anyone consume this much food in one meal. "This time I came out without any money, but I do have some techniques and skills to trade. Please ask your manager if you can use these items to pay for the meal," Zhang said, casually tossing a pile of technique scrolls onto the table. He kept these things in case he could exchange them for money once he shapeshifted one day. Now they're finally useful. When Zhang pulled out those booklets, every single person's gaze in the small restaurant turned to him in an instant, their eyes revealing uncontainable greed. The eye of the waiter also flickered with interest, but after hesitating for a moment, he took his gaze away from the martial arts manual and bowed to Zhang. "Please wait a moment, my lord." Zhang paid no mind to the looks from the crowd. "Want to rob him?" They probably had no idea how much Zhang wished that someone would come to rob him now. The people stared at the booklet for a long time, but in the end, they chose not to act immediately. Although Heishui City was notorious, it still had basic rules: no fighting inside the city, or you'd be thrown out after having your legs broken. Some people in the restaurant observed Zhang for a moment before hurriedly leaving, tossing a few silver coins as they went. Zhang witnessed this scene, but he didn't care. He would rather they called more people over, ideally bringing their storage rings too. Moments later, a middle-aged man dressed plainly approached Zhang, also behaving with utmost respect. Someone like Zhang, who clearly wasn't an ordinary person, was certainly beyond their reach, but if they could serve him well, perhaps they would receive some favor. Even a single cuff from such a person is not an ordinary item. "You can pick a martial arts manual for yourself here, and it will cover your meal bill for today," Zhang said, gesturing to the table. "My lord, you truly overrate us. If we take this today, this restaurant will be gone tomorrow," the owner said nervously. Hearing this, Zhang realized his mistake. This owner was likely the strongest person in the establishment, but still only had the strength of a second-rank chi refinement. At the second rank of chi refinement, one is just an ordinary cultivator in Heishui City. If he took the martial arts manual today, he would probably never be able to leave the city again, and endless troubles would ensue. Although those big families were not lacking in martial arts manuals, they wouldn't complain about having more for ordinary cultivators. Lacking strong power while possessing high-level manuals is akin to slow death. Innocent people might suffer because of wealth, and being weak is the original sin. "I miscalculated. Where in Heishui City is there a place selling martial arts manuals?" Zhang asked. "There's an auction house in the city center. The prices there are quite reasonable." You don't need to worry, I will definitely pay you," Zhang said quickly before leaving. After taking human form, not having any money indeed made him feel uneasy. A moment later, Zhang arrived in the central area of Heishui City, where the commerce was even more prosperous. The strength of the passing cultivators had also greatly improved, stepping up to another level. Once here, Zhang immediately spotted the most prominent domed building in the central area. It wasn't the Lord's Mansion, but the auction house. The auction house was named Dawn. In fact, Dawn was a massive organization. Zhang had seen snippets about this organization in the Wang family's library, and it was said to be a very terrifying human organization, although the specifics were not recorded in the books. Historical records say that this organization seems to have existed for a very long time, perhaps even dating back to ancient times, Zhang said, looking up at the magnificent sign under the huge dome. Even if the legends aren't entirely true, they're likely close. Which world doesn't have mysterious organizations? This auction house, Dawn, probably has a boss-level status, and one must be cautious when dealing with them, Zhang thought to himself. Walking into the Dawn auction house, a fragrant aroma filled the air, refreshing his spirit. The attendants quickly approached Zhang, ready to assist him. "Hello, young master, how may I assist you?" The attendant was very polite, but this made Zhang feel a bit uncomfortable. He had mentally prepared for what he expected. Normally, a sharp-tongued waitress would come over, mock him, and he would then intervene, insisting on calling the manager, who would throw a pile of martial arts manuals in her face. Then the manager would see how wealthy he was and assume he was from a powerful background, slapping that woman away to tell her to scram, with her throwing a resentful glance at him as she fled. After that, the woman would come back with a rich kid to cause trouble for him. He would rise to the challenge, kicking out the rookies and then the elders, eventually taking down a big family, and maybe even encountering a lovely girl along the way, or perhaps an old grandfather figure, and then he would take on big responsibilities, striving hard. In the end, after destroying that family, he would get entangled with deeper matters, provoking even more terrifying families, ultimately facing disastrous defeat but escaping with his life, enduring hardship for years, before finally rising up and annihilating that family, only to show some mercy and leave a few offspring behind, and decades later, he would have to clean up the mess again. Finally, he would find himself trapped in endless loops, becoming the most terrifying existence in the world, exterminating the ultimate dark hand, transcending the mundane, and echoing through the ages. At least that's how Zhang saw it. However, starting off on the wrong foot with the overly polite attendant made him feel a bit out of place and awkward. "I came to sell some martial arts manuals, where can I make a deal?" Zhang masked his awkwardness and said. "Are you here to buy something? Please follow me, the trading area is on the left side of the hall. If you wish to trade again in the future, you can come here directly." The waiter carefully answered various questions for Zhang, who, like a curious child, looked around and explored. Even on Earth, Zhang had never been to such a high-end place. This auction house was just like those 5-star hotels on Earth, making ordinary people feel unworthy just by looking at it. "Oh, young master, would you like to get a card with us? Our Morning Light auction house has branches in all 4 domains, and with this card, you can trade in any area." The waiter's voice reached Zhang's ears, causing him to twitch slightly. Indeed, no matter where you are, these commercial geniuses always invent cards. I can get one. The money can be deducted directly from the goods I sell." "Alright, young master, please follow me." After leaving the Morning Light auction house, Zhang played with the gold card in his hand, looking quite satisfied. "Having money in hand instantly makes me feel more confident. I can walk with my head held high now." Zhang returned to the previous restaurant, paid the owner, and then left. However, he noticed that a few people in the restaurant had quietly followed him. Feeling the few people trailing behind him, Zhang's lips curled into a cold sneer, after which he deliberately slowed his pace, occasionally stopping to see if there were any good items at the stalls. It seemed that, noticing Zhang had no intention of leaving the city for the time being, the people tracking him gradually retreated, likely to report back to their power. Soon, a group of people came over to monitor him, and Zhang began heading toward the city gate. 2. Find the hidden one. At the city gate, due to the pressure from the traders passing by in the Morning Light auction house in the past 2 days, the Wang family's inspections had almost disappeared. After a simple search, Zhang was able to leave the city. The people behind him also followed outside the city, only to find that Zhang had been waiting for a long time in a dense forest outside the city. "Ha! Kid! Were you specifically waiting for us?" one of them asked directly. "Are all of you here? If not, send a few people to fetch them, so I don't have to come back again," Zhang asked casually while standing in place. "Ha ha! Kid! You're all alone, what gives you the right to brag? Be sensible and hand over what you have in your hands quickly." A crowd stared greedily at the storage ring on Zhang's hand, all their eyes filled with avarice for those techniques. Zhang looked at the restless people surrounding him, shook his head, and said, "You're so foolish. I have no idea how you survive in Blackwater City." After the remark, Zhang immediately took action. One hand transformed into a giant palm, sweeping across and grabbing everyone present. After a slight shake, they all bled from their orifices and died instantly. After taking the storage rings from them, those people entered his internal space, where they would face the fate of being digested. How poor they are, not even having anything valuable to sell. Zhang pulled out a spirit herb and tossed it into his mouth, then slowly walked toward Blackwater City. However, the moment he began to step forward, Zhang suddenly stopped, instantly taking a combat posture. Behind him, a figure suddenly appeared, dressed in a gray robe. "Who are you?" Zhang was very serious. This person had appeared suddenly without any warning. If it wasn't some bizarre technique, then they definitely had considerable strength. I am a beast catcher from the Beast Master Holy Sect. The gray-robed man's hoarse voice echoed, sounding very harsh. Here to capture me? Zhang recognized the force he belonged to. The Beastmaster Holy Sect, the top power in the Huang region, primarily uses beast control as a combat method. This is what he knew from seeing it in the Wang family's library. The Holy Sun needs demon beasts, and we are responsible for capturing them. After hearing the gray-robed man's words, Zhang instantly utilized his teleportation, disappearing on the spot and directly entering Blackwater City. After seeing Zhang suddenly vanish, the gray-robed man's aura fluctuated violently for a moment but quickly stabilized. Limitless potential. The gray-robed man left this line before also disappearing. Moments after Zhang entered the city, he found that the man's presence had indeed lingered outside the city. Is there something in this city? Why didn't he enter? Zhang was puzzled that person hadn't shown an ounce of their strength, so he couldn't make a clear judgment, but instinctively, he leaned toward the idea that the person was using a bizarre secret technique. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why that person didn't enter the city. If they had absolute strength, the strongest in Blackwater City would only be Wang Liuyun and Zhou Wei, and if the gray-robed man really wanted to catch him, he could easily level the entire Blackwater City. Does that mean the gray robe is some kind of secret technique? Zhang pondered for a moment and then decided to leave the city to investigate further. Ding activated the talent sensing 6th tier, consumed 110 points, remaining 2 points. Upon reaching the 6th tier of sensing, Zhang instantly detected a presence on him that was different from his own. On the storage ring? Zhang found that the chilling presence was on the storage ring, almost identical to the feeling he got from the gray-robed man. After casually wiping away the traces, Zhang once again sensed the location of the man in gray robes. This time it was quite clear the man in gray robes seemed to have been hovering around the city for a long time, even circling the entire Blackwater City. Although the aura was quite chaotic, all the sources pointed to a mountain range outside Blackwater City. Blackwater City was built alongside the Blackwater River. The water of the Blackwater River is not actually black, it just became that way due to a war years ago that turned it into a river of blood, which then settled into the Blackwater River, hence the name. The source of the Blackwater River is the nearby Blackwater Mountain Range. Initially, this mountain range had no name, it was simply difficult to call, hence it was named after the Blackwater River. And this aura of the man in gray robes originates from the Blackwater Mountain Range. It really is a secret method, they all came from there, Zhang said angrily, not expecting to be scared before even fighting. Damn it, you rat-like dog, if you can make it back to the yellow domain, I'll twist my head off, Zhang cursed harshly, then activated the energy points in his space to consume spiritual objects. In a hidden cave within the Blackwater Mountain Range, a figure sat cross-legged, accompanied by a shadow of the man in gray robes. The mark disappeared, an elderly voice came out, revealing great surprise. The tightly shut eyes of the person opened, showing a look of shock, as he did not expect the mark he left behind to have been erased. Could it be a beast from another force? If not, with his strength, it shouldn't be possible to find my mark, the old man thought for a moment but decided to wait and observe for a while longer. Let us observe a bit more, if it's from another force, we might have to fight. The figure in gray robes vanished again, leaving no trace of where he went. Host, Zhen. Race, Dragon Blood Frog. Level, first stage of Dan Condensation 020+. Constitution Stone Iron Bronze Emerald Rank 94%. Law Mastery, Space 1.78%. Talent Tree. Score, 23. At this time, wanting to deal with that cowardly Beast Master Sect's so-called Beast Hunter, Zhang completely let loose, and his score quickly reached 23. Let us level up. If a fight breaks out, it might improve my combat power. Aside from increasing levels, there is no other way for 23 points to enhance Zhang. Ding advanced to the second layer of condensation Dan, consuming 20 points, remaining 3 points. An invisible aura erupted within Zhang's body, and he felt a change in his strength. Although it wasn't too strong, at least the storage limit of energy points increased. When the time comes, if he can't fight, he'll still have to rely on teleportation to escape. After leveling up, the level on the panel changed to the second layer of condensation Dan 030. Next time, it will take 30 points? Why does it feel like advancing is faster after the system upgrade? Zhang wondered, but since it was to his advantage, he didn't dwell on it. 30 points to reach the third layer, so 40 for the fourth layer, and probably 100 to reach the transformation aperture. Zhang calculated the points, feeling that the system's mechanism was really simple and straightforward. Although it doesn't have as many fancy functions as other gaudy systems, it excels in simplicity, with no frills, just a single panel and nothing more. Moreover, there are no tasks, and certainly no ridiculous penalties for failure who would dare to wipe out their own host in such a system. It's still better to have my own system, haha, Zhang chuckled foolishly, then teleported out of the city. With a 6th level aura perception, he could completely obscure his own presence. Zhang constantly closed the distance through teleportation while gathering a final version of energy points impact in his hand, ready to deliver a deadly strike to that sneaky individual. Even someone in the transformation aperture stage wouldn't survive this hit and would definitely be heavily injured, making them easy pickings. You'd better pray for a swift death, or else I'll eat you piece by piece, Zhang said, his words dripping with menace. Never have I seen someone so arrogant, daring to make me work for their so-called saint's son? What a joke! Don't let me meet him, otherwise, I'll eat him right away. Soon, Zhang followed the aura to a mountain gorge, gazing at the cave entrance obscured by vines on the cliff. The aura is coming from here. There is indeed someone inside, but it's not the aura of that man in gray robes. Zhang carefully sensed and found that it was another person inside. Could it be that the man in gray robes has been dispatched again? It should be. After all, I erased the mark on the storage ring, and he absolutely didn't expect me to find this place. He probably sent that gray robe thing out. Zhang turned his aura perception to the limit, trying to pinpoint the exact location of the person in the cave, but he found that a formation was disrupting his perception, causing the aura to fluctuate unpredictably. In that case, I'll simply destroy this cave entrance altogether. Zhang teleported to the other side of the gorge, aimed at the cave entrance, and suddenly shot out the hidden energy points impact from his hand, instantly piercing through the vines and entering the cave. Moments later, a terrifying wave of energy points exploded, directly turning half of the mountain rock into powder, causing a withered figure to tumble out from inside, who quickly fled in another direction. Still want to run? Can this really let you escape? Zhang quickly followed up, his hands moving rapidly as energy points transformed into a pair of silver-white gloves, continuously emitting silver energy points blades that carried the fluctuations of space. It's now clear that the person hiding in the cave is only at the first level of transformation, having been caught off guard by a sudden attack, taking the full brunt of Zhang's strike. At this moment, even circulating spiritual energy has become somewhat difficult for him, forcing him to awkwardly dodge in the sky to evade Zhang's attacks. You keep hiding, I want to see how long you can last. Seeing the person ahead flying up and down, Zhang didn't hold back and intensified his attacks, wildly launching energy points blades as if they cost nothing. That person had already realized during the sudden attack that his swagger while roaming outside the city had attracted attention. Indeed, he had been far too successful in capturing monster beasts recently, which led him to be careless, failing to notice he was being followed. However, after he forced himself to endure the attack and escape from the cave, he found only one person attacking him from across the way. Of course, in his panic, he decided to temporarily avoid confrontation, as the intensity of the attack indicated that person was definitely not to be trifled with. But while running, he sensed something was off. That person chasing him with attacks had an eerily familiar aura. What could that mean? Realizing something was amiss, he took advantage of dodging to glance back, only to discover that the one continuously attacking him was actually the last monster beast he had been trying to capture. You brat! The old man felt deeply humiliated and roared, turning around to sweep his hand and deflect the incoming attack. Zhang saw that the old man in front seemed to have regained his composure, and quickly halted in mid-air, engaging in a standoff with him. Ha, I thought you were someone important, but it turns out to be just this beast. The old man stood with authority in mid-air, erupting in sardonic laughter. Is this the kind of person produced by the sacred beast cult? Sneaking around and acting like a coward. Zhang retorted bluntly. Ignorant child, I won't argue with you. I was just thinking about where to find you, and now here you are, delivering yourself to me. Perfect, I'll take you today and then I can go back. After speaking, the old man attacked directly, patting the bag hanging by his side, and a colossal figure appeared in the sky. It was a green-headed phoenix, with a power level of the 6th stage of condensation. As soon as it appeared, it let out a jet of green flame aimed at Zhang. Although it was one letter away from being a true phoenix, the reality was drastically different. The bloodline of the green-headed phoenix had been nearly diluted, rendering it almost ineffective, at best capable of manipulating fire playfully. Though the green-headed phoenix was stronger than Zhang, this little attack was far from sufficient. A few flashes of brilliance passed over Zhang's robe, absorbing all the attacks and converting them into energy points that replenished him. Whatever that doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Seeing Zhang casually deflect the green-headed phoenix's attack, the old man felt a tremor of fear. The shape-shifting beast before him was only at the early stage of condensation, yet was stronger than the typical early-stage beings, with almost none of the nearly 100 monster beasts he had captured in recent years able to rival it. It seemed that the person before him was not to be underestimated, and the green-headed phoenix also shed its dismissive attitude, spitting out another jet of green flame which transformed into several arrow feathers, aiming straight at Zhang. However, this time it was easily blocked again, and Zhang didn't even change his expression. The green-headed phoenix suddenly became anxious, wanting to attack again, but was stopped by the old man's wave of his hand. Your strength is truly not so simple. It appears I underestimated you. If you want to fight, fight. If not, then scram. Stop wasting my time with chatter. Zhang was extremely annoyed by those who felt the need to talk before a brawl, treating it like a casual conversation. After saying that, Zhang ignored the green-headed phoenix, igniting a blood-red aura around himself, triggering the 6th stage of blood enhancement, and slammed a fist formed from energy points towards his opponent. With Zhang's strike, the battle erupted in an instant. 3. Slaughter. Zhang struck without hesitation, targeting the old man and ignoring the green-headed phoenix beside him. The old man, seeing that Zhang actually dared to take the first shot, immediately scoffed and casually reached out to block the punch. In his eyes, the attack that had just been directed at the cave must have been some kind of special item, used up and gone. But he was wrong. This punch directly shattered his spiritual energy shield, crashing into him with an unexpected force. This punch came as a shocking surprise, sending the old man crashing down from the sky, creating a human-shaped crater upon impact. Seeing its master being attacked, the green-headed phoenix hurriedly tried to assert itself again, forming several arrow feathers to halt Zhang's continued assault. Having knocked the old man down, Zhang did not choose to follow up, not because of the green-headed phoenix's interference, but rather because his battle instincts warned him that there would be danger if he pursued. Sure enough, a towering pillar of fire shot up from the crater, which Zhang narrowly dodged. Is this what they mean by battle instinct? Zhang was astonished, not expecting his instincts to be so accurate. Had he been too close to that flame pillar, he likely would have been injured. Flying back into the sky from the ground, the old man's black robe was tattered and worn. Though his clothes were also spiritual treasures, they paled in comparison to the outfit formed by directly channeling energy points through physical strength like Zhang's. After soaring into the sky, the old man remained silent, but the killing intent in his eyes revealed his current mood. The two sides clashed again, and the battle gradually intensified. Dodging a burst of flames from the old man, Zhang was struck by a punch and crashed to the ground. Despite the boost from his burning blood, the disparity in hard power still made him feel somewhat helpless. The old man kept up closely, aiming another punch at his head, but Zhang used teleportation to evade it. The silver gloves continually emitted crescent-like energy points blades, but they had no effect on the old man. Without energy points, it's hard to gain an advantage against him. Zhang realized that his attacks posed no fatal threat and knew he could only end the fight by using energy points. However, given his current energy points storage limit, using the full version of energy points would certainly be unsustainable. Most importantly, the release speed of energy points attacks is too slow. It's only suitable for surprise attacks or when the opponent has little capability to respond, which is a downside of this technique. Is it possible to directly transform energy points into a weapon? Otherwise, relying on the gloves to unleash energy points blades would be too monotonous. Zhang's gloves instantly vanished, gradually coalescing into a silver longsword that shimmered coldly. Since he is from the Beast Master Saint clan, he should primarily rely on summoning beasts. However, all this old man has summoned so far is a green-headed phoenix, likely revealing he hasn't shown his true strength yet. Holding the long sword, Zheng drew several arcs of sword light towards the old man, while his body quickly advanced, closing the distance. Previously, all the attacks were Zheng firing energy points blades from a distance, which did have a broad attacking area, but correspondingly, the power at a single point was weakened, making it difficult to break through the old man's defenses. Now Zhang opted for close combat. The energy points attached to the long sword could fully impact the spiritual energy shield. If the old man didn't take action, his shield would definitely shatter in moments. I underestimated you. Zhang's close combat indeed made the old man feel a threat, but the chasm in their power led him to not choose to evade but to confront Zhang, hardening himself against the sword light with his fists. However, he was overconfident. His disregard for Zhang due to their difference in realms prevented him from taking the fight seriously. Even with the killing intent, he hadn't unleashed his full strength. As the saying goes, a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. His underestimation would surely cost him dearly. Meanwhile, the green-headed phoenix kept annoying Zhang. If it was a distance battle, Zhang could ignore its attacks, but in close quarters combat, a slight mishap could lead to complete defeat. No one was exempt. Thus, taking advantage of the gap while they were engaged, Zhang forced a teleport to land on the back of the green-headed phoenix, striking its neck with one sword to pull it into his inner space. Having his familiar killed, although the master wouldn't die directly from a backlash, he would still suffer serious injuries. The old man was now filled with rage as blood surged, causing his movements to stutter, providing Zhang with the opportunity. The energy points within the space instantly enveloped the sword blade, increasing Zhang's burning blood from 6 to 8 layers, amplifying the attacking power several times. Moreover, due to the infusion of spatial laws, tiny black fissures began to appear faintly around the sword. These cracks were similar to those that could appear around ores crystals, but the current fissures were incredibly violent. A moment's carelessness could lead to part of one's body being sliced. At this moment, the old man's shield crumbled beneath the sword blade, shattered by a single strike, and the blade pierced into the old man's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Caught off guard by such a heavy blow, the old man was clearly taken aback. But by the time he reacted, the sword blade had already pierced his body. Only through a desperate dodge could he avoid the fate of being pierced through the heart, yet now he was drenched in cold sweat. With the enhancement of 8 layers of burning blood, his stored vitality rapidly dwindled. Zhang could not withstand a prolonged fight, so he aimed for a quick resolution, increasing his attack speed, causing the sword light to create shadowy trails that nearly blended into a single piece. The already wounded old man felt his speed slightly diminish, struggling to keep up with the pace, and gradually, Zhang inflicted more and more wounds on him, making it harder for him to cope. Seizing the gap in their battle, the old man increased the distance from Zhang and directly threw out the entire bag from his waist. Instantly, 10 demon beasts appeared on the battlefield, each with power around the first and second layers of the core formation stage. The simultaneous appearance of these 10 core formation beasts created a terrifying momentum, crushing towards Zhang under the old man's control. Humph! You think these useless things can handle me? Zhang scoffed, unleashing the previously concealed aura from his body that resonated with the chi. The dragon blood frog possesses dragon blood within it. Even a trace of it is beyond the capacity of ordinary bloodline demon beasts to withstand. The innate suppression due to its high level nearly forces those with insufficient bloodlines to prostrate on the ground. In an instant of unleashing its aura, Zhang struck directly. While the 10 demon beasts hesitated in their actions, he teleported over and instantaneously sliced them in half, drawing them into his inner space. At last, the old man could no longer bear it. After spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, he fell straight to the ground. Seeing this situation, Zhang would never waste such a good opportunity. Energy points surged into the blade, and the laws of space were generous as well, causing the sword's body to rapidly expand into an enormous sword that blotted out the sky, shimmering with both silver and black. This was modified by Zhang based on Elder Jin's enormous sword. The effects are similar, but the power is drastically different. Upon seeing the sword radiating a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble, the old man truly panicked this time, frantically twisting his body in the air, attempting to dodge another fatal blow. However, the death of all the demon beasts under his command was certainly enough to severely wound him instantly. At this moment, even the slightest movement caused him excruciating pain, not to mention trying to mobilize his spiritual energy. In the end, just as the old man was about to hit the ground, the giant's sword sliced down upon him. Under the old man's horrified gaze, it cleaved him in two. A transforming aperture expert thus fell, killed by his own demon beasts. After slaying the old man, Zheng quickly shut down the bloodburn. In less than 10 minutes of battle, his stored vitality was nearly exhausted. Had it gone on any longer, he would have had to draw upon his own life force. After turning off the bloodburn, Zheng collapsed onto the ground, taking a moment to rest. Under normal combat circumstances, he wouldn't tire even after fighting for half a day, but in the state of bloodburn at the 8th level, he was exhausted in less than 10 minutes. There was no other choice, the consumption was too great. After resting for a bit, Zheng stood up and approached the old man's remains, retrieving the storage ring from his hand and the small pouch hanging at his waist, then stored the corpse in his space. As he activated the energy points in his space to digest the corpse, Zheng examined the contents of the storage ring. "What is this? What on earth is this?" Zheng pulled out something resembling a flute, then took out a small bell. "Is this really from the Beastmaster Holy Sect? Why does it look like it's for playing with bugs?" Zheng frowned as he looked at these two items, then tossed them directly into his inner space. "No matter what it is, anything that enters my space becomes my nourishment." After some fussing, Zheng contentedly tossed the entire storage ring into his inner space, then picked up the very small pouch that the old man had been wearing on his waist. However, after fiddling with it for a while, Zheng still couldn't open it. The pouch seemed to have a seal that required the owner to unlock it. Upon realizing this, Zheng didn't care. He was simply curious about what was inside, but if he couldn't open it, it didn't matter, he could just throw it into his inner space to digest. To Zheng's surprise, after the pouch was destroyed, nothing happened except for the overflowing energy points from the laws of space. Ding, space law mastery increased by 1%. Ha! Zheng's movements halted for a moment as a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. This item can actually provide 1%? Zheng wore a pensive expression. "I never expected this old man's pouch had such an effect. Does everyone in the Beastmaster Holy Sect have such a pouch, or is it just him? Or is it something that all beast hunters are equipped with? What is this thing made of? How could it contain so many laws of space?" Zheng had many questions, but there was simply not enough information at this moment. Even if he could guess, what could he do? The Beastmaster Holy Sect is in the yellow domain, while this place is in the mystic domain, separated by an unknown distance. Anyway, no one would be able to provide a definitive answer. This old man likely traveled for a long time to reach the mystic domain to capture demon beasts, and it's very possible he employed some special method, or else how could a transforming aperture expert cross two domains? How could that be possible? While being a transforming aperture expert might seem impressive, there are countless terrifying existences in this world. Who knows if there are any hidden powerful beings in that mountain in front of their door? In their eyes, a transforming aperture expert would be no different from an ordinary person. Provoking them could lead to a swift demise. With these doubts in mind, Zheng slowly flew towards the direction of Blackwater City. In the past few days, the business at the Dawn Auction House was heavily impacted due to the situation involving the Wang family, the Gongsun family, and the Zhao family. This left their manager quite furious, leading to pressure being placed on them. The Wang family is the local tyrant in Blackwater City, but when faced with such a world-spanning force, they could only obediently lift the restrictions at the city gates to allow the caravans to pass. In fact, if we were to say it, the Wang family's losses aren't too significant. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The Wang family certainly has more than one secret chamber for storing spiritual items, and the one Zhang visited can only be considered smaller. However, even a small secret chamber contains items that ordinary families cannot possess. Just the piece of ores crystals is something that not just any family could have. Zheng instantly teleported into the city and found a small shop to use as a temporary shelter. Since he had already taken on a human form, he could no longer stay in cold and damp places like caves or burrows. However, he was unaware that after he killed the old man from the Beastmaster Holy Sect, a nameplate at the bottom of a valley somewhere in the Xian domain shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. A figure in the shadows reached out and picked up the fragments of the nameplate before disappearing without a trace. 4. The Encounter. Host, Zheng. Race, Dragon Blood Frog. Level, 2nd stage of Dan Formation 130+. Constitution Stone Iron Bronze Emerald rank 95%. Law Mastery, space 2.78%. Talent Tree. Points, 10. Looking at his panel, Zheng pondered how he should proceed next. However, the 130 after the level caught his attention. Why did a 1 suddenly appear? When did that get added? Zheng furrowed his brow, thinking that he shouldn't have accidentally allocated any points. I've been practicing here since I came back, and I didn't click randomly just now. Back, practicing, panel. Suddenly, Zheng seemed to realize something, and he gasped in shock. Could it be from my recent training? At this thought, Zheng's heart stirred up a storm. Previously, he could only gain bloodline points by eating even evolution-required food, and he had to keep eating. Reaching the Dan formation stage, after the system upgrade, he thought he would just be like a salted fish adding points, living a lifeless existence, unable to experience the joy of training. Sometimes he envied others who continuously improved through training. They could clearly feel their strength increase, whereas his strength came step by step through effort, unlike him, who had the system and couldn't even practice. Just when he thought his life would pass like this, the system surprised him by allowing him to actually train. Although it was just point allocation on the panel, it made Zheng very happy. At least he could advance through training going forward, reducing the excessive need for resources, and the saved points could be used on the talent tree. In that case, future training will be much easier. Zheng smiled and then immersed himself in training. Wang Liuyun had broken through to the Qi transformation stage over a year ago, and in that time, he had likely solidified his strength and may have even advanced further. Zhou Wei's level was similar to Wang Liuyun's, but his strength was still inferior. After all, Wang Liuyun was the family leader of the Wang clan's branch, and he had quite a few high-level techniques, along with the collections from these years, allowing for rapid strength increases. Although the Zhou family and the Wang family had a rift due to Zheng's actions, it didn't hinder the two families from joining forces. If they found Wang Liuyun or Zhou Wei couldn't defeat Zheng, they would likely join forces against him. Unlike the old man from the Beast Master Holy Sect, whose death was a result of his beast dying, which backfired and seriously injured him, allowing Zheng to seize the opportunity to kill him. However, these two individuals were genuinely fighting based on their own strength. There were no tricks to rely on, and to kill them, one had to engage directly without any underestimation. With the boost of the Burning Blood 8th layer, Zheng's strength barely allowed him to battle a first-stage Qi transforming human who was not good at close combat. If he could raise his level to the 4th stage of Dan formation or higher, perhaps he could handle the siege from those two with ease. Because of Zheng, the Wang family in Blackwater City was too busy to pay attention to the mess in Lin City, but they still remembered it. After all, Elder Wang Chengjun had capsized there, and ignoring it definitely wasn't their style. It was estimated that once the theft was handled or the storm passed, they would vent their anger on the Wang family in Lin City. Finding the real culprit was definitely impossible, but finding a scapegoat was relatively simple. It was expected that once they realized that the real culprit could not be found, they would randomly choose a scapegoat to sweep the matter under the rug and then deal with other affairs. Zheng had little time left. Although the Wang family was busy with their own affairs, they had conducted thorough research in this area. It would likely only take them a few days to handle the matter, and then they would send someone to Lin City. As for Zheng, he needed to break through to the 4th stage of Dan formation within these few days, eliminate Wang Liuyun, and either threaten or directly wipe out the Wang family to eliminate future worries. 3 days later. Zheng frowned as he looked at the smooth flow of traffic at the city gate. I didn't expect the Wang family to make a decision so quickly, Zheng sighed as he looked at his panel. Host, Zheng. Race, Dragon Blood Frog. Level, 3rd stage of Dan formation 2340+. Constitution Stone Iron Bronze Emerald rank 95%. Law Mastery, space 2.78%. Talent Tree. Points, 25. In 3 days, even if Zheng sat there refining without eating or drinking, he could only reach the 3rd stage of Dan formation, which still left some distance to the 4th stage. Of course, with 25 points, reaching the 4th stage of Dan formation was nothing to worry about. Facing an imminent great battle, Zhang would likely be up against 2 powerful chi transforming experts. With less than 7 minutes of explosive time, he had not yet replenished the vitality consumed in the last battle with the Beastmaster Holy Sex Beast Hunters. 3 days was hardly enough. If he can't kill one of them first, once dragged into a protracted battle, Zhang's chances of winning are almost zero. Let's make our move tonight. After a moment, Zhang made a decision. If he delayed any longer, the Wang family from Blackwater City might send someone to Lin City. If he didn't notice, the consequences could be very serious. As night fell, the people in Blackwater City remained as lively as ever, bustling through the streets. Most people in the city have some degree of strength, they are not mere mortals without any level. Consequently, their energy is more abundant, and there are many who enjoy playing at night. Zhang stood on the balcony, watching those people laughing and talking in the streets, feeling a deep envy. They all have homes and families. Although they may not be powerful and earn little, they live comfortably. While they inevitably experience intrigues among cultivators, compared to Zhang, a homeless person, they are incredibly fortunate. Perhaps they are somewhat dissatisfied with their lives, but even such a life is something Zhang wouldn't dare to dream of, whether in the past or present. Shaking his head to chase away the swirling thoughts in his mind, Zhang's eyes sparkled with determination. Just because I can't do it now doesn't mean I won't be able to do it in the future. One day, I will live such a life and have a happy family. Zhang's figure vanished instantly, leaving an empty room behind. In the Wang family mansion of Blackwater City, a figure emerged from the shadows in the corner, glanced around, and then melted back into the shadows. Zhang was surveying the layout of the Wang family's estate. With his 6th level perception, he could sense where Wang Liyun was, but he was uneasy about launching an attack without first understanding the terrain. After a thorough investigation, Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from some key locations, there were no additional formations for protection inside the Wang family estate, allowing Zhang to feel secure about fighting there without being caught off guard by sudden formations. However, just as Zhang was about to teleport again, 2 figures emerged from different rooms and converged into the bushes in front of him. "Sister, I missed you so much. I've been suffocating these past few days." "Hey, don't be so impatient. I really love you so much. Come on, let me see if you've lost any weight these past few days." Then there was a rustling sound, mixed with a few suppressed groans that reached Zhang's ears. Zhang's mouth twitched, looking completely bewildered. What is going on? How did I stumble upon this? What if they discover me? Should I run away? But then Zhang's thoughts broke off. Why should I run? To actually engage in such acts in broad daylight. What a disgrace. This time, I will definitely bring you 2 down and eliminate this harm for the people. Then, with a slight sound, Zhang suddenly appeared behind them, and with a single stroke of his sword, he cut them both in half before absorbing them into his space. However, Zhang's face was full of disgust. Just the thought made him sick. He had actually consumed them. Thinking about the things they did and how they entered his internal space made Zhang feel a chill. When he usually devoured them, he never thought about this, but now, he realized he was nothing but a waste disposal unit, capable of eating anything. Fortunately, he could communicate with the laws of space to absorb them directly into his internal space. If he were to handle it orally, he might have even been driven to despair. Suppressing his nauseating feelings, Zhang teleported away from the place. He definitely couldn't let these 2 dogs remain. By the time he reappeared, Zhang was deep within the Wang family's estate, a place where the higher-ups resided. Those qualified to live here were either of high status or great power. Many direct descendants were located here, and they could be caught by the handful. Finally, Zhang showed up at the door of a secret chamber that was partially underground, completely concealing his aura while silently forming a silvery white sword that silently exuded sword radiance. With his 6th level perception, Zhang roughly pinpointed Wang Liyun's location and waited for the build-up to complete before striking at him. If this sword could injure him, that would be a win, of course. Missing it wouldn't be a big deal either. Soon, a streak of sword radiance accompanied by fine spatial cracks appeared at the tip of the sword. As Zhang swung his arm, the sword radiance instantly expanded and struck toward the secret chamber. The secret chamber crafted from ores crystals shattered under the onslaught of the sword radiance as if it were tofu, slicing through without any obstruction, aimed right at the unaware Wang Liyun, who was sitting cross-legged inside the chamber. The moment the formation inside the secret chamber was destroyed, Wang Liyun jolted awake. Seeing the sword radiance so close, he couldn't help but be taken aback and hurriedly circulated his spirit energy to shield himself while rolling away. However, by the time he reacted, it was already too late. The silvery white sword radiance slashed across his shoulder, breaking through his spirit energy shield like it was paper. The sword radiance cut through his shoulder, blood sprayed out, and one arm was severed at the root, falling to the ground. It was so close Wang Liyun's neck almost got severed, and there was now a prominent bloody mark on his neck. "Who are you?" Fear filled Wang Liyun's eyes as he looked at the shadow outside and trembled as he asked. "I will kill you." Zheng smiled, then his expression turned serious as he activated the 6th level of his burning blood, slicing out with his sword once more. At this moment, the sounds from earlier had awakened everyone in the surrounding rooms. They rushed out, disheveled, only to be startled by the sword energy surging from the masteress' secluded chamber, and they cried out in alarm, calling for help. Zhang was currently entangled with Wang Liyun, who was trying to soar into the sky to distract Zhang. After all, this was the Wang family's territory, and their fight was so powerful that a single mistake could injure the clansman. However, Zhang certainly wouldn't let him have his way, tightly binding him to prevent him from flying into the air. Wang Liyun's cultivation leaned towards ice elements, and his attacks sent shards of ice flying everywhere. While their power might not be overwhelming, they could slow down his opponents, giving him an advantage. However, facing Zhang with just ice shards was definitely insufficient. The burning blood flames enveloping Zhang melted the ice shards upon contact, turning them into droplets. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, Wang Liyun displayed no hesitation. He directly drew a long knife from his storage ring, infusing it with spiritual energy. This seemingly ordinary long knife suddenly began to shimmer with an ice-blue radiance. This was Wang Liyun's fated weapon. Although it was unclear what ores or crystals it was made from, it appeared unremarkable at ordinary shops and would attract no attention. Yet, this plain long knife exhibited terrifying power once infused with spiritual energy. With his full power unleashed, Wang Liyun also noticed that the person before him was only at the 4th level of Dan formation. This discovery puzzled him, but he didn't slow down for a moment, continuously engaging with Zhang, not losing ground whatsoever. "Who exactly are you?" "I, Wang Liyun, am certain I have no offense against you," Wang Liyun managed to ask amidst their fierce combat. "I've already told you, I'm here to kill you." Seeing that Wang Liyun still had the leisure to ask questions, Zheng became serious, increasing his sword strike speed once again. With only one hand, Wang Liyun had to use most of his spiritual power to staunch the bleeding from his shoulder. Coupled with the injury of having one arm severed, he gradually began to falter as Zhang got more serious, showing signs of decline. The two fought with such intensity that the surrounding buildings were all collapsed. The elders stayed far away, not daring to interrupt their battle in the slightest. However, just when Zhang thought he would secure the victory, a powerful aura in the distance made his face drop to an all-time low. Zhou Wei has arrived. 5. Ruptured Void City. The distance between the Zhou family and the Wang family wasn't far, which might be the reason for their potential cooperation. After Zhang engaged in battle with Wang Liyun, Zhou Wei immediately sensed it. However, he chose not to come help right away since Wang Liyun was slightly stronger than him, and he didn't think it necessary. But as soon as he noticed Wang Liyun's aura was gradually weakening, he realized that Wang Liyun was actually being overwhelmed. When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. The interests of both families are intertwined. If Wang Liyun were to be killed, it would be easy for someone to find out that his Zhou family was allied with the Wang family, and that person might very well come after him too. So he also unleashed his aura to make his presence known, hoping to support Wang Liyun and intimidate the newcomer. However, he miscalculated. After sensing Zhou Wei's aura, Zheng accelerated his strikes once more. The burning blood immediately surged to the 8th level, while spatial energy points rampaged wildly, aiming to directly slash Wang Liyun down. "Brother Zhou, save me!" Seeing Zheng actually increase his power, Wang Liyun's eyes went wide with despair as he coughed up blood and shouted, "Stop! Spare him!" Zhou Wei, upon hearing Wang Liayun's desperate shout, became furious. How could Jing possibly heed their words? His sword's might did not diminish and plunged straight into Wang Liayun's chest, the laws of space fluctuating as they tore apart his internal organs. Wang Liayun instantly died, his wide-open eyes reflecting uncontainable terror. Zhou Wei sensed Wang Liayun's aura fading. He paused for a moment, contemplating, then gritted his teeth and proceeded towards the Wang family's direction. He knew that if the opponent could kill Wang Liayun in such a short time, they could definitely eliminate him as well. Now to run away would be like revealing that he was a friend of Wang Liayun, inviting disaster upon himself. However, if he could clarify that he had no ties with Wang Liayun upon arrival and that his earlier shout was merely to prevent the two from destroying buildings in the city, perhaps he could save his own life. After killing Wang Liayun, Zheng's blood-colored aura dissipated, returning him to the 4th level of Dan formation as he awaited Zhou Wei's arrival, wanting to see if this Zhou Wei was worth keeping. "This friend, why are you killing inside the city?" As Zhou Wei landed, he dared not act arrogantly. Stunned upon seeing Zhang's level, he hesitated for a moment before asking. "He has old grievances with me, so I came to kill him." "But what about you? Who are you?" Zhang asked. "My name is Zhou Wei, and I am the head of the Zhou family." Though puzzled, Zhou Wei explained. Looking at the young man before him, who was barely 30 and only at the 4th level of qi refinement, Zhou Wei found it hard to believe that Wang Liayun would actually fall to him. "Master Zhou, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," Zhang asked, looking at Zhou Wei, whose thoughts were clearly spilling out. "Wait. Friend, I haven't asked for your name," Zhou Wei said quickly as he saw Zhang about to leave. "My name is Zhang. Do you have anything else to say?" Zhang did not show Zhou Wei any courtesy. Ever since Zhou Wei appeared, he had doubted Zhang's level and strength, feeling a surge of malice and hoping to gain something from Zhang. Having already doubted Zhang's strength, Zhou Wei felt bolder when he saw Zhang in such a hurry to leave. Indeed, the only reason he could kill Wang Liayun was because he possessed some treasure, and now that the treasure is used up, he is eager to leave. It seemed to confirm Zhou Wei's thoughts, as there was a hint of anxiety in Zhang's eyes, along with some concern. "Just as I thought." Seeing Zhang's state, Zhou Wei became even more certain of his judgment. It definitely is a secret treasure. At this moment, the greed in Zhou Wei's eyes could no longer be hidden, completely evident on his face. "Hee, young friend, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It's already midnight, why not rest at my Zhou house for a bit?" While speaking, he reached out and patted Zhang's shoulder, his tone laced with menace. Seeing Zhou Wei's demeanor, Zhang realized his earlier acting was quite good. This man actually believed him. "Zhou Wei, I really don't understand how someone like you can be the head of the Zhou family." Zhang chuckled coldly, shaking off Zhou Wei's hand that rested on his shoulder. "Since I am waiting here for you, I never intended to let you leave. With your little schemes, how could you become the head of the family?" In an instant, a long sword appeared in Zhang's hand, directly stabbing it toward Zhou Wei. Put! The sword pierced straight into Zhou Wei's chest, but unfortunately, it didn't hit the heart. Just as Zhou Wei revealed a hint of greed, Zhang had already pronounced his death sentence. The news claimed that Zhou Wei's level was nearly on par with Wang Liayun's, but Zhang could see the gap between them with that one strike. Not only was he slow to react, but he also had too many schemes, and the key point was that he lacked the strength. This strike was enough to severely injure Zhou Wei, causing him to lose a portion of his combat ability. Afterward, Zhang activated blood-burning 6th layer, smashing a punch into Zhou Wei, sending him soaring into the sky. A flash of cold light crossed, blood splattered, and Zhou Wei, whose body was half broken, crashed to the ground, eyes filled with shock. Collecting the bodies of Zhou Wei and Wang Liayun and ignoring the Wang family's people hiding far away, Zhang's figure flickered and disappeared. Following his instincts, Zhang found another treasure vault of the Wang family, looting it before heading to the Zhou family. Thanks to the little bag from the old man of the beast control holy sect, his internal space had nearly doubled again, allowing him to hold all the treasures from both families. Most of course belonged to the Wang family, although the Zhou family had their own treasures from the nascent soul stage. They didn't dare compete with the Wang family without a backing. The next day, people in Blackwater City spread rumors that the Wang family had offended some enemies, and last night, those enemies came for revenge. Some people watched their battle from afar. It was incredibly intense, but it ended quickly. After a brief calm, another silver sword light shot straight into the sky before vanishing. Today, the Wang and Zhou families were particularly quiet. The Wang family's playboys, who usually strutted around the streets, didn't even come out, leading everyone to speculate that the Wang family had likely suffered a major loss last night. What they didn't know was that both the heads of the Wang and Zhou families had been killed. 3 days later, when they saw that people from both families were dressed in white, they finally realized that the heads of the Wang and Zhou families had actually been killed? Oh my god! Shocking! The heads of the two major powers in Blackwater City were actually killed overnight. What could be the reason? Our reporter will follow up. Meanwhile, Zheng had slowly arrived at a city adjacent to Blackwater City, a sub-city called Sangyan City. To be honest, Zheng's current goal was very unclear. He felt aimlessly lost, not knowing where to go, simply drifting between cities, hoping to encounter some chance. Epsilon equals Omicron Psi. Why is it that the protagonists are like magnets, attracting villains who come to provide experience wherever they go, and yet I've never encountered one? At this moment, Zheng sat in a relatively large tavern in Sangyan City, sighing and drinking. Just like now, other protagonists sitting here having a drink would be approached by arrogant members of major families telling them to scram, which would then set off the story for dozens of chapters. However, he had been sitting in the best position of this tavern for a long time, and after a long wait, when a lavishly dressed man finally showed up, just as he thought that man would kick him out, he didn't even glance at him and simply bought a pot of wine and left. He left. Ridiculous. A young master type brought a crowd just to buy wine for himself? After a while longer, Zhang resigned himself to the reality that he really wasn't the protagonist. After settling the bar tab, Zhang left dejectedly and stepped onto the street. Just as he was about to leave the city again, a conversation nearby caught his ear. Hey! Did you hear about it? What did I hear about? Oh, come on. I know you know. Stop pretending. Do you even know what I know? What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. TSK, don't pretend. Who doesn't know about it now? What are you talking about? I've been in seclusion for the past few days. I just got out today. Oh, I thought you knew it's about the opening of the Sky Rift Mountain. Zhang, standing aside, perked up his ears to listen to their conversation, his lips twitching slightly. Two lunatics. However, upon hearing the mention of the Sky Rift Mountain, Zhang's attention instantly shifted. Sky Rift Mountain? Zhang halted mid-step, momentarily taken aback. The Sky Rift Mountain is within the territory of the Wind Nation, but it doesn't belong to the Wind Nation. No one knows the origin of the Sky Rift Mountain. The most popular theory is that it originated from a great battle among ancient warriors, where their bodies were left behind, and the laws were leaked, eventually resulting in what is now known as the Sky Rift Mountain. It has long since become an independent small world. Because the laws rage uncontrollably within Sky Rift Mountain, it seems those mighty warriors who died there never rest, so usually, no one can enter. However, there is always a mid-fight break, and the rampant laws are no exception. Every 100 years, those rampant laws take a year off, allowing cultivators to enter and explore. However, the laws of the Sky Rift Mountain are quite unstable. Those with too strong powers entering would disturb the laws. As it stands, only those at the bone-dissolving stage are allowed inside. Anyone stronger is prohibited. After the two walked away, Zheng stood in place for a moment and then smiled. I knew it. I must be the main character. A week later, Zheng appeared outside the city of Skyrend, gazing at the towering walls in front of him, and he couldn't help but reflect on it. Due to the presence of Skyrend Mountain, the cultivators built a city 50 miles away from the entrance of Skyrend Mountain, named Skyrend City. At this time, Skyrend City was already overcrowded, with various races present, and even some sea-dwelling races appeared here, with countless demonic beasts flocking to this place. Some powerful factions and sects also lingered outside the city, each one exuding a magnificent aura, filled with vital energy. Figures like holy sons and divine daughters were extremely extraordinary, each possessing the strength of the transformation stage, standing in their camps, their eyes fixed firmly on the direction of Skyrend Mountain, with spiritual energy surging around them. These individuals were core figures within a major sect and were key cultivation targets. Each possessed nearly invincible strength for their level and were expected to become leaders in the future, thus they needed essential experience. Skyrend Mountain opens once every 100 years, and almost all major sects focus on this event. Since they have enemies, their forces always mobilize with many powerful practitioners, fearing that opposing forces might make a sudden move to eliminate their future leaders. As Zhang walked into the city, he noticed that the streets were almost entirely filled with vendors selling items that looked ordinary or simply mundane. Buying anything from them was essentially a matter of luck. If luck was on your side, you might actually discover some ancient weapons used by mighty beings, but if luck was not favorable, you could end up losing everything. As a representative of the new generation, how could he be attracted by such things? Gambling was not the right path. A minute later, in front of one of the stalls, Zheng pointed at an ancient-looking piece of beast hide and asked, "How much for this?" "This is an ancient beast hide. I don't know its specific function, but if you want it, you'll need to trade something of equal value," the grinning stall owner with yellowed teeth replied. Zheng looked at the middle-aged man dressed like a Taoist priest in front of him. His aura hinted that this person was definitely not as he appeared. The Taoist's aura was youthful, not like that of a middle-aged uncle. However, Zheng didn't point it out. Instead, he took out the corpses of 2 level 8 demonic beasts. "This is insufficient, little brother. You think you can buy the beast hide with these? I don't want to say much more. If you don't want your identity to be exposed, just sell it to me." Zheng smiled slyly, resembling a crafty merchant. Surprisingly, the Taoist hadn't anticipated that his disguise would be seen through so easily by someone seemingly ordinary. He was taken aback, but soon returned to his oily demeanor, though the glimmer in his eyes betrayed his inner unease. "Who are you?" The Taoist absolutely believed that this seemingly youthful individual could not recognize him. Before this, the two had never met, yet this person revealed his disguise outright. Even among the holy sons and divine daughters of major sects, few could identify him. "Are you going to sell it or not?" Zheng didn't answer his question. How could he? Should he mention the system? Talk about talent tree? Ridiculous. Who would believe that? After a moment of contemplation, the Taoist still sold the beast hide to Zhang. Then, he rolled up his stall and hastily stored it in his storage ring before taking off. Zhang watched the Taoist's departing figure, frowning as he pondered a bit, then decided to collect a trace of his aura. He had a premonition that he would definitely encounter him again within Skyrend Mountain. 6. The opening of Skyrend Mountain. Walking through Skyrend City, Zhang observed the vendors on both sides while thinking about what had just happened. That Taoist is definitely no ordinary person. He is probably a disciple of a major sect, and very likely a successor or something similar. While Zhang was contemplating, a commotion erupted on the street as a group came rushing from a distance, wildly trampling through the marketplace. The leader rode a fiery spirit horse, wielding a long whip recklessly, striking down everyone in his way. Some weaker cultivators were even directly killed. Ha! Zhang was initially disengaged from the situation and silently stepped aside, but that person indeed swung the whip toward him. Zhang looked astonished at the cold smirk and arrogance on that individual's face, wondering who instilled him such boldness. Was it Liang Jingru? With a casual grab, he caught the whip and gently pulled it, dragging the leader to the ground, then stomped down, shattering his skull. The fiery spirit horse was also slain by Zhang's sword and stored in his internal space, as it was said to be quite delicious. Seeing their leader killed, the remaining individuals all roared in anger, dismounting to attempt to slay Zhang. Only the 4 guards of the palanquin did not act but watched Zhang coldly, grinning cruelly. "Are you crazy?" Zhang, wielding one sword for each person, killed those who approached him and then stored their bodies away. He glanced at the unaffiliated fiery spirit horse, drooling. However, it was clear that the 4 guards of the palanquin would not allow Zhang to approach them, preparing for battle as soon as he finished off those men. The onlookers in the street noticed that the two sides were no longer fighting and began to whisper among themselves. "Those are people from the Celestial Demon sect. Could it be that the Holy Son of the Celestial Demon has also come? My God, I never expected that demon would also be here. The one in that palanquin is not the Holy Son of the Celestial Demon, but his sister. Celestial Demoness? Zhang listened to the discussions among the people, feeling indifferent. He already knew the person in the sedan chair. How dare she call herself the heavenly demon woman with her mere 6th level of condensation essence? Of course, he also knew that the name of the heavenly demon woman came from her brother, the heavenly demon saint. It is only through the power of the heavenly demon saint that she could act wantonly while no one dared to touch her. But Zheng didn't care about that. Isn't this just an opportunity that has arrived? The 4 guards by the sedan chair were roughly at the normal 8th level of condensation essence, with nothing particularly impressive about them. At this moment, trying to stop Zheng was like a fool's errand. After easily taking care of these obstacles, Zheng strode directly toward the sedan chair. Come out. Do I need to ask you again? How audacious. To see a member of the heavenly demon cult and not kneel, yet dare to kill my people. The voice of the heavenly demon woman came through, almost making Zhang laugh. This woman is quite foolish. Does she really think she is like her brother? Zhang said, observing the graceful figure inside the sedan. If you won't come out, then don't bother. I couldn't care less about debating with her. From what I've heard from the onlookers, the crimes this demon woman committed are enough to earn her death 100 times over. What with using the blood of infants for cultivation, and capturing and torturing any woman prettier than her to death, and so on. There are far too many. As the saying goes, beauty equates to justice. As long as one looks good, moral values follow the appearance. Zhang had to admit that looks are indeed very important for a person, but for a woman with a heart as venomous as a snake's, what good is beauty? In any case, she isn't mine. If she dies, and it's also a service to the people. However, since the heavenly demon woman is the sister of the heavenly demon saint, neither the heavenly demon cult nor the heavenly demon saint would allow her to die so easily. They must have provided her with plenty of protective items. So the reason Zhang wasn't rushing to kill her was that he wanted to intimidate her a bit, forcing her to reveal some of her trump cards to avoid unexpected consequences when he actually tried to kill her. Sensing Zhang's intent to kill, the heavenly demon woman panicked. After years of living in luxury, her thoughts had not been on cultivation at all. But because of her brother, she always had a large entourage accompanying her whenever she went out, and she hardly had to do anything herself. This left her completely unsure of her own strength. So just now, she directly cursed Zhang without understanding the situation. Of course, since she spoke, Zhang would not let her go. Who doesn't know the reputation of the heavenly demon cult? They don't engage in fair one-on-one battles. Once they catch you, they swarm you and take your head. If the heavenly demon woman escapes today, a bunch of people will come to hunt you down in the afternoon. Who knows, the heavenly demon saint might also come, which would be quite annoying. Looks like you really don't want to come out. Zhang's sword appeared in his hand again, and with one swing, the ornate sedan chair shattered instantly. A figure flew out from inside, and as Zhang focused his gaze, he observed. Wow! What a white sedan! Oh no, what a long dress! I have to say, the heavenly demon woman's looks are indeed quite pretty, but just pretty. Besides her skin color and legs, there's nothing special. As a good student of the new era, having seen all kinds of photo editing skills, Zhang felt nothing after looking at the heavenly demon woman and even felt like picking his nose. Especially knowing that the current appearance of this heavenly demon woman is actually the result of possessing someone else's body, Zhang lost all interest. That last sword strike, given her 6th level of condensation essence, she absolutely could not dodge. So just now, the heavenly demon woman had already used a protective talisman. I don't know exactly how many protective items the heavenly demon woman has, but no matter how many she has, it wouldn't exceed 5. She's merely a puppet. As long as she lives, the heavenly demon saint can remain fine. If she dies, the heavenly demon cult would suffer no significant loss, just needing to send some people to act for appearances. Long before Zhang clashed with them, someone had already informed the heavenly demon cult's group. However, for certain reasons, the heavenly demon cult's people didn't have time to come here, which gave Zhang the opportunity. After continuous probing, the last of the heavenly demon woman's trump cards were exhausted, and she was beheaded by Zhang. Her delicate body fell to the ground, and her fair skin instantly aged, losing its former youthful vitality. Zhang looked at the lifeless body on the ground and frowned. Indeed, such wicked things are disgusting. But disgust aside, the things that need to be collected must still be collected. He gathered up the fire spirit horse as well and, after casting a cold smile at the onlookers around, left. Soon, Zhang understood why the heavenly demon cult's reinforcements did not come to rescue the heavenly demon woman. Outside the Rift City, two teams were engaged in a tense standoff. One side was almost entirely cloaked in black robes, clearly disciples of the heavenly demon cult, while the other side had sword boxes on their backs, exuding a sharp aura. It was clearly the sword sect. The heavenly demon cult and the sword sect are the only two super sects near the Wind Kingdom. The previous adept faction Dawn faction was an affiliated sect of the sword sect. The two sects have been established for a long time and have been fighting since their inception. Neither side could stand the other, and coupled with issues of ideology and resource allocation, the two major sects have been targeting each other. At this time outside the city, the people from the two factions had almost all gathered here, and the atmosphere was very serious, with a trend that indicated a battle could erupt at any disagreement. Thus, no one had the leisure to deal with the heavenly demon woman's matter, allowing Zhang to take advantage. At this moment, the saint child of the heavenly devil and the heir of the sword sect are battling fiercely, their sword energy soaring, and demonic clouds rolling. Both of them possess the strength of the 7th level of the transformation stage, and neither can gain the upper hand, responding to each other's moves as they unfold. Zhang stands far away on the walls of the cracking sky city, watching the battle between the two, his eyes shining with brilliance. At this time, the enhancement of soul strength proves to be very useful. By observing the fight, Zhang is almost able to simulate the sword techniques of the sword sect heir, but he lacks authentic training. Even if he can mimic them, it's only the form without the essence. However, Zhang has his own way. By incorporating the laws of space, any sword move becomes immensely powerful, even a simple swing of the sword. Soon, both of them revealed some of their trump cards. In the end, they exchanged injuries, and both sides retreated cautiously, choosing not to escalate the conflict. After all, this is cracking Sky City, where almost all the major sects in the world have a presence. Many terrifying powers, even the Heavenly Devil Church and the Sword Sect, dare not offend anyone here. If their people were accidentally harmed due to this battle, it would not be a result they would want to see. So, to be safe, both sides withdrew. But judging by the situation, the battle between the Saint Child of the Heavenly Devil and the Sword Sect heir is likely to be decided in the cracking Sky Mountain. 3 more days passed, and Zhang, relying on the items in the Heavenly Devil Girl's storage ring, directly reached the horrifying level of the 7th stage of the elixir formation. One cannot help but say that although the Heavenly Devil Girl isn't very useful, her collection quality is exceptionally high. There are almost no low-tier spiritual items in the entire ring. It is almost filled with high-tier spiritual items, and simply devouring some can provide Zhang with 1 point of merit. In just 3 days, Zhang achieved the 7th stage of the elixir formation due to the numerous points he gained, and he still has surplus points. Host, Zhang. Race, Dragon Blood Frog. Level, 7th stage of the Dan Condensation 080+. Constitution Stone Iron Bronze Emerald Rank 98%. Law Mastery, Space 2.86%. Talent Tree. Points, 45. Looking at his panel, Zhang is very satisfied. There's no rush to use the 45 points. It is best to accumulate more for future needs. And today, the cracking Sky Mountain is about to open. Most people in this city are here to seek opportunities in the cracking Sky Mountain, so those who have been in seclusion are also beginning to emerge. Some avatars of the protective sect leaders are also starting to awaken slowly, their overwhelming presence continuously washing over the world, instilling terror in enemies. Zhang looks at the towering Dharma form reigning between heaven and earth, feeling a sense of awe. His current level is still far from theirs. He wonders when he will reach their level. But there's no point in considering that now he's not even at the transformation stage, so why overthink? The opening time for cracking Sky Mountain is 1 year. I've only been here for half a year, and I've already reached the elixir formation stage. In a year, I should have surpassed the transformation stage. Perhaps I will come out early. I wonder if those major powers have any items that can confirm the killer of their disciples. If I kill their heir, will they be able to sense it? This is something Zhang must consider because, as the saying goes, treasures belong to those with virtue. To obtain enough treasures for cultivation, he will surely encounter heirs from those major sections. Who knows if a deadly battle will arise? If he ends up killing someone and draws their ire, that would be troublesome. Epsilon equals Omicron, alas, so what? Those who need to be killed still have to be killed, otherwise, they would definitely drive me crazy. After thinking for a moment, Zhang sighed and shook his head. Even if they really possess such secret methods, what does it matter? Those who provoke him will still be killed at worst. He can just find another place to hide and develop. At this moment, the area outside Cracking Sky Mountain is already filled with people. The forces from various major sects, led by the avatars of their leaders, are standing orderly in one place, quietly waiting for the opening of Cracking Sky Mountain. However, Zhang isn't in a hurry. The entrance to Cracking Sky Mountain opens for a whole day, and he can enter anytime. There's no need to rush and squeeze in with them. As for competing for treasures, how good can the outer treasures be? The real divine treasures are deep within Cracking Sky Mountain. It's simply a pipe dream to reach there in less than a month or two. After all, he can teleport. Once they're mostly inside, a few teleportations will get him ahead of them. Moreover, his strength is still insufficient to directly confront disciples from those major sections. The heirs from the Heavenly Devil Church and the Sword sect are already at the 7th transformation stage. The heirs of even more formidable major sects must be at the peak of transformation. After watching for a while, Zhang returned to the tavern, quietly sipping a drink while waiting for the tranquility at the entrance to Cracking Sky Mountain. Moa. I went back home to visit the elders, and just returned now. Today's chapter is cut short. Starting with domination from an ant. Moa. Currently being typed, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest updates. Starting with domination from an ant. Novel site text update, remember the website. Starting with domination from an ant. Moi. Currently being typed, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest updates. Starting with domination from an ant. Novel site text update, remember the website. 7. Sword Morning. The fame of Cracking Sky Mountain is too loud even by evening. A crowd of people is still surging in. At this point, there are less than 4 hours left before the entrance closes, but the tide of cultivators shows no signs of weakening. Watching this situation, Zhang feels somewhat helpless. The crowd now is just as dense as when the entrance first opened. If I had known, I would have gone in right at the beginning. Being here now is practically useless, and I've wasted my time searching for treasures. Downing his drink in one gulp, Zhang blinked and disappeared from the inn. By the time he reappeared, he was already outside of Sky Rift City, blending in with the crowd. Outside the city, the forces from the main sect had not left. Instead, they had set up camp, quietly waiting under the guidance of their leader. Some of the leaders were even catching up with old friends. It seems these people are going to wait here for a year, hoping their inheritor will seize an opportunity and ultimately break free from the many enemies surrounding Sky Rift Mountain, earning a glorious reputation. Now, those entering Sky Rift Mountain, whether humans or beasts, are mostly slightly weaker and each have their own small groups. There are few lone cultivators left. Zhang blended in at the back of a group, following them to the entrance of Sky Rift Mountain, then entered alone. The method of entering Sky Rift Mountain is quite particular. If everyone links their auras together, they will be teleported to a single area and will not be separated. However, Zhang definitely won't be joining this small team with an average strength of only mid-stage consolidation, so he chose to enter alone, planning to seek opportunities by himself. A strange wave enveloped Zhang's body, leaving him feeling momentarily dazed, and he found himself at the edge of a cliff. The strange wave was similar to the wave produced by Zhang's teleportation, but it could transport him tens of thousands of miles away, far superior to normal teleportation. Zhang realized this issue too. He didn't care about his surroundings but instead sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes, experiencing the previous wave, while communicating with the patterns in his body for continuous simulation. In an instant, Zhang was surrounded by a distortion of energy points, forming a simple concealment array that disturbed the space and prevented others from peering in. A silver mark appeared on Zhang's forehead, flashing with silver light, accentuating his solemnity during his unconscious state. After a long time, Zhang's sigh broke the silence, the mark disappeared, and the spatial distortion dissipated without a trace. "I actually failed," Zhang murmured. "But it's okay, I've already completed part of it. I estimate that I can fully comprehend it when I feel it again while exiting." Zhang indeed had not left empty-handed. The patterns within his body had slightly extended during the previous insight. He could feel that his understanding of the laws of space had improved a bit. Although it was not much, it would definitely be useful. Gently raising his right hand, a small dagger appeared in Zhang's palm, radiating a silver glow and carrying the aura of space. Zhang flicked his right hand, and the dagger shot out instantly, heading towards a vine on the opposite cliff. The distance between the cliffs was considerable, but the dagger reached the other side almost immediately, cutting the vine and embedding itself in the cliff face. With a beckon, the dagger returned to his hand, transforming back into energy points and re-entering his body. This was the usage method he had just comprehended regarding the laws of space. By implanting a mark within a weapon and linking it via spatial laws, he could control the trajectory of the projectile while also using spatial laws to teleport it, catching enemies off guard. The panel showed no increase in space law mastery, but Zhang knew his strength had risen a bit. Only now did Zhang begin to observe the situation at his location. He was on one side of a cliff, behind him a bottomless abyss, and in front of him a dense, boundless forest. Unlike the endless forest outside, almost all the trees here were nearly 100 meters tall and emitted faint waves of energy points. At this moment, Zhang realized that the spiritual energy here was exceptionally rich. Compared to the outside world, the density of spiritual energy here was almost double, making the cultivation speed absolutely soar. The speed of cultivation here is not simply a matter of 1+1. Because of the higher density of spiritual energy, the corresponding purity of the energy is also much more refined. Cultivating here not only reduces the time required to purify the spiritual energy in his body but also slowly improves his physique, potentially increasing his potential and paving the way for future breakthroughs. No wonder they are running in here like crazy. It turns out it has such effects, Zhang realized. However, he was still perplexed as to why those with low strength were also eager to come in. In his understanding, the vast majority of opportunities here belonged to geniuses and prodigies, and the competition for them only rotated among them. It had nothing to do with weaklings. Their existence was merely to boost the achievements of those inheritors. But now he understood that when these people arrived here, they immediately looked for a place to hide and cultivate. Even if they did nothing, they could still have enviable gains when they exit a year later. After observing for a moment, Zhang suddenly sensed a strong aura. After confirming the direction, his figure flickered and disappeared. 5 miles away from the cliff, 2 mid-stage consolidation period cultivators were fighting, while beneath a shrub nearby was a juicy-looking red fruit. This is the blood cherry fruit, which can enhance a cultivator's vitality, and if it has aged enough, it might even extend their lifespan. The two combatants fighting each other both discovered this miraculous fruit one after the other. It was impossible for one person to take half, so they directly engaged in a fierce battle. In the Rift Mountain, there are no concepts of propriety or shame. Everyone accepts this as a given. Here, as long as you have strength, you can do anything. Clearly, both of them were aware of this matter, and it was likely that they were habitual offenders who happened to meet here. However, their battle had not yet ended when their bodies were severed by a sword energy that came from a distance, and they both fell to the ground, their corpses collected by Zhang, who also harvested the blood cherry fruit. The fight between two golden core stage individuals would naturally not only attract Zhang while he was collecting the blood cherry fruit. Several concealed fluctuations of energy were felt, and some had even attacked Zhang. The attacker was a demon beast, a silver-crowned snake, with a cultivation level of 6th stage golden core. It seems that the demon beasts in this world do not particularly like humans, even having the ability to shapeshift. They rarely take on human form unless they need to enter human towns. The silver-crowned snake was exceptionally fast, its terrifying fangs nearly sinking into Zhang's shoulder, but that single inch of distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. Zhang swiftly grabbed the silver-crowned snake, and then his fingers emitted energy points that transformed into a small knife. With a gentle swipe, he skinned and dismembered the snake, storing it in his internal space. Seeing Zhang handle such a powerful silver-crowned snake with such ease, the others hiding nearby, including the demon beasts, all trembled in fear and retreated in panic. It's likely that these people and demon beasts never expected to encounter such a formidable opponent so easily. Sensing the fear of the creatures hiding nearby, Zheng did not pursue them further. After collecting the two corpses, he left the area. On his way, Zheng took a moment to check the storage rings of the two individuals and found that they were indeed fugitives. There were countless fugitives like them entering the Rift Mountain, all with the same idea of gaining strength within a year and then wreaking havoc before escaping. Since they were fugitives, Zheng naturally showed no mercy, and he could also profit from the situation. When he stopped again, he found himself in a gorge, surrounded by the corpses of demon beasts, all of whom had met the same fate, decapitation by sword. Did the disciple from the sword sect do this? Zheng sensed a similar aura from the sword intent lingering here, akin to that of the sword sect disciple he encountered outside the city. Moreover, there was only one wound, indicating a significant power gap. It was likely that he was the one responsible. Casually collecting the corpses, Zheng suddenly realized that scavenging bodies and covering up is actually quite enjoyable. Away from the chaos of battle, he only needed to appear at the right place at the right time. Although I can't beat the sword sect disciple with my current strength, escaping is still no problem, Zheng thought as he compared his strength to that of the sword sect disciple. Judging from the wounds, the sword sect disciple's power hadn't significantly changed, but he had gained some improvement with Zheng's 7th-stage golden core cultivation. Direct confrontation would be quite tough. It's estimated that he would need to reach the first stage of the transformation realm or max out his blood-igniting abilities to contend. However, this was only the third echelon. As support, the true prodigies could probably slay opponents of even higher levels. Zheng frowned, but he was not afraid of such individuals. When he reached that level, he would likewise be capable. It seems I must quickly seek resources since the sword sect disciple has already improved. Those freaks are likely even stronger. Thinking of this, Zheng no longer hesitated and released his perception fully, using his energy sense to search for areas with strong spiritual fluctuations around. The Rift Mountain size is uncertain, but what can be confirmed is that the terrain is constantly changing. Maps had once been drawn here, yet the next individuals to enter suffered heavy losses, and survivors claimed that the landscape was completely different. Apart from some iconic features, nearly everything had changed. This notion also dampened the spirits of later generations. Entry relied solely on strength. Familiarity with the terrain would not yield chances. Zheng didn't know when the terrain would change, but that didn't impede him from seeking opportunities. The spatial fluctuations at the entrance were quite prominent. When the exit opens, he would easily catch the spatial shifts and not fear losing his way out. In the gorge, there were also some human corpses, all emaciated and dressed in black robes. They appeared to belong to members of the demon sect, and Zheng suddenly realized that these individuals had encountered the sword sect disciple and had been killed. But what does this have to do with me? Scavenging is delightful. Even though the sword sect disciple adhered to the principle of not wasting and had collected most of the storage rings, Zheng could still make use of the remaining items he didn't need. Before long, Zheng found that there were no more bodies here, so he checked the surroundings, smiled, and flew away. Of course, he could use teleportation, but this mode of travel was not suitable in a situation where enemies might appear at any moment. Being discovered would cause big trouble. The fact that he could wield spatial laws leaking out would surely not be a good thing. Even if those major sects didn't come looking for him, some pesky little characters would endlessly bother him sleeplessly to the end. After all, the space channel is an almost invincible path. Those large sects either harbor hostility or try to win you over, finding ways to tie you to their ship. Fortunately, Zheng has no attachments in this world, and he is not threatened by anyone, which counts as an unexpected fortune in misfortune. On the first day here, the population density is still too high. It will take a few days for the fighting to gradually decrease after they settle down. Most of the people here are basically entering Rift Mountain for the first time. Curiosity is natural, but correspondingly, they are all wandering outside, making conflict inevitable. Once they realize the cruelty here, their enthusiasm will likely wane, and fear will probably take hold of their hearts. After sensing the disappearance of the external presence, Jianchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had sustained significant injuries. Just now, while advancing, he encountered the members of the Heavenly Demon Sect. A team led by someone at the 7th level of the Chi transformation stage and a few at the initial stage managed to wipe them all out after a fierce battle, fleeing for their lives. Who would have thought that a random team would actually possess treasures for attacking and killing provided by an elder of the heavenly demon sect? If it weren't for his good fortune, he would have already died under that claw. Just the slightest movement made Jianshen feel the tearing of his wound, and the sharp pain made him gasp in surprise, almost crying out. His abdomen was almost severed by the attack from that treasure. Fortunately, he managed to twist himself at the last moment, dodging the fatal blow and escaping with his life. Having just found a concealed spot to rest and tend to his wounds, he suddenly noticed someone approaching from a distance, following the traces of battle, which made his heart jump as he feared that members of the heavenly demon sect had come after him. However, after noticing that there was only a weak presence that left after a moment, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped death. Only then did he dare to take out the healing pill to treat his injuries. Zheng certainly knew that Jianshen was hiding there. He was also aware that Jianshen was severely injured, but he chose not to kill him. The enmity between the heavenly demon sect and him is a done deal, while the sword sect and the heavenly demon sect are enemies. The saying goes that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Having the sword sect divert the attention of the heavenly demon sect is certainly more advantageous than having both big sects chasing him down. 8. The different space within Rift Mountain. Zheng chose not to meet Jianshen, as doing so might provoke feelings of dislike. Deliberately befriending him could backfire. It would be better to patiently wait for them to engage in battle while he intervenes, or to go help when Jianshen is injured again, as the vigilance of people at that moment is relatively low, making it easier to gain trust. However, today Jianshen destroyed a team from the heavenly demon sect, so it seems there will be no further fighting in the coming days. As night fell, the first night within Rift Mountain was not as calm as one might imagine. Screams echoed constantly. In every team, there inevitably appeared greedy individuals, taking advantage of the darkness to commit their murders. In just one night, those teams fell apart, collapsing in on themselves. No one dared to trust anyone outside of themselves, even if that person was serving them. However, when it comes to wealth, hearts can be easily swayed. No one is willing to gamble, for losing means destruction. Zheng did not sleep that night but sensed the fluctuations of battle, wandering through the ancient forest and collecting corpses. These people had all kinds of strengths, and Zheng even saw two who had killed each other, their bodies lying less than 100 meters apart, both dying one after the other. Nobody even collected their storage rings, which turned out to be a boon for him. Moreover, both of these individuals were at the chi transformation stage. It seems no one can escape this. On the contrary, the stronger one becomes, the more intense the desire for treasures. This can lead to anyone taking desperate actions, and the methods become even more brutal. Zheng understands this well. The stronger the power and the greater the authority, the more one fears for their life. Sometimes, for a treasure that might only extend life by a few days, those nearing their end will fight fiercely. Yet in most cases, this leads to greater losses. It's the same everywhere. In just one night, the corpses within the space in Zheng's body had already filled more than half, but most of the corpses of the demon beasts were too large, occupying significant space. The next morning, Zhang was walking through the dense forest when he was suddenly drawn to a distant disturbance of energy points. Zhang quickly flew into the sky, heading toward the source of the disturbance. Along the way, many people were also flying toward that direction. It seemed everyone nearby felt the disturbance. Soon, upon arriving at the location, Zhang found many people had already gathered. Each person was watching the others warily. After the brutal lesson last night, no one dared to ignore those around them. Zhang landed on the treetop of a large tree, quietly observing the source of the disturbance. It was a giant tree, but the trunk had been completely hollowed out. A screen of light took the place of the trunk, emanating spatial fluctuations. What is this? A teleportation array? Zheng sensed a wave similar to that of the entrance to Rift Mountain emanating from the light. People in black quickly flew in from the surrounding sky, cautiously landing on open ground or in trees. Their numbers were quite substantial, indicating that this disturbance must have originated from far away. Get lost. Move away, came an extremely domineering voice, followed by a muffled grunt as a figure was knocked away and crashed onto the nearby ground. Zheng followed the sound and saw a group of people dressed in black robes crashing toward an open space with a good view near the light. Another person from the heavenly demon cult, but it seems I haven't seen the heavenly demon Saint Child around. Zhang observed the standard black robes and twitched his lips. It's really annoying they seem to appear everywhere lately. I don't even know how many of them have come, and being so arrogant, they surely don't fear provoking someone they can't handle. However, it was quite apparent that the surrounding cultivators subtly shifted away from them. If it really came to fighting, the people here would definitely not fear the heavenly demon cult. But given the current situation, it's still unknown what lies behind that curtain of light, and if they act rashly, they might face a siege and spark a huge battle. At that time, how would they have the energy to explore what lies beyond the curtain? Cultivators near the mystic domain Wind Kingdom are aware of the heavenly demon cult and understand their style, but cultivators from elsewhere may not have even heard of this force, showing no fear. Some magical beasts are even surging with spiritual energy, wanting to test their strength. Just after the arrival of the heavenly demon cult, a few powerful auras approached from afar, and people from other major sects gradually trickled in, each taking a position to confront each other. Once these major sects arrived, the central area was basically off limits to those loose cultivators. No one wanted to provoke such a multitude of powerful forces. Zhang also quietly hid away, watching from a distance as they targeted each other, the tension palpable. The strength of these factions is impressive. Their disciples probably reached the second tier of power already. But why haven't those truly fearsome figures from the major sects arrived yet? Since entering the Rift Sky Mountain, Zhang hasn't seen any other prodigies apart from Jianshan, and he wonders where they all are, especially since they seem separated from his own team. Soon, nearly everyone who could come had arrived. The atmosphere in the arena was tense. A slight misstep could trigger a massive conflict. Finally, it was the leader of a certain sect from the Yellow Domain who spoke first. Since you are all here for this, we can join forces to venture inside. As for the spoils, it will depend on each person's luck. As soon as this person finished speaking, some sects voiced their support. However, for every supporter, there were also dissenters, but there was no time to argue with them now. Once inside, who would still adhere to any agreement? After deciding, someone mentioned, "Let us wipe out those loose cultivators outside. We won't let them gain any opportunities for free." This decision gained the support of most, and they quickly began to take action, clearing the nearby cultivators. It's either join them or die. Zhang saw through their intentions. They merely wanted to find some pawns to probe the way ahead. However, he chose not to resist, knowing the strength of these people was uneven. When real danger arises, who would care about the others? They would have already vanished. Combat was inevitable. The loose cultivators outside were also considering uniting to take down the forces of the major sects, since they were part of a group. Competing against them offered no advantage to the loose cultivators, but if they could slay these major sect disciples before their reinforcements arrived, it would mean less competition for opportunities inside that secret realm. Zhang also got involved, but his performance was rather unremarkable as he struggled to fend off the members of the major sects with a silver-white long sword. Yet, major sects are still major sects. Even if they are outnumbered, their overall strength can still match that of many loose cultivators. The heavenly demon cult has been excessively arrogant in the past, and their recent arrogance led to them being overwhelmed by the attacking loose cultivators and magical beasts, suffering casualties almost every minute. Zhang was also targeting the members of the heavenly demon cult, occasionally playing the role of a gatherer, cleaning up the environmental mess. However, just as the battle was heating up, a massive bear paw from the distance came crashing down, smashing some loose cultivators into mush. Powerful beings among the magical beasts also arrived, joining in the slaughter of the loose cultivators. Ha! Is that the aura of the endless forest? Zhang felt a familiar presence and immediately halted, retreating while gazing at the tall figure in the distance. A gigantic bear almost 50 meters tall approached, crushing down all the trees along its path, followed closely by some magical beasts, including both condensing Dan and transforming chi types. However, Zhang spotted a familiar figure among the magical beasts, the three-tailed spirit fox. But now it should be called the four-tailed spirit fox. After battling with the three-eyed lion Wang, the three-tailed spirit fox had absorbed his territory along with the treasured spirit artifacts kept within, then went into seclusion to break through to the transformation stage. This giant bear must be the one she spoke of as the revered one, huh? Quite powerful, it's clearly an elite amongst the transformation stage cultivators. Becoming a revered being in the endless forest isn't for the meek. As the giant bear attacked, Zhang felt an overwhelming aura pressing down. Looking at this aura, it's probably at transformation stage level 9, right? Zhang guessed. The three-tailed spirit fox also quickly sensed that familiar aura, and amidst its confusion, spotted a figure on the ground. That person smiled at her and formed a shape with his lips. Sister Fox. The three-tailed spirit fox instantly remembered where this familiarity came from and nodded at Zhang. After exchanging a word with the revered giant bear, she waved her hand at Zhang. Seeing the three-tailed spirit fox signaling him to come over, Zhang hesitated briefly, then smiled and declined her kindness. The giant bear saw Zhang shaking his head, surprised at first, but then nodded at Zhang with an appreciative look. Kid, not bad. I've heard of you from the spirit fox, but I didn't expect to run into you today. Thank you for the compliment, senior. It was mainly thanks to Sister Spirit Fox's help back then. The giant bear laughed heartily. No need to be humble. In the endless forest, we let strength speak for itself. If you have the strength, everything you say is valid. Zhang did not respond and simply smiled foolishly. Little brother, are you really not coming with us? Acting alone is quite dangerous. The woman transformed from the spirit fox tried to persuade him, but Zhang was very determined, shaking his head and standing aside, watching them fight and rummaging through the corpses. The giant bear elder rammed through with a group of demon beasts, directly breaking through the encirclement of the loose cultivators to enter the inner circle. The battle lasted nearly an hour. The final outcome was, of course, a victory for the forces of the major sects, while the loose cultivators suffered heavy casualties. However, most of the solo demon beasts were taken into the giant bear elder's group. In his words, since they are all demon beasts, they naturally must help each other. Believe him? No way. This bear looks simple and honest, but in reality, he is full of wicked schemes. He is definitely not a good bear. Those demon beasts and sea tribes that join them probably have no good fate, except for those worth cultivating. After the battle, Zheng collected a lot. The corpses filled up the entire internal space, representing all races. Some corpses still had their storage rings intact, giving Zheng a huge advantage. With so many items, I estimate I can reach the transformation stage in no time, right? Zheng looked at the overflowing items before him, feeling a bit pleased. Because of the elder bear's presence, neither the loose cultivators nor the sect members dared to take action against him. He merely loitered around the battlefield, collecting unclaimed corpses and making a little profit. Now that the battle was over, Zhang had hardly expended any energy and was leisurely waiting outside the battle group for them to enter the light barrier, before going in himself. After a round of rest, the members of the major sects warily entered the light barrier one after another, disappearing from sight. Once they all entered, Zhang followed at a distance, keeping away to avoid being affected by anything frightening. Upon exiting the teleportation array, he found himself in another forest, but the concentration of spiritual energy here was somewhat less than outside. Although the difference wasn't large, it still had an effect. As he walked through the dense forest, Zhang deliberately slowed his pace, increasing the distance between him and the others. This area gave Zhang a very strange feeling, and it seemed that the spiritual energy here was mixed with some unusual substances, which made Zhang quite uncomfortable and unexplainable feeling. There's a very strange aura here, but I've never felt anything similar before. Could it be a new species? Zhang murmured, his sixth sense making his perception incredibly strong. Some auras barely detectable to others were crystal clear to him. However, this time he was certain that this was an aura he had never experienced before, different from any known races. Filled with curiosity, Zhang walked in the opposite direction from them. After walking nearly 5 miles, a figure suddenly appeared in Zhang's perception, rushing quickly in his direction. It's this aura. Zhang halted mid-flight, quickly landed on the ground, transforming back into his original form, shrinking down to the size of an ordinary dragon-blooded frog. Soon, a tall figure came into Zhang's view. At the first glance of that person, Zhang's heart jolted. Wow! Almost as handsome as I am. 9. Transformation Stage Level 1. The newcomer was tall and handsome, with slightly longer pointed ears than a human, blonde hair, blue eyes, and carrying a longbow and quiver on his back. Is this a spirit? Zhang was taken aback when he saw this figure, inadvertently revealing a hint of his aura. The spirit's searching gaze instantly locked onto a frog monster beneath the tree, and a longbow appeared in its hands in an instant, with an arrow already shot out. Feeling locked onto by an attack, Zhang's scalp tingled. This spirit was incredibly strong, nearing the late stage of the transformation phase, and the arrow shot was terrifying, almost instantly reaching Zhang's front. However, such a physical attack posed little threat to Zhang. Suddenly, a dark void appeared before him, and the arrow shot into it, vanishing without a trace. This black hole connected to Zhang's internal space. If he couldn't fend off an attack, he could send it directly into his inner space, or he could then devour it through his system. Seeing the arrow connected to his mental energy suddenly swallowed by the appearing black hole, the spirit was slightly taken aback and tried to use its mental power to pull it out, but soon realized that its connection had been severed. At %, the spirit spoke a slew of incomprehensible words to Zhang, drawing another arrow from the quiver on its back, aiming it at Zhang. What the heck? Zhang stared at the babbling spirit in front of him, feeling incredibly bewildered. He felt a strong repulsion towards the spirit, even an impulse to eliminate it immediately. It was almost an instinct, as if he was born to slay it. Seeing Zhang silent, the spirit stopped talking and fired another arrow. This time, Zhang seemed to understand something. Observing the energy points around the arrow and the spirit, he realized that the murderous intent akin to life and death enemies emanated from the spirit's energy points. The form of energy points is completely different. At that moment, Zhang realized that the energy points on this spirit were entirely unlike the energy points of his world. He felt no fluctuations of spiritual energy from it. As he unleashed another arrow that absorbed the spirit, Zhang focused intensively on the spirit, a murderous intent starting to swirl around him. Zhang wasn't clear on the spirit's power system, but judging from the strength of its energy points, its ability was merely at the 5th level of transformation. However, for some reason, the arrows it shot possessed the might of a 7th level transformation. Zhang could only attribute this to the spirit's inherent talent, as it seemed that spirits on Earth were known for their proficiency in archery. If I can't understand its words, can I just devour it? Zhang recalled that when he first arrived in the city, he encountered a dead thief in a corner, and after devouring it, he could understand and read the language of that world. With this in mind, he transformed into human form, and in the spirit's shocked gaze, he flashed behind it and thrust his long sword viciously towards its back. Blood gushed out, but it wasn't red, it was a pale green. At %, the spirit cursed angrily, turning to retaliate against Zhang, but Zhang once again teleported behind it and stabbed with another strike. Since the spirit was adept at archery, there had to be a weakness. Zhang knew very well that the spirit's physical strength was weak, and its stamina was no match for a monster. Thus, close combat was the most effective method. In fact, the spirit never had the chance to use its bow. It held the longbow in its right hand as a defensive tool while wielding a short dagger in its left hand to counterattack. Even though the spirit was in the transformation phase, its attacks posed no real threat to Zhang. Instead, Zhang's every attack forced it to dodge. Failing to do so would result in injury. Soon, due to blood loss, the spirit began to weaken. Realizing its survival was in jeopardy, the spirit suddenly shouted in fury, its energy points surged, and it began to emit radiant light, becoming berserk. Is this trying to take us both down? Seeing the spirit's actions and feeling the extremely violent energy points, Zhang was startled. But he certainly couldn't allow the spirit to self-destruct, or else all his previous efforts would be in vain. He still needed its corpse. With the sword covered in the fluctuations of spatial laws, Zhang swiftly decapitated it, halting its actions. As the berserk energy points gradually dissipated, tranquility returned. Zhang sheathed his sword, carefully sensing his surroundings, and upon confirming no one was paying attention, he stored the spirit's corpse in his internal space. Moments later, the corpse was digested, and Zhang found himself understanding the language spoken by the spirit. So it's really not from this world. Zhang realized the differences in their languages, finding no vocabulary that matched the language of his world. It was like a completely new language, not found in his world. There are actually other worlds. After processing this, Zhang was flooded with shock, his mind racing. At first, he thought the world was already deep enough, and he suspected the existence of higher realms, but he never expected that there would be more than one lower realm, and that even the path of cultivation would have branches. There is a world of elves, so are there other worlds with orcs? Is there magic? It's even possible that worlds based on technology exist. Zhang could only feel that his imagination was still too limited. This world was simply terrifying. No, I can't waste any more time. I must quickly increase my strength. Zhang felt an intense sense of urgency. He had to improve rapidly, or he wouldn't know when people from other worlds might attack. From the repugnant aura he sensed from the elves, it was likely that people from each world had an innate hostility towards those from other worlds, probably influenced by the will of the world. But no one can afford to ignore this. If powerful beings from other worlds come to attack, it wouldn't be impossible for them to strike down the Xian domain in disgust. Enter seclusion now, I'm closing off. Zhang immediately used a small black hole to swallow all the traces of the surrounding battle into his internal space, then in a flash, he vanished. He was going to enter seclusion and wouldn't come out until he reached the transformation phase. The internal space was already nearing its limit, and if he consumed what was inside, he could probably reach the transformation phase quickly. Only by entering the transformation phase could he roam freely within the Rift Mountain. About half an hour after he left, another figure appeared at the place where the two had battled. After a brief investigation, their expression changed dramatically, and they hurriedly fled. Another 4 days passed. Within a tree trunk in the dense forest, Zhang, after reducing his size to his original form, was quietly hiding there, digesting what was in his internal space. Host, Zhang. Race, Dragon Blood Frog. Level, 7th stage of the Dan Condensation 080+. Constitution, Crystal rank 9%. Law Mastery, Space 2.99%. Talent Tree. Points, 769. The points on the panel had already reached 769 points, which was Zhang's result over the past 4 days. At this moment, his internal space was nearing emptiness. Phew! Finally almost digested. Zhang let out a sigh, jumped out from the trunk, and transformed into his human form to stretch. Finally digested. Now I can be a little more reckless. Zhang opened the panel and pressed the plus sign. 80 points were immediately allocated, and then a powerful aura erupted from Zhang, breaking the nearby trees. He reached the 8th stage of Dan Condensation, and after adjusting his breath for a moment, he began to allocate points again. 90 points reached the 9th stage of Dan Condensation, and after that, Zhang paused for a long time. The downside of allocating points is that before Zhang had fully grasped his specific strength, his power had already increased again. This might seem enviable, but it would prevent Zhang from having a detailed control over his own strength. He wouldn't know exactly what level he had reached. If he encountered an evenly matched opponent in battle, he could end up suffering greatly. Of course, envy is still natural. After all, others might spend their entire lives stuck at a bottleneck, while Zhang only needs to point a finger and pick up corpses. After familiarizing himself for nearly half a day, Zhang clicked the plus sign again. Advancing from Dan Condensation to the transformation phase requires 100 points. After investing the points, Zhang felt a change in the demon Dan inside him. Originally, Zhang's demon Dan was a smooth, silver-white orb. But now, several cracks suddenly appeared on its surface, and as time passed, the cracks increased in number. At the same time, Zhang felt some acupoints within his body starting to loosen. Acupoints are divided into 9 orifices and 108 cavities. 9 orifices connect to the outside world, while the 108 cavities are hidden within the body. When breaking through from the Dan Condensation phase to the transformation phase, all these will manifest. If the Dan Condensation phase is about condensing one's level together, the transformation phase involves refining one's 9 orifices and 108 cavities, while the Dan itself shatters, and the level merges into the cavities, creating an internal and external unity. The 9 orifices are responsible for connecting to the outside world. Once the 9 orifices are completely refined, one can hold their breath for an extended time, at which point ordinary poison gas or immersion in water 1T affect the cultivator. The 108 cavities are all vital points, among which there are 36 deadly points and 72 pivotal points. Once these 108 cavities are refined, a person can simply control their body to stop the flow of blood and the operation of spiritual energy. At the same time, one can seal the spiritual energy that others have forced into their body in a specific area to prevent inner organs from being severely damaged. The strength recognition during the transformation phase is determined by how many acupoints have been refined. Every stage of cultivation requires refining one orifice, for deadly points, and 8 pivotal points. Of course, which part to refine is up to the individual, but the final result must be the complete refinement. At this moment, Zheng broke through from the 9th stage of Dan condensation to the 1st stage of transformation, and the system automatically converted the points into energy points, which instantly refined Zheng's one orifice, for deadly points, and 8 pivotal points, then stored the energy points here, slowly nurturing these acupoints. Just as Zhang was about to familiarize himself with his strength, a figure on the periphery of his awareness instantly caught his attention. Someone's coming. Zhang immediately opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashing from them, and the aura around him quickly calmed down. However, that person seemed to have sensed Zheng's presence as well. After advancing for a moment, they stopped, concealed their aura, and slowly began to explore forward. Looks like just as I was preparing for battle, someone has come knocking at my door. Zheng had just broken through to a new realm. Now, he had two choices: either engage in a fight to hone his skills or slowly get familiar with his own power, although that might take a day or two. Zheng concealed his aura and stealthily moved towards the direction of the approaching person. As the distance between the two narrowed, that unpleasant aura that filled Zheng's heart with disgust filled his mind, confirming the identity of the newcomer. It really is an elf. Zheng felt a rush of joy. If it was indeed an elf, he could unleash his full power without restraint. If it were someone from this world, he might have to think twice. The sword in his hand instantly took shape. Zheng activated his teleportation when the two were only a mile apart, appearing behind the elf and thrusting his sword. However, the elf reacted quickly, swinging a whip to strike at Zheng the moment he materialized, blocking Zheng's attack. Not bad. Zheng was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected this elf to have such rich combat experience. Yet it was only a surprise. Besides, Zheng hadn't even used energy points for that last strike. It was just a casual thrust. This elf's strength could be categorized as merely the 6th stage of chi transformation in this world, but judging from the reaction just now, it certainly wasn't the kind of reflex expected from someone at that level. Looks like this is a matter of training direction, Zheng mused to himself, but his hands didn't stop. The sword body was entangled by the whip, but that was fine. Zheng stretched out his left hand and conjured another silver-white sword. Creating things out of thin air? The elf, seeing Zheng conjure a weapon out of nowhere, was immediately startled, momentarily freezing up. However, Zheng didn't take the opportunity to deal a fatal strike. He wasn't aiming to kill, but rather to understand his strength. Of course, he wouldn't let this elf go in the end. Allowing it to escape would probably lead to endless pursuits. Judging by the elf's attire, it seemed to be the kind that was responsible for patrols, yet even patrols had the strength of the 6th stage of chi transformation. This couldn't be ignored. These elves likely had a complete system, and it was probable that there would be powerful beings at the embryonic stage within their clan. Embryonic is the realm after chi transformation. The battle ended quickly. Because Zheng had conjured the sword right in front of the elf, it must have greatly shocked its spirit, and during the fight, Zheng sensed that the elf had already given up. Thus, Zheng chose not to torture it. A single strike ended its life, and he collected the corpse. Without lingering, Zheng vanished with a flash, and almost immediately, a withered figure appeared in the area. After a brief inspection, the figure's face turned dark. Humph! Another otherworldly person. After cursing, it determined the direction and began to pursue Zheng. 10. Racial restrictions. Zheng also noticed someone was tailing him from behind, their aura unabashed. Different paths of cultivation should make them deadly enemies, right? Zheng thought to himself. The power of the pursuer was clearly much stronger than that of the previous two elves, and their speed was extremely fast, likely at the embryonic level. If it really is embryonic, then that's not good. The highest level among those who entered the cracked sky mountain is only chi transformation. If an embryonic level elf gets out, it could spell doom for us all. Zheng was very worried, not for himself, but for the three-tailed spirit fox. She had just entered chi transformation. Even in a confrontation against elven patrols, she stood no chance. If the elves really could enter the cracked sky mountain from the light screen, it would be a catastrophic disaster for any organism entering. People from this world can commit sins, but the appearance of elves would bring troubles to this realm. Though he wasn't clear about the current state of this small world, judging from his knowledge on Earth, it seemed to be the territory of some powerful being. It might have belonged to a strongman who perished inside the cracked sky mountain during the ancient battles, leaving behind this territory and forming a small world. That's the most reliable guess. Another possibility is that this is another world, the one where the elves exist. But at the moment, it seems unlikely. If two worlds really were connected, the powerful beings of this world would certainly not sit idly by, and a deadly battle for survival would ensue. Feeling the pursuer behind him, Zhang was getting a bit annoyed. There is nothing more distasteful than someone who relentlessly chases you. Zhang directly teleported to widen the gap between them, instantly disappearing from the pursuer's perception, making a swift escape. The withered figure also noted Zhang's sudden disappearance, halting the chase. After hesitating for a moment, it snorted coldly and turned back. At this time, after 4 teleportations, Zhang had arrived near a mountain spring, transforming into his true form and hiding within. With my current strength, even if I activate my blood-burning state at the 8th level, I would barely be able to fight someone at the 8th or 9th level of Qi transformation. If I encounter someone in the embryonic stage, I wouldn't even leave a trace behind. I still need to improve some more. Zhang's gaze returned to the interface, where he noticed with surprise that the plus sign next to level had actually turned gray, indicating that points could no longer be allocated. What's going on? Zhang felt a bit flustered. His abilities were based on this panel. If he could no longer allocate points, what would happen to him? However, Zhang forced himself to calm down and took another look at the panel. This time, he noticed something different. A golden plus appeared next to the race, indicating it could evolve. Levels can't be increased, but it can still evolve? Zhang frowned at the panel. Does this mean that one must evolve first to continue gaining power? Anyway, the only options he could currently allocate points to were the talent tree and race. He still had 587 points, and spending 100 points to evolve wouldn't be too costly. Why not give it a try? With a mindset for experimentation, Zhang chose to evolve. The long-lost blood-red threads gradually wrapped around Zhang's body, forming a giant egg at the bottom of the spring. After receiving the news from the Swordmaster's troops, Jian Chen hurried off toward the light screen, arriving nearly a day late. However, the news spread quickly, and basically everyone in the Rift Void Mountain who could receive it was on their way. Many others also rushed in as Jian Chen arrived, exchanging wary glances before entering the light screen one after the other. In just a day, the elven race had already reacted. Entering the light screen now was undoubtedly walking into a trap, especially since Jian Chen hadn't fully recovered from his injuries. He didn't possess the same restorative abilities as Zhang. Faced with the elven race lying in wait by the teleportation array, Jian Chen fought desperately to break free, even causing a crack in his life spirit sword. Having barely escaped the encirclement, Jian Chen was on the verge of collapse and almost lost his life. He needed to find a hidden place to heal with his previous injuries yet to heal, and now his life sword also damaged. His power had considerably decreased. If he engaged again, he would very likely die. How can there be such power? Jian Chen tightly closed his eyes, mumbled a healing pill in his mouth, and his spiritual energy surged around him, mending his injuries. Since entering the Rift Void Mountain, he had found a spirit fruit just upon entry, but since then, he had basically gained nothing, always being besieged instead. The first time was with the Heavenly Demon sect, when he nearly lost his life. This time was even worse. A nascent soul-level person was waiting here. If not for 3 9th-level C-clan cultivators distracting that person, he might have truly been doomed. For nearly 3 days, people from that power had continually searched the skies, and battles kept breaking out near the teleportation array. But facing a nascent soul-level expert was truly despairing. Rift Void Mountain could accommodate only those at the Qi transformation stage, yet there were indeed nascent soul-level individuals here. If they fought alone, they would surely be found and defeated one by those nascent soul-level practitioners. Besides those terrifying powers' successors, there's hardly anyone who could kill a nascent soul-level individual in the Qi transformation stage. He was no exception. Jian Chen was self-aware. He knew that with his talent, he couldn't even rank in the second tier. He was just comparable to the holy son of the heavenly demon and could only flaunt his power within the confines of his own group. If he went elsewhere, he probably wouldn't be recognized. During these 3 days, Jian Chen had only recovered from his injuries. The crack on his life spirit sword still remained, and fixing it required some relatively rare materials, which he hadn't brought. He was completely at a loss. Another day passed, and he decided to go out and take a look. The sword sect had excellent breath concealing techniques, so with his strength, he probably wouldn't get discovered. However, he soon sensed a sudden burst of battle fluctuations from a location nearby, which thrilled him. Where there was fighting, it meant someone was battling the elven race, perhaps he even knew them. I'll just observe from the shadows. They shouldn't be able to spot me. Jian Chen thought so and quickly flew toward where the battle was occurring. Arriving within 100 meters of the battle, Jian Chen cautiously concealed his breath and quietly observed both sides of the fight. One of the fighters was clad in silver armor, wielding 2 silver long swords. The other person was an elven individual, continuously engaging with the dual sword wielder using a long whip, but it was indeed very challenging. In contrast, the silver-clad fighter appeared untroubled, as if toying with the elven individual, ultimately decapitating him, causing the corpse to vanish. But just as he was about to step forward to talk to the silver-clad person, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the distance, nearly matching the might of the elders within their sect. A more terrifying powerhouse is coming. Just as Jian Chen was about to step out, he retracted his foot. He didn't dare show himself at that moment, hoping that person would be lucky enough to leave here alive. That individual sheathed their sword and swiftly left, but subtly glanced toward Jian Chen's hidden position before departing. Did he spot me? Jian Chen panicked. He hadn't expected that person would discover his position, and their strength was only at the first chi transformation level. To play with a nascent soul-level elven powerhouse using an early chi transformation level strength had completely exceeded Jian Chen's understanding. At that moment, the suspected nascent soul-level expert appeared on the scene, while the earlier individual had already left. Jian Chen dared not relax for a moment, his entire focus dedicated to concealing his aura. Fortunately, that person released his aura as he left, attracting the attention of the condensing embryo stage expert, which allowed him to escape with his life. No, I must leave this place quickly. I cannot linger here for even a second. If that person managed to escape, the elder of the elf clan would undoubtedly return to check the area. If he didn't leave soon, he could easily be chased down. Unlike that person, I don't possess such terrifying speed. If a condensing embryo stage individual locks onto me, I would be caught within 10 minutes. Thinking of this, Jian Chen dared not dwell on it any longer. He quickly channeled his spiritual energy and flew up into the sky to leave swiftly. Half a day later. At the bottom of the mountain spring, the shell of a blood-red giant egg was slowly cracking, revealing the figure inside. Whoosh Shang leaped out of the spring with great agility, causing cracks to appear on the ground beneath him. What did I evolve into this time? Zheng couldn't be bothered to check his current form. Although he could feel it, the status panel would not lie. Host, Zheng. Race, Torn Sky Tiger. Level, first stage of transformation 0200+. Constitution, crystal rank 3%. Law mastery, space 2.99%. Talent tree. Points, 496. It's from the Tiger Clan, no wonder I feel my physical strength has increased. Zhang glanced at his current form and found it satisfactory, so he transformed into human shape. At that moment, the plus sign after level turned golden again, confirming that Zhang's assumption was indeed correct. As expected, this means that the bloodline has limited the level. It seems that the highest the dragon blood frog's bloodline can achieve is the first level of the transformation stage. After adjusting for a moment, Zheng refocused on the plus sign behind level. Now this is the base of the elf clan. Given Jian Chen's circumstances, he must have been blocked upon entry. If that's the case, it looks like a major battle is imminent in the near future. At this point, keeping points is of little use. The direct result of battles is death, and Zheng is best at utilizing death. The accumulation of many corpses would be enough for him to break through to the condensing embryo stage, and at that time, he can decide what to do. But now is not the time to feel pleased. The urgent matter is how to use the remaining 400 points. Add 200 points to level, the rest will be used to enhance the talent tree. Ding, consuming 200 points, level increased to Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 4. Ding, the talent life force storage limit increased by 4%, recovery speed increased by 4%, digestion speed increased by 4%, and endurance increased by 4%. Energy points surged to level 2, lifesteal increased to level 2, life conversion increased to level 2. Consumed 280 points, remaining 16 points. Investing 480 points brought an overwhelming enhancement. A powerful aura swept through nearly a mile radius. The plants around Zhang were crushed instantly, creating a vacuum around him. Once the aura was released, Zhang transitioned from extreme motion to extreme stillness in an instant, completely activating his sensing abilities. The benefits of increased strength were evident, and his perception range also expanded. However, before Zhang could familiarize himself with his body and strength, an elder of the elf clan, who had been searching the forest for intruders, rushed towards Zhang's direction, drawn by his aura. He remembered Zhang's aura but was surprised that Zhang had managed to break through again in such a short time. This left him feeling uncertain. However, the vast disparity in power made him overlook this detail. What did it matter if Zhang was at the second level of the transformation stage? It was still just a matter of a slap. With his strong confidence, he charged straight towards Zhang, but at that moment, Zhang had just advanced and was in need of a battle to familiarize himself. The battle between the two commenced. Zhang instantly activated blood burning eightfold, and the raging blood-red flames engulfed the elder's fistlight, while he attacked with his sword. Damn intruder! Coming to our base to cause havoc. The elder didn't forget to condemn Zhang during the battle. However, Zhang couldn't care less about him. Another long sword appeared in his left hand, and with both swords, he unleashed waves of sword light, the terrifying sword energy shredding nearby trees. Damn brat! I let you escape last time, but I won't give you another chance this time. The elder was furious to see Zhang retaliating without the slightest sign of weakness. Even with the strength of a low-level battle emperor, you can still engage in battle with a battle sovereign. A storm of shock surged in the elder's heart. This kid is far too terrifying. He cannot be left alive. The elder was already becoming serious, and a dark green staff appeared in his hand as he began to use magic. 11. Soul Strength. Zhang didn't know how the realms of the elf clan's world were classified. However, based on the words of the elf experts, the battle emperor corresponds to the transformation stage, while the battle sovereign he mentioned likely refers to the condensing embryo stage. Clearly using magic, and yet his realm is battle sovereign? Shouldn't it be called magic sovereign instead? Zhang muttered. Once the elder's staff was produced, his aura began to rise sharply, and the soul's fluctuations also started to awaken, slowly exhibiting his strength at the condensing embryo stage. Zhang's expression also became serious just now. This old man had not utilized his true strength, and now that he recognized his power, he intended to suppress it. Locked onto by a killing intent as palpable as substance, Zhang's hair stood on end, and his dual swords were enveloped by the laws of space, black cracks swirling around him. Ha! Resisting to the last. The elder scoffed, and with a slight tremble of his staff, a multitude of plants suddenly sprouted from the barren ground, wrapping around Zhang. At the same time, a giant tree, severed by the clash between the two, flew towards Zhang, glowing with a green radiance. Is this the means of the elven race? Seeing such control over nature, Zhang felt his heart sink. Fighting against such a powerful being capable of controlling plants in this dense forest was undoubtedly a foolish endeavor. Such abilities were nearly invincible in the woods. No, I have to think of a way. I absolutely cannot let him continue to manipulate the plants. Zhang furrowed his brow, swinging his sword to sever the vines that were wrapping around him. Dodging the incoming giant tree, Zhang activated his teleportation, reappearing behind the elder, and struck at his back with a sword imbued with the laws of space. However, the elder's staff emitted a flash of green light, and a shield appeared in front of Zhang. The long sword swept past, shattering the shield, but it momentarily delayed time. A seed beneath the elder's feet instantly sprouted, lifting him into the air and effortlessly evading Zhang's attack. The fluctuations of space. You can actually communicate with the laws of space? Although the elder avoided Zhang's attack, he was visibly shocked. In fact, during the previous pursuit of Zhang, he had some suspicions, as that area retained the fluctuations of the laws of space, but he thought it was just a formation, believing that Zhang had set up a trap there, lying in wait to ambush the elven tribesmen. But he was mistaken. He never imagined that Zhang had truly mastered the laws of space and could use them in battle. I absolutely cannot let you escape. The elder's staff once again glowed, immediately conjuring a flurry of willow leaves before him, their blades gleaming coldly as they shot towards Zhang at his gentle wave. A black hole appeared, blocking Zhang's path, as the willow leaves transformed from energy points were consumed by Zhang. Zhang was not willing to back down either. He unleashed a wave of sword energy, slicing through the air towards the old man. Another green shield appeared, forming almost instantly around the old man. However, having learned from the previous lesson, Zhang would not use the same trick. With a subtle flick of his finger, he crafted a hand seal. The sword energy vanished just before striking the shield and instead flashed forward by a distance, passing through the shield crafted by the old man and landing directly on the withered body of the elven elder. The physical form of the elven race was inherently weak, and especially so for this old man, who focused on magic. His physical body was even more fragile. The sword energy struck him, instantly piercing through his chest, nearly severing his arms. After taking a heavy hit, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood, but the light from his staff grew even brighter. Light green energy points swept across his body, healing some of his wounds, and the blood had stopped flowing. He can actually use healing magic? This is quite troublesome. Zhang had thought this strike would be decisive, but it only managed to injure some non-vital areas, and the old man had regained health through a healing spell. You are strong, but not enough, the old man said grimly, a flicker of fear passing through his shadowy eyes. If Zhang's attack had been just a bit stronger or more precise, hitting his heart would have made it difficult for him to survive. Zhang's strike further solidified his resolve to eliminate Zhang. The latter was a source of unease for him. Thousands of vines surged into the sky, swirling and entangling, forming a massive net that descended, trapping both individuals inside. However, Zhang looked at this cage without any trace of fear and even felt like laughing. With his teleportation ability, unless it was a formation that confined space, nothing could hold him back. If Zhang wanted to leave, no one would stop him. But Zhang had no intention of escaping. With this cage in place, it was equivalent to the elven elder locking himself in a narrow space, clearly giving Zhang the opportunity to get close. If you keep giving me opportunities like this, I feel embarrassed to kill you. Zhang grinned at the old man, launching several sword energies, focusing his mind and controlling them to circle around the elder, looking for openings. His soul prowess is surprisingly strong. The old man did not act, but sweat was already forming in his palms. He couldn't make a move. If he did, he would expose some areas he couldn't cover, giving Zhang the chance to strike. His previous attack could be considered lucky not to have hit a vital area, but this time the few sword energies dancing in the air were all under Zhang's control. If he exposed a flaw, he would likely be killed in one hit. He couldn't afford to gamble. Seeing the old man taking no action and not finding any weaknesses in his battle instinct, Zhang felt a bit anxious. Currently, he was using his blood-burning 8th layer to fight the elven elder. Even though his life energy storage limit had increased, it couldn't withstand such consumption. His stored life energy had already been reduced by nearly half. If this dragged on, his condition would start to decline. I must quickly find an opportunity, or else I'm done for. At this moment, both individuals in the arena felt very uncomfortable. One hesitated to move, while the other wanted to act. In the end, Zhang chose to take the initiative, sending sword energy towards the old man, but he still held back, keeping one sword energy hidden in midair. Seeing Zhang attack first, the elven elder let out a sigh of relief. However, he had learned from his previous lesson, so this time he placed the shield directly on himself to block Zhang's sword energy, giving him some reaction time. As the sword energy dissipated, the elder began to confidently cast magic. Numerous petals floated in the air, carrying a deadly fragrance. With a wave of his staff, the petals shot towards Zhang like arrows. This attack was quite powerful. It was likely one of the old man's trump cards. After executing this move, the old man's face turned pale, and there was a moment of hesitation, which gave Zhang an opportunity. The two hidden sword energies instantaneously broke through the space, creating two spatial rifts. One cut across the old man's right hand holding the staff, while the other pierced through his body, severing the heart of the elven warrior and shattering his internal organs. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed from the elven warrior's lips. This was the second mouthful he had spat since the battle began, but it would definitely be the last. Zhang summoned a massive black hole, connecting it to his inner space, pulling the flying petals into his inner space, though he was violently pushed back by the energy points, causing him to spit out a mouthful of reverse blood. Forcing the reverse blood down, Zhang instantly teleported in front of the old man, slashing down with his sword at the elven warrior in the embryonic stage, who was desperately casting healing magic in a bid to save himself, completely cutting off any chance of survival. However, it wasn't over yet. The embryonic stage warrior could temporarily detach his soul from his body, allowing him to survive for a period without a physical form. If he could find a suitable body during this time, he could attempt to seize it, though the success rate was influenced by many factors, making it generally quite difficult to succeed, but escaping was usually possible. Indeed, even though the paths of cultivation were different, their basic abilities and traits were still quite similar. A semi-transparent entity gradually formed above the corpse of the elven warrior, and upon closer inspection, the face of the elven elder could still be seen on it. However, because the soul was torn away due to being killed, the elder's soul from the elf tribe was still somewhat muddled, with a hint of confusion in his eyes, exhibiting a certain dazed expression. Yet, Zhang chose not to study this soul in detail but directly absorbed it into his internal space, activating the energy points in an attempt to devour it. Ding! Devouring the soul, starting the soul strength column. A new feature? Just as Zhang was about to leave, he suddenly heard the system's prompt, and his heart lifted with joy. His efforts had indeed yielded results. He had unexpectedly unlocked a new column, which made him very happy. However, it wasn't the time to relax. After fighting with the elder from the elf tribe for so long, he estimated that elves or people from this world must have noticed, and every second he lingered here increased his danger. The urgent task was to quickly find a concealed place to digest the gains from this battle. After collecting the broken corpse from the ground, Zhang flickered and disappeared from the spot. Host, Zheng. Race, Torn Sky Tiger. Level, first stage of transformation 0200+. Constitution, Crystal rank 3%. Soul strength, Mortal level 80%. Law mastery, Space 2.99%. Talent tree. Points, 36. Looking at the newly added soul strength column on his panel, Zhang felt quite pleased, never expecting to have such a surprise gain this time. How can I improve this? Is it enough to find any corpse later, or must it be a strong individual's corpse above the embryonic transformation stage? Zhang then also tried to devour a corpse in his space, but after waiting a moment, nothing happened. Indeed, it seems that only the souls of powerful beings above the embryonic transformation stage can grant any improvement? It would be disingenuous to say he wasn't disappointed, but Zhang was still mentally prepared. I estimate that this panel will only unlock after I break through the embryonic transformation stage, but perhaps the system also didn't expect me to kill a powerful being of that stage in the initial phase of transformation. The conditions were naturally fulfilled and triggered it. Sigh, what is this forcing me to commit? Zhang sighed. Although he didn't have much aversion to killing, it would still annoy his master, and he wasn't so twisted who would become addicted to killing? At this moment, Zhang was deep in an extremely concealed cave, which he had taken quite some time to find. This cave was located in a continuous mountain range within this small world and was situated deep inside. However, Zhang's speculation was correct. This world did not have only the elf tribe as its race. This mountain range harbored countless magical beasts, or as it might be called in this world, demonic beasts. This cave was also occupied by a giant python with a trace of Western dragon bloodline. When Zhang first arrived, it even attempted to attack him, but Zhang slapped it against the rock, resulting in its immediate death. Zhang naturally took over the cave, planning to use it as a temporary resting place. The rejection between worlds was indeed very severe. Even those magical beasts that lacked intelligence displayed deep hostility towards Zhang. Although they were likely more afraid, it was fear of Zhang's strength. However, this mountain range surely did not have the giant python as its only occupant. Other areas also housed different dominant demonic beasts. Upon sensing the unpleasant aura that Zhang exuded, which was distinctly different from them, they temporarily joined forces, planning to slay Zhang here. The difference in strength was quite obvious. The strongest among the magical beasts here was a purple marten, at the 9th stage of transformation, capable of captivating the soul, which caused some trouble for Zhang in battle. However, it didn't affect the overall situation much, merely causing a bit of annoyance. A mighty army of demonic beasts advanced to besiege Zhang, yet he single-handedly killed nearly all of them, with the higher-level beasts being completely exterminated, and the accumulated corpses nearly filled Zhang's internal space. Yet Zhang didn't eliminate them all after all, they were all magical beasts. Although the worlds differed, their souls were still connected. Zhang wouldn't admit that the main reason for letting the rest go was that they wouldn't be beneficial to his improvement. Goodbye. You're welcome to come again next time. Zhang waved, smiling as the surviving magical beasts fled in a panic, then turned back to enter the cave. 12. Three Swords. Although Zhang had basically taken over this mountain range, none of the magical beasts under him would listen to him. Compared to the deceitfulness and duplicity of the human race, the magical beasts were exceptionally straightforward. They said what they meant. Of course, this applied to most magical beasts, as some treacherous races might have ulterior motives, but overall, the beasts were far better than human morality. When faced with situations they couldn't resist, most humans would choose to kneel and beg for mercy, even against mortal enemies, laying their hopes for survival in others' hands. However, magical beasts rarely exhibited such behavior when they met mortal enemies. There was no conversation, just combat until one side perished. Even in death, they seldom chose to survive by pleading for mercy, but rather opted for self-termination to maintain their dignity. So, although the magical beasts in the entire mountain range didn't dare to offend Zhang due to his overwhelming presence, they absolutely would not obey his orders. They would act as they wished. They simply wouldn't listen to him, and if he wanted to kill, he could. A group of monsters leads a life akin to that of salted fish, just like an old veteran. Zhang also doesn't want to disturb them for now. If he were to kill them all, it might draw the attention of the elves, and they would come looking for trouble, exposing his presence. Therefore, to be safe, he stayed here for 3 days, continuously digesting the energy within his space. At this point, his score has surpassed 50, but advancing further still poses considerable challenges. However, Zhang isn't in a hurry. Having already defeated cultivators at the infant forming stage, why would he fear those at the aperture opening stage? What heavenly demon cult or heavenly demon holy sun? If they dare to come, I will just swallow them whole. I have no idea what's happening outside. How vast is this small world? Zhang mused while nestled in the cave. The reason he hasn't gone out is mainly because his stored vitality hasn't fully recovered. If he were to run into a strong cultivator at the infant forming stage after going out, he might really be in trouble. The elder he killed from the elven race was weak due to his poor physical condition. Although he could use plant-based magic to heal himself, his appearance revealed he had lived for a long time. When Zhang devoured his corpse, he felt no vitality whatsoever. That elder probably relied solely on the plant magic he mastered to prolong his life. Moreover, after unleashing a major spell, he was hit in a critical area by Zhang, leading to his demise due to insufficient vitality. If he were to encounter a robust cultivator at the infant forming stage, he would likely not even know how he died. However, the 9th aperture opening stage poses no threat to him. The ones he fears are the top-tier geniuses who possess the strength of the 9th aperture opening stage yet can confront cultivators at the infant forming stage head-on. Such individuals are the trickiest to deal with. Currently, Zhang prefers to avoid confronting them, though that may change in time. Once he reaches the 4th aperture opening stage, no one will be able to stop him. In a few days, I should be able to go out. During these 3 days, it seems that due to the death of that elven elder, the remaining elves have gone berserk, frantically searching the forest. They even dispatched people to the mountains occupied by the monsters. However, perhaps due to poor relations with the elven race, the few who came merely conducted a superficial check before leaving. Although this incident was caused by Zhang, it had no impact on him. Instead, it was the cultivators and monsters that had entered this world who suffered. Due to their incongruous auras, this world instinctively repels these outsiders, causing them to lose some of their strength. Moreover, their auras resemble lights in the darkness, constantly attracting the creatures within this small world, putting them in danger all the time. Of course, Zhang is unaware of all this. Even if he knew, what would it matter to him? Blaming others for his lack of strength? For more days have passed, and now Zhang's internal space is completely empty. His score barely reached 103, but Zhang doesn't plan to spend it just yet, he intends to save it for later. In fact, there isn't much he can do with 103 points. The talent tree only increases by a couple of points, so it might be better to wait and add them all at once later. It's time to go out and see what's happening with those people out there? Zhang's deep laughter echoed in the cave, filled with a sense of schadenfreude. Jian Chen has spent the last couple of days on the run. The elves, whether they ate something or not, are frantically searching for any cultivators or monsters that entered here. Anyone they catch ends up getting soul searched. Yes. It's soul search. Whenever Jian Chen recalls the scene he witnessed back then, fear grips him. An oddly dressed infant forming stage cultivator led numerous elven powerhouses, wildly capturing people in the forest. Everyone who was caught was sent to that infant forming stage cultivator, and then it was a merciless soul search. The horrifying screams still resonate in his mind, sending chills down his spine. Just 2 days ago, an area that was supposedly completely safe was invaded by a mere chi refining stage rock snake. Forced to act, he used a sliver of spiritual energy to slay the snake, but was detected by the elven scouts who were merely 100 meters away. Moments later, the elven troops crept in. Unsurprisingly, Jian Chen fought like a madman again. After leaving behind a few elven corpses, he broke through the encirclement and fled in a panic. At this point, he was running on empty, truly unable to withstand any battle, and even the simple operation of spiritual energy was somewhat difficult. A slight misstep could lead to a collapse of his apertures, resulting in immediate death. What is happening? Why are these people so insane? Even now, Jian Chen feels lingering fear. He can't understand a word they are saying, but just by looking into their eyes, he can sense their murderous intent. Though they can't communicate, it doesn't hinder Jian Chen's understanding of their intentions, so the battles between both sides are a matter of life and death, with nothing left to discuss. Cough, cough. As Jian Chen adjusted his breathing, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, but quickly used dirt to cover the stains. The elves seem to have some sort of detection method, and he must leave no traces, or they might find his hiding place based on any clues. Cough, cough. Another round of coughing echoed through the cave. There are traces of battle here. It seems like it was caused by the monsters. Zhang appeared on a battlefield-scarred piece of ground, sensing the lingering spiritual energy fluctuations in the air. Zhang could easily discern the differences between the energy points of the two worlds. It seems both sides are quite strong at the beginning. It was evenly matched, but it appears that the beast side suddenly lost. Zhang carefully sensed the area, hoping to gather some information. Unfortunately, even with a heightened six-fold sensitivity, Zhang still could not locate the possible aura. Could this person possess the ability to erase their aura? Otherwise, how could they suddenly be at a disadvantage? Zhang maintained a skeptical attitude towards such matters until a conclusion was reached: anything could happen. Another person's aura went that way? Should I follow and take a look? Zhang stared into the distance at the sky, contemplating the feasibility of this idea. If they could instantaneously incapacitate a late-stage beast, then the enemy must be at the embryonic form stage. Although facing them might make killing them difficult, escaping shouldn't be a problem. I'll go take a look. At worst, I can slip away immediately. Zhang furrowed his brow and made a decision, planning to check the situation. It had been a week since he had ventured out. The heirs of the top forces had likely already entered, and a great war between this world and that small world was probably being prepared. Having made up his mind, Zhang glanced around to ensure no one was watching before activating his teleportation, disappearing from the spot. Just after Zhang left his cave, a fox demon arrived outside the cave with a group of elves. "My lord, this is the cave of the foreign beast," the fox demon said respectfully. If it's really as formidable as you say, then I need to prepare in advance," said a late-stage elf powerhouse, carefully throwing some items around the cave that resembled a formation. Before long, the formation was set up, and the leading elf warrior waved their hand, signaling to attack together. Undoubtedly, their attack was entirely ineffective because Zhang was not inside at all. They couldn't harm Zhang even if they leveled the entire mountain. However, the strong fluctuations of the energy points did draw Zhang's attention. In an open area, Zhang emerged from a spatial rift, his eyes gleaming as he looked in the direction from which the fluctuations came. That over there seems to be the cave where I was before. A killing intent flickered in Zhang's pupils, and the energy points within him began to stir, a terrifying aura emanating from his body. Dare to act recklessly in my territory? Truly asking for death. Before his voice faded, Zhang had already vanished. At this moment, the elf warriors looked at the nearly flattened mountain before them with grim expressions, turning to glance at the terrified fox demon beside them. Is this what you meant by he has been here the whole time? He never went out? This sentence was almost shouted, and the energy points crashed against the fox demon's ears, causing it to bleed from all 7 orifices. My lord! Please let me explain. The fox demon ignored the blood trickling from its orifices and kept bowing its head before the elf clan. However, the leader of the elf clan did not take the time to listen to the explanation and crushed its head underfoot with a single kick, then turned with a grim expression to leave. Stop! A booming voice from afar swept through the heavens and the earth, reaching the ears of the elf squad, causing their feet, which were about to move, to hesitate. Amid the crumbling walls, a figure dressed in a silver robe stood there, its cold gaze fixed intently on the elf squad. You dare to disturb my territory and think you can leave? Zhang's tone was incredibly cold, as frigid as ice. Without waiting for them to respond, Zhang swiftly swung his sword at them, advancing his body directly into battle. What is there to discuss? Isn't it clear? When Zhang first arrived, the elf squad's energy points had not yet dissipated. The air was thick with evidence of their intentions to attack, requiring no explanation. Simply eliminating them would suffice. Seeing Zhang act without hesitation, the squad was startled and hurriedly attempted to defend themselves. Zhang, driven by anger, was not to be stopped by their chaotic defenses. In an instant, their protective energy points shattered, and the terrifying sword energy swept through their bodies. Put! Sounds of sword energy slicing through flesh echoed as Zhang's sword cut down several elves in half, reducing the enemy's numbers right as the fight began. You! The leader was furious and shocked, coughing up blood while fearfully looking at Zhang, who resembled a butcher. Yet even the sharpest words could not halt Zhang's assault. Another sword strike followed, the silvery sword light piercing through 3 more elves, killing them instantly with no hesitation. At this moment, the remaining elves were terrified, their wide eyes filled with fear, and their mouths agape but unable to utter a word. Zhang, observing their expressions, felt utterly disappointed. Was this the group of elves that dared to create trouble at his doorstep? With another swing of his sword, Zhang made quick work of the already desperate elves. 3 strikes, just 3 strikes. This battle, or rather this massacre, took a mere 3 strikes in less than a minute, as all 10 of the elf squad's powerful members were slain by Zhang. After collecting the bodies, Zhang frowned as he surveyed the devastation, then used his teleportation to vanish once more. 13. Hidden Valley. Even after slaughtering them all, Zhang was still cursing under his breath. The day was drawing to a close, the cave had been blown up again, and finding a place to sleep tonight was a concern. Of course, not sleeping was not an issue, but changing a habit is never easy. Sleeping at night had nearly become intertwined with Zhang's very soul. Should I go and check on the situation over there? The aura has faded considerably. If I don't go today, it might be impossible to find it tomorrow. Zhang pondered while walking through the forest, contemplating his next move. I might as well go take a look. This aura seems very similar to the beasts in the endless forest. Zhang felt that the owner of this aura seemed familiar. It resembled a beast that had once followed the great bear. A gentle breeze brushed past, and Zhang's figure vanished. At this moment, Wolf Xiao was gripped by fear, as he was trapped in a dark cage, surrounded by other cultivators who had entered the Rift Mountain, all of them incredibly weak. Moreover, others from different races kept coming in to drag 1 or 2 cultivators out, and hearing their chilling, desperate screams filled Wolf Xiao with overwhelming dread, as none of those dragged out ever returned. Watching the number of cultivators in the cages before him dwindle, he panicked, unable to hold back and revealing his true form. the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf. As a prominent member of the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan, Wolf Xia had dreams, even naming himself, hoping to one day make a name for himself in the Endless Forest, becoming a revered one or even something greater. Although it seemed a bit like wishful thinking, that was his ideal. However, it now seemed that this dream was not so easy to achieve. There were 3 cages left, and if those cultivators were dragged out, he would be next. To be honest, he considered his strength still quite decent, being at the 2nd level of Qi transformation. But what he didn't expect was that a 9th level Qi transformation alien had personally come to capture him, making it effortless for them to subdue him. Of course, resisting would have been pointless and could lead to an even quicker death. Now he could only hope that the Great Bear could come to rescue him. That was his only hope. Woo woo mommy, I'm scared. The other trapped cultivators around looked at this wolf, crying without a bit of spirit, their faces expressing a hint of disdain, but thinking about their imminent death filled their hearts with sorrow. They were not as timid as Wolf Xia. Most of them had entered battered and bruised, and had taken a long time to recover. Compared to Wolf Xia, they seemed even more pitiful. Silence returned to the cages, but the faint echo of howls still lingered. Following the aura, Zheng arrived at what looked like a settlement of the elves, situated in an extremely secluded valley, shielded by rocky outcrops and foliage. If it weren't for his keen senses, he would have found it difficult to discover this place. This must be the place, well hidden indeed. Zheng murmured as he looked at the oddly shaped valley before him. The valley presented to Zheng gave him an eerie feeling. The entire valley seemed like a singular entity, and the surrounding peaks appeared to follow a certain pattern, looking more like a gigantic altar when viewed from above. What are these elves doing? Zheng furrowed his brow, gazing at the strange valley, feeling conflicted. Should I go in or not? Zheng was still a bit anxious, as his intuition told him the elves were plotting a major conspiracy. Isn't this obvious? Zheng sneered, secretly impressed with his keen wits for not falling into the elves' trap. Just as I thought. However, he soon concealed his aura and enveloped himself with his spirit, quietly making his way into the valley. He. Curious. Just as he stepped into the valley, Zheng's expression changed. A sealing formation? Such a heavy stench of blood. Upon entering the valley, Zheng passed through a formation, and a nearly palpable stench of blood hit him, making him nearly choke. As he delved deeper, Zheng saw a giant pit nearly a few hundred meters in diameter, filled with corpses, humans, beasts, and sea creatures all mixed together, carelessly piled up with blood flowing everywhere. What is going on here? Zheng gasped, his eyes wide. Although he usually sustained himself by devouring corpses, he had never witnessed such a horrifying scene before. With all his view filled with bodies, this was truly a river of blood. However, Zheng noticed a telltale sign. The blood flowing from the corpses seemed to converge towards the same spot at the center of the valley, completely materializing into a thick layer of blood mist, with an erosive quality. This looked like the very center of an altar, where the blood from the pit was being drawn by unknown means into a trough. For some reason, this trough seemed unfillable, as so much blood flowed into it without overflowing. Meanwhile, elves continued to drag corpses and toss them into the enormous pit, similarly bleeding from all 7 orifices. However, Zheng sensed a ripple of souls from these corpses. Broken souls? This was Zheng's first reaction upon seeing the recently dragged corpses. They all bore remnants of shattered souls which dissipated shortly after being thrown here. But to get the full situation, he realized he needed to learn more before making a decision, so Zheng chose not to immediately reveal himself and slaughter the elves. Moving further inside, Zheng sensed numerous life forms amid the overwhelming stench of blood. Over there! Zheng instantly activated his teleportation, disappearing and reappearing in a dim corner. This is a cage. Who? Upon hearing this question, Zheng knew things were going south, so he stopped hiding, quickly advancing in front of them and swung his sword, decapitating the elves instantly. But by then it was too late. The formation had been triggered, and those responsible for monitoring outside had already detected his invasion and immediately entered the cage. Yet, no one here could block Zheng's strike. All the recently entered elves were easily slain by Zheng, absorbed into his internal space for digestion. At this moment, the other elves outside also reacted, converging towards the cage. Zheng looked at the many cages shrouded in darkness, steeling himself as he formed seals with his hands, creating a black hole that flew towards the ceiling formation. Even a formation that even the strongest in the 9th layer of transformation realm couldn't break with full power disintegrated upon contact with the black hole, but correspondingly, Zhang also suffered significant backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Soon, the formation shattered, and a 9th layer sea creature cultivator smashed the cage's bars with a powerful punch, his momentum surging as he drew a trident to attack the swarm of approaching elves. Others released from confinement caught their breath for a moment before drawing their weapons and rushing outside, and in an instant, both sides clashed together, red and green blood splattering everywhere. The entire battlefield was like a meat grinder, and at this moment, everyone was united as never before, directing all their grievances and anger towards the elf clan. A superpower group from the human race directly intercepted a powerful elf at the nascent soul stage, forming a battle array to engage in combat. The flashes of swords and lights made every strike a deadly technique, and for a time, they seemed to have the upper hand. Meanwhile, the power of the Sea Clan was even more exaggerated. They forcibly summoned water from a lake nearly 100 miles away, creating towering waves that instantly crushed several powerful elves who had reached the later stages of the Enlightenment. The Beast Clan transformed directly into their true forms, with monstrous beasts dozens of meters long repeatedly charging on the battlefield. Under the terrifying power of their physical forms, one stomp crushed the elves into a bloody mush, scattering everywhere. Some major sects have vague records about the events from ancient times, so they have begun to dimly guess the truth, recognizing the elf clan and informing those trapped, including wandering cultivators and beasts. Thus, they realized that these elves did not actually belong to this world. When they first encountered the elves, they still held some fantasies, but now the fantasy was shattered, leaving only endless killing intent towards the elf race. The Undying clan swears not to rest. Zhang was also mixed in, continuously collecting the bodies of the elves while slaying enemies. On the battlefield, sword lights flickered, and sword chi surged. All elves swept by the sword chi were either dead or severely wounded. However, Zhang's leisurely stroll through the battlefield undoubtedly caught the attention of the elf powerful, prompting several strong clansmen to surround and attack him. Of course, these elves had not yet reacted before Zhang killed them all. In the state of the 3rd tier of blood ignition, even the 9th level of enlightenment posed no threat to him. Moreover, because he was constantly collecting bodies, the internal space was nearly running at full speed. The vitality consumed for the 3rd tier of blood ignition was almost balanced by the vitality transformed from life, meaning Zhang effectively consumed nothing. As long as the internal space wasn't empty, he could maintain the 3rd tier of blood ignition indefinitely. Of course, there were still some undeterred elves who attempted to sneak attack Zhang from behind, but as soon as they struck, they were knocked down by a giant wolf nearly 100 meters long and swallowed whole. He, boss, hello. The wolf, Xiao, smiled foolishly at Zhang, who had turned around. Seeing such a large silver moon wolf smile at him, Zhang was taken aback, experiencing something unprecedented. However, he nodded in response to this wolf that helped him deal with these minor troubles. Seeing Zhang actually nodding at him, Xiao felt a surge of excitement, and his fighting spirit intensified. He let out a wolf howl and charged into the enemy ranks, slaughtering with abandon, creating a bloody scene. Moments later, the disciples from several major sects who were teaming up against the enemies were also completely slaughtered, while the Sea Clan's wide-scale attack methods accelerated the end of the battle, putting the situation in their favor. But just when the situation was overwhelmingly one-sided, a furious roar suddenly echoed from below the surface at the place suspected to be the altar, accompanied by terrifying invisible waves that swept across the entire area. Almost everyone brushed by this wave trembled and then lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground, including members of the elven race. Is this a soul attack? Zhang was swept by this wave and felt a splitting headache, but he did not fall to the ground. Instead, he regained his fighting strength after a moment. Most of those who still had combat effectiveness like him were also holding their heads and shaking their bodies, but they quickly recovered, carefully landing on the ground and staring in the direction of the depths of the valley. There, a figure was slowly rising from the ground to the sky, and its terrifying presence made everyone feel a bit breathless. #obscure syllables came from the person's mouth, leaving the others confused, yet Zhang clearly understood. Disrupt the resurrection ritual. Damn it! Before the others could react, the figure in the sky launched another massive soul attack towards them. 14. Elven Priest. Seeing the figure in the sky attacking again, Zhang's expression changed. Soul energy points immediately attached to his body, intending to use them to resist the soul attack. When the wave hit, it was proven that Zhang's method was correct. He only felt a slight dizziness before it ended. Attach soul energy points to your body. Zhang shouted, not caring if they understood, then charged towards the remaining fighting members of the elven race. Not only were they affected by the soul attack, but the elven people were also unable to escape. Now was the time to eliminate these elves who might cause trouble while the person in the sky had not fully recovered. At this moment, the effect of the soul attack on them had not yet dissipated, making it a perfect opportunity for Zhang to strike. Several silver-white daggers appeared instantly in Zhang's hands, with tiny dark spatial cracks on the blades. Zhang infused them with the laws of space, allowing him to control the dagger's direction while also enabling them to penetrate space, striking enemies from miles away. The daggers sliced through space, instantly appearing behind several elven powerhouses. With a gentle stroke, they pierced through their protective spirit energy, directly severing their heads, resulting in immediate death. Moreover, Zhang soon appeared next to the corpse, directly drawing in the body along with the yet to manifest soul into his internal space, activating energy points to devour. Ding, soul strength increased, currently at spirit gathering level 6%. Soul strength has surged. Zhang felt delighted inside, but on the surface, he remained as calm as ever, his face showing no joy or sorrow, putting on an impressive facade. The crowd's fear deepened. This kid was indeed terrifying. At this moment, the elven powerhouse in the sky had regained their senses, looking down at the crowd. In an instant, these people suffered heavy blows, coughing blood as they staggered back, their eyes filled with a hint of terror. However, Zhang felt nothing at this moment. The spirit collecting level of soul strength was sufficient to withstand this soul pressure. Zhang felt no pressure at all and was eager to counterattack. Constantly experiencing this wave, silver light flickered in Zhang's eyes as soul power surged wildly, like raging waves, rushing towards the elven powerhouse in the sky. The two soul attacks clashed instantly, evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Seeing this, Zhang gained confidence and immediately activated blood-burning eightfold, crimson flames surging as he shot out like a bullet, turning into a blurred shadow rushing towards the elven powerhouse in the sky. The best way to deal with a powerhouse capable of long-range attacks is to close the distance. Once close enough, they won't have the opportunity to unleash their ultimate moves as no one will allow them time to chant. Generally, those who primarily use long-range attacks tend to hide far away, constantly depleting the enemy's stamina and patience. If the enemy shows any flaw, it will result in a crisis. This is a common trait among this group of people, like the elves, priests, archers skilled in using bows, and beast tamers manipulating pups and poisonous insects. Although their attack methods vary, they share the commonality of having generally fragile bodies, daring only to confront the enemy from a distance, with the possibility of danger if someone gets close. The arrogant elf clan expert flying high in the sky is just like this, mastering soul attack techniques. He was virtually invincible in the baby forming stage. Of course, he hadn't expected someone like Zhang, who defies convention, and he wouldn't have to worry if he had some treasure that could defend against soul attacks. At that moment, Zhang charged him directly, causing some confusion. However, he quickly composed himself and a cold smile crept onto his lips. A mere war emperor dares to be so arrogant before me, this person shouted in anger and, without dodging or evading, he threw a punch in Zhang's direction, aiming to reduce him to dust. Whether it was stubbornness or having been dormant for too long, this elf clan expert actually wanted to engage in close combat with Zhang, completely unguarded as Zhang approached him. In the face of their opposing fists, the scenario the elf clan expert envisioned did not unfold. Instead, he found one of his arms destroyed by Zhang's punch. Moreover, Zhang's punch was infused with soul power, tearing a part of his soul apart and severely injuring him. Without the deterrent of soul attacks, the others also charged at the other elf clan members, reigniting the battle, while those who were previously stunned by the soul attacks slowly began to recover and, after a moment's hesitation, joined the fray. The vacuum period created by the elf clan expert had passed. The battle was once again escalating, and at this time, Zhang would be the undeniable main character of this conflict. Watching the figure engaged in battle with the terrifying elf clan expert, Lang Xiao felt a surge of excitement, wishing he could jump in and help Zhang. However, given his low strength, he feared he would only complicate matters. So he decided to first deal with the small fry on the ground before carefully observing the boss's fight. Lang Xiao transformed into human form, wielding his silver moon scimitar, darting through the crowd to leverage his speed. He could no longer dare to reveal his true form previously transformed on the battlefield. He received too much special attention and nearly suffered severe injuries. If he were to be besieged again, he might not survive until the battle's end. Faced with the elf clan priest who had lost an arm and suffered soul damage, Zhang was extremely cautious after landing that punch. He chose not to attack again. Being too close meant his soul power was still inferior to the priestess. If he were ambushed during battle and forced to create distance, closing in again would be challenging. The two faced each other in the air, neither daring to make the first move, as neither had found a weakness in the other. A single wrong move could lead to being badly injured. Who exactly are you? I've never seen anyone with the strength of a war emperor able to contend with the law emperor. The priest's hoarse voice reached Zhang's ears since neither had struck immediately. Some verbal sparring was unavoidable. You do not belong to this realm, outsider. Zhang did not answer the priest's question. Nonsense. My elf clan and the beast clan have thrived in this realm for countless generations. When did it become the place for you interdimensional men? The priest laughed sarcastically, his aura surging as he was about to strike. You know better than I what happened in ancient times. No need to continue this conversation. Make your move. Zhang took a stance for battle, provocatively waving his hand at the priest. The two collided once more, with sword energy bursting forth, energy points crisscrossing, every move harboring lethal intent. This time, prepared for the fight, the elf clan priest chose not to go head-to-head with Zhang but instead circled overhead, occasionally releasing his soul shockwave to obstruct Zhang's advance. Since this battle was witnessed by nearly everyone, Zhang did not dare to use teleportation recklessly. Once discovered, he would become the target of everyone. Even if they did not act now, once he became ineffective, their true predatory nature would emerge. Zhang was well aware of the great sect's intentions. The thoughts of those in power are almost uniform, self-serving and opportunistic. For those they consider threats, they would rather wrongfully kill 1,000 than let one escape. It's impossible for scenarios where people line up to give the protagonist experience points to happen. They would directly issue a wanted notice within the sect, assigning tasks for elite disciples to snatch up. Why would they care? So far, even Zhang himself could not believe he managed to escape from Elder Jin's hands 2 times and even killed him in the end. Of course, behind all these events lay countless days and nights of Zhang's unyielding effort in the endless forest, yet the final outcome was very rewarding. Zhang has endured the weaker period and now can be regarded as a dominant force. A single person equals an entire clan. No. At this rate, I won't be able to injure him at all. I must use teleportation. Zhang furrowed his brow, weighing the pros and cons. Using teleportation could quickly end the fight, but he had to consider the consequences that would follow. Is it worth it? This question remains unanswered, and no one knows, perhaps not even the major sects themselves. The Heaven Demon sect should be a confirmed hostile force. Other sects may try to ally with him, but the entanglements between them are too complicated. Establishing good with one sect will inevitably lead to others wanting to eliminate him. It's a double-edged sword. If used properly, it can quickly enhance one's strength, but if mishandled, it could mean obliteration. Can we move him to a different place to fight? It's impossible to use my full capabilities here. Zhang kept observing his surroundings, wanting to lure the elf clan's priest to a more isolated area. However, he had no reason to get the priest to follow him. This was a battlefield, and if he left first, the priest might immediately target the various factions fighting on the ground. What can anger this priest? That's right. The altar in the valley. Zhang's eyes lit up as he suddenly realized that he had been intimidated by the imposing presence of the elf clan's priest, forgetting his original purpose for being there. The first thing this priest said after appearing was to disrupt the resurrection ritual. Who were they planning to resurrect? Zhang quickly connected the dots and shifted his gaze to the ground. Indeed. Blood. Due to the ongoing battle, no one noticed that the blood on the ground was flowing in the same direction, as if something was drawing it. This is bad. Zhang thought to himself, feeling the urgency. He then broke through the elf clan priest's blockade and dashed toward the altar deep in the valley. How dare you? Seeing Zhang's target, the priest immediately flew into a rage, abandoning the battlefield and furiously chasing after Zhang. Feeling the priest's presence behind him, Zhang felt a weight lift from his heart, but then a new weight settled in. The elf clan priest took this matter seriously, proving that his suspicion was correct. Even if the resurrected figure was not their ancestor, they would certainly be a powerful figure, their strength being undeniable. Those who could have their remains preserved and then resurrected couldn't be weak. We absolutely must stop them. Otherwise, no one will get out. Numerous spatial blades ripped through space towards the elf priest, carrying a strong spatial law with them, appearing almost undetectable in the dark. Even though the elf priest was agile with one arm severed, he couldn't match the elusive cutting power of the spatial blades, and in an instant, another small leg was cleaved off. The spatial blades were surrounded by numerous fine black fissures. Once touched by these fissures, the violent spatial energy points could tear apart anything, instantly turning any part caught by the fissures into nothingness. The spatial energy points could even erode a soul. When the elf priest's small leg was severed, the soul power attached to it was obliterated, leaving him severely injured as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, directly teleporting to appear behind the priest. In the latter's shocked gaze, he sliced with his right hand, creating a nearly 5-meter-long spatial fissure, and then with both hands pulling apart, he crammed half of the priest's body into the fissure. Ah! A chilling scream erupted as the elf priest's half-body was eroded to an unrecognizable state by the furious spatial energy points, looking like a puddle of flesh, blood dripping everywhere, and facial features blending together so it was impossible to discern his human form. Seeing what the priest had become, Zhang was drenched in cold sweat and stumbled back a few steps. Even if my soul shatters today, I will kill you, beast. At his limit, the elf priest unleashed an even greater strength, his soul energy points spilling forth recklessly as he launched frenzied attacks against Zhang, trying to injure him to disrupt whatever Zhang intended for the altar. Such desperate attacks were quite effective. The space here was disrupted by the priest's reckless soul attacks, leaving Zhang no choice but to endure the priest's onslaught. Zhang's spiritual power was already inferior to that of the priest, and now the priest was burning his life force to enhance himself. Zhang had no means of defense whatsoever, and the defensive methods created by his soul energy points were utterly useless, easily shattered, causing Zhang to spit blood and stagger back. The priest's explosive attack lasted for 3 minutes, but those 3 minutes dealt Zhang unprecedented damage. This was the first time he had suffered such serious injuries since arriving in this world. Due to the damage to his soul, Zhang was now in a state of bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his limbs were contorted, a result of being struck down by such a brutal attack. Even a crystal-level body could not withstand such ferocious assaults. Fortunately, the elven priest was already close to death, and the vitality within him could not support such extravagant use, lasting only 3 minutes. Had the elven priest been younger, Zhang likely would have been completely killed. Looking at the withered elven priest lying on the ground, after collecting his body, Zhang felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, as the vitality within him slowly flowed back into his body, repairing his distorted form. Almost half an hour later, Zhang slowly stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and gradually made his way toward the altar. As he ventured deeper into the valley, Zhang felt increasingly uneasy. His perception showed that there was nothing inside the altar, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Uncertain of the situation, Zhang chose to move cautiously, circling around the altar to check for anything he might have missed, fearing that any oversight could cost him his life. What's going on? Why do I feel this way? Zhang furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before deciding to cut off the flow of blood entering this place. Zhang flew into the sky, carefully scouting the area where the blood was gathering. Found it! Zhang's eyes lit up, and then he instantaneously vanished. Deep within the altar was a gigantic chamber devoid of any light, but with his transformative period strength, Zhang could still clearly see the structure inside. In the center of the altar lay an extraordinarily luxurious coffin, surrounded by heavy arrays. Anyone attempting to get close would be crushed. The ground was etched with fine patterns, with blood gathering and flowing down from them, entering beneath the coffin to be absorbed by potential unknown entities within. This was possibly what they referred to as a resurrection ritual. The walls of the chamber were adorned with numerous strange patterns, some depicting 2 terrifying creatures in battle, others appearing to be conducting some kind of ritual, and some accepting worship. Is this a scene from ancient times? Or is it just a customary practice for entering tombs? Zheng pondered as he surveyed the walls. If this were a reenactment of ancient events, it was clear that they possessed unparalleled influence and power, with countless powerful followers. The owner of this tomb was undoubtedly an object of devotion for millions, although not the strongest in ancient times. They were at least someone who could be called an emperor. This person is tough, but couldn't they live forever with so many people's beliefs nourishing them? Zheng muttered. From the positions and titles within the elven race, it seemed they lived on faith, akin to a religious order. Their paths of cultivation were quite different from this world, but the ultimate goal was undoubtedly the same: to achieve immortality. Who isn't afraid of death? Who doesn't want to live well? Perhaps they didn't die back then. Maybe they sealed their own life force and entered a state of suspended animation to prolong their lives? Such speculation is not without basis. The methods of those powerful beings are hard for others to comprehend. What if there exists a secret technique that allows one to seal themselves away, waiting to be revived in the future? The world is vast and full of wonders. I had thought just one world was enough, yet there are others. What if there are even worlds with advanced technology? Regarding this, Zheng had grown accustomed. Those shocked departments on Earth had long trained people's hearts, hadn't they seen all kinds of strange things? Thinking of this, Zheng actually had some conjectures. That sense of being watched just now must have come from here, right? It seems the ritual has been completed, and now it's just a matter of the blood's life force, isn't it? Zheng said as he looked at the coffin. He knew that the creature inside could hear him speaking since it could observe him. How could it not hear his words? Sure enough, as soon as Zheng finished speaking, a terrifying aura rose within the entire chamber, pressing toward Zheng. However, Zheng showed no expression. He simply looked coldly at the coffin. The imposing aura bore down on him, striking Zheng, creating a powerful scene. Yet, in reality, Zheng suffered no harm at all. Space fissures spread around him, and the aura was dissipated before it even touched him by the space energy points. Is this your method? Ha! Zheng chuckled coldly, then stepped forward, directly severing a tendril flowing toward the coffin, absorbing the blood flowing toward him into his internal space. Seeing Zheng's actions, the beings inside the coffin were clearly enraged. Certain murals on the walls began to emit a glow. Gradually, blurred figures started to coalesce, and their numbers kept increasing. Ha! There's such a function? Zheng exclaimed in astonishment, but at the same time, he felt a twinge of concern. I had never seen such a tomb before, and there was no mention of anything so fancy in the records of the Wang family. Zheng was inevitably a bit taken aback the first time he saw it. However, after sensing the actual strength of these condensed figures, Zheng felt relieved. What do I think it is? Is this the best you can do? Who do you think you're looking down on? The strongest among these inexplicably appearing figures was only at the 9th level of the transformation stage. Although not too shabby, Zheng had already killed quite a few at that level. He even took down 2 in the infant condensation stage. Would he really be afraid of someone at the transformation stage? Let alone these creatures that are neither human nor ghost? The creatures inside the coffin made no move to respond. Instead, the figures on the mural began to attack Zheng. Of course, the outcome was completely predictable. These eerie things were not even as good as a similarly ranked human and were easily dealt with by Zheng, who was also able to supplement his inner space. Surprisingly, after these figures entered the inner space, they dissipated energy points and transformed back into a mural. Nevertheless, the essentials remained, providing Zheng with a small supplement. Zheng concluded the battle effortlessly, which seemed to shock the creatures in the coffin. The energy inside the coffin fluctuated erratically, and none dared to attack recklessly again. You're not going to make a move? Zheng retorted, then I'll take action. Zheng walked directly to the wall of the secret room, examining the remaining murals. To be on the safe side, he chose to deal with these unstable factors first. Who knew if there were any murals that hadn't been activated? When Zheng did this, the creatures in the coffin were definitely furious. But thinking about it, it was like stealing from someone else's home, wasn't it? You're not coming out even with all of this? While doing this, Zheng was also watching the coffin, but seeing that there was no response made him a bit puzzled. Perfect. I'll cut off your energy point source then. Zheng completely cut off the blood flowing in, absorbing all the blood through the black hole he created. This time, that creature definitely couldn't stay calm. The coffin was in turmoil, almost causing the lid to be forced open. Yet in the end, the coffin returned to calm, which caused Zheng to sense something was off. What is going on? No response at all? Zheng quickly stepped back several paces, vigilantly scanning the secret room. He heightened his 6-layered energy sensing to the maximum, yet still found nothing. Are you trying to trick me? Zheng remained skeptical but slowly walked towards the center of the altar where the coffin was. He intended to remove the defensive array protecting the coffin before discussing anything else. The black hole appeared, naturally shattering the array. Of course, these formations were quite clever even with Zheng's sharp vision. He couldn't comprehend them at all, but it didn't affect his ability to break the formation. Due to the passage of time, it was unclear if anyone had been able to regularly repair or maintain the battle formations. The current killing formation was even inferior to some smaller sects' defensive formations and was forcibly broken by Zheng. The creatures inside the coffin began to issue warnings continuously, but Zheng remained unfazed, slowly approaching the coffin. Eventually, the creature inside seemed to give up, making no further movements. As he approached the coffin, Zheng dared to take a quick glance inside, but then he bolted back in alarm. Inside the coffin, there was nothing. One could say there were no living creatures. What was present was merely a severed finger. 16, just this? Inside the coffin, there was only a severed finger. Even though he knew about many bizarre things, that knowledge was limited to mere awareness. When confronted with these situations in reality, it was impossible not to feel a sense of fright. Zheng felt the same way. Although he might not truly be unable to defeat this ghostly thing, just its appearance was enough to startle him. Seeing Zheng's reaction, the severed finger emitted a disdainful thought, as if mocking him. Ha! You're mocking me? Zheng felt insulted, unable to save face. You're finished. Zheng stepped directly in front of the coffin, unleashing the black hole in his hand, channeling the laws of space, and slowly pushing towards the coffin. Though he didn't know what this coffin was made of, as long as he swallowed it into his inner space, it couldn't possibly upset the balance. However, upon seeing this, the severed finger panicked. Now, all its sources for revival had been taken by Zheng, and at its current level of revival, a single finger could crush it. In a panic, the severed finger hastily emitted a plea for mercy, hoping Zheng would let it go. But how could that be possible? Zheng completely ignored the severed finger's plea for mercy, slowly engulfing the coffin into his inner space, leaving behind only that lonely severed finger floating in mid-air. With its resting place forcibly taken away, the severed finger was quite confused. It stood there in a daze, and then an aura rose from the severed finger that even made Zheng tremble in fear. Upon sensing this aura, Zheng's hair stood on end, and he retreated repeatedly. Various protective measures instantly surrounded him as he stared intently at the severed finger. Holy crap! It's getting urgent? The severed finger floated in mid-air, its momentum rising steadily, swiftly reaching the strength of the 9th realm of energy transformation. However, it seemed to have reached the limit, stabilizing gradually after the 9th realm. A creature dares to be so audacious in front of me. A thought emanated from the severed finger, powerful and filled with endless authority. If I, Enkaruo, do not kill you, I will have no face to see the Empress. Then, in Zhang's shocked gaze, the severed finger suddenly flashed with a dark green brilliance, gradually transforming into a humanoid form. Holy crap! This is bad! Zheng internally exclaimed. Before the brilliance faded, multiple space blades struck out, attempting to eliminate the still incomplete figure. However, it was clearly too late by the time he realized it. Since the severed finger decided to break free from the coffin, he must have been preparing to condense a complete body. At this point, he was undoubtedly in the final stages. Damn it! I can't believe I was fooled. We actually capsized. The space blade had no effect. A few leaves flew out amidst the brilliance, effortlessly blocking Zheng's attack. A dark green luminous sphere disappeared, and a remarkably handsome elven man appeared before Zhang. Despite his nearly perfect physique, this person's face was filled with anger, and his imposing aura was directed straight at Zhang. Though both had the same realm, both sides were cautious. Ankh had just revived. He knew Zhang was not from their realm, as the form of energy points was different. He had also witnessed Zhang's methods just now. He couldn't claim that with his level of awakening he could block everything, at least not against the earlier elven priest. Zhang was also conflicted. The people who were revived from the ancient era lived in an extremely chaotic time. Their combat experience was definitely not something people today could match. All their skills were geared towards killing. Zhang couldn't afford to underestimate them. The two stayed locked in a stare down, glaring at each other but making no move, each refusing to give ground. In the end, Ankh made the first move. There was no choice this time, he was forcibly revived. The ritual was nearing completion, but the influx of vitality was insufficient. If he stayed outside too long, he would die. This was the price of a forced revival. If he didn't quickly enter sleep, his vitality would rapidly leak away, and at that point, even a lock wouldn't hold him. Ankh struck first, his fists covered in dark green energy points, slamming towards Zhang with terrifying force. A test? Zhang easily sidestepped the punch, but just when he thought it was a test, Ankh swiftly turned and one foot appeared in front of Zhang's face. Boom! Zhang was directly kicked against the wall of the nearly indestructible secret room, causing a hole to be smashed open. Cough, cough. Zhang quickly scrambled to his feet, alertly scanning the surroundings to guard against an ambush from Ankh. But what he saw were several sharp leaves. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, Zhang would have had an arm severed by the leaves. Barely avoiding this strike, Ankh appeared behind Zhang and threw another punch towards the back of his head. Startled by this terrifying rhythm of attacks, Zhang regained his senses and quickly used his teleportation ability to escape the area, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He initially thought his attacks were already very continuous, but Zhang realized he was mistaken. Before crossing over, Zhang had wondered why the battles in those novels involved each side taking turns to strike, almost like a turn-based system. He had even tried to justify it for them. However, after arriving in this world, he found that the battles between cultivators here had no real continuity. They were characterized by stiff combat methods that always left opportunities for the opponent. Therefore, Zhang made a strong effort to avoid becoming like them, ensuring he didn't miss any opportunity that could lead to their demise. His attack pattern, though practical, meant that all opponents caught by him would typically be finished off in a single combo. But when Ankh's attack came, he discovered that his efforts were still insufficient. As a figure from ancient times, Ankh's combat experience was unimaginable. The moment he made his move, his terror was evident. The instantaneous explosion left Zhang with no chance to retaliate. If it weren't for Zhang possessing a teleportation ability akin to a cheat, he would have likely. If there's no battle, so be it, but once in battle, one must go all out to quickly end it. After Ankh's attack, the conflict escalated into a heated confrontation. Is this all the strength you have? Ankh was almost chasing Zhang during their fight. The gap in combat skills left Zhang little room to retaliate, and he could only rely on teleportation to dodge Ankh's attacks. However, as the fighting continued, Zhang suddenly noticed that Ankh's attack frequency seemed to be gradually decreasing, and the intensity of the attacks was not as terrifying as before. This realization sparked hope in his slowly sinking heart. This guy can't last longer than me. Ankh sensed it earlier than Zhang did. He hadn't expected his estimations to be wrong. If he had to exert himself fully, he could barely last 2 minutes. This realization filled him with panic. But the battle had already begun, and he absolutely could not show any signs of. Since you taught me quite a bit, I plan to seal you again, Zhang said, this time with sincere intent. Although this might seem irresponsible, if Ankh had participated in the conquests of the ancient times, his hands were definitely stained with the blood of countless beings, causing immense suffering. But what does that have to do with him? That was an issue from ancient times. What does it have to do with the present? If there is any relation, it's the result of the lack of effort from the people of bygone eras. Survival of the fittest, that's how war between realms works. Why else would they bully you? It's simply because you're weak. Moreover, he wasn't even from this world he had crossed over. There's no unavoidable connection to sever here, only a lunatic would worry about the trivial matters of their ancestors. What did you say? Ankes's movements came to a sudden stop. He stood there dazed, staring at Zhang with a look of confusion and disbelief. I said, I'm going to seal you again. Zhang repeated each word deliberately, his pronunciation clear as he spoke the language of the elves. Ankes's energy points fluctuations instantly vanished, and his entire body emitted a dark green radiance again, gradually reverting to the severed finger from before, floating in mid-air. Zhang's face twitched as he looked at the severed finger floating in front of him and felt the urging thoughts coming from above. His mental state began to crumble. Is this it? Is this the level of ancient power? It feels like a salted fish. Criticism aside, Zhang took out the coffin he had forcibly earlier. Aang should consider himself lucky, as Zhang didn't choose to immediately consume the coffin but first dealt with the blood. Seeing Ankes's severed finger signaling him to place the coffin down, Zhang shook his head, desperately trying to push away the things he had just seen and heard from his mind, then tossed the coffin directly onto the altar. After fiddling with the coffin for a moment, Ankes's severed finger suddenly flickered and appeared inside the coffin, radiating an air of delight. I need blood to seal myself again, please pour the blood in, Ankes's voice echoed in Zhang's mind as he released the blockage on the blood. The mysterious patterns on the ground were once again filled with blood, flowing into the coffin. Moments later, a wave of gratitude washed over him, followed by total silence. Is this it? Zhang looked at the coffin of Ankh, who had sealed himself without any action, surprised. What's going on? I thought it hadn't even started yet. I didn't expect you to be finished already. Zhang cursed quietly, then glanced around at the situation, gathering all his energy points to condense a mark carrying a pure space law and drove it into the ground beside the coffin. This way, when I can cross dimensions in the future, I should be able to find this place, right? Zhang muttered to himself uncertainly, then acted directly, collapsing the entire altar in secret chamber, burying the area. That should solve the problem. Zhang reappeared in the valley, looking at the now badly damaged landscape, nodded to himself, and then rushed towards the battlefield. 17. Want to get out? Wolf Xiao was quite panicked. Zhang had suddenly left for unknown reasons, and that powerful elf had also followed him, yet more than 10 minutes had passed and neither of them had reappeared. They couldn't have perished together, could they? Wolf Xiao couldn't help but think of this, but then he shook his head vigorously. How could I curse the boss? No way. The boss will definitely come back. As if to convince himself, Wolf Xiao nodded emphatically, then passionately jumped into the fight. Both sides had been fighting here for a long time, and the battle was extremely brutal. Those slightly weaker cultivators in the condensing pill and even in the condensing spirit stages were now rare. Those who remained in the field were basically all at the awakening stage. Moreover, at some point, another wave of elves arrived outside the valley and immediately joined the battle upon realizing the situation. Among this team of newcomers, there were also strong beings at the condensing baby stage. Wolf Xiao looked at the condensing baby stage elf surrounded by a dozen cultivators at the 9th layer of awakening, his eyes filled with despair. Even with the involvement of those several cultivators at the 9th layer of awakening, it merely stalled him temporarily. Their attacks were basically ineffective. Conversely, he had to be cautious with his own attacks. Any small oversight could lead to serious injury. At this moment, 2 corpses of awakening stage cultivators were already lying on the ground, both killed by that condensing baby stage elf with a single hit. Unless something unexpected happened, the remaining cultivators would likely fall victim to a careless attack, eventually leading to those who were unqualified to participate in the siege being slaughtered. Boss, hurry and come here. Wolf Xiao incessantly murmured, hoping Zhang would come to rescue them from danger. Then, a loud bang resonated in everyone's ears. Turning to look, they found that the condensing baby stage elf, who had just toyed with those awakening cultivators, had vanished. Looking further down, a massive pit in the ground caught their attention, where a slightly distorted figure lay, twitching slightly. As Zhang approached, he realized that their group was still struggling against the elves, and he felt a surge of anger. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed that there were actually a few more than before. Seeing that extremely arrogant figure, Zhang understood it seemed reinforcements had arrived from the elf clan. At that moment, he was furious. How dare they cheat and be so arrogant? So Zhang flew at full speed directly into that condensing baby stage elf, crashing into him and leaving him crippled, creating a massive pit in the ground. You think I'm gonna give you face? Trying to rebel, huh? The condensing baby stage elf didn't have the same attitude as the earlier ones. He was constantly cursing and appeared quite young, probably had gotten a bit too inflated. Thus, Zhang felt it necessary to teach him a lesson, reminding him that there are always people stronger out there. The condensing baby stage elf just had terrible luck, coincidentally being the one Zhang needed. Vitality from the vitality of a prime young condensing baby was an irresistible draw for Zhang, and he couldn't let such an opportunity slip away. After a brief clash, Zhang contentedly put his corpse into his spatial storage. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Zhang's arrival clearly indicated that their priest had been killed, and resisting stubbornly would only hasten their demise, forcing them to surrender. But why should I accept your surrender just because you offered it? I won't accept your surrender. The cultivators were incensed, all insisting they would definitely not accept their surrender, and everyone's gaze turned to Zhang. Under the gaze of so many hopeful eyes, Zhang felt a bit uneasy, but he still waved his hand grandly, declaring that he did not accept. The cultivators surged forward, and after a moment, a large number of elf corpses were left behind. Some cultivators were still cursing as they pushed them back, their faces reddened, seemingly not satisfied with the slaughter. Zhang halted them, gathering the elf bodies in front of their puzzled gazes, then flew into the sky, spreading his spiritual perception to search for any remaining survivors. This time, the slaughter was thorough. Within a 5-mile radius around the valley, there were no traces of elves left. Each of you should claim your own bodies. For those no one claims, bury them on the spot. Since we fought, it should count as a bond of friendship. We can't let them be left to rot in the wild. As soon as Zhang's words fell, some members of big sects sent out people to look for their disciples and followers on the battlefield. After a while, the bodies of scattered cultivators were also gathered together, buried alongside those who had perished earlier in that large pit dug by the elf clan. What do you think about this race? Zhang asked, believing it was better to stick together in this world. As long as they banded together, the gaze of the elves would always be fixed on them, ignoring his individual existence, thus providing him with some reassurance for his safety. It seems there are records in the ancient texts of our Xiantian sect, and this race is called the Elf Clan, said a bloodied young disciple who appeared to be at the Qi transformation stage. Upon hearing that he was a disciple of the Xiantian sect, everyone felt a sense of respect. The Xiantian sect is located in the coastal area among the 4 regions, constantly battling with sea clans to prevent them from invading the land. I saw a bit of it in our scripture storage earlier, vaguely recording a great battle from ancient times, and according to the description, it seems this race participated in it. However, the records are too vague, with no further descriptions about this race, just a special mention that they seem to have a unique talent for plants. Hearing the description from the disciple of the Xiantian sect, Zhang was not surprised at all. It seemed he wasn't wrong. The elf race indeed has quite a bit of research on flowers and plants. Moreover, they really are beautiful. Is it possible to kidnap a princess or sacred maiden of the elf clan to be a maid? Zhang's thoughts were completely away from what to do next. His strength was enough to dominate the small world, and even the embryonic birth stage couldn't do anything to him. Everyone was debating fiercely about how to leave this small world. The biggest hurdle to leaving was the team stationed at the entrance, which was almost the strongest lineup of the elf clan. With them blocking the door, there was absolutely no possibility of returning to the Rift Mountain. It was impossible to force their way through, as there were at least 5 strong elves at the embryonic birth stage there. Although they were all at the initial stage of their strength, they were definitely not something they could handle. Among all the people in the venue, only a handful could face off against the strong at the embryonic birth stage, but only Zhang could kill in battle. So they were waiting for Zhang to speak. As long as he decided to target the elves at the exit, they might have a chance to escape this small world and return to the Rift Mountain. However, just when they wanted to ask Zhang, they found that Zhang had already disappeared. At this moment, Zhang was already several hundred miles away. Since those people started discussing, he had felt many eyes glancing at him, whether with kindness or hostility, and combined with the content of their discussion, it wasn't hard to guess. They wanted to be the first to charge. How is that possible? They are dreaming. Would Zhang be their cannon fodder? Don't even think about it. If it weren't for him, not a single one of them would survive. They would all be dead in that big pit. Moreover, Zhang felt a sense of greed from their gazes, which he couldn't tolerate. Just now, Zhang almost made a move. If it weren't for that brat from the Silvermoon Wolf clan constantly bothering him, he might have actually acted directly. Now that he had left, those people were probably going to part unhappily. Don't be fooled by how dignified they sound. When it really comes to an emergency, each would run faster than the other, absolutely willing to betray their teammates. If there were people like that dragging him down, it would be better to charge in alone. Zhang had no intention of letting them get involved in this matter. Not only was it highly likely to expose his fighting style, but they might even stab him in the back. Humph. Scum. Zhang snorted coldly, then oriented himself and sped away. A day later, near a giant lake. A figure slowly dragged a nearly 100-meter-long unicorn rhino to the lakeside, skillfully disemboweling it. After a thorough cleaning, a fire was lit. A wave of aroma wafted over, attracting numerous magical beasts to take a look. Beneath the surface of the lake, there were shadows lurking, secretly observing. However, they quickly panicked and fled in all directions. No other reason the unicorn rhino that Zhang was roasting was the strongest in this area, ruling here for nearly a century, and his mere presence could intimidate them. But such a terrifying unicorn rhino was actually being roasted over a fire, which made them skin crawl. This human is so brutal. Feeling the retreat of the covetous gazes around him, a hint of disappointment flickered in Zhang's eyes. He originally thought the strength of this unicorn rhino was considerable and might allow him to catch a big fish. However, he didn't expect this unicorn rhino to actually be the strongest. Sigh, I miscalculated. Zhang sighed, then threw the unicorn rhino's body into his internal space, clapped his hands, and left. It seemed like he was close to the elf clan's territory. Along the way, Zhang saw quite a few members of the elf clan active in this area. Perhaps they could be called adventurers. These are all resources. Zhang shook his head regretfully, clicking his tongue. But they didn't provoke him, which left Zhang with no reason to act. He couldn't just kill someone for looking at him, could he? Just because I look good doesn't mean I can't let people look at me. Zhang rubbed his smooth face. It's not my fault for being handsome. If I entered the elf clan's town looking like this, I'd probably be surrounded. What if they spot me as an outsider and kill me outright? Zhang thought for a moment and decided not to go. Although the exotic charm of the alien race was captivating, Zhang believed he would have plenty of time in the future to sightsee here. He buried his space beacon in Ank's coffin, so if he had the ability in the future, he could come and go freely. Ultimately, Zhang decided to leave first. This small world didn't compare to the riches in the Rift Mountain. Even if there were treasures, they had probably used them for cultivation. On the contrary, the Rift Mountain opened once every 100 years. Although the interval was slightly shorter, most places were extremely dangerous, where usually one could go but not return, so it was very likely to have precious spirit herbs with terrifying ages, and some spirit herbs could even awaken intelligence and embark on the path of cultivation. But those few at the embryonic birth stage at the entrance are a bit troublesome. Although they're the weakest among the embryonic birth stage, they are still in that stage after all. I need to think of a good plan. Wasting even a minute here would lead to huge losses. Although Zhang didn't believe he would have the luck to stumble upon a 1,000-year spirit herb just walking down the road, at least there was a high probability of gaining when entering dangerous places. Moreover, since he entered here, he hadn't heard of those saints or maidens from major sects coming here, so where did they all go? Zhang can't believe that none of the major sects have any records about the Rift Mountain. Even if they are unaware of the internal changes of the Rift Mountain, being a superpower means they have at least existed for 1,000 years. Do you really believe they know nothing about the Rift Mountain? After all these years, they should at least have figured out some basic patterns. Moreover, as major sects communicate with each other, they can generally guess where the secret treasures are with great accuracy. Zhang has been here for more than half a month, and he has already lost his edge. Although his strength is steadily increasing here, it's still too slow compared to outside. Those heirs of the major sects must have found quite a few good treasures by now. Although Zheng believes that they can't defeat him, even the worst chance is still a chance. Upholding his principle of never wasting opportunities, Zheng is willing to take on any treasure that comes his way. In a few days, once my vitality is full, I can attempt to break through the blockade. Zheng thinks he might give it a try. If he can break their combined forces, it would definitely be worth the risk. Even if it fails, he can still gauge their strength. After a few more days, he can have another go. After all, they can't catch him, and he has plenty of time to wear them down. 18, almost capsized. 2 days later, Zheng's figure appeared near the entrance of the teleportation array in this small world, suppressing his aura and hiding behind some bushes to observe the situation stealthily. It seems they are on high alert because of what happened yesterday. Zheng noticed a new elven figure at the scene. Last night, a group of Transcendent stage experts led by the Mystic Sky sect and the Heavensword sect launched a surprise attack at the entrance. Initially, things went smoothly, but it was said that the arrival of a new elven expert shattered their plans. Now, that elven figure is guarding the entrance. Although he is sitting cross-legged in a resting state, Zheng knows that his soul sense is constantly sweeping the area, searching for any approaching cultivators. Oh! This guy is quite formidable. A strong wave of soul energy swept over Zhang, surprising him slightly. However, finding Zhang would be a bit difficult. This person, although having decent soul-sensing abilities, is still far inferior compared to the previous elven priest. That priest had severely injured Zhang in the past by attacking him without mercy, leaving him lying on the ground for quite a while before he could recover, and this was when Zhang's soul strength was at the divine level and his physical strength at the crystal level. Now, this elven child's soul strength is probably nothing more than mortal level, just slightly stronger than other embryonic stage beings. Zheng can easily deal with this level of soul searching and thinks that soon this person will definitely wonder why he sees Zheng here. If they come at me all together, it seems I really can't fight them off. It's better to draw a few out first. Over the past half-month, since the strongest cultivator trying to break through here is only the 9th level of transcendence, they have also realized some things. They guess that the strongest among them is probably just at the transcendence stage. They became overconfident and began to underestimate things, searching carelessly. At this moment, if Zheng reveals even a hint of his aura, he might just attract 2 embryonic stage beings, while there are 6 here in total. It looks feasible they probably think very little of me, just bringing 2 has already shown they regard me highly enough. Zheng thought to himself, then showed a hint of his aura. The constantly scanning soul sense immediately locked onto Zheng, who cooperatively displayed a moment of panic before quickly fleeing outward. At this moment, the young figure sitting cross-legged in the tent opened his eyes and looked towards Zheng's direction. "What's going on?" asked the elderly figure sitting next to him. "Just an annoying bug, send a few people over to deal with it," said the young figure. "Do we need to take action ourselves?" "No, just send a couple of you to take a look." 2 figures walked out of the tent, leading a group of elven people in pursuit of the direction Zheng had taken. Sensing the number of pursuers behind him, Zheng secretly chuckled, surprised that they actually sent 2 people after him. "Since that's the case, I won't hold back." Zheng slowly jogged ahead, maintaining his pace, neither slowing down nor speeding up, just leading those behind him. After covering a distance of several miles from the entrance, Zheng began to gradually slow down. He is already in trouble, pursue quickly. One of the embryonic stage experts saw Zheng starting to slow down and brightened up, hastily exclaiming. When they were chasing Zheng earlier, they were on the verge of questioning their life choices. Why is it that a transcendent stage being from another world could move so fast? Now seeing Zheng begin to slow down, it's most likely that the previous outsider had used some secret technique to increase speed temporarily, but now the technique has ended, causing his speed to drop. The pursuing elven figures seemed to see hope and yelled in anger, accelerating rapidly towards the weakened Zheng. However, they might never have imagined that this was all an act, designed to trick them. It's likely because they had never encountered Zheng before that it gave them the confidence. The distance quickly shrank, and when it was only 500 meters away, the pursuing elven clan's embryonic stage powerhouse launched a fierce attack, causing the trees and flowers surrounding Zheng to rapidly enlarge and strike toward him. However, with this level of attack, Zheng could easily withstand it with just his physical body, causing no real harm to him. It felt like mere tickling when it hit him. How could an attack from an embryonic stage powerhouse be limited to 500 meters? They could strike from as far as 5 kilometers away, but to be absolutely certain, they still chose to act when they were so close. Even so, it still posed no trouble to Zhang, not even slowing him down. Finally making a move. I can hardly wait, Zhang said with a smile, quietly standing in place and awaiting their approach. In almost an instant, several figures appeared around him, blocking his escape route and completely surrounding him. Perhaps knowing that communication between them was impossible, the newcomers launched a direct assault, firing several arrows toward Zhang. At the same time, an elf behind Zhang also rushed at him wielding 2 short daggers. Zhang dodged the arrows with a swift movement, then turned to kick the approaching elf behind him. A loud bang erupted as a figure was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing through several massive trees. After the 2 elven warriors attacked, the rest followed suit, unleashing an array of attacks aimed at Zhang. The 2 embryonic stage elves did not immediately choose to attack, feeling that Zhang was not worthy enough. They stood quietly off to the side, watching him. As the attacks closed in, Zhang showed no sign of panic, but he didn't intend to use his teleportation to evade them. Their level of strength posed no actual threat to him, and he reserved his teleportation for the 2 arrogant ones. Zhang allowed the attacks to strike him, a defense to charge at one of the elves, delivering a powerful punch that even caused the space around it to warp. A flash of light from his punch struck the elven warrior instantly, causing energy points to explode, and the elf struck bore a face of terror as his body shattered inch by inch under the shocked gazes of those around. Don't hold back. Everyone, attack together. The remaining elves were taken aback to see how powerful Zhang's attack was, but after exchanging glances, they all charged at him in unison. Now you think to go all out? Zhang noticed the mix of madness and a hint of fear in their eyes. His previous casual strike had completely intimidated them. The 2 observers outside the battlefield, also embryonic stage elves, wore serious expressions and furrowed brows as they watched Zhang handle the situation with ease. What just happened? That's right. It was the embryo of the spatial law. The 2 communicated through their minds. Their facial expressions were tense, but inside, they were already turbulent with shock. The spatial law, as they understood it, was first recorded to have been grasped by the spatial law deity, but that was only at the peak of the law emperor level. Now, a being from another realm had mastered and utilized it at the battle emperor stage, making them extremely fearful. This being from another realm cannot be spared, otherwise, he will become a significant threat. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded, deciding to take action. However, while Zhang dealt with the elves' disturbances, he kept a watchful eye on the movements of these 2. Now noticing a flicker of murderous intent in their gazes, his battle instincts began to sound alarms. These 2 old fellows are up to no good. Zhang cursed silently, then quietly began to prepare his powerful attack, waiting for them to make their move to give them a harsh lesson. But Zhang noticed that these 2 were extremely cautious. Even though he hadn't revealed any weaknesses, they still hesitated to strike. In that case, I'll give you a chance. Zhang dodged an arrow, but his foot faltered slightly, causing his body to sway minutely. It was this very sway that gave them an opportunity. The 2 instantly attacked. One shot an arrow from the side, while the other swiftly advanced to stand behind Zhang, thrusting a long sword toward his back. I've been waiting for you. Zhang's lips curled up slightly, activating his blood ignition level 8 instantly. A sword light stretched over 100 meters as he swung it backward, easily slaughtering the nearby elven warriors without any reaction, while the attack from the embryonic stage powerhouse was blocked by this sword. As the swords clashed, energy points exploded in an instant, leaving a trace of blood at the corner of Zhang's mouth as he was thrown back. However, the elf in the center of the explosion was severely injured. As soon as Zhang sensed they were about to strike, he began to gather strength, merging with the laws of space, and with the support of his vast energy points, this was bound to be a vicious blow. From the appearance of the elven warrior at the center of the explosion, it was clear that there was not a single intact place on his body. His sword arm was nearly severed, connected only by a few tendons, and his once handsome visage was utterly destroyed. His face was now unrecognizable. Although the vitality and soul strength of his infant stage supported him enough to avoid fainting immediately, it was evident that he had effectively lost all fighting capability. Adhering to the principle of a strike when your enemy is down, Zheng didn't even glance at the other person in the distance who was only capable of shooting arrows from afar. His gaze was fixed on the severely injured individual before him, and the long sword in his hand glowed again. As he activated his teleportation, while the elven person in front was still on guard against his sudden advance, Zheng's figure flashed directly to his back, and he swung his sword towards his slender neck. "Watch out from behind." The person in the distance, seeing Zheng's teleportation, was shaken to the core and hurriedly shouted a warning, but it was already too late. Though he sensed the deadly intent behind him, his severely injured body could not support any movement. He could only watch helplessly as a lethal longsword pierced through his body, emerging from his chest, and then the energy points exploded, revealing a headless corpse before his eyes. The head fell to the ground, filled with an expression of deep reluctance, its mouth slightly open, seemingly trying to convey the incredibility of this strike. Seeing his companion being killed so easily, the elven warrior in the distance was so frightened he took a step back, and without thinking, he quickly turned to escape. However, perhaps because it had been so long since he had felt fear, under the mental shock, he was suddenly overwhelmed with an unprecedented panic, completely forgetting that Zhang was capable of teleportation. Watching the elven warrior desperately fleeing nearly a mile away, Zhang let out a cold sneer, then his figure flashed, and he appeared directly in the path the warrior was taking to escape, sword light flickering and sword aura overflowing. A roar echoed, filled with despair and unwillingness, but it was all in vain. The voice abruptly ceased after a brief moment. "It turns out that everyone who can reach the condensation stage is no small fry. Luckily, I killed that person first, otherwise, I wouldn't know what strange abilities he had." Now, Zhang recalled the previous battle with a mix of shock and anger. He had been careless because he underestimated that person, nearly leading to his downfall. "It seems no one can be underestimated," Zhang sighed, and then he cleaned up the surrounding corpses. His figure flickered and disappeared. 19. Luck. Host, Zheng. Race, Torn Sky Tiger. Level, Phase Transformation 2nd Layer 0300. Constitution, Crystal Rank 5%. Soul Strength, Spirit Level 24%. Law Mastery, Space 3%. Talent Tree. Points, 294. Inside a cave, Zheng looked at the 294 points on his panel, feeling quite pleased. If he devoured those corpses, his points would surpass 300, allowing him to advance again. But it always feels like I never have enough points. The strength of these people is increasing, yet why isn't the points offered changing? Zhang scratched his head in confusion. Could it be that I haven't devoured enough? Come to think of it, I haven't been actively devouring life forms lately, Zhang murmured. With nothing in the internal space, of course, there are no points. Now that he didn't even have a single precious herb, how could he expect to earn points? The few exchanged glances, staring at each other. No one wanted to waste a trip on something so trivial. "Sai Xiaoling, you go take a run and see what those two are up to," the young man finally sighed and looked at the only woman among them. "Humph. Don't call me Xiaoling. I have a name." The female elf, referred to as Xiaoling, huffed coldly, her expression unfriendly as she stood up from her seat, shooting the man a sharp glare, filled with a hint of disgust, and then slammed the table as she walked out. The remaining three exchanged glances, noticing a crack appearing on the table in front of them, which then shattered under their gaze. Seeing this, the three wore bitter smiles. This girl still has such a fiery temper. "Kid, you're going to have it tough in the future, ha ha." Hearing the teasing from the other two, the young man chuckled and shook his head, letting out a sigh. Soon, the woman followed their trail to the spot where Zhang had annihilated them previously. After a simple investigation, she found a piece of clothing. Until now, all the elves he had encountered were male. Aside from a few female adventurers he had seen near the elf city, he had never seen any others. He never expected to meet a female elf in the embryonic transformation stage today. "You can speak our language?" Clearly, the woman didn't pay any attention to what Zhang said. Her focus was on the fact that he was able to speak their language. "Ha?" Zhang was taken aback, clearly not having thought much about this matter. None of the cultivators who entered the Rift Mountain spoke the elf language. There was no communication during previous battles either. The elves clearly accepted that they wouldn't understand their language, something both sides knew. However, because Zhang had devoured an elf after entering this small world, he could communicate with them. But there was only one person left who knew about this, Ankh, who was also sealed, so the woman reacted so strong. What a hassle! Better just devour her. Her foundation is too unstable, she's not qualified to follow me. Zhang thought for a moment and decided not to keep her. Because she had no resistance, Zhang directly absorbed her into his internal space, activating energy points to digest her. The points only increased by 3, which is less than a typical person at the 9th level of awakening. Clearly, it was right not to keep her. A prompt from the system echoed in Zhang's mind, confirming his prediction. If I handle her, doesn't that mean only 3 people are left at the entrance? Zhang suddenly thought of this. His original intention was to draw out 2 and then make a direct attack to leave here. But even if only 3 are left, I still have to be careful. I've heard that the male is very strong. It was said that even when several 9th level awakening experts from the Shin Tian sect and the sky. What a hassle! Zhang now realized the seriousness of this matter. Although the small world had abundant energy points, the elves had lived here for who knows how long, essentially knowing everything about this place. If they were told that there was a chance to go out, how could they possibly not seize the opportunity? Even if the outside world was difficult, they wouldn't be content to stay here. And once those embryonic transformation experts appeared in the Rift Mountain, although they wouldn't use their full strength, they could still play the edges. If nothing unexpected happened, they could very likely dominate the entire Rift Mountain. Oh no! How did I end up in such a troublesome situation? Zhang scratched his head, sighing deeply. Forget it, one step at a time. If it comes to that, I might just have to wipe out their entire race. Once we reach that time, there will be no right or wrong. If we don't push them back, the Void Mountain will eventually collapse due to their recklessness. This would harm the fate of many realms, and it absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. Let's not overthink it for now. Let's just head out and see what happens. Zhang's mind was currently all over the place. What was there to plan? He just needed to charge forward recklessly. Let's just get it done. At the entrance of the small world, a male elf stood guard, but for some reason, he felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. He carefully scanned all the areas covered by his soul perception and found nothing unusual, but that sense of unease in his heart persisted. Be careful tonight. Why haven't those 3 returned yet? The man didn't want to consider such a low probability scenario because he just felt it was extremely unlikely. Let's take a look. Xiao Ling is really making me worry too much, the man muttered. After calling out to the remaining 2 in the tent, he took off from the place. But Zhang was watching all of this unfold before his eyes, and seeing this scene made him feel ecstatic. You didn't take advantage of the favorable timing, geography, or public sentiment, which is quite embarrassing, Zhang said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Since you're giving me such face, I'll gladly take your head. His figure faded away as Zhang stealthily approached the entrance. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his hand, radiating a flickering sword aura, a sign of compressing energy points. Even with just 2 people left, Zhang didn't dare to be careless. He absolutely did not want to experience a mishap again. If he made a move, he would have to swiftly take down a strong opponent at the nascent stage. Moreover, he aimed for a quick resolution. The male elf who had gone out earlier would only cause trouble if he rushed back during the fight. Upon arriving outside the tent, Zhang sensed that the 2 nascent stage powerhouses inside were sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Feeling the terrifying energy points contained in the long sword he conjured, Zhang felt a surge of security. With this sword strike, if the one in the nascent stage doesn't die, they might as well just commit suicide. Zhang could sense that the 2 nascent stage warriors inside were about as strong as the previous 2, if not weaker. One of them had a very unstable aura, seeming like they had just barely broken through. Zhang was not idle either, constantly checking the surroundings, ensuring that nothing disgusting would suddenly appear during the battle. After a moment, with all preparations made, Zhang could barely restrain the energy points in the sword any longer, so he decided to strike. Zhang instantly teleported into the tent, the sword light sweeping toward the stable-feeling nascent stage warrior, and the fight was about to break out. 20, is the script off a bit? With the flickering sword aura, both elf powerhouses sitting cross-legged were thrown into a state of chaos. They never expected someone to suddenly appear before them. Caught by surprise, the two had no time to react at all. Coupled with the terrifying speed of the sword aura, one of them was almost instantly severed in half, their upper body devoured by a horrifying spatial rift. Blood splattered everywhere, landing on the other nascent stage warrior with an unstable aura. His terrified expression made one shiver. After the sword energy completed its kill, it did not immediately dissipate. Instead, it surged outwards with overwhelming power toward the elves outside the tent, instantaneously erupting into screams. All abruptly cut short. Every person struck by the sword energy was turned to ash, most leaving only half a body behind. Seeing his attack wield such power, Zhang nodded in satisfaction. The damage caused by an attack capable of slaying at the nascent stage couldn't possibly be minimal. At this point, a vacuum zone had been cleared around the tent by this sword strike. Even after the sword light dissipated, remnants of the sword energy still lingered here, intimidating the unaffected elves and making them too scared to approach. The remaining nascent stage warrior had a fragile aura and unstable strength. Though not as weak as the previous woman, it made no difference to Zhang. What followed was a one-sided massacre, devoid of any suspense. The remaining individual's mentality completely collapsed, and lacking any decent counterattack, he was effortlessly slain by Zhang, with his corpse stored in the internal space for points. Phew, there are still some small fry left. After the battle, it was not the tough fight Zhang had imagined, but simply a one-sided slaughter. Forget it, just hurry and get out. By the time that one comes back, they might be so angry they'll vomit blood. Zhang chuckled, then glanced at the surrounding elves who were trembling in fear before turning and stepping into the teleportation array. Stepping out of the light curtain, what greeted the eye was not a dense forest, but a patch of bare tree stumps and a group of elves. Ha! Did I enter the wrong teleportation array? Zhang was momentarily stunned at the scene before him, filled with self-doubt. However, after feeling the atmosphere here, I realized this is indeed Skyren Mountain. The massive trees that were here before have already been destroyed by battle. Is the script a bit off? So annoying. I still have to put in more effort after returning. Although he complained verbally, his body was very honest, and Zhang charged straight into the elven tribe's stronghold without hesitation. In the Rift Mountain, one cannot use strength beyond the transformation period, so Zhang continuously attempts to reach his highest standards in battle. As long as he does not exceed a limit, he can have his way here. Suddenly attacked from behind the stronghold, the elves were all startled, unable to understand why someone would appear from their stronghold. According to their understanding, nearly all the otherworldly cultivators who entered their little world have been captured or killed. The remaining ones are mostly hiding in fear. Moreover, there are at least 5 war emperors and lot emperors guarding the entrance. How could anyone possibly break out from within? However, Zhang paid no attention to their shock. His hands moved without pause, and the sword light erupted forth, directly destroying the stronghold that the elves had painstakingly built. At this moment, there were many corpses of the elves lying on the ground. These elves who emerged were very powerful, each possessing at least the strength of the core formation stage. However, when faced with someone like Zhang, who had terrifying attack power, their numbers posed him no trouble at all. As soon as Zhang made his move, all defenses crumbled like they were made of paper, easily severed by his sword energy, and their bodies, along with their weapons, were taken away by Zhang. In just a moment, the elven defenders here have suffered heavy casualties, with those still standing mostly injured, and attacks hitting Zhang felt like mere scratches. In just over 10 minutes, Zhang broke through the crowd, leaving nothing on the ground but blood. The bodies, weapons, and defensive structures were all absorbed into Zhang's spatial realm. Even the smallest mosquito meat is still meat. Zhang accepts all comers, and even weapons, armor, and other items made from low-quality ores or crystals are accepted by Zhang, turning them into nourishment. I estimate that the elves stationed here are not all of them. There's a good chance they have already begun to explore the Rift Mountains. Zhang speculated that they had sent an advance party into the Rift Mountains, with only a few elves left here for guard duty. Looking at the situation and the lingering atmosphere here, it seems like a great battle took place nearby. Could it be that the cultivators of this world fought against the elf tribe? There is a clear presence of energy points belonging to the cultivators of this world, and Zhang can also sense the residual aura from the attack of the Great Bear Elder. It seems they succeeded to some extent that day. The Great Bear Elder must have left, but I wonder if Sister Spirit Fox has made it out. The three-tailed Spirit Fox had just entered the transforming aperture stage, making it hard to survive the attacks from the elf tribe without special care. But with the bloodline of the nine-tailed Spirit Fox, should she be fine? If the three-tailed Spirit Fox has indeed died, then it was her fate if she has survived. It is simply because destiny has not yet ceased for her. Regardless of the situation, Zhang won T-force it since it is already too late. However, if the three-tailed Spirit Fox is truly dead, his role will simply be to take revenge. Although Zhang has been trying to control the fluctuations of the battle as much as possible, making the reaction of the energy points less obvious, he was still detected by the cultivators responsible for scouting from a distance. Of course, they only took a distant glance before heading back to report. Zhang had no intention of keeping them around. A few days ago, the Great Bear Elder had burst out from within, and now that elves have already appeared inside the Rift Sky Mountain, many must have realized that the local creatures in this small world within the light curtain are definitely not easy to deal with. Even if they knew what happened here, they would act rashly. Those elves who left probably already received the news at 1TB long before they come back to retaliate. Before that, I need to level up. I can't just let these over 300 points sit here unused. Zhang recalled the general terrain of this area, then, with a flash, disappeared. Host, Zhang. Race, Torn Sky Tiger. Level, Transforming Aperture Tier 30400. Constitution, Crystal Rank 5%. Soul Strength, Spirit Nurturing Level 38%. Law Mastery, Space 3%. Talent Tree. Points, 24. A day later, Zhang ambled through the forest with a roasted leg in his mouth while checking his panel. This panel is good for everything, except that leveling up is too slow. At first, Zhang felt the level increase was rapid mainly because the resources required weren't too much. But after the last system upgrade, that situation changed. The condensing dance stage was fine, needing only dozens of points, but once reaching the transforming aperture stage, it required hundreds of points. By the time his strength increases further, it will probably take thousands, even tens of thousands of points to level up. Let us not think about it too much for now. What if the system upgrades again later? Perhaps there will be faster advancement methods in the future. Zhang shook his head, took a bite of the roasted leg, and temporarily set aside those frustrating issues. After advancing to transforming aperture tier 3, the most obvious change is, of course, the increase in strength. With just the power of the transforming aperture tier 2, without using blood combustion, he could unleash his full power without worrying about the energy points causing turmoil in the Rift Sky Mountain. However, after advancing to tier 3, wanting to engage in a ferocious has become less easy for Zhang. If he gets too caught up during the fight, he might release attacks that are too intense, possibly triggering the already unstable aura within the Rift Sky Mountain. If a riot actually occurs, the results could either be dying from violent auras breaking his meridians or being annihilated by the spatial turbulence that may arise. Moreover, this is a chain reaction, likely accompanied by a butterfly effect. The most probable outcome is that a riot in one area causes extensive collapse, space instability, fractures appearing, banishing everything in that region into the spacetime rift, crushed to pieces by the occasionally appearing spatial storms. This is also my issue up to now. I have never precisely controlled the energy points within my body. It looks like I need to begin addressing this matter. Zhang tossed the leftover bones into his inner space, then took out another piece of roasted meat. This is also a disadvantage of having a system because all his strength relies on the system for enhancement. He basically just needs to eat. Moreover, due to the rapid advancements in strength, he has never had the chance to fully experience the limits he can achieve before advancing again, making it so Zhang has never delved deeply into his energy points. However, thanks to his talents of blood combustion and life conversion, Zhang usually kills enemies directly with high damage in battle, giving them no chance to counterattack. Therefore, he has never dealt with the nuanced control of energy points and has not thought about it. But this time, the rules in Rift Sky Mountain have made him start paying attention to this issue. In any world, there are bound to be prodigies with strengths beyond common understanding. Although he can slay those in the condensing stage at the transforming aperture, it's like comparing a tractor and an airplane. Can they use the same fuel? Absolutely not. Of course, this is only one aspect, but it is also the most important aspect, playing a decisive role. How effective can techniques be if the energy points are impure? How do others train their control? Zheng pondered this question while gnawing on grilled meat, his figure gradually disappearing into the forest. 21. Snowfield Dan Beast. Walking through the dense forest, the light flickers unpredictably, with sunlight filtering through the leaves onto the ground, creating patches of light. I don't know where the light inside the Rift Mountain comes from, but there is no doubt that there is also a cycle of day and night here. Since there are no specific records, Zheng is also unsure. At this moment, Zheng is toying with two silver-white spheres in his hand. It has been 2 days since he began trying to train his control. Without a systematic method to guide him, Zheng can only explore on his own, continually seeking suitable methods over the past 2 days. Inside the Rift Mountain, nowhere is safe, so Zheng definitely would not choose a method that requires him to sit still in order to gain results. Who knows if there will be some annoying cultivators coming over looking for trouble?